The story is about Sihan Seong, the otherworldly savior whom Emperor Rustenard of the Rusklin Empire summons. But after the emperor discovered that he was not powerful, he discarded him. After managing to escape from the prison, he returned with 6 warriors to kill the emperor. Contrary to his expectation, after defeating the emperor, his friends betrayed him and sent him back to his original world, Earth. Sihan couldn't forget this betrayal, so after countless attempts, he managed to return to the Terranner continent to avenge the unjustified betrayal in another world that is different from Earth, which is the Terranner continent. Once the emperor's heart burns to ash, a being that transcends fate will descend upon this world. A legend passed down in Terranner speaks of a technique to summon an otherworldly savior. The Rusklin emperor sacrificed his 5 sons, 7 daughters, and 19 heirs to the imperial families to invoke the otherworldly god from the prophecy. After summoning the emperor, he asked the boy if he was supposed to be the being from the prophecy. The emperor cursed his fortune, thinking it was a waste of his time because the boy wasn't the savior and was just a worthless child. The emperor found himself summoning an ordinary teenage boy from Earth, so he furiously instructed his men to get him out of sight immediately. The boy was abandoned in a completely unfamiliar land when summoned to this world. After some time at the Rusklanium Imperial Palace, the emperor shouted at the otherworldly being to heed his call. While the dragon is trying to attack the protagonist, he uses his skill with the sky-piercer roar of the mountain and easily subjugates it. The emperor is dumbfounded, wondering how to trounce these otherworldly monsters. The protagonist clarified that otherworldly beings are feared because the rules of this world do not apply to them. But that is not a problem for him. He is also an otherworldly being summoned by the emperor, and is the otherworldly savior, Sihan Seong. Sihan knew that he possessed the strongest magic that could be passed down via bloodline, the ability to summon creatures from other worlds. This ability is only passed down to direct descendants of the Russian imperial family, and countless people have died because of that power. Furthermore, the emperor exploited his citizens and forced them to suffer under his cruel, oppressive reign. On top of that, Sihan had to go through hell because of him since he summoned him to this world. But the moment he decided that he was powerless and worthless, he discarded him as if he were trash. He barely escaped, and it took him 3 years to return there. He had to survive this living hell where he didn't know anyone, and he had been waiting for the day he could take his revenge on him. He pointed his sword toward Emperor Rustenard, telling him his reign of terror ends that way. He infused his mana in his sword, telling him that he would make him pay for all the anger and resentment he caused him by killing his companions. He lifted his sword to eliminate the emperor, and Emperor Rustenard furiously cursed his fortune because he wouldn't have ended up like that if it weren't for that prophecy. Shortly, the protagonist immediately struck him and sighed because it was finally over. While immersed in his thoughts, a girl named Levina calls him, and he is pleased to see her. Levina is pleased that he finally defeated the emperor and appreciates him for doing a great job. The protagonist affirms and knows it has been such a long journey. Momentarily, he hugged her and was pleased because they didn't need to worry anymore. He promised to make her happy forever, which pleased her. While conversing, his comrade Rilstein tells him it's not over yet, as they have to burn the emperor's heart to make those other monsters disappear. Rilstein thought it was impossible to defeat the emperor, but he didn't think Sihan would succeed. He remarked that his power amazed him every time he saw it, which startled him. Everyone else is glad to see that the protagonist did it, but is also concerned that Sihan will disappear if they burn the emperor's heart. The golden-haired man clarified that Sihan was summoned by sacrificing the hearts of imperial families, not with the emperor's blood. So, he wouldn't go back to his world even if they burned the emperor's heart. Everyone was pleased to learn that and thought the emperor had summoned his mortal enemy with his hands. The protagonist is startled upon hearing that they are concerned about him. Levina worriedly asked if he was sure he didn't want to return to his world. Sihan affirmed, assuring her that he had already decided that he was going to stay there with his companions, who risked their lives with him. He wanted to stay with his close friends and the person he loved and spend the rest of his life there. He clarified that he would be lying if he said he didn't have lingering attachments to Earth, but he does regret choosing this world because everything he treasures is there. Rilstein is glad to hear his answer and inquired if he has decided. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that he is absolutely certain. While conversing, Levina approached him, hugged him, smirked cunningly, and then told him that is a problem, which startled him. Suddenly, a portal appeared behind him, and he was startled to see it was a dimensional portal. He worriedly instructed everyone to be careful because someone had opened a dimensional portal. However, he is startled to see Rilstein burning the Emperor's heart. Rilstein asked him if he knew that even if a direct descendant of the Rusklin bloodline had been killed, as long as some ashes from their heart remain, they can be used to open another dimensional gate. Since Sihan has become too strong, too many people hold him in high regard. He is also popular, so they are concerned that he will be the one who rules over them at this rate. But they do need another emperor. Even though they admit that he is undoubtedly this world's savior, they are all grateful to him, so he must return to Earth. They assured him that they would take charge of shaping the future of this world, as they could not leave that in the hands of an outsider. This dumbfounded Sihan, and he wondered what they were discussing. He requests Levina to help him as he can't move his body and is stunned at seeing her expression. Levina smirked cunningly, asking him if he was not glad it ended well, which shocked him. She is apologetic and clarifies that she doesn't want to be a queen consort as she wants to be a queen. She doesn't want to become someone's woman, but she wants someone to be her man. However, unfortunately for Sihan, he is not good enough to be her partner. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this, asking her what she meant by that. Levina supposed he might be struggling there, so she wanted to help him out, and she pushed him back even though he wanted her to stop. She instructed him to return to the world where he belonged, and he got engulfed in that portal. The world was saved by the otherworldly savior and the 6 heroes. Later, Rilstein explained to the citizens that the otherworldly savior had fulfilled his duty, and to honor his desire to return to his world, he wanted to build a new future for everyone. The Emperor's reign is over since the savior Sihan truly wished for it. He added that the 6 heroes have taken on key roles and welcomed the dawn of the 6 kingdom eras, which pleased the civilians. The harsh tax laws were abolished, and the citizens were freed from hard labor. The 6 kingdoms stayed closely connected to each other and governed the continent of Terranner with their wise and merciful rule, which was a peaceful and prosperous time. On the other side, the portal teleporting the protagonist to his world opened. After some time, a golden-haired girl named Alishia came out of her house and happily signed to see that the skies are clear again today, as there isn't even a single cloud in sight. She is sure this is the perfect weather for farming, so she started planting in her farm. Suddenly she heard a noise, looked around, and saw a vast fish nearby. She gets startled on seeing it lifted and realizes that it's a flatfish, which is still alive and would taste delicious. However, she is reluctant to eat it because she doesn't even know if it's safe to eat, and wondered what a fresh fish is doing this deep in the mountain. She is sure something doesn't feel right, so she wanted to return to farming. Suddenly she heard something else falling, so he looked back, wondering what it is. She is startled to see the pig and wonders what is happening up there. At first, it was a flatfish, but now it's a pig. At that moment she spotted something above her and saw a naked man falling from the vast cerulean sky. She is dumbfounded to see that now it's a naked man who falls from the sky and wonders if he is dead because he isn't moving for a while. Abruptly the protagonist sat and looked around, which startled Alishia, and she accosted him. The protagonist laughed because it finally worked, and wondered how many years it had been since they wanted them to know that he is back. Soon he lost his consciousness and Alishia wondered what is happening. Later at night, the protagonist opened his eyes, looked around, and wondered where he was. Alishia entered the room, saw that he had finally woken up, and told him she had made some porridge. She asked him how he is feeling and clarified that she is shocked to see someone suddenly fall from the sky. The protagonist asked her if she is the one who saved him and felt excruciating pain because his body is sore. He realized that the side effects are much stronger than he expected and wondered if his calculations are off. Alishia is startled because she has never heard that language before, and is not the common language spoken across Terranner. She wondered if he could be from a primitive tribe, if he is not speaking Estanian, but he is a bit too clean for that. The protagonist realizes that it's Terranner, not Earth, and asks in her language if she is the one who saved her. She affirmed and realized that he is not from a primitive tribe. The protagonist understood, so she asked where they are. Alishia explained that they are south of Mount Depolan, which is a half-day's walk from Goran village. Sihan is startled to hear that he is at Mount Depolan and wonders where that place is. Alishia supposed she should start by telling her about the countries first and clarified that they are currently in the Rilstein kingdom. Rilstein is the first of the 7 revolution heroes to have founded this country. The protagonist smirked on hearing about Rilstein's kingdom and cursed him, wondering if he had become the king. Firstly, he asked her if he could borrow a dress because he had been naked for a while now, and she affirmed. Later, the protagonist is eating the meal, but wonders why the grain stinks, but he knows it can't be helped because spices might cost a lot in these parts. He feels like he has returned, but clarified that doesn't mean he is not grateful, and thanked her for the food. She realized he had a toned body with hardly any excess fat, which contrasted with his good-looking face, delicate features, and abrupt manner. He seemed like a noble, but wondered why he was naked. The protagonist smiled, remembering that she was the one who saved him, but he didn't even know her name, and asked who she was. Alishia is annoyed that he only recalled that now. She told him her name is Alishia, and said she was just an ordinary country girl, as he could see. The protagonist is startled to learn, and she wonders if she was treated as a country girl, as she seems quite well trained. Alishia inquired how he knew that, and the protagonist clarified that it's just a feeling he can't explain. Alishia affirmed, telling him that he is right because she is sword higher and a warrior who can control aura, but she is not a knight. She is a free knight like her who doesn't serve a master, receives no requests, and is essentially unemployed, so she spends her free time farming. The protagonist understood, so he wanted to ask her one last question: how she was related to Emperor Rilstein. After hearing Alishia get startled, she throws the table at him, takes out her dagger, and rushes to attack him. However, she is startled to see that he has disappeared. The protagonist quickly got behind her, telling her that he didn't ask her that because he wanted to fight. Alishia got startled to hear it, wondering when he got behind, and rushed to attack him, but he easily dodged her attack, so she wondered if he was as skilled with a sword as well. She kept attacking him, but he dodged all of her attacks, telling her he had no intention of fighting her, so he asked if they couldn't talk it out. Alishia realized that he is strong, but he is using the smallest movements to dodge all his attacks, and she has to move faster in that case. Sihan is amazed that she is much more feisty than he thought, but he can tell she has a kind heart. Abruptly he stopped her attack, supposed she didn't want to kill him because she was aiming for his shoulder. Alishia is stunned to see that he has stopped her with a wooden spoon. The protagonist quickly pushed her back, and she inquired who he was. The protagonist pulled back the spoon and introduced himself, telling him she is Sihan and he has come from Earth. The protagonist is startled on hearing that he is Sihan from Earth and wonders if he is an otherworldly savior. Sihan is amazed to realize that his name hasn't been forgotten, but he understands why she suddenly attacked him, especially since he asked her how she was related to that tyrant emperor. He supposed he would have been pretty annoyed as well. He clarified that he only asked because he was curious and uttered that she doesn't have to answer if she doesn't want to. She uttered that her name was Alishia Beller Rilstein Rusklin and she was Emperor Rilstein's daughter. Alishia remembered the past when the citizens uttered that the reign of the emperor was over and that they had to completely eradicate the emperor's bloodline so they couldn't risk the rise of the second emperor. Serafina is apologetic to Kieran because she is the only one she can rely on. Kieran promised to protect her for the rest of his life and swore on his honor and life. She explained that Kieran was her royal bodyguard, who cherished her dearly. Even though they had nothing and lived in the middle of nowhere, he did everything he could to raise her well and taught her how to use aura as well. But while he was completing a request as a free hire, her identity was accidentally exposed, and he thought he had helped him escape from the Imperial Army, so he didn't make it. She has been living there by herself since that happened, apart from when he went to a nearby village to carry out requests when he was running low on money. The protagonist realized that she had been living in hiding all this time. He never thought she had been the Emperor's daughter, but suddenly she realized something and asked if she didn't see him as her father's enemy. Alishia clarified that she didn't feel anything for him and that the people still feared that a new emperor would appear even though the emperor was dead. As a result, they are doing their best to find and eliminate anyone with emperor blood since they can open the portals to other worlds. She thought he was one of those people who were looking for her. The protagonist frowned, realizing they had said they had been quite lenient to the emperor's descendants. He wondered if they lied to him because they couldn't be bothered to win over him, and he got more angry as he learned more about it. Si-han is sure that it might be tough for her but wants her to cheer up because it is nothing compared to what happened to him, since he just got summoned up to this world suddenly and had to survive somehow. Alishia wanted to know if he was saying he was the otherworldly savior, and he heard that he had returned to Earth after receiving the Emperor. So, he inquired how he ended up in Terranner again, but wondered why he turned up stark naked. The protagonist gets mortified, telling her that only a living creature can pass through the dimension, which is not like he has some weird taste. He remembered that he was naked when he first came to this world. It was even worse when he returned to Earth 10 years ago and appeared in the middle of the intersection of Gwang Hwa. He clarified that even just thinking about it is making him angry. Alishia wondered what Gwang Hwa intersection was and if he would return to Terranner because someone summoned him after he returned to Earth 10 years ago. She wondered how Terranner managed to use the technique to summon him from another world. The protagonist guessed it would be him because he returned on his own. Alishia is stunned to hear that he summoned himself and inquires if that is possible. Si-han explained that it wasn't easy for him as it took him 10 years. He wondered how to explain this, and he guessed she could say he hadn't summoned himself exactly. While explaining, he is dumbfounded as he senses something, which makes Alishia wonder what the matter is. The protagonist accosts her, asking if she said people are looking for her. He is sure that they are after her because she can summon beings from other worlds as a member of the Russian imperial family. She tells him that is right, and the protagonist gets worried as he realized that he messed up. While she was wondering what the matter was, Si-han explained that he needed a magical dimensional marker to ensure he could safely reach Terranner from Earth. That is why he chose someone who possesses the blood of Rusklin as his destination, since they have the power to summon people from another world. Among them, she is the one who has the strongest blood ties to Rusklin. Alishia supposed that might be why he asked her how she related to the Emperor. The protagonist explained that, in other words, he used her to summon himself to this world, so he thinks another mage will think she summoned him to this world. Alishia gets worried about hearing this, so she asks him if he means they might be here soon. She peeked out the window, worried about seeing several fire torches and wondering when they arrived. The mage explained that he senses traces of summoning magic in this area and is sure the reaction is coming from that cabin. He thought they should also attack them since they had finished the siege preparation. Sword Hire Zenon came forward, thanking Mage Klen for his good work. He commanded the soldiers to prepare for battle because they would lay siege to that cabin. Meanwhile, inside the house, the protagonist is amazed to see Alishia wielding the sword. He realized that she might be used to dealing with emergencies, and she kept training because she knew something like this would happen one day. He feels bad because she was only caught while living in hiding, and he recklessly came over to Terranner, so he imagined she might be blaming him, thinking it was his fault she got caught, and wondering why he returned there. He thought she might not be saying anything, but she was furious. So he worriedly accosted her, telling her that if there was anything she wanted to tell him, she should feel free to do it. Alishia owed before him to thank him for warning her about their surprise attack in advance, which startled him. Meanwhile, Zenon instructed them to show themselves because he would destroy their cabin if they didn't. He asked Majan Klen why they didn't start with a light attack. Majan Klen affirmed, so he started using a burning spear, which surrounded the entire house. Zenon gets startled on seeing it, wondering if that is too powerful, and he is pretty sure their orders were to catch them alive. Majan Klen knew that it might look impressive, but it wouldn't kill them, and they might suffer a few burns if they were unlucky. Abruptly, Alishia rushed out of the house and started attacking them. The soldiers realized that she was there, so they rushed at her to get her, and Zenon uttered that anyone who captured her alive would receive 10 gold coins. Alishia killed everyone who came in her way, and the soldiers got worried about seeing this. They wondered if she could be a sword higher as she was fighting so well. Alishia is concerned because there are so many of them, so she wants to escape, but she wonders how she could escape. While she is pondering, she gets attacked by Zenon, who remarks that she has Rusklin cursed blood running through her veins. He inquired how she dared to take the lives of common soldiers as a sword hire and asked if she had no shame. He clarified that he, Zenon Knight of Rilstein, would be her opponent and wielded his sword at her. Alishia is dumbfounded when she sees that he has wrapped his suit of armor in the aura and realizes that he is a more skilled fighter than her. Zenon swung his sword at her, but she kept dodging it, and soon she found an opening, so she attacked him. Xenon remarked that the power of her aura sword was impressive, but his defenses were more substantial, so that wouldn't work on him. He attacked her back with tremendous force, which made her cough blood and pushed her away. Some of the blood fell on Xenon's face, which he started wiping because he felt disgusting. Alishia is worried because her opponent is strong, and her right arm is broken. Xenon is sure that she might be aware that she has no chance of winning as a sword is higher, so she tells her that if she drops her weapon and surrenders, it will be better for her. Alishia yielded, which pleased Xenon, telling her she made the right call and supposed she might have caught on quickly. He informed her that the punishment would be lenient if she promised to follow his instructions. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared, asking her if she was going to yield immediately, just because she thought she couldn't beat him when she was going wild trying to kill them until a moment ago, and he thought she was giving up too quickly. Xenon is bewildered by his tremendous aura and wonders who he is meant to be if he says he couldn't sense him at all despite being this close to him. Xenon furiously asked him who he was and tried to attack him immediately while conversing. Si-han apologized for this, but he doesn't have anything against him, but he feels like he should take responsibility for this. The protagonist immediately punched him, which threw him away and buried him. All the soldiers were startled to see that he buried him in the ground. Alishia is startled to see this, wondering how he could treat those soldiers as enemies. That is because if he is Si-han, those soldiers serve his old companions. Majin Klen realized those two were the remnants of an evil empire, so he instructed his soldiers to hurry up and dispose of them. As the soldier charges at him, the protagonist is startled because they are still not backing down, even though he took down their captain. He guessed he didn't have a choice, even though he didn't want to do that, but he was apologetic about this. He punched those soldiers, telling them that it is nothing personal, no hard feelings about this, but he is apologetic about this. The soldier wanted him to stop apologizing if he was going to beat them up anyway. After some time, Xenon sits wondering who he is and is startled to see all of his soldiers embedded in the ground. He can't believe that an unarmed fighter just managed to defeat this many soldiers. He wondered if he was also stuck like that until a moment ago, but he managed to survive. Suddenly, he is startled, recalling that he has seen these skills before and is sure he is that otherworldly hero. While he is pondering, the protagonist approaches him, thinking that he might have woken up, and remarks that he is tough. He is apologetic to Xenon because he needs him to go to sleep for a while longer. Xenon tried to stop him and wanted to ask him if he was the person who killed the emperor. But before he could say a single word, the protagonist punched him again and buried him in the ground. He looked back, saying that he had already said this a few times but had nothing against them. He clarified that he has no reason to keep fighting but will be their opponent if they want to keep this up. Majin Klen is stunned on hearing this and never thought elite soldiers and Majins would be no match for him. He wondered where this monster of a sword hire had come from. After a while, the protagonist tells Alishia that he doesn't think they want to challenge him anymore, so he wonders how long she will stay like that. Alishia is apologetic, so she stands up, and they start leaving. Majin Klen is annoyed on seeing them, telling the soldiers that they failed their mission, so they have no choice but to withdraw since their sword has been taken out. He instructed all the surviving troops to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades. The soldier told him that they hadn't suffered a single casualty, and no one had broken a bone, including the soldiers who were bruised on the ground. Majin Klen is stunned as he can't believe this, thinking there is no way because they lost this badly. But they didn't have a single casualty or any wounded, and he wondered what had just happened to them. On the contrary, while progressing, the protagonist supposed this far is enough, because they wouldn't be able to chase them there. The protagonist is relieved because he is confident they would be in trouble if they chased after them. He realized that the side effects of traveling across dimensions were greater than he expected. Compared to the days when he was called the otherworldly savior, his aura is 1/10 of what it once was, and he has almost run out of magic. He wondered how long it would take to reach his former level again. Abruptly, he heard Alishia moaning, so he asked her if she was all right, as it seemed like her right arm was broken. Alishia explained that it was a relief because she got lucky and got away with a broken arm this time. The protagonist wondered how it was a relief and thought she was strange. After a while, he supported her broken arm and was sure that she would be all right now. She thanked him for his assistance, and the protagonist advised her not to mention it as it was not a big deal. When they were done, she told him she was leaving now, which startled him. Si-Han asked her where she thought she was going because this was the part where they decided to stick together, and more importantly, he wondered how she would get off this mountain with that arm. Alishia thought she would be alright as long as she paid close attention to her surroundings. The protagonist inquired if she thought this would be enough and assured her he would help her, since it's his fault that they are coming after her, and he can't leave an injured person alone. Alishia thinks for a while, then agrees to stick together, and the protagonist wonders if she needs to think that long about it. He instructed her to stop calling him sir because he is fine with Si-Han, and she agreed. He inquired what she would do now and was sure she couldn't stay there now that her identity had been exposed. Alishia explained that the closest place to them was Gorin village, but there was a high chance that a hunting party would be there. Therefore, they had to cross the mountain to the merchant city of Kargan. Meanwhile, at the royal palace of Rilstein Kingdom, Rilstein is reading some books when his men accosted him and informed him that they had received word from their search party that went to investigate Mount Depolan. The first king of Rilstein, Rilstein I, closed the book, understood it, and asked how it went. Later, he came down to the basement, opened a door with his mana, and entered his research lab. While going inside, a man accosted him, swore at him, and inquired if he could still call himself a hero after committing such horrible crimes. Rilstein remarked that the descendant of Rusklin has matured a lot over the last few weeks. He asked if he knew why the red magic circle beneath him had changed color. He explained that a green magic circle indicates that his magic has finished converting. The descendant of Rusklin pitied all the citizens who believed in Rilstein innocently. Rilstein smirked, telling him he was in no position to worry about them, but he should be more concerned about his heart. The man wondered what he meant, but soon he got stabbed by Rilstein in his heart. Rilstein burned his heart, thinking it was still not enough, and supposed he had reached the limit of what he could achieve with the blood he had taken from a weaker bloodline. But he couldn't break through the dimensional wall with this. He knew that he needed a pure-blooded descendant of Rusklin. He recalled that his men said they failed and were overwhelmed by an unknown assailant, so the target disappeared. His man said the assailant had dark hair and eyes and looked Galenian. Since traces of the summoning technique from another world, along with a mysterious man with dark hair and eyes, so he wondered if it was Si-Han. However, he didn't want to believe this, thinking it was ridiculous because there was no way he could have crossed over into this dimension. Also, even if Si-Han had managed to find a way back, he would have known, so it is impossible. On the contrary, the protagonist is at the market with Alishia, telling her that place used to be called South Clanium when the Empire was still around. He didn't realize it because the name had changed, but he missed this place because they used it as their main base back then, which startled Alishia. Si-Han asked her if this place was a trading hub and explained it was easy for him to hide there since different people worldwide would come there. He is relieved to find out that Galenians look quite similar to East Asians back on Earth. She looked at his face with shock, wondering who he was because his facial features changed. She wondered what happened to his face because she had only heard about this in stories and inquired if that was the Thief Queen's thousand-face techniques. The thousand-face technique uses aura to manipulate the surrounding air and make the user appear different. Tiny changes are enough to make the user look like a completely different person. That technique and stealth are known to be the Thief Queen Levena's unique aura skills. The protagonist explained that he was the one who originally developed this technique, and he taught Levena how to use it. He asked her what she thought, and if she wanted him to teach her, then it would be easy to hide if she learned this. Alishia refused to tell him she had no reason to accept his kindness. The protagonist realized she wouldn't let her guard down and decided to find some lodgings first. Alishia is a bit gloomy as she also wants to learn that skill. Si-Han uttered that they should first go to the place they found, and on their way, he stopped before one place. Alishia inquired if he recognized this inn, and Si-Han explained that 10 years ago, this was an inn, and gallows were built there. He smirked as he realized the place had changed greatly because this was Terranner. He thought this was like fate and asked if they should stay there. Alishia is stunned by this, reluctant to stay there, and thinks there might be ghosts. The protagonist smirked, telling her he might be reunited with familiar faces. Later, they went inside the inn, and the innkeeper, annoyingly, handed him a room key. He was annoyed because it was hard to keep up the business when people were so rude. The protagonist wondered why he was so angry, and Alishia uttered that it was obviously because of him. The protagonist is shocked to recall that he has spoken rudely to everyone until now. Alishia affirmed, telling him that she knew he was a legendary hero, but it was a bit much, and she didn't mind. But he looked quite old. Si-han understood that, but he didn't know anyone he had to address formally the last time he spoke Estinian, and he had no idea. He wondered if that meant he had been rude to her this whole time, even though they had just met. Alishia thought it was too late to worry about that now and instructed him to talk to her however he wanted, but Si-han apologized to him. She asked what he was planning to do as they had safely reached Kargan City. Si-han explained that he needed to get used to this place again, so he was planning on joining her for a bit. He asked if that was alright, but she refused. He thought she was being so mean, and she explained that she was not the only local he could find in these parts. Besides, she was on the run, so sticking with her was likely to do him more harm than good. But if he insists on coming with her, even though there is no reason for him to do so, she will have to keep wondering why he has decided to join him. So, she told him that he did not need to put up with her problems. The protagonist agreed that she had a point and uttered that he didn't want to tell him this, but he guessed he didn't have a choice, so he told her that she would probably be caught immediately if he was not around. He explained that when the summoning technique is used to summon a being from another dimension, it creates a dimensional ripple in this world. But in Si-han's case, he wasn't summoned there, and he crossed over to this dimension using his own power, so it shouldn't affect this world, and no one will know that he has come there. But there will be traces of magic that linger around the person who attempted the summoning technique. As a result, there are tiny vibrations every time they move. So, he told her that her pursuer would continue to chase her as long as these traces remained. Alishia gets worried about discovering that there are still traces of magic lingering around her, supposing it means there is no point in trying to run away. The protagonist told her to relax and that he couldn't do this the previous day because he was unconscious, but he is using magic to block these vibrations right now. Therefore, no one will be able to find them as long as this magic is active. But the only problem is that he has to reapply this magic every 2 to 3 days and is sure that now she gets it. Alishia realized she needed him then but wondered why he needed her. Later, at the capital of the Rilstein kingdom, Delstri, Zenon requested that he be given a chance to restore his honor. He wanted to clear the shame he had brought upon himself, so he assured Higher Endwin that he swore he would capture the cursed spawn of Rusklin that got away. Higher Endwin sighed and asked him if he needed to go that far because the king hadn't asked anyone to take responsibility for the failed investigation. He asked Zenon if he would serve in the army instead of sitting through 1 month of probation. Zenon uttered that after failing to uphold his honor, he cannot accept any mercy and believes it is a knight's duty to restore their honor. Higher Endwin stood in surprised thought. He is amazing, and uttered that is how all knights should aspire to be. Therefore, he instructed him to go forth and restore his honor as a knight. Zenon left the room, sure that people on the run needed money, and the two of them were soared higher. So he is sure there is a high chance that they will be working as freelancers. So judging by the direction they were going, their destination must be Kargan City, and there is only one request agency there. He is sure he should be able to track them down if he uses what he knows to ask about active requests and tell them he is looking for his companions. He honestly doesn't care about finding Rusklin's bloodline, but he wants to find out who her companion is. Since he looks a lot like that man, he knows that can't be possible, but if it is him, he has to find out and see it himself. On the contrary, the butler Letworth welcomed his lord Ted Vakelon at home. Ted Vakelon happily praised him for his work that day and asked if these were the people he told him about earlier. Letworth affirmed by telling his lord that he had been introduced to these mercenaries in Kargan City. He further added that they are free hire, and their names are Alishia Rilkan and Sean Stain. Alishia asked if he said his name Sean, and the protagonist clarified that he deliberately chose a name that sounds similar because it's easy to cover it up if she accidentally calls him by his real name. Letworth explained that both fighters ranked swords higher, which startled his lord. Swords higher are warriors that can control aura, usually divided into 6 levels. Squire, who is a novice, can use aura to boost their physical abilities. Fighters can use sword art to imbue weapons forged from meta with their aura, and most swords are at this level. So once they reach knight level, they can fill an entire suit of armor with aura, and at master level, they can pour their aura into any inanimate object, not just metal. The next level is the Grandmaster, where they can gather aura in the air around them and use special types of sword art. In the long history of Terranner, only a few swords higher have managed to reach a level where they have gained complete mastery of aura, which is the warrior god sword higher. At one point, Sihan was a warrior god with a sword higher, but he used up most of his aura and magic when he crossed over to another dimension. The protagonist couldn't believe himself because he was just at fighter level right now and thought he was pathetic. Ted Vaclon is amazed to learn that both are fighters who are incredible at such a young age and are a reliable pair of mercenaries. He clarified that they were setting off the following day, so he instructed them to get some rest that night. Later, Sihan is annoyed because it's hard enough to work for their travel expenses, but now they must also work as mercenaries. He recalled that he would find a rich noble in the past and take everything they had. Alishia inquired if he was telling her that the legendary hero used to steal from people. The protagonist explained that the girl he dated back then was a thief. Alishia imagined his fantasy romance that spanned 2 worlds and a dangerous lover from another world. The protagonist explained that they aren't common thieves, they only steal from the wealthy. He uttered that, at that time, all the rich people were corrupt villains from the Empire. But they can't do that right now, so he guesses he doesn't have a choice and will have to work hard to make a living by slicing up his enemies and spilling their blood. Alishia might think he is going to rob people if they hear that. Sihan wondered what the details of their request were again, and they were supposed to be subduing magical beasts. Alishia affirmed, telling him that a group of Ignis wolves had appeared in Vaclon territory. He formed a party to try to drive them out, but it failed because it was not strong enough. That is why he hired some external mercenaries to help subdue these magical beasts. The protagonist asked her if she meant those fire-breathing wolves that take him back. He explained that the first magical beast he encountered 13 years ago was Ignis wolves, so his companions, and he had to drive them out of the woods. He recalled the memories of the time when his comrade told him that he had become too strong and was also very popular, so they wanted to take charge of this world shaping. He gets infuriated, sits, and is confident they should be good enough for a warm-up. He is certain they would be a good practice for him since his aura is weaker now. Alishia inquired if he was sure that he had become weaker because he stopped her with just a spoon and even defeated the knights in that search party so easily. The protagonist is sure she can now see how weak he has become because he has to use a spoon to stop her. Alishia knew he was not wrong, but it wasn't enjoyable when he put it like that. He uttered that, regardless of how weak he is now, he has a lot of experience. A PvP World Championship winner like him would never lose to an ordinary fighter, even if he is at quite a low level. Alishia is startled, wondering what he means by level and World Championship. The protagonist wanted her not to mind, so he told her to get some sleep and go back to her room. The next day, the sun had finally risen, and Ted Vaclon wondered how dare those magical beasts invade his territory. So he wanted to wipe them out that day. He wanted those monsters to come out and fight him because he was personally appointed as a knight by His Majesty Sech Sengard and would be their opponent. The protagonist is stated to see that he is heavily armed and is sure that wouldn't be of any use against a magical beast. The protagonist remarked that the knights in this area haven't changed much. Abruptly, he remembered her injury and asked how her arm was. Alishia explained it was fine, as it healed quickly after she had applied an aura to it. The protagonist is glad to hear it, so he thinks they should get ready, but he wonders why he could smell sulfur and realized they are nearby. Suddenly, they were attacked, so Ted Vaclon instructed everyone to prepare for battle because they had found a group of Ignis wolves. He wielded his sword and wanted those evil beasts born from darkness to come forth because their wicked flames were useless against the knight's sword, and he got attacked. The protagonist informs him that he shouldn't wear a suit for armor because that is why he gets hit by attacks that are easy to dodge. Ted Vaclon wondered how a knight should enter a battle without any armor and instructed everyone to be careful not to break formation. He is sure they can certainly win this time because they have a sword higher by their side. While the protagonist is fighting with the Ignis wolves, he realizes that it is easier than expected. He is confident that he could wipe them all out on his own if he wanted to. But then he would stand out too much if he did that, so he doesn't want to do that. However, he wondered if they needed to hire mercenaries for these magical beasts. Suddenly, an Ignis wolf appeared before the mercenaries, and they wondered what that was, as that was a mutant Ignis wolf. The protagonist sighed as he finally figured out they had a leader. While everyone is rushing away to see mutant monsters, the protagonist steps forward. Ted Vaclon wanted them not to panic because this was their chance, so if they defeated the leader of the magical beasts, then the rest of them would lose the will to fight. So, he requested Alishia and Sean to take care of it because he would protect the soldiers. The protagonist realizes they are leaving them to deal with the most dangerous part, and that being a mercenary is a tough job. The protagonist told her that the pack's leader was all hers, as he would stop the other wolves from getting close, which startled her. Si-Han explained that he doesn't want to stand out, but she is strong enough to deal with an Ignis wolf. He killed the wolf trying to attack him and told Alidi this was her chance. She got it, so she charged at the leader, and the mutant wolves threw flames at her, which she managed to evade. She struck it, rushed away, and as the monster tried to attack her, she attacked its head. The protagonist smirked because they knew she was quite strong, so he didn't have to worry about her. However, soon, he is startled to see that the mutant wolf isn't killed by her attack. Instead, it releases a tremendous aura and electrocutes her. As Altia falls, the wolf grabs her, which worries the protagonist. A few moments ago, Alishia asked him why he needed her, and he supposed he should tell her now before it got complicated. He was first summoned to this world after the Emperor sacrificed the heart of the Rusklin royal family. As a result, he could stay in Terranner without worrying about the Emperor. But when he returned to this world, he used a summoning ritual instead of a contract, which involved sacrificing his heart. So, he is permitted to stay in this world only through his connection with the summoner's power. So, to put it simply, if Alishia dies, he will be forced to return to Earth. While rushing to save her, he cursed himself because he was so low and didn't have a lot of aura. He is running as fast as he can and has even stopped using the thousand-face technique. He had waited 10 years to come into this world, and he was even prepared to arrive stark naked again to get there. So he didn't want to return now after everything that had happened. He grabbed his sword, used the deadly dragon blade, charged at the mutant wolf, and killed it. He is relieved because they survived, but he got too complacent and nearly got sent back home. After some time, Alishia woke up, so he asked her how she was feeling and if she was hurt anywhere, as a magical beast bit her. She clarified that she was feeling a bit sore, but she didn't think it was trying to kill her in the first place. Now that she thinks of it, she has heard that Ignis wolves like to keep their prey alive before taking it to their leader. So she can't believe that she was treated like prey, even though she is a sword higher. That was the first time she had seen an Ignis wolf use a lightning attack, and she wondered if that was a mutant magical beast. The protagonist assures her it should be fine because they have killed it now. She looks at the protagonist, telling him that she didn't ask him this before since there wasn't any reason to do so. But she wants to know that they are companions, which is why he is hiding his true identity. Since the 6 kingdoms were all founded by his companion, someone like him would be treated as a state guest wherever he went. The protagonist smirked to hear about the state guest and clarified that he would be grateful if he weren't given the death penalty. He explained that his companions betrayed him after he killed the Emperor. They used magic to force him to return to Earth, and it only took a few minutes, but 10 years passed, and he can still remember that moment perfectly. He doesn't understand why they betrayed him, and there was no hesitation in their actions, so they had undoubtedly planned it all in advance. He wondered what he had seen in them the whole time, and he didn't know how he never saw their true colors, even though he had been friends with them for many years. After explaining everything, he looked at her, wondered if she was shocked, and was sure why anyone would be. She just happened to get caught up in this, but now the whole of Terranner is her enemy. Alishia supposed he might return to get revenge so she could see why he was hiding his true identity now. The protagonist inquired if she understood what he was saying, and she affirmed. He wondered how she could be so calm as he just told her he would be going up against all 6 kingdoms from now on. She explained that she had already been exiled from all 6 kingdoms and had been 10 years since she started fighting against Terranner. They were not given a choice, so they should do their best in their situation. The protagonist realized that she was truly upbeat despite their dire situation. Alishia smiled, telling him that her father used to say that a lot to her, and the protagonist wondered if the Emperor said that. She refused, telling him not to be but her real father, and she was talking about Kirin. Abruptly, the protagonist stops her as he realizes someone is heading this way. He stood, grabbed his sword, and Alishia inquired who it was and if it was an enemy. The protagonist doubts the hunting party would have chased them this far, so it could be one of the Vaklon soldiers who had fallen behind. However, he guesses there is no harm in being cautious, and suddenly, Zenon comes out of the bush. Zenon accosted them, asking if he could ask for some directions. They were stunned to know he was from the Rilstein hunting party, and she never thought she had run into him there. She grabbed her sword and started attacking him. Zenon dodged her attacks, telling her he did not intend to fight. Si-Han rushed behind him, telling him that might be true, but he needed to take him anywhere just in case, so he attacked him again. Zenon is annoyed by the technique he uses, and he knows that he is right. So he covered himself with his aura and landed safely on the ground. The protagonist is dumbfounded on seeing this and wonders how he recognized and countered that technique. Since he came up with this technique and only used it when he was younger, only a few of his old champions knew about it, so he asked who he was. Zenon is panting due to exhaustion while thinking that there is no doubt about it, and he starts retrieving something from his bag. The protagonist is startled, asking him what he is taking out of his bag, and is startled to see it. Zenon asks him if that is his underwear, and Si-Han gets mortified when he sees how happily he asks about it. He tells Alishia to kill him because he is just a pervert. Zenon requested him to wait because he was panicking because this misunderstanding came out wrong. The protagonist clarified that it is not what he said, but the underwear he took out that is the more significant issue, so he wanted to kill him. Zenon requested him to stop as he surrendered and covered himself with his undies. The protagonist furiously instructed him to stop waving the undies around like it's a white flag and told Alishia not to hold back, but immediately killed him. The protagonist is startled to see his name written in Korean on it, which is his handwriting, so he inquires if that is his. Zenon affirmed that he must be the otherworldly savior Si-Han and knew he was right. The protagonist cursed himself, forgetting that he was using the thousand-face technique. Zenon asked him if there was any chance that he remembered him as he was the one who saved his life 12 years ago in Baran village. The protagonist recalled that incident, and Zenon explained that 12 years ago, when he defeated all the Empire soldiers that invaded his village with that technique, he had just used and saved him. He only realized later that the person who saved them was the hero known as the otherworldly savior. He excitedly uttered that he could understand his technique, which sends shock waves throughout his opponent's body after learning to use aura and become a higher sword. This technique shows how kind he is as it allows him to defeat enemies without any unnecessary bloodshed. The protagonist laughed as he remembered that he wanted to try out a new technique that he had just developed. He realized that Zenon was acting like it was a dream come true, but in reality, that is not true. He remembers something that he was, that child from 12 years ago, meaning he is younger than him. Zenon explained that he turned 22 years old this year, and the protagonist is amazed because he looks so old. Zenon clarified that it's not about looks that matter, but his personality matters. The protagonist wondered where he had heard those cringy lines, and Zenon clarified that those were his parting words. The protagonist couldn't believe that he had said that and remembered that he was in his last years of middle school at the time. The protagonist could see that he looked up to him, but walking around with his underwear a bit much. He wanted him to put them on already. Zenon clarified that it's not just his undies that he has, but he has a sculpture of his exact likeness from back then. He also has a legendary hero, Si-Han, a life story and a fantasy romance that span 2 worlds, a dangerous lover from another world, and many more books that have been written about him. He also has all of the portraits made for him and has been collecting all kinds of memorabilia about him. He explained that this piece of underwear is unique among all the other items, and it's a genuine article of clothing that was worn by the otherworldly savior when he killed Emperor Rilstein. Zenon barely managed to outbid the others by spending 6 months' worth of his salary that he had saved up. The protagonist is miffed as he gets his point and wants him to stop talking about his underwear. Zenon explained that he took an oath of allegiance to the Rilstein royal family because His Majesty the King used to be his companion, but he pledged his sword to him. The protagonist inquired what he would do if he told him Rilstein was his enemy. Zenon confidently uttered that then he was also his enemy, and Si-Han could tell by the looks of his eyes that he was telling the truth. The protagonist agrees because it is not like he could send him back now that he knows who he is and accepts his pledge. Xenon's stride gets overwhelmed by this and assures him that he will do his best not to disappoint him, so he wants him to let him deal with the rest of the Ignis wolves. The protagonist called that they had already wiped them out and wondered if he hadn't seen the leader's corpse. Xenon is astounded on hearing this, telling him that Ignis wolves always go around in male and female pairs. So, he supposed that the protagonist is trying to lure the female wolf out by using the male corpse. The protagonist is stunned by this, and then he hears the wolf howl and realizes it's there. The protagonist furiously affirmed, telling him there would be 2 leaders of a pack if Ignis wolves always go around in pairs, and wondered how he missed that. Alishia wondered how someone like him forgot something as basic as this. The protagonist explained that it happened because it had been so long and asked if a judge could solve some differential equations if he asked them to. Alishia wondered what a differential equation was, and the protagonist instructed her to forget it because it was just some nonsense from the earth. Xenon excitedly volunteered to take care of this by himself because this was the time to show him his skills, and the protagonist instructed him to go ahead. He stepped forward, knowing he finally had the honor of meeting and pledging his sword to the hero he had spent his whole life admiring, but he hadn't shown him anything so far. He remembers that his hero has only seen him getting buried twice, so this is his chance to get his approval by showing him his true power. Alishia is amazed to see him emit an incredible amount of aura, and Sihan wonders why he is overdoing it. Xenon furiously glared at the wolf and immediately struck it as the wolf roared. Alishia thought he was amazing because he was pushing that giant magical beast back, and she supposed he must have been easy on her when she fought him. The protagonist remarked that Alishia is quite strong for her age, but Xenon is very impressive and talented. Alishia wondered if that looked like a little talent to him, and if supposed prodigies were something else. The protagonist smirked, telling her that back in his days, the people around him were all prodigies. However, he is not a prodigy. He is just a special case because he came from Earth, and a real prodigy is someone like Levina. Shortly, the wolf snarled and threw fire at Xenon, but he clarified that it wouldn't be able to kill him with these weak flames. He jumps at the wolf, telling it it's over, and the protagonist gets concerned, thinking it's not good. Soon, Xenon gets electrocuted and falls unconscious, so the protagonist thinks this is familiar. Alishia gets worried about seeing this and wonders if she looked like that earlier as well. Xenon is startled by this and wonders what is happening because Ignis wolves shouldn't be able to control lightning. Alishia uttered that it was her turn now, but Sihan refused, telling her it was fine as if they were dealing with magic. He would go. Alishia understood because he came from another world, so that it wouldn't harm him. The reason why everyone feared the Emperor's army of magical beasts was not because they were powerful, but also because magic doesn't affect creatures from other worlds. Even the most powerful Magin is powerless against a creature from another world, but those rules apply to Sihan. The wolf threw fire at him shortly but didn't harm him. The protagonist apologized, saying that wouldn't work for him as he could survive when he first came there because he was immune to magic. There were too many witnesses earlier, so he had to act like he was dodging, but now he doesn't have to worry about it. Shortly, a wolf attacked him with lightning, which electrocuted him and shocked them. The protagonist realized that it looked familiar, and he wondered what was going on, so he pondered why the magic affected him. This has never happened to him, so he gets infuriated because that wolf dared to embarrass him and immediately attacks it. He is sure those flames didn't affect him, so he wondered why he got hit by that lightning. Xenon worriedly rushed toward him, respectfully accosted him as Sir, and inquired if he was all right. The protagonist tells him to drop the Sir and call him Sihan because it's not like they just met online. Xenon is startled as he can't address his most respected hero by his name and casually. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind them, and the wolf started disappearing, and he got confused. He wondered what that was, and that was such a strange creature. The next day, Ted Vaclon is glad to see that they survived and is thankful to him because all of the magical beasts in his territory have disappeared because of him. He handed them the reward as promised, which was 600 pieces of silver. After receiving the reward, the protagonist clarified that it's nowhere near enough considering his plans for the future, but it's not a bad amount for completing one request. So, he decided to take on 5 or 6 requests and complete all of them in one go. Alishia clarified that it is doubtful that they had received that many quests simultaneously, and uttered that they got fortunate this time. The protagonist becomes gloomy because he thinks that much. Xenon saw him coming out, so he asked how it went, and he showed him a bag containing 100 gold coins because he said he needed money. The protagonist is surprised to see this and inquires where he got all this money. Xenon explained that he sold the otherworldly savior's relic undies. The protagonist saw him crying but told him about his undies, and he supposed he shouldn't have asked. Xenon clarified he would do anything for his hero. Alishia is surprised to know that his underwear is worth a lot, and he gets startled telling her to stop looking at him like that because it's not like everything he wears is expensive. Xenon inquired what they would do now and was sure this should be enough money for now, but he didn't think they needed to keep working there as mercenaries. The protagonist uttered that they could reach 3 countries from there, but he hasn't decided which country they want to visit first. They are thinking about going to the country with the weakest king. He got an idea and never thought he would see his face again like this, and he finally made up his mind that they were going to the north to the Sech-Sengard kingdom. On the contrary, a laboratory in the Rilstein kingdom, Tranden, has something to report to his majesty. Rilstein was surprised to see him after a while, and he knew it was not time for him to report yet, so he wondered why he had contacted him. Tranden wanted to tell him about dispensing experiments 11 and 12. He doesn't think they need to send someone anymore, as it seems like the Vaclon estate has taken the matter into its own hands and defeated them. Rilstein clarified that it was all right because those magical beasts weren't that powerful. Tranden also explained that experiment number 1 has escaped. Rilstein gets infuriated when he hears this and inquires if he is serious. He inquired what he was doing there, and he still calls himself the head of the Azure Tower. The 4 towers of Terranner have been around for over 1,000 years. They are the Crimson, the Alabaster, the Azure, and the Sable Towers. The first emperor of the Russian Empire was the greatest mage of all time. After uniting the continents, they assembled and organized all the magical knowledge and expertise scattered throughout Terranner, and built the 4 towers in Terranner to preserve their findings. The magic was ranked, and each of the 4 towers was separated by difficulty level so people could learn magic at their level on each floor. Once their proficiency was recognized, they were allowed to advance to the next floor and learn more advanced magic. To put it simply, the mage's ability and level of magical knowledge were determined by what floor they had reached in the tower, and the 9th floor master of the Crimson Tower is Rilstein. He furiously told Tranden that he was selected as the tower representative, even though he lacked the qualification because all the tower masters were executed during the reign of the emperor. He asked if he wanted to forfeit his position because plenty of other mages were on the 8th floor. He decided to give him one more chance, so he wanted him to hurry up and eliminate that experiment while ensuring he didn't leave any traces behind. Tranden affirmed that he wouldn't let him down this time. After the communication ended, Tranden was relieved to hear Rilstein gave him another chance. Meanwhile, at the capital of Sech-Sengard Kingdom, Retinsel, the Grand Chamberlain, rushed inside the king's room and accosted him. The first king of the Sech-Sengard Kingdom, Sech-Sengard Rettenberg, laughed, asking him what the matter was, and inquired if he would like to join him for a drink. Grand Chamberlain worriedly asked the king if he was partying again that day. Sech-Sengard affirmed and happily told him that he was so glad that he was born as a man. He added that the things that happened when the Empire was hunting him down feel like nothing but a bad dream now. Grand Chamberlain found it concerning that he has been indulging on luxuries and distancing himself from state affairs these days. He feared the citizens might look at him and be reminded of the previous emperor. Sech-Sengard wanted him not to worry because he was nothing like that ridiculous emperor, as he was using his own money, so these weren't luxuries for him. Grand Chamberlain is startled because the problem is that all his money comes from their citizens. Sech-Sengard said he was not taxing them 60% of their wages like the previous emperor. But Grand Chamberlain thought the tax is currently 50%, which doesn't make much difference. Sech-Sengard added that he didn't burn down hundreds of villages, and he is not forcing hundreds of thousands of people into hard labor. Grand Chamberlain, remember that he punished dozens of villages and conscripted thousands of people. Sech-Sengard asked why he would have put himself through all that suffering and become king if he could not enjoy his life this much. So the emperor's reign was a genuinely terrible period, and he can't dare to be compared to him, so he is sure they are just complaining now that they have it easy. Grand Chamberlain wanted to say something to him, but the king asked him if he had heard him out, and then it was time for him to leave him alone. Grand Chamberlain had no choice, so he left the room and thought he was wrong. Because the current king was clearly a hero and great warrior during a turbulent age, but he doesn't think he is fit to be king. He thought it would be great if the king had a vassal who would lead him down the right path. Sech Sengard is annoyed as he is having a lot of fun, but they just kill the mood, and he thinks it's time he returns. While he is pondering, Duke Kelterin enters the room, telling him that it was an honor, as always, to see the savior of the world, a hero among the heroes. Sech Sengard was glad to see him there, and the Duke apologized for the intrusion but explained that he had some urgent matters to discuss with him. Sech Sengard didn't want him to worry about it because it's always a pleasure to see him, and he inquired about the problem. Duke Kelterin showed him documents telling him it was nothing major, but there were a few administrative documents he needed the king to take care of. He looked at the document, threw it back, and told him to deal with it. He uttered that the king must protect the weak, and he doesn't have the time to spare on all these other minor tasks. On the contrary, at the suburban outskirts of Rattensel, the capital of the Sech Sengard kingdom, Alishia is amazed to know that he bought a house in Rattensel. The protagonist uttered that if they stay at an inn for too long, they are bound to run into many people, and they might stand out, but he is only planning on staying there temporarily. Xenon agreed with him, and the protagonist wondered if there was a problem. Xenon can't believe that he has to stay in such a rundown place, and if he knew this would happen, he would have sold his house before coming there. The protagonist suggests they should look inside, and after peeking inside, he realizes this is better than he expected. Alishia because they need to give it a bit of a clean. Xenon gets infuriated on seeing this, thinking it is a cursing place, so he can't just let this slide. He kicked the two of them out and requested they wait for a while. While waiting outside, they sensed strange energy coming out of the house and wondered if this was the kind of thing that normally happens when someone is cleaning. Shortly, Xenon told them that he was finished and knew that the house itself was still a bit shabby, but it should be clean enough for them to use now. The protagonist is dumbfounded on seeing the house sparkling and made that it is incredible. Xenon felt proud and was sure they should have no problem living there as long as she got enough furniture, and suddenly noticed some stains that he missed. The protagonist wonders why he is so obsessed with keeping things clean. Alishia thought she should try making a mess first if she ever had to fight Xenon again. The protagonist smirked, telling him he did great work, as they were off to a good start. Now that they have a base, he wanted to think about how they will approach Sech Sengard. Xenon explained that the 6 kingdoms that currently rule the continent of Terranner can be divided into 3 ranks based on their military strength. The 2 most potent kingdoms are the Rilstein and Ignatius, the religious kingdom. The 2 kingdoms in the middle are the Saphiran kingdom and the Follows kingdom, and the weakest kingdoms are the Sech Sengard kingdom and the Timorant kingdom. He heard they hadn't made much progress since they were founded a few years ago due to their unreasonable policies. This has led to a lot of friction between the kingdom, which recently came to a head during the Kargan War. There was a disagreement between the Rilstein and Ignatius kingdoms over the right to rule over Kargan City. This is concerned about the possibility of a large-scale war, so the other kingdoms staged an aggressive intervention. Sech Sengard uttered that anyone who tries to occupy Kargan City will become his enemy. Even though they might be the 2 strongest nations, there isn't a huge difference in strength between the Rilstein and Ignatius kingdoms and the other countries. So, Sech Sengard's participation in the war could have been enough to upset the balance between the 2 kingdoms. The 2 nations eventually reconciled an agreement and decided to share ownership of Kargan City with the Sech Sengard kingdom. The protagonists realized that they have been arguing amongst themselves, which is a good thing to know. He knew they wouldn't get along with each other, and they were bound to be divided by their interest once they gained power. Especially considering the fact that those people were the ones who kicked him out in the first place. Xenon agreed as he was absolutely correct and furiously wondered how they dared to stop so low as to get rid of the true hero. He realized he was a fool for swearing an oath of allegiance to those people, and didn't want them to write it off because he is not dead yet. The protagonist asks Alishia how her training is going. Alishia is startled by seeing him, so she uses the thousand-face technique to form a strange face. After seeing that the protagonist hardly stopped himself from laughing, she supposed she failed again. She explained that it's difficult because the transformation fades immediately and asked if something is wrong. The protagonist refused, telling her nothing was wrong, but wanted her not to be in such a rush, as she should try to relax and imagine an invisible hand in front of her face. He wants her to imagine the aura covering up and sinking into her face, and she is not changing the way she looks with the aura. Instead, she uses this invisible energy as makeup, and then holds it in place with an aura. Alishia gets annoyed because he has said that 3 times already, so he wants him to explain it to her differently because she doesn't understand what he is getting at. The protagonist wanted to be honest with her, saying that he doesn't get it himself, but he is just repeating the explanation that Levina gave him. Alishia instructed him to teach her the way he learned it, and he clarified that it was impossible because he comes from Earth. People from Earth and people from Terranner share many similar physical traits. However, there is one clear difference between them, and that is in the way they perceive aura and magic. People from Terranner need to develop keen senses because they weren't born with an aura. For people from the Terranner, handling aura is like trying to find something in a massive warehouse in the dark. On the other hand, the warehouse looks brightly lit to people from Earth, such as Sihan. From the start, he could see an aura, and it was the same for magic. That is why it only took him 3 years to master the use of aura and magic. Alishia furiously asked him if he was kidding her, as that was so unfair and supposed people from Earth were so lucky. The protagonist clarified that is why he said he is not a genius and explained that according to Rilstein's research, it is not because he is from Earth, but actually because he came from another world. He believes that the body and its senses are reconstructed when crossing dimensions. Alishia supposed Sihan might have gained superhuman abilities by crossing between dimensions and thought that was unfair. Sihan uttered that is why he can teach her the method, but he can't explain how it works to her, and she has to figure out the basics herself. Hearing this makes Alishia wonder if someone from Terranner gained the same ability as him if they were sent to Earth and then returned. The protagonist is startled to hear that but unsure about it. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, making them wonder what was happening. Xenon supposed it might be an earthquake. The protagonist refuses to tell him there is no way because the energy is of a monster. On the other side, a building was destroyed, and the people were rushing away to save their lives from Liakin while asking for help. Many of them rushed away, but a girl fell on the ground and was about to get attacked by the Liakin. However, the protagonist appeared on time, blocked the attack, and asked if she was alright. Xenon thought there was no way because he thought there were at least 30 of them. It is hard for Sihan to believe, but it looks like magical beasts have managed to invade the heart of the city, and their army must be a total mess. But even so, he couldn't understand how these magical beasts made their way to the capital's center. So, something doesn't feel right to him, and this city is built like a fortress and surrounded by mountains. He doesn't want them to stand out, but they don't have a choice, so he instructs his comrades to focus on saving people first. Xenon understood, so they started attacking those monsters. Abruptly, the soldiers appeared there and instructed them to stop immediately. Alishia is surprised to see that they are the Sech Sengard's knights. The protagonist is glad to know that they are finally there, and is relieved because this should stop the situation from escalating, and now they just need to kill the magical beasts. Abruptly, the soldiers surrounded them, reminding them that he had told them to stop because this place was now under the control of the Black Lion Knights, so civilians should retreat at once. Alishia gets startled on hearing this, asking how he could say that when people are dying right in front of him. She thought the knights should be trying to suppress the magical beast, not stopping them. The knight instructed her to be silent and explained this was a direct order from the king, so he asked if she was trying to disobey the king's order. Xenon asks the protagonist what they should do now as the situation worsens. While the protagonist was pondering, he sensed a strong energy, so he worriedly looked behind and saw strong energy behind the knights. He knew this feeling well, and there was no doubt about it because of his aura. Abruptly, Sech Sengard stepped forward, expressing indignation at how they dared to harass his subjects. He didn't want his loyal subjects to worry because he would sacrifice his life to protect them. He instructed the Black Lion Knights to protect his citizens while he dealt with these foul creatures. The knights affirmed, so they immediately surrounded the citizens, while the protagonist was annoyed to see them. Sech Sengard is thrilled because he hasn't been able to stretch his legs recently, so it's time to wipe out all these magical beasts. As he charges at the monsters, the citizen thinks he is incredible, wielding a massive axe in each hand. He rushed toward the beast, struck them, and thought these pathetic magical beasts were weak. The other Liakan got startled on seeing this, so they retreated and started running away. Sengard is stunned to see that they are trying to run away, but clarifies that it couldn't happen on his guard. He immediately slammed the ground, creating a huge aura circle that spread around. Xenon is surprised to see an aura circle because this is his first time seeing it in person. Alishia wondered what an aura circle is and explained it's a technique that only swords at the level of Grandmaster or above can use. But it's like a magic circle, but uses aura instead. Sengard is annoyed as he wants to crush those monsters flat, so he curses them and uses his skill, Aura Circle Giant Fist, to attack that beast. The citizens excitedly cheered him as they saw him defeating all the magical beasts alone. Alishia remarked that he was a beat, and Xenon uttered that's how powerful the Grandmaster sword hires are. The protagonist now understands and believes that Sengard is a pathetic man because he orchestrated this entire situation to gain the people's trust. Since the invasion of this magical beast was nothing more than an excuse to put on a show of how he is protecting his weak citizens. Sihan finally realized why the knight had stopped them, as they couldn't let them kill the magical beast before the king arrived to deal with them. He doesn't know if that is the truth, but it seems to be working, and he just never thought Sengard would do something like that. He might be simple-minded and aggressive, but he's always been the type of person to stick to his convictions, which is why Sihan never thought he would stoop so low to gain people's favor. He looked at Sengard's expression, who looked genuinely pleased, and wondered if he was always that good at acting. While the citizens praised him and told him that he was so strong because he had saved so many lives that day, they wanted the revolution's hero to live long. The protagonist smirked on seeing his expression and wondered if he had not realized this situation was staged. He is sure this is the work of Sengard's attendants because they must be changing to manipulate state affairs while accommodating the whims of their king. This is unbelievable for the protagonist because he had preferred it if he was just corrupt, and he always knew that he was a moron, but this is too much. While pondering, Sengard looked at him and was startled to see him because he had never seen him before, but something was unsettling about the look he was giving him. While the knight told him it was time to return to the castle, Sengard affirmed and was sure it was not important. Sihan is sure that he might still be a moron, but his physical strength hasn't changed from the days when he was known as the Walking Fortress. Even though the world has changed, Sengard's skull has not declined at all, so he realizes that it's still too early for him to show himself. He wanted to be cautious and wait until he was fully ready. It has been 2 weeks since the Sihan party settled in the royal capital, Ratinsul. Alishia started to understand the basics of the thousand-face technique and has reached the level where she can slightly alter her appearance. Xenon was able to learn more about explosive aura since Sihan was the one who created the technique. While Sihan focused on recovering his aura and magic, he now had 3 times the amount he did when he first returned to Terranner. But one day, while they were developing their skills and quietly biding their time, a notice from the king displayed throughout the city that a group of heretics had appeared in the Baruselt region. They control magical beasts that are tormenting people and causing chaos, so the wise king has decided to punish these people. As a result, their kingdom is currently recruiting heroes who seek fame and glory by joining their expedition force and participating in this honorable battle. The protagonist read the notice, wondering if those said heretics, but he couldn't see it well. Xenon explained they are called the Clan of Dimensions as this group of heretics was popular in various parts of Terranner during the Emperor's reign. They serve Heres, a so-called true god who exists outside of this world. Xenon heard that the Rusklin Empire stamped them out, but they seem to have recently been luring in followers using a new creed. Sihan guessed there would always be people returning to religion regardless of the era. Xenon uttered that it seems like their faith is currently based on the second coming of Sihan. The protagonist is stunned at hearing this and inquires about what he just said. Xenon explained that they believed Sihan, the otherworldly savior, was the son of the otherworldly god, Heres, and that Sihan descended to Terranners to punish the false world and went on to destroy the Rusklin Empire. They have tried to lead the people of Terranner to heaven, which they call Earth, but he was stopped by the 6 wicked heroes of the revolution and returned home to Heres alone. The protagonist finds it annoying that some parts are true, but he thinks this is their chance. Since they are going to deal with a group of heretics that are tormenting civilians, that's something the king would never miss out on. So, knowing what he is like, the protagonist is sure that the king probably insists on leading the expedition force himself. Therefore, they must participate in this expedition because they will have a smaller set of guards once they leave the capital, which means there will be a higher chance of getting close to him. After some time, Duke Kelterin appeared and wanted everyone to listen and explain that he had been ordered by their great king, one of the 6 heroes of the revolution, to lead this group. They have prepared a lot of rewards that will be distributed based on their performance during this expedition, so he hopes they will do their best and follow his lead. Alishia thought Sihan said the king would come himself, and the protagonist is annoyed because it would be a waste of time and energy if Sech Sengard didn't come. Knowing the king's personality, the protagonist thought he had gotten involved. However, he is sure they will have a better chance of meeting if they make a strong impression there. But it's not worth all the effort they had to put in, and he wondered why he is not coming. While Duke Kelterin sighed because that was difficult to stop the king from joining the expedition in person, and luckily, he left him in charge. Instead, Sech Sengard was infuriated at the group of heretics and wondered how they dared to torment his people, so he wanted to leave this matter to him. He couldn't believe himself, wondering how he had ended up in this mess. He recalled meeting with Trandon, who requested him and explained that this is classified information from the Azure Tower. Since King Sech Sengard must never find out about this, and he can't send the regular army either, so he wanted not to leave this matter to him. Count Kelterin understood and clarified that it doesn't seem like such a difficult task. But most importantly, he can't ignore a request from Trandon, one of the oldest sponsors and representatives of the Azure Tower. Trandon assured him that he would send the men from the 6th floor to assist him, and he would also send the 5 Black Lion Knights who are loyal to him to accompany him so that there could be more than enough troops. He needs the Count to gather some mercenaries worth hiring. Count Kelterin knew that might be a bit annoying, but they would make quick work of one group of heretics, which was worth his time if the Azure Tower became indebted to him. He commenced his journey and told everyone to follow his lead because they were leaving then. On the contrary, the leader of the group of heretics, Racklin, accosted the son and daughter of Hughes, telling them that the non-believers had finally risen against them. They have gathered a large army and are planning to attack the believers. The members thought those foolish non-believers didn't know that death was their path to liberty and freedom, so they weren't afraid of anything. Racklin agreed with them because, according to the teaching of Harris, death is the only way they can escape from this false world. But what Harris desires is not a selfish way to die, like killing themselves. The only kind of death that brings Harris happiness is the death that comes from saving many others. He wanted them to proceed if they had chosen to participate in the trial, and only 3 people stepped forward. Racklin approached them, telling them there was nothing to fear as the others had said, and that they were all worthy of Harris' affection. The girl excitedly affirmed, telling him he was not afraid of death. Racklin smiled and requested that Harris Dragon accept their sincere devotion. A moment later, the dragon emerged and glared at them, sending chills down their spines, and they were astonished to realize that it was her dragon. The girl requested him to accept her devotion, and suddenly, the dragon ate her, and then he headed back inside the cave. All other members were amazed at seeing that God's messenger had accepted the sacrifice and wanted him to show the non-believers the light with the fiery truth. Racklin takes a peaceful breath because he managed to get through the ritual this time as well. But he is using a lot more than he expected. He knew that beasts would listen to him as long as he had the ashes of the heart taken from the imperial family bloodline and enough sacrifices as well. But he wonders how many times he will be able to control that dragon. But he wouldn't be able to fool these morons without it. He guessed he could abandon them when the time comes, but he thinks he will take as much money as possible before that happens. On the other hand, the knight told everyone that they would stay the night there, and it was time to set up camp for everyone, so they started working. Zenon is startled because there is no organization, and everyone is everywhere. This place is ultimately a mess compared to the regular army, so he wonders if they can even fight when there is no one to lead them. Alishia explained that mercenaries don't usually follow set routines on an expedition, but she guessed there is no way a noble knight like him would understand the ways of a humble mercenary. Zenon is annoyed upon hearing the remark of a noble knight. believing it's hypocritical coming from her since she also hails from a privileged background. The protagonists saw them arguing, so they wanted them to be careful and knew that he was the one who was going to suffer if words got out. Zenon apologized for causing trouble, and the protagonist wanted them to grab something to eat because he was hungry. Zenon excitedly told him to leave this to him as it would be ready soon. The protagonist realizes that he is so easy to read and is sure he will make stew. Alishia said that the main priority when traveling is to get enough nutrients. So, the only food that can be prepared quickly without wasting any ingredients is stew. The protagonist is annoyed, wondering why she thinks she needs to explain that, as it will just be a hodgepodge of ingredients. Alishia knew food cooked outdoors always tasted bad, but they must eat something, so the taste wasn't essential. Soon, Zenon prepared the stew, telling them it was ready and that he wanted him to dig in. After eating the stew, the protagonist remarked that it was delicious and inquired if he used the same ingredients to cook it. Zenon explained that it's simply a vegetable stew, nothing special, and just a hobby for him. The protagonist is aware that it's not just a hobby and utters that it's so good that he would have no trouble believing it's food that is fit for a king. Zenon explained that the Rilstein kingdom head chef kept pestering him for the recipe, which was annoying. He thought the chef should be ashamed of himself because everyone knows a chef values his recipes more than his life. The protagonist is confused, asking if he is a chef as he thought he was a knight. Alishia also liked the stew, so she requested him to give her another bowl, and Zenon agreed, so he wanted her to eat up. The protagonist is relieved to see them getting along, and soon it starts raining. Count Kelterin thought it was the worst as they were sleeping in the open, and now it's raining. The protagonist is concerned because the rain makes it harder to sense anything. Zenon agreed because it does make it harder to sense anything when their surroundings are filled with water energy. Alishia thought the second coming of Sihan's main force was made of magical beasts. He thought it meant they didn't have to worry about a sudden attack if it was raining this much because most beasts, even the magical ones, wouldn't come out when it was raining. Even if that is the case, Zenon can't believe they didn't ask anyone to stand watch to escape the rain, so they thought they were letting their guard down a bit too much. He thought if that group's main force is made up of magical beasts, then some people can control those magical beasts. So, he wondered if they could force those magical beasts to come out when it rained. Sihan refused, telling them that it was impossible because there was no way they could make a magical beast go against its natural instinct, regardless of how strong their control was over them. He can't assure them that no magical beast will show up when it's raining this hard, and Zenon understands. But soon, they were informed that they were under attack, which mortified him. The mercenaries informed everyone that the magical beast had appeared, so they wanted everyone to be prepared. The protagonist realizes that things must have changed in the territory over the last 10 years. While they were fighting with those beasts, some of the warriors were confused, wondering how these magical beasts were moving around when it was raining so much. They were sure there was no way they could be controlled to this extent. Another warrior clarified that they are not what they should worry about right now. So, he wanted everyone to get ready for battle and form a circle to get ready to attack. While the monster was attacking them, the warrior was too proud, thinking they might be known as magical beasts, but in reality, they were just some beasts that could use a bit of aura. He rushed to attack the beast, as they had all seen their fair share of battles. They kept attacking the beast, thinking that it was nice, and with this one beast was down, but it got struck instead. The warriors wondered what the matter was and why those monsters were so persistent, because they should have fled by now with those injuries. Abruptly, the protagonist comes forward, telling them that these magical beasts are under someone's control, so they wouldn't stop fighting until they died. He clarified that they have to make sure they know every single one of them, and not take on too many at once. They focus on the ones right in front of them and rush toward them. Suddenly, a knight asked Comrade about the mercenary who was leading the other. Joldarin is aware that he is quite useful, as he also gave clear instructions during all that chaos, so he is not bad and thinks he will come in handy. Later, he lunged toward the beast, landed a substantial strike, and subjugated it. The mercenaries are relieved as that is the last one, and finally, it's over, and they all excitedly cheered on their victory, thinking it served them right. The protagonist is concerned because, in the end, they fought against 44, but none showed any signs of fleeing. He wondered what could have made them act like that. He has never seen anything like that when he fought against the Emperor 10 years ago. that there is a mind control magic powerful enough to force them to ignore their instincts. He glared at the other side, where a few men were gossiping, and realized something was happening. It looked like this wasn't just an expedition to remove some heretics. Meanwhile, Count Kelterin instructed everyone not to let their guard down and said they would be severely punished if anyone was caught falling asleep. The mercenaries got infuriated as they realized he loved to give orders, but all he did was take the knights and hide at the back while they were fighting against the magical beasts. They are sure they wouldn't have suffered so many losses if the Black Lion Knights had fought with them from the start. Zenon also thinks that the so-called commander is pathetic. Alishia agreed because he was only concerned with saving his skin. The protagonist told them to ignore him because he's always been like that. Zenon is startled, wondering if he is someone that Sihan knows. Sihan explained that they knew little about him back then, but he wouldn't say he knew him well as he just heard rumors about him. He remembered that his name then was a superhuman with a sage's body and a wild beast's mind. Zenon is amazed as he doesn't look like that and thinks it should be the other way around. The protagonist refused, telling him that they were just calling him a super weak moron. Since he doesn't have a speck of talent when it comes to fighting, he somehow always manages to survive, and he never thought he had become a count. Zenon never thought people like that existed and started laughing. Alishia wondered if that was the case because she didn't think an incompetent person could become a count. Later, in Jard Village, Count Kelterin praised everyone since they had fought hard in that battle. They would launch a full-scale attack on the second coming of the Sihan group the following day, so he wanted them to rest their weary bodies there and save their strength for the battle to come. The surroundings are thrilled to know they can finally sleep indoors that day. One of the mercenaries thought they had been sleeping in a tent out in the open again, but he had never been treated like this in all his years as a mercenary, so he felt great. The protagonist couldn't believe them as they were full of complaints the previous day. But it looks like people can be fooled easily, no matter where they are from. Zenon accepted him and uttered that he had finished preparing somewhere for them to sleep. The protagonist lies on his bed and tells them to get some proper rest that day. Before he could even see a girl enter the room, he asked if someone called Rilstein was there. The protagonist was annoyed, but he raised his hand and told her it was him. The girl introduced herself, telling him she was Dina Crumble and served Sword Higher Paramin from the Black Lion Knights. She asked him if he could come with her momentarily because the mage Habak and the Sword Higher Jildarin were looking for him, which startled him. Later, Dina told him that the Black Lion Knights and mages were staying at this inn, and that she would leave because it was a confidential meeting. She sees Alishia is impressed because she looks like she is only a bit older than her, but she is already in the fighter ranks, so she thinks geniuses exist. The protagonist changes his appearance using the thousand-face technique, enters the room, tells his name, and asks if he has heard that he is looking for him. Jildarin is glad to see that he is there and instructs him to come inside, and Habak also introduces himself. Jildarin uttered that he came at the right time and wanted him to take a look at this map. He pointed at the marked area and told him this was the heretic's stronghold, and it was roughly half a day's march away. Habak explained that the second coming of the Sihan group possesses an evil method of controlling magical beasts and is sure that he now knows what it is, having experienced it for himself, the precious day. Zenon affirmed as he heard everyone saying that they had never seen a magical beast appear during torrential rainfall. Habak realized that the mercenaries had noticed something strange and asked if he couldn't trust them to keep their mouths shut. The protagonist uttered that it all depends on how much he can fill up his coin pouch. Habak chuckled as he liked how he thought and gave him some gold coins, which should be enough to fill his coin pouches. Zenon is dumbfounded to see that he is offering them gold coins, which are a huge amount of money. Sihan doesn't feel like it because his underwear sold for 100 gold coins, but this must be worth a lot, and he said it would do very nicely. Habak thought it was good and wanted him not to forget what he promised, so he waited to explain the best. The second coming of the Sihan group didn't have a way to manipulate magical beasts, and they were a group of heretics that used dark magic to gain power from sacrificing humans. If magic was based on the system and studies, then dark magic was discovered through obscure and cursed methods. It was excluded from the school of magic since it required the sacrifice of living beings or blood. They have inquired if he is saying their ability to animate magical beasts is a new form of black magic. Habak refused to tell him they didn't possess any dark magic like that. but it was shameful to admit this. However, this is one of the Azure Tower's secrets. He explained that a man named Racklin Proud was a promising mage who rose to the 6th floor of the Azure Tower when he was 37 years old. In recognition of his talent and skills, he was granted the honor of taking part in some classified experiments in the Azure Tower. However, he grew too passionate and made the mistake of allowing some magical beast experiments to escape. After that incident, his position and authority were revoked, and he was sentenced to the curse of the 4 elements. Xenon wondered what it was, and Habak explained that it was a unique execution method from the 4 towers that used elemental magic with 4 attributes: water, fire, and wind. In other words, he received the death penalty, and Xenon is stunned, wondering what kind of experiment it was if he was killed for making a mistake. Habak glared at him, asking if he had not filled his pocket enough. Xenon is mortified to hear this, so he apologizes to him and clarifies that his pockets are plenty heavy. Habak uttered that that was all he needed to know about the matter, so he should keep quiet and listen carefully. They don't know how he did this, but he broke out of prison, creating an even bigger problem as he took one of the magical beasts they were experimenting on and ran away. It was a unique magical beast that could control other magical beasts in the vicinity. The protagonist is surprised to learn that they can control another magical beast. Habak explained that they later discovered that Racklin's biological parents were high-ranking members of this group of heretics. That group is the second coming of Sihan. He is sure that he must have used a magical beast to help the group gain power. Joldarin, the real objective of this expedition is to kill the magical beast and destroy all information related to the Azure Tower. So they invited him there that night because they thought his skills would greatly help them. The protagonist smirked, thinking he was honored with such powerful light and talented mages by his side. He wouldn't worry even if a dragon appeared. Habak told him that he was right. The magical beast they were hunting was a dragon, and it was an earth dragon, which startled Sihan. The following day, the protagonist finally realized why he gave them 10 gold coins, because their target was an earth dragon. He explained it would be a formidable task in his current condition. Xenon can finally see why so many swords and mages are participating in an expedition to wipe out a group of heretics. Sihan thought he should have just refused, but they wouldn't have been in danger now that they knew about the Azure Tower secrets. However, he still wonders whether they will try to silence them once this is over, which startled his comrade. The protagonist knew that it made sense, but they are currently living in peaceful times, and they both look like they haven't thought of this possibility, so they thought they were so naive. But that is the truth. Alishia doesn't think that is a problem, so Xenon tried his luck with them earlier when he asked them about the secret experiments in the Azure Tower. Because if they had been planning to silence them, they wouldn't have kept that a secret from them. She thought they could also assume that was why they had told them what had happened after the incident. But she doesn't think they would both bother explaining all of this to them when they could have just given them orders to follow. She thought they were trying to provide them with as much information as possible and ensure they wouldn't tell anyone. Xenon is surprised as he didn't expect her to notice that, and she clarified that she could pick up on that much. The protagonist was embarrassed to hear this and wondered if he underestimated these two too much. Xenon asked if he would do what they wanted, but Sihan was unsure. However, the right information can sometimes be used to their advantage. So, he thought they might be able to use this intel to get closer to Sech Sengard. After some time, he asked the protagonist if he wasn't tired and asked him to leave it to him as he would do all the laundry. The protagonist asked him if he was planning on putting it in a picture frame, which mortified Xenon, so he clarified that he was joking, as he was almost done while they were conversing. Some ladies came there and were surprised to see that they were both fine young men. She guessed they must be their guest for the capital and is sure it must be uncomfortable for them since their village is so remote. Another lady laughed, thinking it was a good place to eat, so she wanted them to rest before they went. Xenon tied the clothes around his neck, telling them they were heading back first, and then thanked them and the ladies, hoping to see them later. While leaving, Xenon thought that was awkward and that it was hard to match their energy, but he thought they were a lovely bunch of people. While the ladies stared at them, one of them took out the dagger and charged at them. Before the lady could strike Alishia, she noticed their attack, so she immediately attacked her and threw her away, which startled the others. The ladies get annoyed seeing they failed to ambush them, and they figured it out, so they thought they were pitiful non-believers. The protagonist realizes they are religious fanatics, but she wonders how Alishia knew, as she acts like she was expecting it. Alishia clarified that she couldn't know if they were enemies or not. Still, she is just the type to be suspicious when someone tries to approach her. The protagonist supposed that earlier, when these women were talking to them, Alishia might have wondered when these kind and cheerful ladies would try to stab her and thought that the whole time. The protagonist thought that sounded like an exciting way to live, so he thought it was better than dying. The lady furiously grins her teeth, telling him that death is the only true salvation, and only those who believe will be sent to heaven, so she wants those dirty people to die. Alishia wanted them to watch out because they had a strange look in their eyes, and she didn't think they were ordinary old ladies. 10 seconds later, the protagonist eliminates those ladies easily, and Alishia realizes they are just ordinary old ladies. Si-Han uttered, "It's not like anyone can become a berserker, but a warrior has to lose their mind to go berserk, and those who are the warriors." However, he wondered why they targeted them, as it was not like they were key figures from the expedition forces. Zenon saw dark smoke nearby and wanted Si-Han to look over there. Si-Han gets startled, wondering if they are going after everyone from the expedition. He realized this wasn't the time to relax and do their laundry, because pulling off something like this meant that this whole town was crawling with heretics. While the heretics were sure that Si-Han would lead them to heaven and non-believers would go to hell since death is the only path to true freedom, they were all praising Si-Han. Joldarin killed a few of these heretics who thought he would join Harris shortly, and he realized that he lost Jismin. Suddenly, he saw a magical beast charging at him and cursed his fortune. Heretics first attacked him, but now he is also a magical beast. He created an iron wall to protect himself from the magical beast's attacks, so he commanded Ribble to attack. Ribble charges at the magical beast, uses deadly slashes, and kills the magical beast instantly. Joldarin cursed his fortune as there was no end to them, wondering why there were so many magical beasts and if this was the legendary Demon King's castle. Habel cursed those heretics people as it looked like they summoned all the magical beasts from the mountain range. Joldarin asked him if he was serious and if he was saying that the dragon's mind control could reach that far. This means it's a dragon that has lived for over 500 years, which they cannot handle. Habel is certain that the test subject was 100 years old, and to the effects of the experiments, its mind control ability has been enhanced. Joldarin gets worried because that is no different from fighting an older dragon. Habel refused to tell him that its mind control ability might be far more advanced than anticipated, but its aura magic and physical strength wouldn't have changed. Joldarin realized that their expectations were completely wrong, and he realized that the magical beasts were heading to the inn, which was not good because that was where Count Kalterin was hiding. Shortly, the beast broke the inn's wall, which terrified the Count, and he worriedly asked them, as they said he had been safe inside this inn. He kept mumbling, so he told them to leave some guards there and wanted someone to help. Shortly after, the beast is about to attack Dina, but Si-Han intervenes and blocks the attack, which pleases her, while his comrade attacks the other beasts. Joldarin is pleased to see him there as he saves them and asks if it is just those wondering what about the other mercenaries. The protagonist explained they are scattered all over town fighting the heretics. Joldarin cursed his fortune because he knew they had ambushed everyone from the expedition. He requested him to protect Count Kalterin, as they would deal with the magical beasts. Count Kalterin agreed with him and wanted him to hurry up and protect him. The protagonist is annoyed upon hearing this, but suddenly, he senses something heading that way without knowing that the dragon is heading that way. Meanwhile, Joldarin and everyone else are defeating the beast and want everyone to hang on longer because it's almost over. Count Kalterin sighed peacefully as he knew the Black Lion Knight could do it as they wiped out all those magical beasts. However, Si-Han is aware that not that many of the mystical beasts have been killed so far, so he wonders if they ran away. Suddenly, the beast heard some noise, wondering what it was. Joldarin cursed his fortune as he saw the dragon and asked if it had to appear now of all times as he was in even greater danger. The dragon roared and then started attacking them with fire, which the mages tried to block. Knights don't want to panic because they have mages on their side who will create a magical barrier immediately. While the dragon attacked them with massive fire, the mages blocked it using the aqua barrier. The warrior thought they were fortunate as it was about as strong as they anticipated, so their mages should be able to deal with that kind of firepower, and their current forces would be able to deal with it. He thought they wouldn't be that exhausted if they weren't so exhausted from fighting the magical beasts. Joldarin furiously uttered that he knew this plan wouldn't work because it didn't matter how intense the Earth Dragon was if it could control a dozen other magical monsters. Habel explained there was a very low chance that the Earth Dragon could boost its mind control ability, and it was only a 4% chance, so it wouldn't have been possible. Joldarin uttered that it was not that low and asked if he hadn't ever gambled on anything before. However, now that it has happened, so as knights, they will never yield, no matter how exhausted they are, and uttered it's time to sow that evil dragon, what the Black Lion Knights are made of. The dragon roared and then attacked him, but Joldarin created an iron wall to protect it, and used a deadly slash to try to attack it. Zenon is amazed to see the Black Lion Knight's unique defensive skill, the impressive iron wall, and the fact that it can stop the Earth Dragon's attacks. It reminds the protagonist of what Sech Sengard was like in the past. When Sech Sengard uttered, it was about matching his opponent blow for blow. He is sure he will win since his attacks hurt more, and the protagonist gets frightened, wondering why he is trying to fight it as they have to retreat, so wanted him to get back there and stop charging in. The protagonist recalled that time, thought those fools' tactics definitely reminded him of what he was like back then. The protagonist realizes that not only has Sech Sengard's personality stayed the same after all these years, but he is still using the same battle tactics, which means his weakness wouldn't have changed either. He is confident that they won't be able to defeat the Earth Dragon at this rate, so he wants to go and help them. Count Kelterin worriedly inquired what he was talking about as he needed to protect him. Sihan explained that if they die, it will come after them next and kill them. The Count uttered that it was all the more reason to get away from there, and he needed them to get him out of there. Zenon and Alishia couldn't believe he wanted to run away alone when knights and mages were fighting before him. Alishia remarked that she does have the brains of a wild beast. The Count furiously asked them what they were doing as he told them to secure an escape route. He inquired if he would disobey his order when he was free hire. The protagonist is annoyed because he is acting like that now, so he thinks he should knock him out, and his comrade agrees. While the protagonist approached him, Count Kelterin, furious, asked if he was planning on knocking him out and then joining them. The protagonist is amazed to see that he catches on quickly, pushes them away, tells them to stop wasting his time, and leads them as they have to get out of there. Suddenly someone hit the back of his head and made him lose consciousness. Dina wondered where the debris came from and was sure that she would officially become an accomplice with this, so she wanted the protagonist to go. Sihan appreciated Dina for doing a great job, and then he went to help the other knights. Meanwhile, Ribble is exhausted and has reached his limit. Joldarin saw him getting attacked, so he instructed him to watch out. Soon, the dragon attacked them, which threw Ribble away and worried Joldarin as the dragon was about to throw fire at him. However, shortly after, the protagonist attacks the dragon with his comrade and stops it. Joldarin is surprised to see this, and the protagonist explains that they are there to help. The protagonist explained that Count Kelterin was knocked out by some debris that fell and that the sword hire Ribble was safe. Joldarin understood everything and is thankful to him because of him they are saved. Abruptly, he looked at Alishia's hand, which was injured, and inquired if she was hurt. Alishia clarified that she was fine, but explained that the Earth Dragon's body was a lot tougher than she had expected, as she couldn't believe she had gotten hurt when she was the one who had attacked. They have explained that normal attacks wouldn't work against a dragon, as they have to get rid of its thick scales before they attack again, so he wanted everyone to be careful because it won't be easy. Suddenly, they looked at the dragon, who was stunned to see the blood on its face, got scared, and ran away. Alishia asked if it ran away because it got stained with blood and wondered if it was also obsessed with being clean. With this, the second coming of the Sihan raid ended, and a few questions were raised. The heretics thought they were foolish non-believers, so they wanted to let go of them immediately because they followed the true teachings of Sihan. The mercenary got infuriated and wanted them to shut up. He asked how they dared to sully the name of the otherworldly savior, as he would be upset if he heard this. The heretics uttered that Sihan would save them from this torture. The protagonist heard that and thought he was not going to save him. Later, he thought they were nearly done there, and Alishia realized they suffered many casualties during the ambush, and less than 100 people were left in the expedition. They were also lucky that Kelterin didn't remember anything, since their departure from this village had already been delayed by 4 days. She wondered if it meant they had already failed because the higher-ranking heretics would have fled. Si-han uttered that they still got something out of it. The expedition was a success since they captured so many heretics. Alishia wondered if he thought the Earth Dragon and Racklin had run away. Si-han isn't sure, but he thought they were probably hiding somewhere and recovering. Meanwhile, inside the cage, Racklin wondered what the matter was and why the dragon wasn't suddenly listening to his order. Racklin instructed the magical beast to get up, hurry up, and move. He wondered what had happened to the village 4 days before, and he still needed this dragon. He cursed those mages as they dared to try to kill him for making a mistake. He is confident about dealing with all of his pursuers as long as he has his ability and can also settle his score with the mages of the Azure Tower at some point. Then, he wanted to run away and live the rest of his life in luxury with all the money he took from the second coming of the Si-han group. He instructed the Earth Dragon to get up because he had ashes taken from the Emperor's descendants, so he wanted him to eliminate those pursuers. While he tried to use the heart of the Emperor's descendant to command the dragon, it suddenly started burning, and he wondered what was going on. He saw the dragon furiously staring at him since he no longer had the ashes and wondered why this was happening. He looked at the dragon, wondered why the mind control magic had stopped working, and wanted the Earth Dragon to calm down and listen to him. He is startled to see that the dragon didn't listen to him, and he is attacked by it, causing his blood to splatter around, leading to his death. Later, they reached the cave. Habel realized it was quieter than he had expected and thought it would be swarming with magical beasts. Joldarin supposed it might have run out of the mystical beast to control since they had defeated over 100 magical beasts in the few days they had been there. Habel is relieved to hear this, but putting that aside for a moment, he wonders what Count Keltrin is doing there. Since the royal palace can't find out about the existence of the Earth Dragon and Racklin, they thought Joldarin left the Count and the heretics in charge of the heretics. Joldarin clarified that he told him that they were going to take on the Earth Dragon. However, the Count furiously asked if he would leave 1 Black Lion Knight and 2 mages behind as guards. He wondered if Joldarin wanted him to die and uttered that he should at least give him 2 knights and 4 mages before he went. Joldarin clarified that if they left behind that many people, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Earth Dragon, and he would have the mercenaries to protect him as well. But the Count protested, telling him to take the mercenaries with him because those mercenaries only care about money. So, he can't trust them and asks what he is supposed to do if another group of magical beasts appears. Joldarin inquired what he wanted him to do. If he was worried about that, then he should come with them. Count Keltrin immediately agreed, thinking it would be safer to do that instead of staying with mercenaries and heretics. Joldarin is startled to hear that, but the Count thought the Earth might be dangerous again. However, the situation isn't that much better there. So, he thought he would be better off staying close to the most substantial group. So, he told Joldarin that he would risk his life with him and wanted to accompany him, which annoyed him. Habel asked if he was sure that Racklin and the Earth Dragon were inside that cave. Joldarin affirmed as he obtained this information using confession magic on the heretics. Si-han is startled on hearing about the confession magic because that was everyday magic, but they immediately confessed once they used some black powder and wondered what that was made of. As they approached the cave, they sensed a menacing aura coming from there. Joldarin gets information because the Earth Dragon finally shows himself, and everyone wants to get ready for battle. As soon as the dragon came out, he was surprised, wondering if that was the same Earth Dragon they saw last time because it looked bigger now. However, he doesn't know what is going on, but he thinks it shouldn't be a problem, so he wants to show the true might of the Black Lion Knights. Habel gets prepared as they didn't have the chance to show the dragon their magic because they were busy fighting with the magical beast. But now that they have replenished their magic and aura, they will teach him a lesson. He used his skill, Freezing Roar and Chilling Frost, while the other mages used Shard Earth to rise and strike it down to attack the dragon. Xenon realized that the mages deal damage while the knights defend them. Si-han thought that was a good combination, but he doubted they would be needed when using those attacks, and he was startled to see that it didn't harm the dragon. The mages are also dumbfounded to see it unscathed and wonder what just happened as their magic disappears, which is almost like 'tis an otherworldly being. Abruptly, the Earth Dragon attacks them with its substantial flames, thus subduing many of them. Joldarin is startled to see Barik and Periman subdued and wonders what is going on, and the Count starts crying worriedly. The protagonist realizes it is not like the Ignis wolf they ran into last time, and his magic nullification doesn't seem to be working. He realized they had just lost 4 mages and 2 knights to that attack, and the other mages would be useless since magic didn't affect them. This leaves 3 Black Lion Knights as their main force, and he is worried that they will be wiped out at this rate. Si-Han doesn't have a choice, but he knows they might figure out his true identity, but he wants to worry about that once he saves everyone. As the protagonist emits a tremendous aura, Alishia gets startled, wondering what is with all that aura. Zenon is startled as he recognizes that it is the otherworldly savior's unique skill, which has been passed down as a legend in Terranner, Sky Piercer. The protagonist uses his skill, Sky Piercer, to rush toward the dragon and attack it. Joldarin is stunned to see Si-Han attacking the dragon single-handedly. Alishia is shocked to see that it is so powerful, and Zenon concurs, telling her that the Sky Piercer skill is said to have been developed by the otherworldly savior to use against the Emperor's magical beings. This skill is more potent than any other aura technique, so it certainly will be amazing. Meanwhile, the protagonist is worried because he still doesn't have enough aura, as it's nowhere near the power he used to have. However, that was the only skill he could use right now, as it could penetrate the dragon's scales, so he kept attacking it. Ribble is stunned on seeing this, wondering how Si-Han is fighting that dragon himself, and inquires who that mercenary is. Joldarin is also unaware, but one thing is certain. He is a lot stronger than them. He abruptly told the protagonists they would back him up, and they all rushed to support him. Count Kelterin is stunned by this, as he recognizes the aura skill that Si-Han is using. As soon as the dragon noticed the other mercenaries were approaching, it started wagging its tail to keep them away. The protagonist exploits it by being distracted, charges at it, and utters that dragons are tough. While he is rushing at the dragon, it throws its flame at him to burn him alive. Ribble is stunned by this and wants him to watch out as he thinks the Earth Dragon is unleashing all of its power now. The protagonist knew that the attack was much stronger than its previous attack, so if his magic nullification ability didn't work against it, then he would have died. He approached the dragon, soon using the Sky Piercer roar of the mountain, deadly dragon blade. Alishia is stunned to see the tremendous aura around Si-Han's sword. They struck at the Earth Dragon's head, making a significant impact with 1,000 explosive strikes and killing it. All the knights and mages were stunned to see how he had defeated the dragon alone. Si-Han knew that would get everyone's attention, but he didn't have a choice, and he couldn't complain if they figured out who he was after what he just did. Habel remarked that he was incredible as he defeated the Earth Dragon all by himself, which startled the protagonist. Ribble inquired why he is a free mercenary when he is that talented because his skills are exceptional. The protagonist wondered if it could be that he looked quite skilled in their eyes instead of resembling the hero in the legend because he is a lot weaker than he was back then, even though he is using the same skill. But he can see why they might think he could have defeated the dragon in one hit if he had his original power. Si-Han doesn't know whether he should be happy or sad about this, and he is glad that no one noticed anything. Joldarin inquired why he was hiding his skills because his skills, swordsmanship, and the amount of aura he possesses rival the Black Lion Knight. He wanted to be honest, as he thought Si-Han was much stronger than them, so he wondered why he was pretending to be a fighter with a higher sword. Abruptly, Zenon covered him, telling Joldarin that he had no bad intentions. He explained that Si-Han has been training in the mountains and has only recently become a mercenary, so he doesn't know much about the world. That is why he advised Si-Han to start as a fighter rank so that he could gain some experience first. Furthermore, it is pretty standard for lower-ranking swordsmen to hide some of their skills. The knights are stunned, knowing that Si-Han is his senior, and they can't believe he is younger than him. Joldarin finally understands why a knight's rank sword has been so polite to him. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that he was only defeated thanks to all of them, as he had just gotten lucky, but he guessed he had done his best. He clarified that he is flattering, but would instead get some extra money for his hard work. Joldarin chuckles on hearing this and assures him he will receive a suitable reward once they return to the royal capital. After he left, the protagonist took a deep breath and thanked Zenon for saving him this time. Zenon clarified that it was all right, and that he couldn't let him get caught there when he put so much effort into pretending to be weak. He is impressed that he only used enough power to defeat the dragon. Alishia is stunned by this and asks if he didn't tell him he had lost his power. Si-Han uttered that he can't just go around telling everyone about his weakness and is sure that she will understand if she ever gets betrayed by her friend. And he told her because he didn't have a choice. But he is glad it all ended well, and they didn't figure out who he was, but it was a bit of a gamble to use Sky Piercer in front of so many people. He is sure that people at this level wouldn't be able to recognize him, even if they knew him, unless they have a keen eye. Alishia thinks that she sees someone who has figured it out as his acquaintance, and he seems to catch on quickly. The protagonist looks at Count Kelterin, curses his fortune as the wrong guy, and figures it out. That marked the end of the expedition to wipe out the second coming of the Si-Han group. 4 higher-ranking mages were killed during the battle against the Earth Dragon, and 2 Black Lion Knights were left in critical condition. One of them was Dina's master, who had walled up her eyes, and she kept calling her master. Raklin's body was discovered inside the cave, so the mages burned Raklin's body and the Earth Dragon's corpse to remove all traces of them. Si-Han realized it was possible to use magic on the dragon's corpse. Now that he thinks about it, after they killed the Ignis wolves, their corpses disappeared, which is normal for otherworldly beasts. But the magical beast was able to attack him with magic, so he is sure this isn't just a coincidence. But the male Ignis wolf corpse didn't disappear either, making him wonder why. After wrapping things up, Jaldrin groups returned to Jard village and rejoined the main force. They planned to spend a night in the village and return to the kingdom. The protagonist visited Count Kelterin that night, which sent chills down his body. He greeted the Count and wanted to have a moment of his time. Count Kelterin is concerned, yet he agrees and accosts him with his fake name. He asked what the matter was, as he thought he had been resting since the journey wouldn't be easy the following day. The protagonist furiously instructed him to speak, which terrified Count Kelterin, and he called him by his actual name and apologized to him. The protagonist smirked as he heard his real name uttered, which he knew would help him figure out who he is. Later, they were inside his room, and Count Kelterin inquired if he was Si-Han. The protagonist is astounded as he figures it out, even though he is not a sword master. Count Kelterin is confident that he wouldn't remember him, but he has met him a couple of times and still can't remember watching him fight during the revolution. Although he wasn't completely confident because his aura is much lower than it was back then, he didn't know that he had returned to Terranner. However, he wondered why Si-Han disguised himself when he won the war, and he shouldn't have any enemies left. He wondered why he needed to hide his identity, and supposed it could simply be that he didn't want other people to recognize him. However, he thought Si-Han was far too worried about getting his identity exposed for that to be the reason. It's almost as if he still has enemies and asks if he still has foes in Terranner. Si-Han found it interesting and asked what made him say that. Count Kelterin wanted to be honest that a rumor was spreading through the army after he returned to Earth without saying anything. The rumors were that the other 6 revolution heroes were jealous of his power and forced him to return to Earth. However, no one paid attention to this because there was no reason, as the heroes of the revolution were no fools. Furthermore, it sounds like a get-together if all they did was send him back to Earth, but seeing him today made him think of that rumor again. The protagonist stared at him, impressed as he almost figured out the truth just based on the fact that he was hiding his identity. This makes him wonder why people say he has the brain of a wild beast when he is this smart. The protagonist sighed, asking him what he would do if that rumor were true. Count Kelterin thought Si-Han and Sech Sengard were companions, so he would be safe if he became his right-hand man. However, if the rumor about the heroes betraying Si-Han is true, he has returned to get revenge. So he was hiding his identity because he couldn't fight all 6 heroes, even if he was the otherworldly savior. In that case, someone like him, who has discovered his true identity and works for one of the heroes who betrayed Si-Han, is in danger. He immediately bowed before him, requesting him to spare him, and wanted his otherworldly savior not to kill him. If he dies, then his elderly mother and 3-year-old child will have to live on the streets. He hasn't been able to get married, so he can't just die like this. The protagonist is stunned when he hears his excuse. He says he has never been married, but still has a 3-year-old child. He supposed that might be why the people say he has the intelligence of a wild beast, since the Count is the type of person who can't think straight when scared. While Count Kelterin is requesting him to spare his life, the protagonist smirked, thinking he needed to feel safe to think properly, and he could see why he didn't stand out when they were fighting against the Imperial army. He instructed Kelterin to get up as he wasn't going to kill him in the first place. Count Kelterin is pleased to hear this, so he happily expresses his gratitude to him and clarifies that if he spared him, he promises to do his best as he doesn't care about such Sengard. However, Si-Han explained that he was not planning on letting him walk away, and Count Kelterin wondered what he meant. The protagonist infused his mana at his hand and immediately punched Count Kelterin. Count Kelterin is stunned as he thinks he is dying, but soon realizes that it didn't hurt and inquires what he has done. The protagonist asked if he had ever heard of detonation, which scared Count Kelterin. Detonation is a skill where the user plants an aura in the target body, and they can detonate that aura at any time, which is one of the otherworldly savior's unique skills. The protagonist can only use this skill on 3 people at any one time, and the downside is that it doesn't work on swords or mages. Now, there is no better skill to ensure people keep their mouths shut. So now, the fate of Count Kelterin's life rests in his hands, and he clarifies that he will release him once he feels like he is trustworthy. Count Kelterin signed after hearing this, and he is relieved. The protagonist is confused, so he asks if he didn't hear what he just said, that he would die if he disobeyed him. Count Kelterin affirmed, but he knew that Si-Han could decide whether he wanted to use that detonation skill. He is confident it wouldn't explode if he did his best and wants Si-Han not to worry about him betraying him. The scariest thing about serving someone is if they doubt him when he hasn't done anything. So, he assures the protagonist that his wish is his command and that he will do his best. The protagonist knew that his life was on the line, but he thought he would have to betray such Sengard now, so he asked if that didn't worry him. Count Kelterin wondered why he would be worried, because in a situation where he has to choose between siding with the otherworldly savior or the destroyers of the world, since there is no way he would choose those who seek to destroy the world. After some time, he came out, and Alishia realized that his talk had gone well. The protagonist affirmed, so he thanked her for keeping watch. Alishia thought he said he was a lot weaker now, so he wondered why he used detonation when that skill uses a lot of ori. The protagonist clarified it doesn't matter because a skill like detonation doesn't exist, since there is no way a skill that allows the user to blow people up at will would actually exist. The goal is to put psychological pressure on them. So, Alishia inquired if one of the most famous unique skills the otherworldly savior uses is fake, but she has also read about it in the book. The protagonist made sure that word got out because it became more effective as more people jumped to their own conclusions about it. So the fact that it has some restrictions makes it more believable. Alishia felt like she was scammed, and Si-Han was glad they decided to join this expedition to wipe out the heretics because now he had a card up his sleeve. But he also has a few questions about what the Earth Dragon was. It reminded him of the Ignis wolf they encountered in Vaiklon territory. They are both magical beasts from Terranner, yet they possess the characteristics of otherworldly beings. They said that the Azure Tower experimented on that Earth Dragon, so he wondered if that meant they experimented on the Ignis wolf, but something didn't feel right about that. Alishia agreed because she was also reminded of something on her mind and asked if he remembered the black powder that Habel used. The protagonist inquired if she meant that sinister powder he used alongside his confession magic, but he had no idea what that was because it completely got past any resistance they were putting up in their minds. Alishia refused to tell him that was not what she was talking about, but she felt something strange the moment she saw him use that powder. She felt like her skin was crawling, which was an ominous and horrifying sensation. But she didn't know how to explain it, which made her want to cry for some reason. On the contrary, Rilstein was with another Imperial descendant and told him to kill himself while using the black powder. The man obediently grabbed the sword, brought it near his neck, and trembled. The man saw his wife before his eyes, asking her what he had done, then killed himself. Rilstein realized that he couldn't force them to kill themselves, no matter how much he surprised their instinct, so he wondered if this was the best he could do, even if he used higher-grade ashes. With the flicker of his hand, he burned that man's corpse into ashes and supposed it wasn't easy to gain complete control of someone's mind. At the same time, at the royal capital Ratensel, such Sengard is dumbfounded on discovering that they fought against an earth dragon. He supposed it was just a simple expedition to wipe out the heretics. Count Kelterin affirmed, telling him that a 300-year-old earth dragon lived in the Baruselt region. The expedition was a success, but 2 Black Lion Knights suffered critical injuries and may never recover. Due to Lord Trandon's request, he cannot tell the king about the Azure Tower's involvement. Count Kelterin explained that the heretics had been spreading rumors that they were behind the Earth Dragon's actions. Sech Sengard gets infuriated as he thinks he shouldn't have listened to the Count. Since he would have had to fight a 300-year-old dragon, he would have gone along if he had known this would happen. Count Kelterin apologized to him, but Sech Sengard said it was fine as he did not know what would happen. Commander Berkeley also heard that some people stood out, so he asked Joldarin what he thought of them. Joldarin remarked that they were impressive and so talented that he would ask them to join the Black Lion Knight, but they had already agreed to become Kelterin Knights. Commander Berkeley gets annoyed as he was looking forward to recruiting some new talent in the Black Lion Knights when he said they were skilled. But he supposes they must value money more than honor and pride. He rambled that unprincipled fools don't belong among the Black Lion Knights and thought Joldarin was wrong about them. Meanwhile, at the royal capital, Ratinsel's main street, Count Kelterin uttered that he had done everything he ordered. Since Sihan asked for a suitable rank and position along with a safe place to use as his base. So we have appointed Sihan, Sword Hire Zinan, and Alishia as his personal knights, and he used his fake names as requested. He has also prepared an unassuming residence that doesn't stand out for him to use as his base. The protagonist is impressed by learning this, so told Kelterin that he did great work and asks if he should kneel and pledge his allegiance to him now. Count Kelterin refused to tell him that he would never dream of asking him to do that. He is already terrified about having to act disrespectfully to him in front of other people. More importantly, if Sihan came back to get his revenge on the 6 heroes of the revolution, then he needed to know when he was going to kill Sech Sengard. The protagonist laughed at learning that he thought he would kill Sech Sengard himself and asked why he would kill him when all he did was beat him. He was, of course, robbed of their friendship, trust, memories, and all the blood, sweat, and tears they shed fighting together. He supposed he should thank them for returning him home in one piece and asked the Count if he was right. The protagonist clarified that he would not kill them no matter what happened. Meanwhile, Sech Sengard recalled the past when Safarin was sitting sad at the corner after a battle. Sech Sengard saw this, so he asked what he was doing there all by himself because the battle was over. He wondered why he wasn't celebrating with a drink. Safarin uttered they didn't win this battle thanks to their strength and asked him if he knew who ruled over this place. Sech Sengard remembers it was the Emperor's half-brother and remembered that his name was Grus. He is sure that he must have been furious as his eyes were still wide open with rage when his head went flying. Safarin is sure that he was upset because he was betrayed by someone he trusted. He is sure they couldn't have won if the Emperor had sent reinforcements. So, he is sure that Sech Sengard could see this victory result from the Emperor using them to eliminate a political rival. Sech Sengard guess blood ties mean nothing to those in power, but they won anyway, so it doesn't matter. Safarin was jealous of his simple way of thinking in this situation. Sech Sengard suggested he should stop worrying so much and live a little. Otherwise, he might ruin his pretty face. What that drown? Safarin wanted to ask him about something he had never thought about, but Sech Sengard refused. Safarin got infuriated as he hadn't even said anything yet but still refused. Sech Sengard didn't have ever thought about it, but whatever it may be, Safarin is the brain of the operation, and he is just the guy that runs around waving a sword. Safarin smirked and told him that as he was saying, "What do you think will happen if they manage to defeat the Emperor and destroy his empire?" Sech Sengard is sure peace will be restored. But Safarin doesn't mean anything as soon as that happens, as he wants to be more realistic. Once the empire falls, someone will become the king of Terranner and rule over them. So, he asked Sech Sengard who he thought would take the throne. Sech Sengard is sure it might be Sihan since he is a great guy, and has heard that he will not return to Earth once everything is over. Safarin knew he was right, but he was worried that if Sihan did that, he thought they could stay as his friends, which started Sech Sengard. He uttered that the Grand Duke Grus trusted his siblings, but was beheaded while cursing his older brother, so he wondered whether they would end up like him as well. Presently, Sech Sengard opened his eyes, wondering if that was a dream and supposed he must have fallen asleep during his training. He tried to recall if it had already been 10 years since that day and knew their decision was not right back then. While thinking, he heard his men stopping someone and telling him the king was still training. The men were concerned because His Majesty strictly gave them orders that he would not be disturbed during training. Ains shouted at them, telling them to get out of his way, and entered the training area. Sech Sengard stood and wiped the dust, pleased to see Ains after a while, and asked what the matter was. Ains heard that he is constructing a new building near Nam Hwa Palace, so he asked why he was using enormous money and resources to build a new palace for his royal concubines instead of using their existing buildings. Sech Sengard explained that the heating isn't very good in Nam Hwa Palace, as they said it gets cold in the winter. Since his cute little kittens stay in that palace, it is so natural that it must be bigger and fancier. Ains furiously inquired if that was the only reason why he had ordered their citizens to carry out this construction during such a busy time. He uttered that it was no different from what the emperor would do, but he stayed silent as he realized he had made a mistake. Sech Sengard furiously stared at him, wanted him to watch what he said, and clarified that he could forgive him this one time. But there are some things he wouldn't tolerate, even if Ain Rettenberg is his son. He wanted Ains to try saying that one more time and asked who he said he was acting like. Ains elucidated that the citizens are crying out in pain from the punishing schedule and the severe labor they have been tasked with. The heretics are taking advantage of the situation and running amok in the kingdom, so he asks his father how it differs from the emperor's reign. Sech Sengard gets infuriated by this, telling him to stay quiet and asking how he dared to ask him that, as he doesn't know what life was like back then. His aura pushed Ains down, so he told him he had enough of him and wanted him to get out of sight. Ains clarified that he had said everything he wanted to say, so he tried to take his leave now, and he left. Sech Sengard realized his son was so weak that he couldn't handle this much aura. When he was branded as a traitor by the emperor, his parents were slain, and even the woman he loved was executed. After the world changed and he returned to his homeland, he found the sole survivor of his bloodline, but his son didn't have the talent to become a sword hire. He has a timid personality, and his body is thin and slender, while Sech Sengard would have already reached master level at his age. Sech Sengard realized that Ains might be his son, but he was so different from him and wondered if he went too easy on him while he raised him. On the other side, at Kelteran Mansion, in a nondescript building behind the mansion. Xenon thought this place was incredible because it might look simple on the outside, but so fancy on the inside. The protagonist is also impressed because it has a secret passage that is perfect for getting in and out without anyone knowing. He wondered how Kelteran managed to prepare a building that perfectly suited his needs when it had only been a few days since his request. Count Kelteran wanted to be honest that he hadn't been able to get married yet, so he prepared this house in advance for when he met a woman he liked. The protagonist gets annoyed, telling him that kidnapping is still a crime, and asks if he wants him to blow him up. Kelteran explained it's not like that since he is not the most loyal retainer, he could be exposed to various dangers. However, he wanted to start his own family, and they could be in danger, too, so he prepared a safe house in advance. Sihan can't believe that he just admitted that he is not a loyal retainer and clarified that he is getting ahead of himself as he should get married first. Xenon clarified that he sold the house they were living in because they didn't need it anymore, but for some reason, it sold for more than they bought it for. The protagonist thought it was a great return on their remodeling investment, and he guessed they wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Kelteran wondered why he would worry when he had him by his side and requested that he let him know if he needed anything. The protagonist smirked at hearing this and was glad he had listened to Alishia. He wanted Kelteran to stop calling him sir at first, but it's clear that he knew where he stood because he told him to be respectful. Alishia thought that it was good because there was a reason why the royal family and the military had fixed titles. People are likelier to learn about their place through simple things like titles or how they address him. If he can speak to him casually, he will subconsciously view him as his equal, especially given his personality. The protagonist understood as he is not familiar with how this works, but he is surprised that she cared about this kind of thing, but it is not like it has anything to do with her. Alishia blushed, telling him it hadn't happened before, but now that was not the case, which confused Sihan. She told him to forget about it, but now that Kelteran was speaking respectfully to him, she wondered if he also wanted her and Xenon to be more respectful. She has refused to tell her that there might be times when they have to speak formally, but he doesn't want her or Xenon to be so formal when they talk to him. She thanked him but inquired why he asked her to come there. Si-han almost forgot that she asked if she wanted to learn some magic. He feels like she has the talent to learn magic, but her talent for magic might surpass her ability to use aura. Even though she might only have been indirectly involved, she could still summon him from Earth, and he asked what she thought about it. Alishia doesn't know but thought it would be nice to be able to use magic and aura. But she doesn't think she is in a position to learn magic, because she doubts that the Four Towers will accept someone from the Rusklin bloodline. The protagonist smirked, asking what she was talking about because a powerful mage was standing right before her. Otherworldly savior Si-han is a warrior god sword, a higher and 9th floor master mage. He asked her if she knew the basic concept behind magic, and she confirmed that she had a basic understanding. Magic is essentially made up of 3 languages, and the first is the language of runes, which is used to manipulate mana. The second language is spells and blueprints for converting the projected mana into magic. With this, the flame's father is at his fingertips and burns bright, forming a magical fire. The third and final languages activate the trigger that activates magic. After explaining this, he clarified that is how it works, but wanted her to know that these are just the basic concepts. So, she can't skip all of that once she gets used to it, but it depends on her skill level and experience. However, it doesn't matter how smart she is, it's just not possible to memorize the vast amount of knowledge and information surrounding magic, so there is something she must have to use magic. He moved his hand forward and told her that it was a spell book, which was a magical book that recorded a mage's knowledge and wisdom, so she needed to create one of these to start using magic. Alishia is surprised that even though she has met a lot of mages before, it's her first time seeing something like that. Si-han rambled that usually, other people can't see it, so he wanted her to think of it as a mage safe since it contains all their knowledge and wisdom. A mage's posture looks like this because they are searching for the enchanter they want to use in their spell book, which is called a hand sign or a somatic motion. Alishia finally realized why they did this, and Si-han uttered that the National College entrance exam was easy because he was the only one who could see the spell book. She wondered about the National College entrance exams and if aura and magic don't exist on Earth. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that people on Earth can't use magic. Alishia is a bit confused because Si-han was able to use magic on Earth, which means that it's possible to use magic on Earth. So she wonders why magic hasn't become more developed on Earth. Si-han wasn't sure, as he thought that was just how it was, but she had made him curious. He only gained the ability to feel and manipulate energy as a side effect from crossing between dimensions, so maybe the people from Earth never had the ability to sense it. Alishia understood it and wondered if he was the best person on Earth. The protagonist gets startled, wondering if she is always so interested in Earth as it's his first time seeing this side of her. She asked him what he did when he returned to Earth, which turned him pale. The protagonist recalled when he was teleported to South Korea, and everyone gathered around him wondering why he was naked. Some of the people thought he might have lost his mind, so they wanted to call the police. They wondered what he was doing in the middle of the street, completely naked. Abruptly, the protagonist opened his eyes and couldn't understand why his friends did that. After that, he arrived at the police station, where the people were gossiping about the stripped young man who was found lying in front of Gwang Hwa Mun. Another officer affirmed that he thought he must have gotten drunk because he wasn't making sense on the way there. The officer heard he was reported missing 3 years ago, but it's clear he just ran away from home. So, considering that his parents are divorced, and his grades are terrible as well, he is not surprised that Si-han turned out like this. While the officer was making his report, he asked where he was and what he had been doing for the past 3 years. The protagonist clarified that he doesn't remember, but the officer furiously uttered not to give him that nonsense and quit lying. Soon, the protagonist hypnotized him, and the officer started writing that he didn't remember anything, so he told him to speak to someone about that. The protagonist is surprised to learn he can still use magic on Earth. He didn't want this to get out of hand, so he tried to lie to the people in charge of this case and leave. After some time, he went out of the police station and was surprised to see his father waiting outside. Later, in an apartment somewhere in Daejeon Si-han's house, his father furiously asked him where he had been and what he had been doing. He gets concerned since he hasn't contacted his father or attended school for 3 years. He can't believe his son is a middle school dropout, which makes him embarrassed. He wondered what this nonsense was about being a streaker as he couldn't show his face in public because of him. The protagonist sighed because his father hadn't changed at all, but he wanted an emotional reunion. He hadn't seen him for 3 years, and the first thing he did was hurl abuse. Si-han missed Earth and wanted to return during his 3 years in Terranner. But that is only because he had no internet, a TV, a computer, hot water, or heating. It is not because he missed his family or home. He remembers why now, because his father doesn't care about him. His father clarified that it was not too late for him to go to school as he would have to pay for a cram school, so he wanted him to study hard. He wanted Si-han to take a GED, high school, and go to a university in Seoul because he didn't want him to tarnish his reputation anymore. The protagonist agrees, and his father instructs him to act together, as he is worthless if he doesn't attend a good university. He wanted him to run away again if he couldn't even do that. The protagonist knew there was no point in trying to talk to him as he fought as hard as he could, and he put his life on the line to protect the future he dreamed of having with his companions, but he lost everything and was banished. Therefore, he wanted to go back, so he wanted those foolish companions to wait. He swore he would find a way back and pay them for betraying him. 1 year later, Si-han merely pretended to attend the cram school. He shut himself in his room and spent hours poring over the magic and knowledge he had gained in Terranner, searching for a way to go back. Si-han could cheat using the spell book and solve questions he didn't understand. He quickly passed the GED and even received a letter of acceptance from a prestigious university in Seoul. This makes his father happy, thinking he might have finally come to his senses since he got into a prestigious university in Seoul, and he is pleased because he can finally hold his head up high. The protagonist uttered that he had done what his father asked and restored his reputation, so he wanted to move out now. He is willing to pay for his university fees and living expenses, so he wants his father never to contact him again. His father is shocked to learn this, telling him that he looks down on this world too much and asks if he really thinks it's easy to survive in their society. He remarked that he is an ungrateful child and wanted to see how well that goes for him. Si-han thought his father thought he was looking down on the world and guessed he was right. He possessed abilities beyond human understanding because he could use aura and magic. Earning money was easy since he could use aura. For example, he could use aura to control how quickly the racehorses run at a racetrack and manipulate who is in the races. Si-han had gathered enough assets to live off in less than a year for the rest of his life. But he hasn't made any progress toward his main goal, and he still doesn't know how to go back to Terranner, and he only managed to create a hole in this dimension. He can travel to another dimension now, but he still can't choose which dimension he will end up in. He knows trying to find Terranner among the countless number of dimensions out there is like looking for an oasis in a desert. However, it is not about success or failure right now, but he doesn't have any specific leads, so he hasn't been able to find any clue. At this rate, he is concerned that it would take him 10 years, and he might have to search until he dies. Si-han's firm resolve began to wear down over time as reality started to dawn on him. This makes him wonder if he should be angry about what happened. That is because it's not like they tried to kill him, but they just sent him back home. He gradually started to make his peace with the past, and he thought it was not like his relationship with Levina was definitely going to work out. He started to rationalize what happened and made excuses, thinking they might have betrayed him, but he guesses it's understandable to a certain extent. The protagonist's endless rage simmered down, and he was slowly consumed by the deadly poison known as forgiveness because there was no way he could return to Terranner. 3 years after he had returned to Earth, Si-han decided to try and adapt to his new reality, so he tried to make some friends at university. After avoiding all human contact when he first came back, he stopped having frequent nightmares about Terranner after completing his military training because his nightmares had been replaced, and he had nightmares about going back to the military instead. He even considered using his abilities for the greater good, as the movie heroes do. But he had neither the will nor the desire to pursue that goal since he had already fought for justice and paid the price for it. The new connections he formed with others felt meaningless, and his feelings of emptiness grew as the days passed. He grew bored as everything in life was no longer a challenge, and he felt like he was stumbling around in the dark with no way out. But then, one day, it was like a bolt of lightning, and he felt a familiar energy, which made him wonder if that was the magic form of Terranner. He immediately rushed out of the gym, wondering why this happened suddenly. Si-han doesn't know why. but he felt traces of magic from the terrain for a moment. And this is what he has been struggling to find, so he can use this to travel across the dimension. The protagonist is pleased by the thought that he might be able to return to Terranner. Si-han did everything he could to find a way back to Terranner, but it was impossible. Since there was no way to ensure he ended up in Terranner after crossing over the dimension, every cloud has a silver lining. While rushing there, the protagonist is sure that this magic is from Terranner, which somehow crossed the dimensions and reached Earth. This makes him wonder what that has to do with him because he has already decided to live on Earth. He thought he had left that all behind and forgiven them, but he wouldn't be feeling this way if that was true. However, in reality, the protagonist hasn't forgiven them. He has just given up because he thinks there is no way to return. But this time is different, so he is confident he might be able to return, and he doesn't want to give up this time. He dropped out of university afterward, began researching how to travel across dimensions again, and started gathering his aura and magic again. The protagonist knew he might have a clue now, but creating a dimensional gate would still be challenging. But this is the first time he has been so excited since he returned. After that, time went by, and he managed to create a dimensional gate that linked Earth to Terranner. He finally achieved his goal 10 years after he returned to Earth, and is delighted because he finally did it so that he can go back to Terranner now. He didn't want to forgive them because he understood why they might have tried to banish him, but he would only forgive them once he took away everything they gained from betraying him, so he wanted those traitors to wait. At the present moment, the protagonist explained that he just did a few things there. Since life on Earth is pretty easy if he can use aura and magic, he doesn't want to tell her about the bad stuff. Alishia understood it, so she smiled, which confused Si-han. After some time, he asked her how her training was going, and if she was feeling anything. She affirmed but clarified that it felt strange, and she explained that she was now sensing her mana. The basic concept of magic might be necessary, but the key thing is learning how to feel that mana by herself. He wanted her to try her best because she would be able to hide traces of the summoning spell in no time once she reached the same level as a third-floor mage. He is stunned, wondering if that is all it takes to use that spell, and Si-han affirms, asking her how she thinks he could use it when he arrives with his pitifully low amount of magic. He is sure it's not that hard to do, especially since she is hiding it, not getting rid of it. He clarified that she doesn't have to follow him once she learns how to do that. She is startled, so she inquires if she is free to go once she learns how to do that. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that he doesn't want to keep her there if there is a chance for her to leave. He hoped that she wouldn't cause trouble for anyone and lead a quiet life, but knowing her, he was sure she would be fine. Alishia thought for a while, then asked if it would help if she stayed by his side. The protagonist affirmed, telling her she is the only person he can trust in Terranner, so he would be grateful if she helped him. Alishia pondered and inquired what he was planning to do once he got his revenge, and if he would settle down in this world as he did 10 years ago. Si-han clarified that his circumstances have changed, so he no longer has any attachment to Terranner. The only reason he came back was to deal with some unfinished business because he had to get over his past to move forward, so he would return to Korea after getting revenge. Alishia gets stunned, asking if he is going to burn someone's heart to go back to Korea. Si-han gets infuriated, asking her what she takes him for, as he will return the same way he came. He got lucky when he found a way to travel to Terranner from Earth, but going back is simple. With the flicker of his finger, he opened the dimension, telling her that the dimensional gate was still open as she could see, but he didn't know where it was connected right now. He doesn't need specific coordinates to return to Earth since he came from the original Earth. However, the problem is where he might end up on Earth again, and he recalls that unforgettable memory from Hwa. He thought he didn't have to worry about that anymore because he had already laid a return magic circle in Korea, so he refused to put on another strip show in Hwa. Alishia realized that truly traumatized him. She became gloomy and then told him that she was not leaving. Since she is the cursed emperor's daughter, she has no future as long as she lives in Terranner, but that is not the case if she goes to another world. So she wanted to help him get his revenge, but in return, when everything was over, she wanted him to take her with him when he went back to Earth. On the contrary, at the Rettenberg castle, Ains asked Queen Layla what she was doing there alone. Queen Layla is stunned to see Ains there and utters that the weather is so nice that day. Ains is concerned because no ladies are waiting to attend to her, so it's dangerous to be alone. Queen Layla clarified that she was alright because she might be the queen, but her title was just for show since she had no power or influence, so she wouldn't be in danger. She uttered that it might be different if His Majesty loved her, but there is no way he had been interested in her when he married her out of convenience, and he has his young and pretty concubine. Ains hugged her because he was glad his father was not interested in her. Queen Layla gets concerned, telling him it's inappropriate, and is worried that someone might see them, but he clarifies that no one is around. Later, inside the castle, he instructed Count Kelterin to come out instead of hiding and asked what he was doing there. Count Kelterin smirked cunningly and told him that he had some good intel for him. Later, the protagonist eats a pill and is annoyed because he expected it to be sweet. Zenon said that he made some sauce, so he was sure it would taste better if he had it with this, and he realized it was delicious. Alishia realized that this medicine is amazing as she has been taking a couple of these a day and can immediately feel their effects on her body. These are aura-boosting pellets, an exclusive medicine for swords that supplements the amount of aura gained from training. Though these pellets are effective, they are also costly, and thanks to Kelterin, they can have as many as they like. Sihan realized that having a lot of money surely has its perks, because he is receiving a lot more aura than he expected, and he has finally reached master level again. He is pleased because, at his rate, it wouldn't be long before he can take on Sech Sengard. After some time, the protagonist arrives at the room where Kelterin is waiting, and the maid informs him of his arrival. Kelterin pretended to get infuriated at him, telling him he was late and asking if he knew how long he had been waiting. He instructed him to come inside immediately and the rest to get out, so the maid affirmed. After the maid left, Count Kelterin bowed before him, welcoming him back. The protagonist found it amusing, telling him that his acting has really improved, as it's almost like he means it. Count Kelterin laughed, telling him that is what the situation called for. The protagonist inquired if he did what he asked, and the Count affirmed, telling him that he prepared a list for him. He handed him the list of all the people with reason to stand up to Sech Sengard and the power to do so. He added that Sihan can reveal his identity and turn everyone against Sech Sengard. However, that would also give the other monarchs time to make preparations against him, and even he might struggle if the remaining 5 kingdoms decide to work together. Therefore, Count Kelterin thought he might wish to create a situation where the citizens led an uprising against the tyrant Sech Sengard without revealing his true identity, so he thought it was a great idea. Sihan reminded him this is not what Sech Sengard's current personal advisor should say, since Sech Sengard doesn't seem to have as many enemies as he anticipated. He thought he had been facing a lot more opposition, especially when he considered how he was ruling over the country. He wondered if people were overlooking his behavior because he was a revolution hero. Count Kelterin explained that it's part of the reason, but he also has the army under his command and manages the armed forces. These forces include all the Black Lion Knights and the 30,000 regular troops in the army, so they all continue to admire Sech Sengard. Sihan doesn't think of them that way as some Black Lion Knights were going behind Sech Sengard's back, so he thought he could use that to his advantage. Count Kelterin also reminded him about the nobles on the king's side, who were key figures with complete authority over the administrative areas. Sihan wanted to deal with them first and inquired who these key players were, and Kelterin uttered that he was one of them. The protagonist thinks there is a 50% chance that this will work, even though it wouldn't be easy, but he is certain they can pull it off, and he thinks this one looks like the most suitable candidate for the top job. Count Kelterin thinks the same thing, but that person doesn't like him. Later, Ains furiously asked him if he were saying he would betray his father, and if he thought he would believe that. Kelterin knew he wouldn't believe it because it sounded ridiculous, even if he had to admit it. If it hadn't been for Sihan, he would never have considered doing something like this, but it's not like he can tell him about Sihan. Ains asked if that is not enough for him to be a parasite and leech off his father, that now he wants to pass himself off as a patriot. He wanted him to get to the point since he had already heard enough of his nonsense. Kelterin affirmed, telling him he was right because he is a parasite, but good parasites will choose good hosts, and Sech Sengard's time is almost up. Ains is stunned by this and asks if he realizes that comments like that shouldn't be made, even if they are in jest. Kelterin knew that, But he was willing to risk his life for this, and wanted to be frank because he didn't care about meaningless things such as patriotism or how much the people were suffering. He is purely saying that for his benefit, but it could also lead to less suffering for the people of this kingdom overall. He asked Ains if he knew what self-serving people like him dream of. He explained that they want to live long and happy lives, and living a life full of wealth and honor is meaningless if it gets cut short. Ains inquired if he was saying that his father's reign wouldn't last, but his father was still young, so he wanted to see evidence that he had to support his claim. Kelterin smiled as he was sure Ain might already know that. The Sech Sengard kingdom is an eyesore to its neighboring kingdoms. They stabbed 2 kingdoms in the back if he cast his mind back to the Kargan War. He does not doubt that the Rilstein and Ignatius kingdoms will rise against them when they see any weakness in the Sech Sengard kingdom. The friendship between the heroes of the revolution is a thing of the past, but at this rate, this kingdom wouldn't last more than a decade. Therefore, he thought that if Ains cared about this country and its people, King Sech Sengard would be forced to step down. Kelterin plans to sell this country out and move to another country if that ever happens, but now he has to become a patriot even if it doesn't suit him because of Sihan. But he would rather be a patriot than a traitor if they are successful. Ains uttered that if the kingdom were to fall, then there is no doubt that Kelterin would no longer be safe, and he is sure that even someone like him would not betray their country. However, he still doesn't understand that there is nothing for him to gain from Ains becoming king, and he can only continue that life of wealth if he appoints him again. He is sure Kelterin knows what he thinks of him, so he wonders what makes him think he wouldn't just discard him. Kelterin clarified that he would merely serve the king if his king wished to rule for the sake of his people, and then he would do as he had instructed. But if his king wishes to indulge in luxuries and pleasure, then he will do as he commands. He will follow the will of his king. Sech Sengard wanted him to help him rule as a ruthless tyrant, so he asked Ains how he would like him to support him. Ains got infuriated on hearing this, but before he could say anything, Kelterin stood, telling him that he had nothing to say, so he decided to take his leave. While leaving, he uttered that the lady in question happens to be the queen, which means she belongs to the king. Ains gets infuriated, but still asks what he is trying to say and wants him to explain it. Kelterin clarified that only those who wear the crown can claim the queen for themselves. On the contrary, the protagonist is reading the book and is pleased to have some free time. Shortly after hearing a scream, he worriedly rushed out, asking what happened and what that scream was. Alishia looked at him anxiously, asking what she should do about this since she had defeated Xenon using magic and made him unconscious. The protagonist worriedly started shaking. Xenon wanted him to pull himself together and inquired what had happened. Alishia explained that Xenon saw some plants and thought it was a good batch because they should be ready to eat in a few days. On the other hand, Alishia thought that now that a month had passed, she felt like she had gotten used to the feeling of mana. Therefore, she wanted to try out a spell that day and start with the basic first-floor magic spell, Magic Fire. She started casting the spell to gather the flames at her fingertip, but she could not control the amount of mana and wondered what was going on. Xenon noticed that she was flustered, so he asked about the fuss. Alishia launched massive flames at him, wanting him to watch out as that was out of her will. Before Xenon could react to the sudden attack, he was already hit by it and thrown aside. She clarified that is what happened, but she was scared that she might hit Xenon, so she managed to change its trajectory. Xenon started crying, asking her why she did that. Even though his body will recover if she gives it time, his little plants have been completely destroyed so utterly that she should have just hit him. The protagonist is dumbfounded to discover that he is not injured, but he seems to have been traumatized instead. Alishia apologized to him, telling him that she would make sure to hit him next time, and Xenon suggested that she should fire it upwards. The protagonist found it strange because she said that magical fire did this, but one glance was enough to tell him that this was much more powerful than the first floor magic. He asked Alishia if she could try using that magic again, and she said yes. So, she started casting the magic and gathering the mana, but amidst this, the protagonist instructed her to stop. The protagonist is dumbfounded, asking her what that is because she has the same mana as a 5th floor mage. Furthermore, based on her mana output, she is on par with a 7th floor mage. Xenon is astounded about learning this, asking if he is sure about that case. It hasn't been that long since Alishia started learning magic. This doesn't make sense to the protagonist. Even the normal rules should still apply, even if she is talented. She raised her hand and wanted him to explain what was happening. Sihan explained that mages combine mana with the energy firm nature to use magic. If the average mage absorbs around the units of energy from their surroundings, they will roughly convert it into 1 or 2 units of mana to use as magic. However, in the case of Alishia absorbing 10 units of energy, like the average mage, the moment she converts that energy into mana, her mana rapidly increases. It is like there is some mysterious mana raining down from the sky. Sihan has never seen something like this before, so he wonders what is causing it, and is sure that Safarin or Rilstein might know. Alishia worriedly inquired if she could still learn to use magic, even if that was the case. Sihan said she usually possesses too much mana to use magic, so it's too dangerous if she can't control it properly. He thought it would be better if she stopped trying to use magic. Alishia refused to tell him that she couldn't do that and didn't know why this was happening. But he is saying that she has become more powerful and can't help him with her current strength, so she has to learn how to use this new power. The protagonist is stunned, so he tells her he is not saying there is no way around this. His experience might have been slightly different, but he encountered the same problem. Since the people from Earth can absorb a lot more mana than people from Terranner, he overflowed with mana, but he didn't have the ability to handle it. Alishia is stunned to learn this, and Sihan clarifies that she might be able to master magic as he did. However, he couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't suffer any side effects from learning it his way, and he asked if she still wanted to try it, and she concurred. Later, he goes to meet Kelterin, who welcomes him, and the protagonist asks about Prince Ains's reaction after he speaks with him. Kelterin explained that he finally indicated that he was willing to go along with it after meeting him secretly a few more times, but he said that he needs to see proof before fully committing to the cause and wants to ensure that he has the motivation and the ability to lead an uprising successfully. Sihan isn't surprised to learn that he said that and asks what he wants to see as proof. Kelterin clarified that he wanted them to take down some of the 3 loyal dogs, and the protagonist inquired who those 3 loyal dogs were. Kelterin uttered that they are Sech Sengard's closest retainers who support his iron rule of the Sech Sengard kingdom. They are responsible for the kingdom's military, economy, and administration. The people view them with contempt and call the 3 loyal dogs of Sech Sengard. First up is the sword Hire Berkeley, the leader of the Black Lion Knights, manages the kingdom's military. Next, they have Duke Cramiton, the wealthiest man in the kingdom, and Sech Sengard's father-in-law. The protagonist is amazed to learn about those 2 and inquires about the last one. Kelterin uttered that it would be him, and the protagonist wondered why it sounded familiar. Prince Ains wants them to punish the sword, Hire Burley, who is one of the 3 loyal dogs. The protagonist is stunned to learn about it and might have to fight a master sword Hire. Kelterin enthusiastically uttered that he was no match for him, which stunned the protagonist. He said he needed to keep his identity hidden and fight without showing his unique aura skills. So he is sure that wouldn't be as easy as Keltron thinks, so he wants some information on him. Kelterin clarified that he is someone he knows, but Sihan doesn't remember his name. The Count clarified that he changed his first name and surname when he became a noble and asked if he remembered Darsbalt, Sech Sengard's first commanding officer. The protagonist is stunned upon hearing about Darsbalt and wonders if it's the same person he remembers. Meanwhile, the knight furiously commanded the laborers to get moving because this was all for the king's new royal palace. The knight uttered that it would take forever to finish it at this rate because they were lazy and wondered if he had to kill someone else for them to understand. Suddenly, a man pushed the knight down, telling him they couldn't live like this any longer. He asked the knight if he had any idea how many workers had died in these harsh conditions just for Sech Sengard's entertainment, so he clarified that they would leave the palace. The knights get worried as they realize it's a rebellion, and they start fighting. On the contrary, a man informed Berkeley that they were in trouble because the workers in the labor house had started a revolution. Berkeley wanted the knight to deal with them himself because they were workers at the end. However, the knight explained that retired knights are leading them who used to be part of the Sech Sengard Revolution army. Berkeley gets stunned on hearing this, wondering if they had abandoned their pride. He thought this was amazing because he, as the leader of the Black Lion Knight, would take care of these treacherous people himself. Meanwhile, the retired knight attacked those knights and wanted them to back off because he did not wish to kill any of his former comrades, so he wanted them to get out of his way. The knight is stunned to see that the person is Captain Dillart, who used to be a part of the revolution. Since he is a master sword, the knight doesn't know how they are supposed to fight him. Soon Berkeley came out, which startled Captain Dillart as he appeared quickly. Berkeley inquired if he was starting a rebellion and inquired how he dared to disobey the king's order. He cursed him as he was a treacherous person and clarified that he would no longer forgive such a crime against the king. He grabbed his sword to unsheath it while telling Dillart that they had met after a while, and Dillart was annoyed at seeing Darsbalt. Berkeley clarified that he no longer goes by that name, so he was asked to call him by his name, Sword Hire Berkeley. However, he wondered what someone like him was doing there because he remembered becoming a farmer after he retired. Dillart affirmed, telling him he was right, as he thought he had no more reason to take up arms after the world had changed. But he was wrong, as he would lead the people who are suffering out of this country. Berkeley knew he might be retired but was a knight once, so he wondered how to throw away his loyalty and commit such treason. He supposed that Dillart might have forgotten about the pride and honor of a knight after he became a lowly farmer. Dillart couldn't believe that he called this treason, so he wanted him to open his eyes because these poor people had been overcome with horror and despair because of his selfishness. So, he inquired where the pride and honor in what Berkeley was doing there were. Berkeley clarified that it is not their concern. Their highest priority is their loyalty to their lord. Dillart asked if this was the kind of world they wanted while calling him Darsbald again. Berkeley gets infuriated, infuses his mana in his sword, and reminds Dillart that he told him not to call him by that name because his name is Berkeley von Lachist, as the king gave him this name and title. He rushed toward Dillart to attack him but kept evading his attack, then blocked it quickly. Dillart stands on confronting his attack as he has overwhelming power and realizes he has become much stronger. Even though they might both be master swordsmen, he knew Berkeley was on another level compared to someone like him. Berkeley kept attacking him continuously, but soon he stabbed him and injured him severely. His comrades get startled on seeing this and inquire how he dared do that to their captain. Berkeley looked at them, recognized their faces, and supposed they might be sword higher forms from the revolution. He thought they were foolish, then attacked them and uttered that there was no way a lion would worry about a few rats scurrying around. He raised his hand, telling everyone that he had defeated their leader, so he instructed the Black Lion Knight to punish the rest of the traitors, and they started attacking them. He approached Dillart, telling him that it was truly foolish as he could have escaped on his own, so he wondered why he would even consider dying for apathetic people like them as he abandoned his pledge of allegiance. Dillart smirked, asking how he could talk about a knight's honor and pride if he didn't understand why he stood up for them. He knew that Darsbalt was never a true knight as he had been and would always be a butcher. Berkeley gets infuriated on hearing this, then beheaded him and uttered that he told him not to call him by that name as he threw that name away a long time ago. Shortly after, his man arrived, telling him they had wiped them out and captured everyone who wasn't a higher sword. Berkeley furiously asked him what he thought he was doing because they were also traitors. Therefore, the cost for committing treason is capital punishment, so he didn't want him to stand there but hurry up and kill all of them. Abruptly, Ains stepped in, telling those Black Lion Knights to stop right there because he would not allow them to slaughter anyone else that night. Berkeley gets annoyed when he sees Ains there, and Ains commands him not to harm any more of these laborers as this is an order from the heir to the throne. Berkeley thought he was in charge of this place, so he should have the authority to make decisions. Ains asked how he would build his father's new palace if he killed all of them, so he thought he should at least let them finish building the new palace before he considered punishing them. Berkeley realized that the prince wanted him to send them back to the construction site without punishing them, and he was infuriated. He understood that this was what the prince wished, so he decided to send them back to the palace construction site and asked if he was happy. After the prince left, Berkeley was annoyed as he was just a weak fool. They should establish the king's authority by showing no mercy and executing anyone who dares to disobey the king. But Prince Ains is too soft-hearted and timid, so he wonders how a lion-like king could sire a puppy like him. While returning, Prince Ains inquired of the protagonist about what he thought. Since he was the leader of the Black Lion Knights, he didn't know how a hero who once led the revolution army could end up like that. The protagonist thinks he hasn't changed a bit because he is always the type of person to slice his way through anyone or anything that gets in his way. Furthermore, he only trusts Sech Sengard and follows his order to wipe out all his enemies. That is the only justice he knows. Ains gets startled as Sihan talks like he has known Berkeley for a long time. The protagonist gets worried about hearing this and utters what Kelterin said. Prince Ains is stunned to hear this, as he wasn't expecting Kelterin to say something like that, but wondered how he got involved in all of this. Sihan clarified that it was because he believed the prince was better suited to be the rightful ruler of this kingdom. Prince Ains is astounded to be called the rightful owner because he has never heard anyone say that before, and the people merely say behind his back that his father is a lion who has sired a puppy. Sihan complimented that a dog is a man's best friend and that dogs don't hesitate to show loyalty and affection. They help with hunting and farming during the day, and they even protect people's lives and properties at night. So there isn't a single animal that is more helpful than a dog. He is sure that the king might be the mighty lion, but he would rather serve a dog than a lion, even though that doesn't sound great. Prince Ains smirked as he understood and found Sihan to be an interesting person, so the more he talked, the more faith he had in him. Meanwhile, the protagonist recalls the incident and wonders if this is the kind of world they wanted. He wanted to uproot the current state of peace and stability to make the people who betrayed him pay for their sins. It didn't feel right to destroy this peace just for the sake of his own personal reasons. Therefore, he is thankful to Sech Sengard because he no longer doubts what he has to do. Later, the Black Lion Knights were at the bar enjoying their time, and Berkeley instructed his men to have a drink, so everyone affirmed. Berkeley asked them if they had heard about what was happening at the construction site. His man refused to ask him if something happened there. Berkeley explained that Prince Ains asked for new accommodation to be built for the workers along with more additions. The knight gets startled, asking if he just let him do that for those laborers. Berkeley clarified that he opposed that idea as he can't even think about rewarding those traitors because this will encourage other people to start rising up against them as well. The golden-haired knight agreed, thinking this is why they must remind everyone in charge to use force. The purple-haired knight agreed, thinking that there was nothing else that they could do against the likes of these ignorant peasants. Berkeley laughed because he agreed, but soon they saw an arrow aiming for him from the window. All his knights were stunned by this, so they wanted him to dodge it because it was dangerous. Berkeley gets infuriated, so he hits the arrow with his head and smashes it. The knights are stunned when they see that he has smashed a metal arrow by headbutting it, and they realize that their commander is amazing. Berkeley found it interesting because the tip of that arrow was imbued with quite a lot of aura, and they managed to target him through that tiny gap in the window. So, he wanted to go and see who just tried to kill him and leave with his knights. After coming out, he realized that the fog was so thick outside, so even if someone were killed out there, no one would ever know. Abruptly, he looked ahead and realized Sihan and Xenon were standing there. He inquired who ordered them to attack him as he didn't think this was the work of that coward Kelterin, and he wondered if it was Prince Ains. The protagonist wants him to think about whatever he wants, but none of them will leave there alive because he will be taking his head. Berkeley smirked at seeing how lively he was that night, but he supposed he was not that smart. He inquired if he thought the two of them could take on the captains of the Black Lion Knights. His knights rushed toward them to attack, but Xenon fought them back. Berkeley commanded his knights not to kill them because they had to interrogate them to find out who sent them. Xenon kept fighting with that knight with all his might. Then, with the burst of his aura, he pushed him back. On the other hand, the protagonist is fighting with the other knight, who keeps trying to attack him but realizes that he is good at dodging as he slips nicely. Berkeley is amused by seeing them fighting and can see why they are so confident. They are holding their own against two Black Lion Knight captains. He realized they needed more people to catch them alive, so he sent the remainder of his knights to subdue them. After the knights surrounded them, Xenon got annoyed, asking how they could gang upon the two of them and asking where their honor as knights was. The knights furiously asked him how he dared to question their honor when they just tried to assassinate them. Xenon realized he was right, and Sihan instructed him not to agree. Shortly after, those knights used the wide iron wall to capture them and clarified that they couldn't escape. The green-haired knight knew they wouldn't be able to finish them either, so they had to use their deadly slash as well, so he decided to focus on one of them first and tried to target them. However, the protagonist notices their attack and knows he has done that, so he attacks him back, which the knight blocks. While running away, the protagonist tells Xenon that it's time to run because they failed this time, and Xenon understands. The green-haired knight got started on seeing this, wondering what they were doing. They picked a fight with them, and now they are running away because they are at a disadvantage. They inquired if they think they can get away. He didn't want to let them escape and uttered that they might not possess any exclusive running aura skill like haste or lightning. But that doesn't mean they will fall behind. The knight started chasing them and uttered that weapons or equipment don't weigh down a knight, like a sword, more than them. They jumped down the bridge and went inside the tunnel, but were surrounded by the knights. The knight clarified that they had been out of luck because this place had been closed for several years. Abruptly, Berkeley came in, realized that they didn't even have an escape route, and thought they were a bunch of morons. He suggested that they should have tried to get on the roof if he wanted to stand a better chance of escaping, and they should have been more careful about targeting the leader of the Black Lion Knights. The protagonist sighed, telling him that they were careful and were a bit too cautious. Shortly after, Alishia came out of the dark, and Si-Han didn't think they needed to go this far, so she asked her if she agreed. The knight started laughing upon seeing her there, wondering if this was supposed to be a trap, and if his idea of a trap leading them to a measly fighter-level sword was higher. Berkeley is also laughing at seeing her, but soon, he gets startled by seeing that outrageous amount of energy he can suddenly feel, as if it is not an aura. Alishia recalled that Si-Han told her that if she had so much mana that she couldn't control, she should start by learning how to use a basic technique that relies on her mana, but is high-level magic. Alishia accumulated her aura around the fingertip of her hand and used the Blazing Ray Arcane Blast on them. Alishia is amazed by her incredible strength and realizes it's something else, but shortly, she falls. The protagonist told her that she had just used all of her mana, so she might feel a bit weak and unable to use any magic until she had recovered all of her mana. He laughed as he told her that was her daily allowance of mana, and she wondered what it was supposed to mean. Xenon thought it was an incredible spell and realized no traces of the captain were left. He didn't think wiping them all out would be so easy. The protagonist clarified that it's a bad matchup for them because the Iron Wall skill might be durable, but it's not very good at deflecting incoming attacks. As a result, it has no choice but to take the full force of all attacks, like how sturdy trees snap in a typhoon, while reeds will only bend. So, it doesn't matter what level of sword they are facing, a mage with only the Iron Wall skill is not something they could deal with. While explaining, he gets stunned when he sees Berkeley standing even after those attacks. Berkeley furiously asked him how he dared to attack him sneakily. Xenon is stunned, wondering how he is still alive and doesn't even look like he took that much damage. The protagonist supposed that the commander was more substantial than the other captain, and he instructed Alishia to get back because it was time for Plan B. The protagonist thought that if Berkeley was as strong as Sech Sengard, then there was a chance that he might be able to pick up on aura skills during the battle. Therefore, he needed to support Xenon while he fought in front to avoid standing out. If he remembered correctly, he thought he was a master spear user, but it looks like he is carrying a sword around now because he is obsessed with being a knight. Therefore, Berkeley wouldn't be able to fight as well with an unfamiliar weapon, even if he is trained with it, and Xenon wouldn't lose when it comes to swordsmanship. Berkeley stepped forward, thinking they were fools because that was what they were counting on, and he was impressed that he managed to find that out. He clarified that it was one side of the story, then removed his cloak and transformed it into the spear. This dumbfounded the protagonist, and Berkeley explained that once he had reached master level, even a cape could be used like tempered steel, so he asked Si-Han if he thought a warrior would walk around without their main weapon, and he hoped he was ready because he would enjoy using this spear to kill him. The protagonist looked at him, emitting an outrageous aura, and could see that it was because he had mastered Sech Sengard's eruption aura. However, he knew that Berkeley was right because he underestimated him. Not only did he fail to anticipate his weapon, but it never even occurred to him that he might have learned eruption aura. He commanded Xenon to return because he would only get in the way at his current level. He grabbed the sword, as he didn't think he could afford to hide his identity and fight right now, so he would be going all out as well. Momentarily, Berkeley rushed to strike him, but the protagonist dodged his attack, and he was amazed to see that he had evaded it. So, he thought Si-Han was pretty good, but couldn't win just by dodging, so he kept attacking him. Unlike the Iron Wall eruption aura, It is an aura skill designed for battle, so Si-Han knew it wouldn't be easy to fight him using an explosive aura. However, both skills use significant movement that will leave him wide open for attack, so he could use a Sky Piercer or Deadly Dragon Blade if he were fighting a huge monster. While indulging in his thoughts, he is concerned because he will get attacked if he is not careful. He rushed back since that was the situation in which he was supposed to use one of his exclusive aura skills. As soon as he started using his skill, Berkeley was dumbfounded at seeing his overwhelming amount of aura. He realizes that Si-Han is not an opponent he should look down on because he is young, as he is probably around master level as well, so he might be at a disadvantage if they drag this out any longer. He rambled that he wanted to play around with him for a bit longer, but he changed his mind, so it was over, and he used Aura Eruption Destruction skill on him. However, the protagonist isn't scared. He glares at it, uses the Emperor's ability to vortex, and gets rid of it. Berkeley is stunned as he pours everything he has into that secret skill, but Si-Han gets rid of it, and he is turned to see that aura skill. While he is indulging in his thoughts, the protagonist attacks him and severely injures his arm. The blood oozed out of his shoulder, he felt excruciating pain, fell, and couldn't believe that Si-Han severed his arm. Berkeley thought it was impossible, but there is no doubt about it now as it was the Emperor's ability, so he inquired if he was that person, and he couldn't believe how talented he was, considering his age, so he wondered how he hadn't noticed that before. Berkeley supposed he might be the successor to the mercenary king, Barak, and the protagonist is stunned to hear that. Now that Si-Han thought about it, Elder Barak first developed the Emperor's ability, and he can see how he got them mixed up. He rambled that he had been happy to finish him off while he was laboring under that delusion, but he used to be a fellow comrade, so he should at least know who he was before he killed him. Berkeley wondered what he was talking about, but he was stunned to see Si-Han's real face, and he thought it couldn't be true that he was the captain of the revolution. Si-Han? The protagonist smirked because it had been long since he had been called the captain of the revolution. He witnessed Berkeley's brutality firsthand and uttered that they didn't fight the Emperor to create a world like this. Berkeley clarified that he was following Sech Sengard's orders and knew nothing. The protagonist chuckled, wanting him to listen to him, saying that he can't just do whatever he wants, and then blaming Sech Sengard because that is not how knights should act. Berkeley clarified that he was wrong as he was not good enough to be a knight, so he wanted to give up the name Berkeley right now to prove it as he was just a butcher. The protagonist didn't heed any attention to his words and immediately behaved that way. Since he came there to take his revenge, he is not in a position to talk about ideals, but that doesn't change the fact that he deserved to die. After that incident, the royal capital, Ratinsal, was in a state of shock as the corpses of Commander Berkeley and 4 Black Lion Knight captains were discovered in a wretched state. Sech Sengard gets infuriated by seeing this and wonders who did it. He wanted his men to find out who was responsible for this immediately because he wanted to tear them apart with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Kelterin asked Prince Ains if he was satisfied, to which the prince affirmed that the situation was in their favor. So he is confident that there should be no shortage of people willing to join them now. Kelterin agreed as he was sure the plan would go smoothly with His Highness at the helm. The prince can see that he has mastered the art of being subservient. Shortly, the maid entered the room, telling him his guests had arrived. Kelterin asked him to excuse him for a moment, and the prince inquired if these guests were the ones he had mentioned before. Kelterin affirmed, telling him their names were on the list of people who might join their coup. Jolderin is surprised because he never thought the Count would send them an invitation. Ribble is also surprised and wonders why he wants to congratulate them for becoming the Black Lion Knights captains. Jolderin guessed he wanted to get close to them since they had met before and had just been promoted to captains. He didn't want his comrade to forget that Count Kelterin was one of the most influential people in the Sech Sengard kingdom, so there was no harm in accepting his invitation. Ribble didn't realize that getting to know him during the expedition to drive out the heretics would lead to this. Later in the room, Jolderin is taken aback and asks Kelterin what he means and if he's serious about it. Kelterin affirmed, telling him that he was serious and hoped the two of them would be willing to join a more significant cause because Sech Sengard was no longer suitable to rule as king. So, he thought it was a knight's duty to assist the new true king to the throne for the sake of the country's citizens and the future. Ribble furiously asked him how he could say that and reminded him that he was committing treason against the king. Kelterin permitted him to return to Sengard and tell him what he said, but he was unsure if he would believe them. Since both of them receive bribes of around 300 gold coins from the Azure Tower for defeating the Earth Dragon. Ribble gets infuriated upon hearing this, asking if he is threatening them now and wanting to strike him down immediately. However, before he could do that, he got struck by someone and wondered what that was. The protagonist thinks this is unfair as they both get 300 gold coins, and he only gets 10. Ribble was stunned to see that it was Sihan and furiously asked how dare a lowly personal guard to raise his sword at a Black Lion Knight. The protagonist sighed because he didn't understand why nobles talk down to people so much and wanted him to calm down first. His outrageous aura pushed Ribble down and shocked him. Joldarin is surprised to see that overwhelming pressure and is sure that with power like that, he must be responsible for killing the commander. Sihan chuckled, asking him what that sudden change in tone was. Deep down, he didn't expect him to be an opportunist, as he didn't look like he had been the type. Kelterin thought it was good because people should always try to adapt to their situation, which is just human nature. The protagonist glared at him, wanting him not to degrade what it means to be human. Kelterin gets worried, telling him he was joking and to stay quiet. Joldarin is stunned to see Count Kelterin watching him around him. Ribble is confused, asking who he is, and Kelterin clarifies that that man is the successor of the mercenary King Barak. A few moments ago, the protagonist barged into his room, telling the Count he had a great idea. He explained that he used the ability of the Darsbalt Emperor, and people thought he was the disciple of the mercenary king. So he thought he could pretend to be his successor and use that skill as often as he liked without worrying about people finding out who he was. He is surprised as Kelterin gives him the document, telling him he thinks he has decided to go down that route, so he has already made the necessary preparations. He explained that it included some personal information and a personal detail report that supported his claim that he was the successor to the mercenary King Barak. He didn't want Sihan to worry, as he made up all the details about him. With this, the mercenary king could claim he was not his disciple, and no one would believe him. The protagonist thought he was incredible and could see why Sengard had put him in charge of his administration. Kelterin laughed, telling him he has uses, as his specialty is scams, disguises, and sneaky tricks. Joldarin could finally understand why he was so strong as to be the mercenary king's successor, but he clarified that a knight must always be loyal to his king. He knew that he might not be the most upstanding knight, but he was also not a piece of trash that had abandoned their honor and loyalty, so he didn't want to abandon his duties as a knight. Count Kelterin asked when he said he had to abandon his loyalty, as he asked him to pledge his loyalty to the right person and serve the right person. Joldarin wondered what he meant by that, as he couldn't understand it. Abruptly, Prince Ains came in, wanting him to lend him his strength for the sake of this country's future. Joldarin and Ribble knelt before him as they realized that the prince had come to greet him. Prince Ains moved forward, asking them if they would help him to protect their people. After they left, the protagonist smirked because their rationale and cause should be more than enough to convince them, especially since they knew about their weakness. He knew that Prince Ains was just an excuse at this point, as they didn't need to win them over when they were essentially on their side already. Alishia agreed, telling him he was right, but they managed to recruit 2 Black Lion Knight captains. Xenon also wanted him to eat, and Sihan inquired when the 2 of them got there and started eating. Alishia clarified they were escorting Prince Ains, but he left without eating anything, so she thought it would be a sin to let this food go to waste. While enjoying his meal, he remarked that Count Kelterin might have an excellent chef. Count Kelterin is surprised that he can taste the difference and clarifies that he is a picky eater. So, he wanted to make up for all the horrible food he had to eat while serving in the Revolutionary Army. Xenon thought they should have used less vinegar and brought out the subtle taste of other key ingredients to create a more balanced flavor, but decided to keep that on his own. The protagonist supposed that a new commander had been appointed as well since those 2 had been appointed as the Black Lion Knight captain. Count Kelterin affirmed, telling him that since 4 of the 6 captains had been killed, the remaining 2 captains, Higher Kelter and Drought, had been appointed general and vice-general, respectively. The position of the vice-general was created for them since their skills were well matched, and the most skilled and experienced member of the Black Lion Knights was appointed as commander. While the protagonist was eating, Xenon inquired if he didn't like lobster because he hadn't had any yet. The protagonist apologized to him and thanked him for reminding him because it's one of his favorite dishes. He clarified that he prefers to save the food he enjoys the most till the end, and he wanted to take his time to enjoy the main dish. After having their dinner, Count Kelterin explained that due to the sheer number of people who were persecuted under Sech Sengard's reign and thanks to Prince Ain's help, the preparation for the coup had been progressing smoothly. The protagonist is amazed because that is quick, and Kelterin utters that shows how many people have been oppressed by the Sech Sengard military force. However, if they want this coup to be successful, they need to bring Viscount Crumble over to their side. The protagonist realized that Viscount Crumble was the kingdom's second wealthiest man. Kelterin explained that since his wealth would be useful, he also managed merchants throughout the kingdom. Therefore, they need this network of merchants to establish effective communication between all the forces taking part in the coup. Sihan supposed that he might have a hard time convincing him. Kelterin refused to tell him that he had already agreed to join their cause, but he had attached a strange condition, which was more of a personal request than a condition. The protagonist inquired what he wanted, and Kelterin clarified that the youngest daughter of the Crumble family wanted to become Alishia's student. The protagonist is shocked, wondering if she can even take a student at her current rank. Kelterin clarified that it's incredible that she has reached fighter level at her age. But more importantly, the youngest daughter of the Crumble family can't become a knight because she doesn't have a master. It's common practice for female students to train with female knights unless they are relatives. She was already looking for female knights, so Alishia must have stood out since he appointed her as his guard. The protagonist agrees that there are not a lot of female knights in Terranner, but she must be pretty desperate if she chooses Alishia. The protagonist gets startled because the youngest daughter of the Crumble family wants to find a master, which sounds so familiar. Kelterin explained that they met Viscount's daughter before and hoped he remembered her. She was a student serving under the sword, Higher Paraman, who joined them on the expedition to drive out the heretics. The protagonist is stunned, asking him if he means Dina Crumble, as she is the one who smacked him on the back of his head. He gets startled as he recalls what he said, something Kelterin doesn't know and wants him not to mind it. After some time, Alishia is stunned to know that Dina wants to be trained by her. The protagonist affirmed he knew how ridiculous that sounded, as it's like asking a smart high school student to teach a middle school student. He clarified that she doesn't have to take her on as her student because Viscount Crumble has already agreed to participate in the coup. Alishia supposed there was nothing to gain from accepting his request. The protagonist clarified that it is not strictly true either, as Dina's mother seems to come from a powerful family. Countess Celeste is a noble from the Rilstein kingdom, and she comes from a wealthy family that controls a large number of merchants all over Terranner. Unlike Viscount Crumble, whose influence only extends as far as the Sech Sengard kingdom, the protagonist rambled that if Alishia gets to know the daughter of that family, then she would find it easier to travel around Terranner and find lodging. She could also use their personal connections to meet high-ranking officials from other countries secretly. Alishia realized he had looked into this a bit, and the protagonist clarified that is what Kelterin said. She wanted to know about the potential risk, and she clarified that there is a chance that their identities could be exposed, given that he is the otherworldly savior and she is a descendant of Rusklin. He wanted to be honest and say that it was worse for her as he could try to talk his way out if he got caught. But she would be in much trouble if they found out that she had the blood of the Rusklin royal family. Alishia thought for a while since that was the only issue she wanted to accept this request. This is something that her father, Kiran, always used to say to her, and he told her to treat anyone she meets with suspicion. But he told her that viewing them with suspicion isn't the same as not trusting them. So, being suspicious of people is a sign that she is trying to understand them as much as possible. But recklessly trusting someone is the same as not trusting them. Her father taught her never to stop trying to learn more about the other person, so she wanted to give Dina a chance and meet her first. The protagonist is stunned to hear that, and he remembers Sech Sengard's words, which he knew he would say because he is genuinely a good friend, and how Levina confessed her love. He trusted them as much as they trusted him, and he had absolute faith in the friendship and love they showed him. But he wondered if it was right for him to trust them, as there were no signs that they would betray him in the final battle. He realized there was a chance he used that trust as an excuse to stop trying to understand them better. He didn't know if they felt disappointed with him, or if they felt any resentment toward him, but he didn't want to see any of that. While he was indulging in his thoughts, Alishia called him, and he apologized to her, telling her that he was thinking about something else. He told her to start by meeting Dina, and after meeting her, he wanted her to decide if she could trust her, and whether she was the type of person who wouldn't betray them, even after Dina discovered their true identity. But he wants her to know that is what she was taught. But he thinks she is too distrustful of other people. Just at that time with the women at Jard Village, Alishia clarified that she doesn't always do what she has been taught, so she is trying to change now. However, Sihan still doesn't want to give up on getting revenge because it doesn't matter why they did it, as nothing can justify their betrayal. Later, Dina Crumble gladly introduced herself and was pleased to meet her. She wanted to do her best to serve her as a master. Alishia agreed and is also looking forward to talking with Dina. The protagonist realizes that she looks pretty upbeat for someone who has no choice but to become her student. Zenon remarked that they looked more like sisters than masters and students, while Alishia told her that it was time to start her training. Dina affirmed, but she recalled that her father told her that the woman she spoke of was only at fighter level, so she wanted to arrange for a knight level master to teach her instead. However, she refused as she wanted to only learn from Alishia because she is freaking awesome, and her father forbade her from using such crude language. Alishia accosted her and uttered they should start with some slashing drills. Dina excitedly affirmed, and with this, Dina Crumble has become an Alishia student. Later, Alishia started demonstrating her slashes on the dummy. Dina thought she looked so different as she looked a little different from how she first met her, but thought she might be imagining. She couldn't believe how pretty Alishia was, and was amazed to check out her muscles. She heard there was no point in wearing armor once she reached fighter level, and thought it was so cool, so she couldn't wait to get rid of this armor like her. Alishia glanced at Zenon and said that a knight-level sword could reinforce the durability of their steel armor, so she wanted to be like Zenon and wear some armor. Zenon looked at the protagonist, rambling that a knight-level sword higher can only reinforce steel, but a master-level sword higher can reinforce any material, so he wanted to be like Sihan and stop wearing his armor. They all sighed after saying that, and the protagonist wondered what was wrong. Alishia supposed it would be better for the swordsmen who are at Grandmaster level and above not to wear any steel. The protagonist wondered why she was asking that suddenly, and she clarified that she was curious. She heard that it doesn't matter what material armor is made of once a person reaches master level. The 7 heroes of the revolution had all reached Grandmaster level, but they all dressed differently. Sihan clarified that it depends on the situation, and he guessed she could say it depends on the martial arts and fighting style she has learned. He wanted her to imagine that there was a fabric shirt that had 1 defense and a suit of armor that had 10 defenses. So, a knight-level sword, higher, can use aura to reinforce its steel armor to increase its defensive capabilities. At the master level, they can strengthen the shirt to have the same defensive strength as steel armor. He said it uses the same amount of aura, so there is no difference between the defensive capabilities of different materials. However, once a person reaches and masters the increase in durability, it is directly proportional to the amount of aura the material is imbued with. Simply put, the shirt that initially had 1 defense will now have 21 defenses. The steel armor that originally had the defense will now have 30 defenses. Alishia supposes that wearing steel armor is much better in that case. Sihan refused to tell her that is not always the case because reinforcing armor at the master level has almost no effect on the weight of the armor. But at the Grandmaster level, reinforcement armor directly impacts the burden it places on the user's body. Therefore, for speed-based fighting style, light armor is better for strength-based fighter style. Heavy armor is more appropriate, so it all goes back to common sense. Alishia understood everything and supposed she would wear light armor if she reached Grandmaster level. The protagonist smirked and wanted her to realize that level first before thinking about it because there was no point worrying about how to run before she could walk, which infuriated her. While they were in the subject, he wondered what happened to his magical armor, Rubresk. Alishia wondered if he was talking about the otherworldly savior, the 3 legendary pieces of equipment, the magical sword, disaster, the magical armor, Rubresk and the magical cape, and the crimson dragon. She assumed someone would take good care of his gear if his underwear sold for 100 gold coins, so she is sure the otherworldly savior equipment would be worth much more. The protagonist bet the others took the magical items even though they might have sold his undies. He felt shameful not to lose the magical sword disaster, and wanted to ask Kelterin to look into it while he still remembered. After explaining everything, he told her it was enough for that day, training as he was heading back to rest. Alishia agreed but inquired if he had regained some of his aura. The protagonist affirmed, telling her that he feels like he is catching up to his past self. In terms of aura, he is having no trouble recovering his aura, but his magic recovery rate is slowing down, so he wonders what is happening. While Si-han's party is growing stronger, someone else is working hard behind the scenes. Kelterin would suck up to Sech Sengard during the day, and then gather members of the previous revolution during the night and make preparations. Many opportunists were willing to participate, so they just wanted to sit back and watch. Kelterin threatened them to expose all of their corrupt behavior and the crimes they have committed until now if they don't participate. So he clarified that there was no point trying to back out of this now and asked who they thought Sech Sengard would believe. But they agreed to join the rebellion thanks to Kelterin's efforts to persuade them. The protagonist thought it takes a thief to catch another thief. Kelterin uttered that thanks to that, they have managed to win over a few rights and dedicated comrades to the cause who will fight for the future of this country. The protagonist didn't want him to call them righteous after knowing what kind of people they were. Kelterin laughed wickedly, telling him that bribes might taste sweet initially but eventually become poison and destroy them. The protagonist thinks this is rich because of someone like him. Kelterin explained that he was just preparing some precautionary measures in advance, and since this is how he lived so far, he wanted the protagonist to know. The protagonist thought it was good for him, reminding him of something. So he instructed Kelterin that he shouldn't try anything funny once they succeed and Prince Ains becomes king. He is sure the Count hasn't forgotten the detonation skill embedded in his heart. Count Kelterin affirmed, telling him that he had no intentions of going against his wishes. He did his best when he was working for those who wished to destroy the world, but now that he is working for him, he can dream of a better life. It doesn't matter whether he has used the detonation skill on him or not, but he has never thought of betraying him. He wanted to change this country along with enjoying his life and give the people of this country a good life as well. The protagonist is stunned by this and inquires if he couldn't change it earlier. Kelterin already told him that wasn't impossible when working for Sech Sengard. Meanwhile, Sech Sengard again dreams about the past, and Rilstein asks if everyone agrees with him. Levina agreed with him that Si-han was too dangerous, so once the Emperor was gone, there would be no one left to stand in his way. The third hero doesn't like it but can't ignore reality, so he agrees with them. Rilstein wondered what Sech Sengard thought about this plan. Sech Sengard wanted to be honest and say that he doesn't dislike Si-han but is quite fond of him. Rilstein clarified that they all like him and are not doing this because they hate him. Sech Sengard uttered that he also has a friend he values other than Si-han, so he wanted to trust their judgment as a mage. Therefore, he thought it was best to go with a majority when he was unsure and agreed. Karen thought this was great, but she couldn't help but ask a more practical question about how they would get rid of the undefeated otherworldly savior. Sech Sengard gets infuriated because she looks down on them too much and clarifies that Si-han wouldn't be able to face all of them, no matter how strong he is. Karen agreed because she didn't think Si-han would survive if they all attacked him together, and if they were lucky, then about half of them would survive. She sees a group of rats bonding over their stories, but she wonders who will wrap the bell around the cat's neck. Suddenly, he woke up, started breathing rapidly, and couldn't understand why he had been dreaming about the past recently. He supposed that the incident that happened the previous day reminded him of an old friend. He found traces of the Emperor's ability on the sword, higher than Berkeley's corpse, but he is sure there is no way it could be Si-han. But he keeps thinking of the past and wonders if his age has finally caught up to him. As soon as his concubine accosted him, he decided to forget about it because there was no point worrying about that kind of thing. Later, he instructed his concubine to fill up his glass now, and he kept drinking. Grand Chamberlain worriedly reminded the king that he had been drinking more often lately. Sech Sengard inquired if that was the case but didn't need to be ridiculous because this was his way of respecting Berkeley's memory. Grand Chamberlain inquired if he was doing that for a whole month for them. Sech Sengard furiously instructed him to stay quiet, because this is how they remember their fallen warrior, so it's their duty to enjoy the leisure he can't indulge in anymore. Abruptly, Swordhire Keller came inside, telling him that he was absolutely right and that Berkeley would also appreciate it. Therefore, as the new commander of the Black Lion Knights, He raised his glass in honor of the former commander. Sech Sengard laughed because that is the spirit he likes, which concerned the Grand Chamberlain. Shortly after, the door to the room opened, and Count Kelterin came inside, telling the king that his humble servant was seeking an audience with one of the great heroes of the revolution. He clarified that he was there to report that he had found the group of traitors responsible for killing Sword Hire Berkeley. Sech Sengard gets infuriated when he hears this, so he throws away the glass of wine and inquires if he is sure. While heading there, Kelterin explained that as the king anticipated the culprit to be the mercenary King Barak's successor, he remarked that his insights were truly amazing. Sech Sengard asked about the name of the culprit who killed his men. Kelterin confirmed that he hasn't been able to find that out yet, but people call him the Dark Giant. He had heard word that he gathered around 800 other traitors hiding inside an old castle in the Grand Region west of Rattensel. Sech Sengard praised him for doing a fantastic job, saying he wanted to unshackle those people, and accosted Keller. Keller affirmed, telling him he would prepare an army of 100 Black Lion Knights and 3,000 soldiers. Kelterin gets worried because there are a lot more soldiers than he expected. Since that is almost everyone in Sech Sengard's army, he bets he is trying to put on air since this will be the first time he is participating as the new commander, so he wants to stay calm at times like this. He agreed with Keller's suggestion and thought that it was an excellent idea because anyone strong enough to kill a sword, a Hire Berkeley, can't be an ordinary sword hire. Therefore, he is sure that no one would question the mobilization of such a large army. Sech Sengard realized that the Count was right because anyone would think he was scared. So, he commanded Keller to prepare a smaller army of 50 Black Lion Knights and 1,000 regular troops, and he was sure it would be fine since he was there as well. Kellen gets worried, telling the king that there are not enough men, and clarifies that even lions will try their hardest when hunting a rabbit. Kelterin agreed with him, but uttered that they don't gang up on their prey as they only need 1 to 2 lions to hunt a single rabbit. Sech Sengard agreed with Count Kelterin and just wanted him to follow his order and prepare his army. Kelterin is thrilled, but he apologized to the commander, telling him he wasn't trying to undermine him. But since they are still in the process of building the new palace right now, they don't think they can afford to send 3,000 soldiers. Commander Keller understands, and since that is the case, he thought there was no need for the Count to apologize because it was a rash suggestion on his part, and Keller thanked him for understanding. Before leaving, Keller uttered that he would protect the king, so he left the 2 of the captains in charge of all military operations as the rest of them will remain on standby at the castle. Gelderin understood, so he affirmed his command. At the same time, Kelterin laughed cunningly as he recalled that Sihan was stunned to know he wanted him to ambush one of the Black Lion Knight captains. Kelterin affirmed that since they have already won over Gelderin and Ribble, they need to find a way for them to join the royal guards now. Sihan supposed that he had to take out 4 captains because he thought there were 6 captains in total. Kelterin affirmed because that is true, but 3 of them used to report directly to Keller before they were appointed as captains. He will secretly tell Keller that he shouldn't be showing any bias as the commander of the Black Knight. The protagonist understands that Keller will feel like he can't take them with him, so he plans to take advantage of the new commander's position. He agreed that if he was going to ambush the others, he wanted to weaken his forces by ensuring they could never walk again. Alishia stopped him, telling him he couldn't do that because they would appoint new captains if they received permanent injuries. Kelterin agreed, telling him it would make it harder for Gelderin and Ribble to join the royal guard. He is stunned to hear this, telling Alishia that she sounds like she has some experience with this kind of thing, and it's almost like she is secretly a member of the royal family who is familiar with this kind of business. Alishia worriedly clarified that she had read about this in the book. The protagonist is concerned because Kelterin not only catches on quickly but also doesn't seem to be bothered at all about betraying the person he serves, even though he looks quite excited. He thought that because the Count asked him what a guilty conscience is and if it is something he can eat. Therefore, he wanted to keep an eye on him to ensure he didn't get any other ideas. At the Grand Zone, the old castle, the soldier is startled to see that an enemy is attacking them, and their enemy is none other than Sech Sengard. Gelderin wanted the enemies to heed his word that they had surrounded them, so he wanted them to lower their weapons immediately and surrender. The Dark Giant clarified that they will never surrender because he has lost the right to be the king. He accosted Sech Sengard as the fallen hero, telling him that the people of this country do not want to live under his rule any longer. Sech Sengard inquired if that person was a dark giant as he stuck out like a sore thumb. The dark giant stared at him, telling him that they would fight to their death. Keller worriedly inquired of the king what he was going to do. Sech Sengard smirked, asking if he even needed to know because he would charge through the front, and instructed him to follow his lead. While following the king, Keller commanded Sword Higher Joldarin and Ribble that he was going to protect his majesty, and he wanted him to watch their back and make sure he didn't fall behind. Joldarin affirmed his command and wanted him to leave the traitors to them. While heading toward the castle, Sech Sengard used his Aura Circle Giant Fist, which lifted him. The soldier of the enemy gets stunned upon seeing this and wonders if he is even human, as he managed to do something like that. Sech Sengard smirked cunningly, immediately struck at the gate, and broke it. Since he infiltrated his enemy castle, he wanted the Dark Giant to show himself because he would be taking his head for killing Berkeley. The Dark Giant gets worried, but he did his part as he knew they had charged in without a plan, so now it's time to hunt a tiger. He wanted the Dark Giant to show himself because he came to avenge Berkeley, but he didn't get any response. Shortly, he saw a vast magical circle beneath himself. Keller was worried about seeing this and wondering what these lights were, and Sech Sengard clarified that this was a trap. He could see some swords higher and mages as well, so he realized they had gathered many people, and soon, the ground started to collapse. Keller sensed something was not right because, according to Count Kelterin's information, all the other traitors, apart from the successor to the mercenary king, should be common mercenaries. Sech Sengard doesn't want him to panic because he has survived countless traps like this during the Emperor's reign. He is sure this barrier magic might be complex to destroy from the inside, but it's weak to attacks on the outside. So, he commanded the Black Lion Knight to destroy the barrier, but he was stunned to see that the rocks blocked the entire entrance. Keller also worriedly looked back, calling for Joldarin and Ribble, wondering why neither had followed them inside. He felt like they were in on this plan from the beginning, and he looked above and saw Count Kelterin hiding. He gets infuriated when Kelterin asks how he dared to betray him, and Kelterin gets worried. The protagonist asks if Sech Sengard still scares him, even though he is standing right beside him. Kelterin knew he caught him by surprise, but wondered if he needed to be there. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that he needs to show Sech Sengard whose side he is on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to trust him completely, and Kelterin affirmed. The protagonist praised him for doing a great job luring Sech Sengard all the way there. Kelterin thanked him but didn't expect Xenon to be so good at acting. He knew there was a chance that Sech Sengard might recognize him, so he asked Xenon since they needed someone to act like him, and he stood out quite a bit. But everything went according to plan thanks to his performance, so now they must be devoured if they try to hunt a tiger in its den. Therefore, it's common practice to lure the tiger into a trap and laugh cunningly. Keller furiously wanted all the traitors to listen to him closely, that they should release this barrier right now, and inquired how he dared devise a plan to betray their king. He clarified that they can still be granted forgiveness if they release them. The soldier inquired what he was talking about and asked if he didn't understand his position. Everyone clarified that Sech Sengard was no longer their king and used the Infernal Lightning Strike Incinerate to strike them. Keller gets worried about seeing, but there is a massive explosion soon. The soldier gets startled, asking if they got him, but soon they realize that is not the case because he is above them. Sech Sengard knew that a knight's evil sword couldn't handle that kind of firepower, so he was sure that Keller was dead, but the fact that they used such a powerful spell must mean that there are mages for the tower there, and they inquired whose orders they are following, and if it's Rilstein or Karen's. Abruptly, the soldier thought that Sech Sengard was unbelievable because this wasn't just some plot that was cooked up in a foreign country. They are rebelling because they are sick of putting up with his oppressive rule, because it's the same reason he took a stand against the Empire 10 years ago. Sech Sengard is stunned to know that and utters that he thinks he is a good king to all of them, but he wonders what he has done. Sech Sengard can see many familiar faces there as he never thought his subordinates would stab him in the back. He asked them if they knew how much they all meant to him, yet they dared to bite the hand that fed them. The warrior grabbed the sword, asking him how he thinks of him as his own or something, and knew that years ago, he was just their captain, and it was a mercenary duty to eliminate incompetent leaders. Sech Sengard gets infuriated, asking them how they dare to do this, and he rushes to attack them, but it is so hard for him to move. He knew it was because of this barrier, otherwise, those pathetic fools wouldn't stand a chance against him without it. The protagonist sees this and realizes that Sech Sengard likes to curse and lash out when he can't deal with the situation. Kelterin wondered what he meant, and the protagonist clarified that it was nothing as he talked to himself. However, the protagonist realized that the barrier was impressive, so they asked if that was a dragon trap because a Grandmaster level sword wielder would have a hard time dealing with that. He is sure it couldn't have been easy to persuade high-level mages to join them. Kelterin wanted to be honest that he wasn't expecting them to send such a powerful age, but Trandon was much more cooperative than he thought. These mages are much stronger than the one who accompanied them in taking down the Earth Dragon, and they wonder if the tower is planning something. Kelterin thought it was safe to say they were, but he suspects some information on the coup has already been leaked to them. Si-Han knew that there was nothing they could do about that because some information was always going to be leaked when they were recruiting people, and the towers were very sensitive when it came to information. However, Sech Sengard is pathetic because he fails to notice the signs of a rebellion in a country he rules when outsiders have already taken note. Kelterin thought it was understandable because he was responsible for controlling the information. After all, the protagonist is stunned to hear that, and Kelterin is pleased because that worked in their favor because there is no way Sech Sengard will survive this. Sech Sengard gets infuriated as all of this is getting on his nerves, and he wants them to get rid of this barrier immediately. On the contrary, Duke Cromaton thought they were fools as they were right at the heart of the capital, but they dared to do something like this and asked if they knew who he was. He explained that he was the king's father-in-law and wanted those knights to get on their knees and beg for forgiveness. The knight pointed their sword at him, telling him they knew who Duke Cromaton was, and clarified that it was all for their country's future. Duke Cromaton is shocked to hear this and wants to lower his sword immediately, but they don't listen to him. Meanwhile, Prince Ains entered the room and wanted the Black Lion Knights to listen to him because they were the true guardians of this kingdom. He clarified that he was not betraying his father, but wished to eliminate all the treacherous retainers who had deceived him and restore order to this kingdom. He clarified that fighting each other would mean nothing right now, so he requested they lower their weapons. Sword Higher Drought understood the prince's instruction and inquired if they should wait for the king to return. Prince Ains thought that Sword Higher Drought made a wise choice so that they could avoid any unnecessary bloodshed. He is pleased because he has managed to seize control of the royal palace. But this is just a small victory since everything depends on the Kelterin group now, so he prays that they are successful. On the contrary, Sech Sengard is annoyed because it's so hard to move. He killed some of the soldiers and thought they were filthy wild dogs because they were so desperate to tear their king to pieces. The mercenary pointed his sword at him, telling him that he had had enough of his nonsense, and said that he had no right to be their king, so they wanted to serve Prince Ains. Sech Sengard is stunned, wondering if he just said Ains, so he is supposed to be getting kicked out by his flesh and blood. However, he knew it was not just his son, but the men who swore allegiance to him, and even Kelterin, whom he trusted, betrayed him. Since this had come to this, he wanted to kill all of them and started emanating an intimidating aura that scared everyone. The protagonist thought this was great because it was right to see a traitor betrayed by the people he trusted. This brief moment of satisfaction is worth so much more than the friendship he had in the past. This makes the protagonist realize that he wasn't cut out to be an honorable person. He wouldn't have bothered returning to Terranner if he was going to get revenge with other people's help. So, he wanted Sech Sengard to put his back into it, and suppose this wasn't enough to kill him. The mercenary knew that he might still be powerful, but it was nothing they couldn't handle with this barrier. So, he thought there was no need to be scared of a tiger that had lost its fangs. So he told Sech Sengard that he was the one who was going to die that day. Sech Sengard gets infuriated on hearing this and asks who he thinks he is talking to. He substantially slammed the ground, which sent strong waves around the ground, and asked if they thought this was enough to kill him. Suddenly, the ground started shaking, which worried all of them. Sech Sengard used a giant fist to circle the aura, throwing several of them away. Xenon is stunned because Sech Sengard shouldn't be able to use his full strength when he is in the barrier, so he wonders how he is still so strong. He supposed there was no way he was human and wondered if this was the true power of a Grandmaster level sword higher. Sech Sengard is so furious that he wants to crush them flat. and his fists start trying to crush them. Xenon, remember that Si-Han told him about this skill weakness just in case he ended up in this situation. Since this skill weakness is right where the wrist is connected to the ground, he immediately used an explosive aura shockwave to strike its base and get rid of it. The aura fist fell, thus releasing all of the mercenaries, and they were relieved because they were saved. Sech Sengard approached Xenon, telling him it was not bad, but he thought he was just a puppet to lure him out. All the warriors get worried, thinking this is bad because Sech Sengard has escaped the barrier. Sech Sengard wanted to crush every single one of them right now if he could, but he was tired after dealing with the barrier. So, he swore to make them regret turning against him and wanted to make sure they all suffered slow and painful deaths. The warriors worry about seeing Sech Sengard getting away, so they wanted to get him. They wanted to finish him off while he was still tired, so they didn't want to let him escape. Sech Sengard furiously grits his teeth, thinking how humiliating this situation is as he never thought he had to run away from anyone. While rushing away, he wanted those pieces of trash to wait as he would teach them a lesson. Later, Count Crumble worriedly asked him if he had just said that Sech Sengard had escaped. He couldn't believe they couldn't kill him even though they used a dragon trap and knew that was the chance of a lifetime, so he supposed their plan failed. Kelterin didn't want him to worry because everything was going according to plan. No matter how much of a tyrant he was still the king they used to serve, and there would be wide-ranging consequences if too many people witnessed his death. He added that the mercenary king's successor was already on his way to kill him. Count Crumble asked if he was talking about the dual-wielding swordsman Si-Han. Kelterin clarified that Sech Sengard is going to disappear somewhere without a trace. His notorious and barbaric actions will be reported to Terranner, and his heroic feat will turn to dust. Count Crumble can't believe how confident Kelterin is as he didn't even stutter, and he feels like he can trust him. Kelterin suggested they should head back to Rapunzel because it was the time to request an audience from their true king. While Sech Sengard recalls the past when he met with the protagonist and inquired who they were, Si-Han came to meet him with Rilstein and asked if he was the person in charge there. Rilstein worriedly asked Si-Han if he was sure he would be all right because there were only two of them. The protagonist sighed, wondering what he was worried about because Rilstein was a 6th-floor mage still scared of thieves. Rilstein clarified that he is not scared, but he is a bit nervous. The protagonist rambled that for someone quite a bit older, and there are many things he is afraid of. He clarified this is normal because there is no way he could be so fearless when he is so young. Sech Sengard is stunned to hear them conversing nonchalantly, wondering what they are doing as they are arguing in front of him. He furiously looked at his men, asking them how they dared to boast about their skills as thieves and then lead someone back to their hideout. His man clarified that they did their best to lose them, but he wondered what they should do against the sword hire. Si-Han clarified that his underlings were keen to run away with their stuff, and he doesn't suppose he intends to return their things without making a fuss. Sech Sengard clarified that this stuff might have been his at some point, but it belongs to them now, since they wouldn't have taken these things from the start if they had handed them over to him. He attacked the protagonist, telling him to take them back if that seemed so unfair. The protagonist counterattacks, telling him that is what he was planning to do from the start. After exchanging a bow, Sech Sengard realized this boy must be at least a master level. The protagonist also realizes that his opponent has some incredible aura. After a while, Sech Sengard retrieved his weapon and asked him for his name since he was pretty good. The protagonist tells him his name is Si-Han and asks for his name. Sech Sengard introduced himself, telling him he was a commoner, so he didn't have a surname. The protagonist thinks he is wasting his skills as a thief, as he never thought he would meet someone so talented there, so he asks if he would like to fight for a greater cause. After seeing the past in his dream, Sech Sengard woke up and wondered how long he had been asleep. He is relieved because he feels a bit better now that he has rested. He thought this place looked familiar, but he never knew Bel-Air Forest was so close by, and he was glad it was close. He used this place as his secret hideout when he was the leader of a group of thieves, but he abandoned this place long before the revolution took place. He is sure that even those who were out there looking for him wouldn't think to look there. Thanks to that, he got much rest, but since he is as tired as before, it's time for him to return to Rapunzel as he wanted to make all those traitors wish he killed them. Suddenly, he heard some noise, so he looked around and wondered if there was someone. He thinks they might have tracked him down already, but he wondered how they knew about this place. However, he isn't scared because that is fine as he couldn't fight back until now, so this is his chance to blow off some steam. He shouted to fight with him as he wanted to make them pay for betraying him. Abruptly, the protagonist comes out thinking this is funny as he will make him pay for betraying him. He is sure that Sech Sengard has no idea how much he has wanted to tell him the same thing. Sech Sengard is surprised to see Si-Han in front of him and wonders if he is still dreaming, so he drops his weapon. Si-Han smiled as he had met Sech Sengard after a long time. Sech Sengard is stunned to see him there and inquires what he is doing there. Si-Han inquired about the matter and asked if he was surprised to see him after he had sent him back to the other world. He couldn't believe that was all he had to say when they hadn't seen each other for 10 years. He immediately rushed to attack him, which Sech Sengard blocked with his huge axe. He asked Si-Han if that was him and if he had returned to Terranner. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that he had returned, cursed him, and attacked him with tremendous energy. Sech Sengard is having a hard time handling him, and he was shoved back with that overwhelming strength. He gets worried as he realizes it's really Si-Han. But he remembers that Rilstein and Saffron told him that he had never been able to return. The protagonist smirked, telling him it wasn't easy coming back there, but his betrayal cut him so deep that he refused to give up. Sech Sengard guessed that mages don't get everything right and uttered that he thought something was off, and that the sudden large-scale rebellion made sense if he was the one behind it. He asked if he picked this location from the start, knowing he was familiar with it. The protagonist is surprised to hear that from Sech Sengard and realizes he is not a complete fool. Sech Sengard finally gets what is happening and suppose the mighty otherworldly savior has returned to this world 10 years later to get revenge. Since that is the case, he also didn't want to be a coward and try to justify his actions. However, he also has no intention of getting on his knees and begging for forgiveness, so he wants Si-Han to try to kill him. The protagonist is agitated upon hearing this, so he wants to make him eat his words since it's time he paid the price for betraying him. Alishia is surprised to see such a powerful aura, so she wonders if this is what it feels like when two of the second heroes of the revolution face each other in battle. Sech Sengard smirked wickedly and used his eruption aura destruction to strike him. Meanwhile, the protagonist uses his skill, Emperor's ability, Vortex, to strike him. Sech Sengard is surprised to see this and thinks that Si-Han might be looking down on him, because that was such a weak attack that he quickly got rid of it. The protagonist manages to defeat Berkeley with that skill, but he guesses Berkeley's aura is nothing compared to Sech Sengard's. Sech Sengard immediately used his eruption aura thunderbolt to strike him, but Si-Han evaded this strike using the Emperor's ability tidal wave. While the protagonist is busy dodging the attack, Sech Sengard immediately rushes behind him, strikes him, and remarks that it's great. The last time they got serious was 11 years ago, and he can't remember the last time he experienced such a rush. The protagonist wanted him not to let his guard down or supposed he might not have fully grasped his situation. Sech Sengard rushed away, wondering what he was talking about, and inquired why he should care about that when he was fighting the otherworldly savior right now. He laughed as there was no better way to die than in a fight against him. 10 years ago, the 6 revolution heroes got together and racked their brains, but they could not think of a single plan that would allow them to kill the otherworldly savior. Sech Sengard thought that if all 6 of them couldn't defeat him, he was sure he wouldn't stand a chance, so this would be his last fight, which is why his goal was to win. He doesn't want to embarrass himself as a warrior, so he rushes to strike him. However, he realized that something was different about Si-Han and wondered if that could be what he was thinking. He immediately struck Si-Han, which he hardly managed to block, and inquired what he was doing. He thought something felt slightly off, but he wondered why he wasn't using refined aura. Only swords wielded by those who have reached Grandmaster level and above can use the technique of refined aura, which compresses aura into a purer and more powerful form. The refined aura remained Sech Sengard of the vast blue skies above them, which was an azure blade of pure destruction. He can still remember it clearly even though it has been 10 years since he has seen it. But Si-Han has only parried his attacks and hasn't even used it once yet, which doesn't seem like he is pretending to be weak either, so he inquired if he has become weaker. The protagonist sighed, telling him that this was not the question he should ask his opponent, and he realized he was still a fool. However, he wanted to reward that honesty with the truth, so he explained that he no longer possessed the strength he used to have because he used up his aura and magic to return to Terranner. Sech Sengard supposed he might be kidding him and asked how he thought he would get revenge on him. He released an intimidating aura, which startled Sihan, and he immediately attacked him using a heavy strike from the eruption aura. The protagonist had a hard time evading that attack, and Sech Sengard supposed that the tables had turned. Since 10 years ago, the amount of aura he had amounted to nothing compared to him, so he thought this would be his last fight before he died. But if this was the best Sihan could do, then he was the one who was going to die that day. The protagonist clarified that he might be weaker now but strong enough to take someone like him. Sech Sengard clarified that he could see through his attacks and asked what he hoped to achieve with this feeble aura. The protagonist is pushed back by his attack and realizes he is strong. Shortly, the ground broke and transformed into huge fists, and Sech Sengard used his aura to circle a giant fist. The protagonist gets concerned about seeing this, and Sech Sengard realizes he is lying about his strength, but he never thought he had to use an aura circle to escape instead of fighting back, and he thought he was pathetic. Shortly, he grabbed the protagonist, lifted him, and asked how the mighty had fallen, as he had never thought he had seen him in this state. The protagonist realized he didn't seem to have any reservations about killing him. So, he wanted to ask him if there was something he had been wondering about for the last 10 years. But he still didn't understand it, and he asked why they killed him when they all betrayed him. There was something that he had been wondering about for the last 10 years, that he was completely defenseless when he was caught in the portal. At that time, if Levina had stabbed him with a dagger instead of pushing him through the portal, then he wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. However, they didn't do that, so he wondered why they sent him back to Earth without killing him. He wondered if they suddenly felt guilty about betraying their friend in the end. Sech Sengard thinks for a while and supposes there is no harm in telling him the truth since he is about to die. He uttered that, as he said earlier, he thought they should kill him back then, but 3 hypocrites agreed with the plan to send him back, but were completely opposed to killing him. They said they would switch sides if they tried to kill Sihan. Sech Sengard is sure that he might be wondering why they said that and clarified that they were willing to betray him for their gain, but they didn't want to have a guilty conscience. That is why they decided to send him back to his world, and he thought they should never have decided to betray him if they were going to act like that. He betrayed his friend to become the king of a country, so he is not like them. He is sure that he wouldn't have been able to enjoy his current lifestyle if Sihan had stayed in Terranner, so he had no intention of denying that, nor did he regret his actions that day. Even though Sech Sengard knows he might be a traitor, he refuses to be a coward. The protagonist smirked because he finally understood, but thought that Sech Sengard was such a fool because he stood there acting so dignified, but he was worse than them. Sech Sengard is stunned to hear that, and Sihan asks if he has said he refused to be a coward, thinking it is a joke that he will shoulder the weight of his sins. Sihan remarked that he was the most cowardly narcissist he had ever seen, and he had even worse intentions than those 3 others, but he still thinks he is innocent. Sech Sengard cursed him and wanted him to think whatever he wanted because he wouldn't blame him for judging him. He bid his farewell to him and lunged toward him to strike. The protagonist blocked his attack and asked if that was why he chose to spare him 10 years ago. Sech Sengard is stunned by this as he finally realizes that he might have lied about being weak. The protagonist smirked cunningly, telling him that thanks to the act he was putting on, he had discovered something important. He hadn't grown any more substantial. The world has changed, but Sech Sengard still uses the same skills he used when he was known as the Talking Fortress. In other words, he hasn't gotten any more substantial over the last 10 years, and he thought he might have a trick or 2 up his sleeve, but he guesses he was wrong. Sech Sengard is stunned to see that he used a refined aura and asks if he lied to him. Sihan thought he should be ashamed of himself because he didn't think he was foolish enough to fall for that act. Now that he thinks about it, he spent the last 10 years honing his skills to get revenge, so he thought Sech Sengard should have suspected that he had something up his sleeve. Sech Sengard furiously cursed him, used his skill Eruption or a wide-range black to strike him, but he evaded all his attacks. Then he used the Eruption Aura Fissure to attack again, but the protagonist countered with Sky Piercer Echo, which went through his skill. Sech Sengard grits his teeth in frustration, knowing that Sihan can also use Sky Piercer. The protagonist pointed out that he was currently up against a brute of a man, so he had to use every magical beast or a skill in his arsenal, but Sech Sengard kept attacking him. Alishia realized that the power of the 7 heroes of the revolution was passed down through legends. She cannot believe some people possessed such monstrous strength during the Revolution War. She wanted to use her magic to help Si-Han, but she knew she was not strong enough, but wondered why he brought her there. While fighting, the protagonist asked about the 3 hypocrites he mentioned earlier. Sech Sengard affirmed as he mentioned that, so he asked what about that, and if he would forgive them and give up on his revenge. He didn't want Si-Han to be ridiculous because if that is how weak his resolve is, he will die at that moment. He summoned the Aura Circle Giant Fist to take him down with the Giant Punch. The protagonist is amazed to see the Rocket Punch as he hasn't seen this in a while, but for an attack like this, he knew he should also use Aura Circle, which infuriated Sech Sengard. The protagonist rushed toward the punch using his Aura Circle Aurora Beam and swiftly removed that fist. None of Sech Sengard's attacks had any effect on him, so he should have been prepared to die when he fought Si-Han again. That way he could have accepted his fate and fought for his honor. But he had gained a glimmer of hope that he might survive the moment he thought Si-Han might be weaker than him, as he couldn't abandon his lingering attachment to the world. The protagonist saw him striking effortlessly and realized there was the look of despair that he wanted to see in his face. He clarified that it was hard to put up with his arrogant attitude earlier. Sech Sengard swore at him thinking that he should have killed him back then. However, Si-Han reminded him that it was already over, and he used the Sky Piercer meteor shower to strike him. The blood spluttered out of his body and mouth. He cursed his fortune and wondered if that is where it all ends. He cursed everything and realized that Si-Han had certainly become weaker, because he couldn't even finish him off using Sky Piercer. The protagonist is sure that Sech Sengard probably wouldn't tell him who these 3 hypocrites are even if he asked him. Sech Sengard affirmed, and Si-Han guessed as much as he didn't think he had told him so easily because that was the kind of person he was. Therefore, he wanted to ask him something else, and inquired why he betrayed him because he didn't strike him as the kind of person to be interested in power or luxuries. So he wondered why he went to such lengths and betrayed him to become king. Sech Sengard smiled because the fact that Si-Han asked him showed he didn't understand anything. He sits and inquires if he needs to know why he betrayed him. He claimed he should become his friend's subordinate since he feels stronger than him, and he questioned whether Si-Han believes he should accept this. He didn't want him to be ridiculous because he was not supposed to wag his tail like a dog and be grateful every time the mighty Emperor Si-Han graces him with his favor and treats him like a friend. Si-Han is sure that he didn't come up with that analogy all by himself because there is no way he is sophisticated enough to think of something like that. However, he is sure that Sech Sengard might be thinking along similar lines. Since he had already asked for everything he wanted, he had to pay the price for abandoning their friendship and trust. Sech Sengard smirked because that was fine with him, and he was ready to be killed by him. The protagonist smirked because Sech Sengard thought he would kill him and asked what he was talking about. Since he didn't kill him and sent him back to his world, he didn't want to kill him as well. He instructed Alishia to come there, but she couldn't understand anything. Sech Sengard is also stunned, wondering what he is scheming as he wants him to stop dragging this out and kill him quickly. The protagonist smiled cunningly, telling him that he was not going to kill as he was sure that he might have wanted to kill him badly, but he didn't, and in the end, he banished him from Terranner. Therefore, Si-Han will not kill him either since there is an old saying from Earth that there should be an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. Sech Sengard furiously cursed him as he saw Si-Han opening the otherworldly portal. Alishia is surprised to know that he used her mana to open a dimensional gate. The idea of using other people's mana to control magic is as preposterous as trying to use someone else's muscle to get stronger. But there is one exception to this rule, which is that magical beings summoned through otherworldly summoning techniques can borrow mana from the summoners. Si-Han clarified that he was planning on bringing her there, but it was taking a lot longer to recover his mana than expected. Alishia finally realized that is why he brought her there, as he wasn't going to get revenge by simply killing him, but he was going to send Sech Sengard into another dimension. The protagonist is amused to see that it is taking Sech Sengard all of his strength to stay standing, and he clarifies that this is exactly how he felt 10 years ago. Although he knew that Sech Sengard could argue that he sent him back to his world, and he was about to send him to another world where he didn't know anyone. He couldn't say that this was strictly fair, but he wanted Sech Sengard to try to understand because he cost him 10 years of his life, so he wanted him to think of this as paying him back with interest. Sech Sengard refused to go to the other world because beyond this darkness lies the home of the countless abominable otherworldly magical creatures that they fought against when the Emperor summoned them. He realized that Sihan wanted him to fight against those magical creatures in that hell all by himself. He cursed Sihan, asking him if he thought he would let it end like this. He swore that he would survive and find a way back, so he is going to return to kill him no matter what it takes. As Sech Sengard got sucked inside that portal, the protagonist bid his farewell to him, and shortly, the portal was closed. Alishia asked him if he was sure that was a good idea because the 4 towers were bound to notice the dimensional tremors. The protagonist clarified that it doesn't matter because they will leave there soon and have magic that can block those dimensional tremors. He lifted Sech Sengard's clothes, asking her if she thought they could earn any money if they sold these because they're legendary hero undies. Alishia thought it was disgusting and asked what would happen to Sech Sengard. The protagonist had no idea because he didn't know where he would end up. Whether he adapts to his new world, manages to survive encounters with magical creatures, or faces a violent death is up to him now, and it's none of his business. Alishia still thinks they would have been better off if Sihan had just killed him, as she is concerned that he might manage to return. The protagonist clarified that it wouldn't be easy for him because he is not a mage, but he can't guarantee that there is no chance he will return since that's what the others thought when they sent him back to Earth. Alishia wondered what they would do if he came back to avenge him. Sihan clarified that he had preferred that, to be honest, then he could see if his revenge had paid off. After some time, Prince Ains clarified that the former king realized that he was unfit to rule as king and passed the throne to him. After that, he embraced the life of a free man and is no longer their king. So in the name of their new king, Ains, he clarified that this country will henceforth be known as the Rattenberg Kingdom. After Ains ascended to the throne, he quickly reorganized all internal affairs. Crumble, who had worked hard to support him, became a count and was placed in charge of administrative affairs, which Kelterin had previously been in charge of. Joldarin was appointed the new commander, and Ribble was named vice commander of the Black Lion Knights. Kelterin was appointed the Chancellor after becoming a Marquess and treated like a hero. After watching the new king remove any traces of the former king, the remaining nobles were all bracing themselves for the worst. Ains clarified that he is not like the former Emperor Rustinard. While he cannot forgive the sins that Duke Cramiton and the other nobles committed, it would be cruel to pin the blame on all of them. Therefore, to prove that he wished to rule with benevolence, he wanted to take the former queen and daughter of Duke Cramiton, Layla Wren Rattenberg, as his wife. The nobles thought that by the union between the new king and the former queen, he was showing them that he had no intentions of blaming the past on them. All the nobles became glad and assured the new king that they would do their best. Ains is thankful to Kelterin because everything is the way he said it would. Layla Wren clarified that her father, Duke Cramiton, treated her like property, not as a person, so she is so happy that she can stand by his side, which pleased Ain. The entire palace is filled with the cheerful words of the nobles wishing the King Ains to live long along with their kingdom. Later, the protagonist enters Marquess Kelterin's room and congratulates him on becoming Chancellor because he now has full control over this country's money. Kelterin asked him if he thought he would take this country's money just because he was appointed Chancellor. He happily uttered that he could double his wealth even if he redirected Sech Sengard's entertainment expenses to the ruling classes. The protagonist wondered if he should be glad he would not touch the country's budget. However, she is pleased that everything ended smoothly since Sech Sengard was a complete mess, so he wouldn't be surprised if people started calling Ains a wise king for even getting half the things right. Kelterin wanted to be honest, telling him that it was not all good news because Sech Sengard might have been destroying his kingdom, but at the same time, he also protected it. The other revolution heroes couldn't target the Sech Sengard kingdom because he was there. But now, Rattenberg has become a weak country both in name and reality. The protagonist uttered that even if that is the case, he doesn't think there are many greats to this country. Kelterin supposed that might be because the other countries would soon be forced into the same position by him. So, he genuinely hopes Sihan can get his revenge for the sake of the country's future and his own. The protagonist is sure that he didn't call him there to exchange pleasantries. so he asks what the real reason he wanted to talk to him. Kelterin froze at his place, so he decided to be honest that the other revolution heroes would be far more formidable than Sech Sengard. Since Sech Sengard was unfit to govern as a king, he hasn't improved his skills due to his long absence from the battlefield. On the other hand, Rilstein and Safarin have control of the 4 towers and have obtained the title of floor master like Si-Han once did in the past. The protagonist knew that, unlike him, the two of them had gone through the process of learning magic as mages. But it is probably safe to assume that they possess at least as much magic as he did in the past. Kelterin clarified that Tiorent and Karen Ignatius have likely become much more potent than before. Both of them are the type to do their own research and train to become more powerful. But the person who has grown the most will most likely be her. The protagonist saw him look a bit worried, so he told him that he didn't need to beat around the bush but should hurry and tell him. Kelterin asked him if he remembered what he had said to him before, that he had to choose between siding with the otherworldly savior or the destroyers of the world. In that case, anyone who didn't choose to side with the otherworldly savior was a fool. However, if people had to choose right now whether they had to side with the thief queen or the otherworldly savior, many would agonize over that decision. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this and inquires if Levina has become that strong. Kelterin affirmed, telling him that he only knew 3 people who could oppose him: General Londark, the Guardian Knight of the Rusklin Empire, but he had already killed him. The next is mercenary King Barak, but there has been no news of him since the fall of the Empire, and he is currently believed to be dead due to his old age. Lastly, Levina is the Invisible Queen because she has reached the Warrior God level as a higher sword. Now that the 3 Warrior God level soared higher, the otherworldly savior, General Londark, and the mercenary king have all disappeared. She is the only warrior god sword left on the continent. The protagonist finds this news shocking, but can also believe it. For 10 years, Levina reached the Grandmaster level when she was still a teenager, and she was a true prodigy, so it's not hard to believe that she has reached the most substantial level. Kelterin clarified that it's just his assumption, but he thinks Tiorent is close to reaching Levian level. The fact that the Thief Queen has not taken over the country that lies on her border, despite her greedy ambitions, suggests to him that she is not confident that she will win, even though she reached warrior god level. Si-Han worriedly instructed him to wait because he was still trying to wrap his head around what he just said. Levina might have shown a bit of ambition at times, but she is not the type of person to trample over others to satisfy her desire, and she asked if he was sure that he hadn't mistaken her for someone else. Kelterin thought he might be speaking out of turn, but he would risk facing his wrath to say that she has always been that kind of person, shocking the protagonist. Kelterin explained that everyone knew about this, and the other 6 revolution heroes were aware, and even someone like him, who was merely under Sech Sengard's command, knew this as well. He thinks Si-Han is the only person who doesn't know her true nature. The protagonist was startled, emanating such an intimidating aura that sent chills down his entire body. Kelterin gets scared, and they start bowing before him to apologize and request him to forgive him. The protagonist apologized, saying he wanted Kelterin to get up as he just lost control for a bit because his stomach started hurting. Kelterin understood that, so he asked him if it hurt a lot, and if he should bring some medicine. The protagonist refused to tell him that he was alright, and because he got all the information he needed, he wanted to return to rest now, so he praised Kelterin for his good work. Kelterin saw him leaving, affirmed his command, and requested him to rest up. The protagonist knew that Kelterin was right, that he was the only one who didn't know, as he saw her true nature 10 years ago when she looked at him with those cold eyes, so he cursed himself for being so naive. Later, the protagonist is getting ready, which makes Alishia wonder if he is going out. Si-Han clarified that he was bored, so he thought he had to go for a walk. There is nothing to do in Terranner, so he might as well go and find some books to read. Alishia also wanted to go with him because she had enough of being stuck indoors all day. Si-Han inquired if she were sure she would be all right walking around outside, and she concurred, telling him she could use the 1000-face technique now. Abruptly, Dina rushed there as she heard that her master was going outside, and she also wanted to go with her because she was heading outside. Xenon grabbed her to stop asking where she thought she was going and wondered if he didn't remember that she had classes with him. He didn't want her to ruin Si-Han's precious free time. Dina had already prepared her reply, thinking her lesson would be the following day. That was her plan all along because she didn't want the two of them to be alone together. Zenon pulled her away, telling her there had been a change of plan, so it was time for her lesson. The protagonist feels great seeing them getting along so well, and Alishia agrees with him. Later, in the market, the protagonist realized that things had improved around there and that the whole city was a lot more lively and full of energy. Even though his revenge was personal, he still felt good about this change. Abruptly, Alishia found a bookstore on their way, so she wanted to go inside and check it out. After getting inside, the protagonist sees a few books with the titles Romance from Another World, Dreams from Another World, and Earthling's Feelings. He is pissed off as he could already guess what these books are about just by reading the title because they are all about other worlds. Abruptly, one of the books captured his attention as that book is about the otherworldly savior lover. He wonders if it's a story about him and Levina, and if their relationship is popular enough for people to release new novels even though it's been 10 years. He started reading the novel and was stunned, wondering what this was and what was happening. He is flustered because the book is called The Otherworldly Savior Lover, so he wonders why it is about him and Rilstein. He wondered if the author didn't know that Levina was his girlfriend, but more importantly, Rilstein was a man. Alishia heard him asking all this, so she smiled, but he told her to say something. Later, they came outside the bookshop, and the owner thanked them for shopping. Sihan felt exhausted as he never knew that looking at books could be draining. Alishia wondered if he was all right, and seeing him all drained, she suggested they should take a break in the city square, and he affirmed. At the city square, he is astounded as he doesn't expect to see statues of the heroes of the revolution. He couldn't believe that Sech Sengard ordered these to be created, but he thought there was no harm in spreading the reputation of the heroes of the revolution. Alishia clarified that there is also a statue of the otherworldly savior and showed his statue to him. However, Sihan is stunned upon seeing his statue, wondering if that is how they saw him. Alishia realized that the stories about him were exaggerated a little as they were passed down, and his achievements were incredible after all. The protagonist guessed she should be happy because no one could recognize him now. Alishia asked him for his next move once he had taken his revenge on Sech Sengard, so she inquired who his next target would be. Sihan clarified that it should be easy to defeat Saffron or Rilstein since their magic wouldn't work against him. But he wanted to leave them alone since it would be hard to create a situation where he could face them one-on-one due to how he liked to operate. Therefore, he wanted to take down Tiorant after dealing with Sech Sengard because it would be easy to get him to face him alone since he is so confident in his swordsmanship. However, Levina, the invisible thief queen, has reached the warrior god level as a higher sword, and Kelterin thought Tiorant was close to reaching Levina's level. He wondered if what Kelterin said was true, and Tiorant had reached warrior god level, so he didn't feel confident that he would beat him, so it was still too early to take him on. Even though Sihan has recovered a lot of his aura, he is still only at around Grandmaster level, so he will need more time before he recovers his full strength. Alishia inquired if he would keep training there until he had completely recovered. The protagonist clarified that he had already wasted the last 10 years, and she wanted him to wait even longer. He can't do that, so he will look for Karen Ignatius, which startled Alishia, asking if he is talking about the immortal witch. Sihan knew that Karen had the healing ability of Prin, the cleric, and the destructive power of Freya, the Templar. Usually, one person can't possess the skills of both Prin and Freya, but Karen's ability makes it possible. However, Karen isn't that strong, but what makes her a fearsome foe is not her combat power, but her ability to combine Prin's talent for curing disease with Freya's destructive capability allows her to infect her enemies with all kinds of diseases. That ability is far more powerful than reinforcing a person's body since even the strongest swords are higher, and mages must be mindful of disease. Alishia gets worried about hearing about this, so she asks if he is sure about this because she sounds like she would be the most challenging person to fight. The protagonist knew she was not wrong, but he would be fine being from the other world. He can't be infected with a disease from Terranner, which means Karen's ability wouldn't work on him. Alishia inquired if it was not just Karen's disease that didn't affect him but any illnesses at all. The protagonist affirms, telling him it's right, and he is truly grateful for it. Otherwise, he doesn't think he will still be alive. Alishia wondered why he couldn't catch any disease and inquired if he thought they were seen as some form of magic. Sihan doesn't think so since the people of Terranner haven't been infected by the disease from Earth. Due to the development of antibiotics, he would have brought some potent and highly evolved germs over from Earth, so it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that he is a carrier for many diseases. Since it is not like the dimensional gate can distinguish between good and bad germs, it's unlikely that it would have allowed the good germs to cross over the dimension inside him. Alishia is confused on hearing about antibiotics and germs as it's her first time hearing this. Sihan clarified that it had been a mystery for as long as he had known about it. She agreed but wondered what kind of living things could pass through the dimensional gate. The protagonist smirked, telling her that Rilstein was also searching for the answer to that question. He recalled Rilstein telling him that only living things can pass through the dimensional gate, so he wondered what it considers to be a living thing. The protagonist thinks for a while, is not sure, and utters that maybe whether it has a soul or not. Rilstein wanted him to put a bit more thought into it because this is a serious question. He worriedly uttered what would happen if someone died while crossing between dimensions and if the zombies or ghouls could cross over as well. He wondered what would happen if a pregnant woman died, but the baby was still alive in her womb. The protagonist gets flustered, telling him he is making a scary face. Rilstein smirked, telling him that is what researching magic is all about. He wondered if he was in the bathroom, suddenly sucked into a dimensional gate. Then he wondered if his stool would be coming out and would also be a part of his body. The protagonist gets annoyed, wondering why he had to think of such a disgusting example. Abruptly, Karen punched him on his head, asking why he had to talk about that kind of thing before dinner. Rilstein looked at Karen while holding his head and told her it was hurt, but she smiled while looking at him. Karen told them it was time to eat and apologized because it had been difficult to get ingredients recently. The protagonist doesn't want her to worry about it because it tastes great, so he asks Tiorent if he agrees. Tiorent agreed, telling her it was delicious, and Rilstein noticed that she was not eating, so they asked if she would not eat. Karen clarified that she had eaten many things while preparing dinner and was already quite full. Rilstein and the protagonist think for a while, then fill their spoon, telling her to open her mouth wide and eat it. Karen felt embarrassed to see that they wanted them not to worry as she had already eaten. However, they wanted her to open her mouth, which left her with no choice but to open her mouth, and they both thought they were so childish. After they fed her, they looked at Tiorent, telling him it was his turn to be fed. Tiorent is pissed, telling them that he would rather die than be spoon-fed by the people like them, and the protagonist remarks that he is no fun. After some time, he told them he was too full to eat and wanted Karen to do whatever he wanted with the leftovers. He doesn't care if she finishes the rest or throws it away, but wanted her to be prepared to be punished for wasting food. The protagonist remarked that he is such a spoil-sport old man, but wanted him to do something about that attitude. Tiorent wanted them to shut up and hurry up to follow him if they were both done. Karen saw them leaving, so she accosted Sihan and told him she had fixed his scarf because it was worn out. Since the weather is getting colder these days, she wants him to look after himself and is sure this should keep him warm. The protagonist recalled that Karen was like an older sister and a mother to them all. Even though Tiorent and Rilstein were older than her, he always thought she would be like her if he had an older sister. She was gentle, calm, smart, and kind, always smiling no matter how tough or painful. She smiled while taking out the Imperial Army soldier, and Alishia thought she was terrifying. Sihan uttered it when Karen, at that time, was like brother and sister to him. He thought of them as a family bonding through strong ties, and thanks to them, he guessed he learned some important life lessons. Alishia gets worried about him, and he looks at her, smiles, and utters that it's already getting late, so he wants to head back. Since much time has passed, the protagonist knows there is no turning back. Meanwhile, at the capital city of Ignatius, Lysaterium, the city of the goddess, Karen is stunned to learn that Sech Sengard has abdicated the throne. Her men affirmed, telling her she was correct as his eldest son had become the new king. They heard Count Kelterin, Sech Sengard's right-hand man, handled the situation. The knights recalled that Kelterin sounded a familiar name. His comrade clarified that it was that guy with the body of a sage and the mind of a wild beast. Karen is surprised to learn about that because Kelterin is a coward. She knew he wouldn't do that because he was not the type of person to initiate something like this. She wanted her men to gather more information about the situation over there, and her men understood. Then she asked about the next agenda. and the old man explained the matter was regarding the refugees who fled from the Sengard kingdom to escape the tyranny of that regime and settled there. He explained that a few raided a moon temple nearby not long ago and plundered the offerings left for the goddess. Karen is sure those refugees should have been supplied with enough food and clothing, so she wondered why they would do something like that. The old man clarified that the person in charge was taking the supplies for himself, and the migrants weren't provided enough support during that time. It is undoubtedly a grave sin to treat the poor souls who sought refuge in God's embrace, and they need to decide how to punish these refugees. Even though it might be unforgivable to covet the offerings to the goddess, he hopes Karen does not punish them too severely for trying to feed their starving families. Karen looked at him coldly, telling him that they must obey the goddess's commandments. Since they can't be forgiven just because of their circumstances, she wanted him to hang everyone involved in the corruption and those who looted the offering, which worried the old man. Karen uttered that secular law is unfair and unjust because they are based on human emotions and circumstances, but their people need to obey the goddess, not the law or code of ethics they developed for themselves. Therefore, she wanted everyone to follow the teachings of the goddess to live a just life, and she instructed him to leave if he understood. Her gaze was devoid of emotion. Some could say it was a fair decision, but some might not agree. The old man told her they would obey the queen's commands. On the other hand, Kelterin told Sihan that he had done exactly as he had requested. Therefore, Sihan, sword hire Zenon, Alishia, and her student Dina are all members of the Rettenberg delegation that will visit Ignatius, the religious kingdom. The protagonist is dumbfounded on hearing this because he is so fast. He recalled telling Kelterin that he hadn't met Karen Ignatius, so he wanted him to find a way to meet her without raising suspicions. Kelterin understood his task and wanted a day to figure something out. Sihan thought he had spent a day thinking about it, but had already finished all the preparation. In order for the king to assert his rightful claim to the throne, he needs to be recognized by other countries. Therefore, it would make sense for Ains to send a diplomatic delegation to other countries in Terranner. However, the protagonist wondered how he got permission for them to join the delegation in one day because the administrative procedures can't be that simple. Kelterin explained that he just arranged for him and his party to join the delegation from the start. Even though it's difficult to add amendments to the delegation, it's simple to remove them. The protagonist wondered if he had planned this all beforehand to adapt to whatever decision he had made. The protagonist is sure he wouldn't create unnecessary work for his officials and wants him to ask him before he does something like that next time. Kelterin thought it was a good idea, so she is now focused on efficiency. The protagonist is sure he might suffer a lot working for Sengard. Kelterin clarified that the religious kingdom of Ignatius responded positively to news of their new king, and other countries reacted similarly. He is sure that Sihan can use delegation to arrange meetings with everyone from the other kingdom, including one. The protege uttered that he doesn't have to tell him as he has a rough idea of who that might be. He is always close to Sengard, so he wouldn't be too keen on Ains. But the protagonist didn't think he would be so openly hostile about it, so he hoped he was not planning to go to war. This makes the protagonist wonder if he will see Safaran sooner than expected. Among the other countries, the Safaran kingdom is the only country that hasn't issued an official statement about Ain's ascension to the throne. Kelterin thought it was most likely because, as Sihan said, he was close to Sengard. He wanted to be honest that they couldn't call them friends because Sengard only intervened in the Kargan War because of Safaran's influence, so it was more like Safaran did all the thinking for him. The protagonist sighed because it was true that they had been friends for a long time. According to the official statement, Sengard voluntarily surrendered his throne and embraced the life of a free man, so he could see why Safaran was suspicious since he knew him so well. He doesn't want many people to suffer because of his revenge, so he is worried that, at this rate, he might have to seek out Safaran instead of Karen. Kelterin doesn't think he needs to worry about it that much. All the other countries, including the Safaran kingdom, are on friendly terms with them. Simply put, they have the support of the Rilstein kingdom, the strongest country. Since Rilstein and Safaran are both mages, they have viewed each other as rivals since the Revolutionary War. Since they kept each other in check, Safaran couldn't do anything rash. Therefore, he told Sihan that he could stick to his original plan and visit the religious kingdom of Ignatius first, as he would ensure all preparations were complete by the time he left in 3 days. The protagonist supposed he might be expecting the situation to some extent, so he decided not to worry about it in that case and to leave this matter to Kelterin. 3 days later, the Sihan party managed to join the delegation and approached Ignatius' kingdom. The noble worriedly asked the protagonist if he was sure he didn't want to ride in a carriage because they had to travel quite far to each of the Ignatius kingdoms. The protagonist assures him he is fine with riding the horse and finds this more comfortable. The noble requested that he let him know if he experienced any discomfort. The protagonist thanked him for his concern, but he knew that it had been a while since he rode a horse, and he got sick of riding them in the past. He saw Alishia having difficulty riding the horse, so he wanted him to watch out as the horse wasn't under her control. The protagonist realizes she has gotten the hang of it, but has a bad feeling about it. Sihan doesn't want her to push herself too hard because it's dangerous. Alishia knew that speed-boosting aura skills that allowed her to run faster than a horse were challenging to learn, so she wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to learn how to ride a horse properly. The protagonist guessed that Xenon would be good at horseback riding since he is a knight of the kingdom, and Dina comes from a wealthy family, so it's no surprise that she is used to it. Now that the protagonist thinks about it, Alishia is also from a wealthy family. Alishia wanted him to remember that her family had been destroyed. The protagonist wondered if the fall of an empire that stood for thousands of years was just a family tragedy for her. Alishia sighed, telling him she would master horseback riding before they reached Ignatius' kingdom. Later, they set up the pavilion to stay in for a night and stopped the journey for a while. Sihan uttered that, unlike when they were going to take down the second coming of the Sihan group, the soldiers were taking care of all the chores for them, and he realized that it was so lovely to be in a position of power. Xenon rambled that they were not mercenaries, so they wondered why the kingdom's delegation had to resort to setting up camp. He thought Duke Kelterin would have planned out the route thoroughly. Dine said it could not be helped because trading routes in their country aren't as developed as in other countries. That means they can't set up lodging in every outpost along their route. But it doesn't help that most of their territory is just rugged mountain terrain. They used to have a passage through the mountains called the Jalat Highway. However, during the revolution, the bridge that extends over the ravine was destroyed and hasn't been restored yet. So, the only way to reach the religious kingdom is by taking a long way around now, and she is sure that they could have tripled their trade if the bridge had not been destroyed. Xenon and Alishia are impressed, thinking that she is certainly the daughter of a trade merchant because she knows so much. Alishia is sure that a bridge leading through the mountains should have been quite sturdy, so she wondered how it happened. She looked at Sihan, who was mortified, so she supposed it might be his doing. But Sihan clarified that it was also Sech Sengard's fault. He rambled that they fought mindlessly at the time, but destroyed many things now that he thinks about it. He didn't know that people were suffering due to his actions, so he wanted to take this opportunity to reflect and be more careful from now on. However, he wondered what he should do now because there was nothing for them to do since the soldiers were taking care of the preparations for camp. Xenon wanted to help the soldiers move their things, and Alishia plans to go out for more horseback riding practice. So, she asked Sihan to look after Dina if he had free time, which startled them. Dina was confused, wondering how he had ended up in this position, but she still pointed her sword at him, rushed toward him, and clarified that she would attack now. The protagonist easily blocked her strike with the branch of a tree, telling her that her fighting spirit is impressive, but wanted her to know that alone isn't enough. After finding the opening, he struck her and clarified that she was wide open. He remarked that she tended to get too carried away in the heat of battle. Dina knelt, holding her abdomen with excruciating pain, and told him that he was so talented. Sihan instructed her that she needed to focus her mind as well as her body when handling a sword. Although feeling anger is fine, he doesn't want her to be consumed by it because anger can fuel her body and get her fired up. But rage will cloud her vision and make her lose focus. Dina thought for a while, then concluded that he meant she could get angry but shouldn't lose her temper. Even though Sihan knew she was not wrong, he instructed her to approach sparring as if it were a real battle. He is sure she won't get any better by waving her sword around, and she will pick up bad habits. He said that when he tells her to focus, he doesn't mean she should go all out during practice since her skills wouldn't improve if she tires herself out. Dina is a bit confused, asking if she should practice in moderation, which makes Sihan wonder if she understood anything he said. She is thrilled because that is what she is expecting from the mercenary king's successor, so she is learning a lot from him. She enthusiastically asked if this was how he picked up the basics before he learned the mercenary king's sword technique. The protagonist thinks about how he learned his basics and recalls the past when he was violently instructed to hold the sword properly. The man doesn't want him to be such a baby and wonders why he has to look after someone like him. Even though Sihan is critically injured and coughing blood, the man gets near him and says their group is only interested in his mage friend because mages are very useful. He clarified that Sihan could join their group thanks to his friend, so he thought he should earn his living. Rilstein saw him abusing his friend so furiously he inquired what he was doing. The man turned to return, telling him that he was teaching him swordsmanship because he had to be tough on a warrior, so they learned to pull their weight. He is sure that Sihan is either getting the hang of it or he will end up dying, so told him that he is going to die the following day if he keeps acting like that. After he left, Rilstein approached him and asked if he was all right and if he was sure he might be severely injured. Sihan started crying because it had already been 3 months since he had been forced to come to this world. He wondered what he did wrong to deserve this kind of treatment because he was just a regular kid before. Rilstein clarified that people don't always suffer because they have done something wrong, but life is always unreasonable and painful. However, he wanted Sihan to live because it would be miserable if he died before returning to his own world, so they had to survive. While the protagonist indulged in his thoughts, Dina told him she had done everything he asked. The protagonist looked at her and praised her for her excellent work and uttered that they should leave it there for that day because the knights might have finished setting up camp by now, and she affirmed. The protagonist recalled being taught how to use a sword by a good-for-nothing thug in an alleyway. He didn't teach him any swordsmanship or martial arts, but he taught something even more important, which is the meaning of violence. That thug made Sihan realize how simple it was to take a human life because he ended up killing him. He also taught him what he needed to do to survive in the living hell of Terranner. Later, they returned, and the camps were already set. Xenon said that he knew this was what a proper army looked like. Alishia worriedly asked if it would rain again, leading to another encounter with a magical beast. The protagonist doubted it as the weather looked lovely now, and they all started laughing at hearing this. Dina told them they had set up a perfect base camp there and remarked that the beef stew was delicious. However, seeing how all of them were annoyed by hearing this, she wondered if she had said something wrong. The protagonist is surprised because she thinks that this stew tastes good. Alishia thought it was not her fault because it couldn't be helped that Xenon's cooking spoiled their taste buds, but Dina hadn't had the chance to try his cooking yet. Sihan hardly eats the stew because it tastes so bland compared to Xenon's stew, but it would be rude not to eat the food the army cooks have prepared. Alishia supposed army cooks must be pretty decent if they can provide them with this kind of food while they are traveling. But it's just that Xenon cooking is on another level. They thought this was all Xenon's fault as he spoiled them. Later, late at night, they were away from the camping area. Sihan didn't think anyone would find them there, so he wanted to continue their aura skill training. He is sure it's time they both learned some new aura skills, and he tells Alishia that she'll be learning Levena's stealth skill. He instructed Xenon that he would be learning how to use an explosive aura along with a rupture aura. Alishia inquired if he uses them because those skills aren't easy to learn, and he is not very good at explaining them because he is from Earth. She doesn't want her to be concerned because he has a plan. Since he can't explain how they work, he will show them how he does them instead and show them what those skills look like whenever he gets stuck. Alishia knew that the idea was a bit basic, but she supposed it might work, and Xenon enthusiastically told him that they were in his hands. However, Alishia thought that only the heroes of the revolutions should be able to use these unique aura skills, so she thought people should be suspicious if they can use these skills despite having no connection to the heroes. Since it doesn't make sense for the mercenary king's successor to know these techniques, the protagonist winked, telling her not to worry because she could say that she learned these skills from a passing elder, which left Alishia speechless. The protagonist wanted to be honest in saying that such Sengard was taught about the eruption area by an old man passing by, which happened often back then. Many masters lived in seclusion to escape the oppression of the empire. They taught the younger generation their skills in the hope of entrusting the future to them. Therefore, Sihan assures them that it doesn't matter who they say they learned skills from. They need to see if they are compatible with them first. He is sure they understand that, so he wanted to start training and demonstrate those skills. After some time, the protagonist is exhausted, wondering why he tried when these two are the ones who are training. He sits down and grabs his stomach as he feels so hungry. Zenon was excited to hear him say he was hungry and asked if he should prepare some late-night snacks for him, and he rushed away to get some food for him first. But Si-han stopped him, telling him he was fine because hunting something would take a long time. Since they already had to train while everyone was sleeping, he wanted him not to waste any more time. Soon, Zenon arrived, carrying 2 rabbits, and left Si-han in awe. Zenon happily uttered that he found some rabbits and asked if he didn't like their meat. The protagonist clarified that this is not the case, but he wonders how he caught those rabbits quickly and if they were waiting to get caught. Zenon uttered that he is usually pretty lucky when hunting and often finds a game if he lets his hunger guide him. Si-han finally understood that it wasn't the first time he had caught something so quickly, but he didn't think he could call it luck. While conversing, he stared at Zenon in stunned surprise to notice something and asked if he could go hunting again, but wanted him to do that this time. Zenon agreed, so he decided to go hunting again, and the protagonist kept watching him. He is shocked, wondering what it is because it is almost like he is forming an aura web. Shortly, an aura web pierced through the squirrel's body, and Zenon happily clarified that there was a squirrel there, but it was too small for them to eat. Si-han is speechless because this level of precision goes way beyond basic sense, as he didn't know aura could be used like that. He has come across many swordsmen higher in his time, but he has never seen an aura skill like that before. So he accosted Zenon, asking him where he had learned to use his aura like that. Zenon is a bit confused, asking if he is using his aura now. The protagonist is muddled upon seeing his reaction and wonders if he is unaware. So he supposed he might have been doing that instinctively without even realizing it. He finally understood that that meant that he didn't reach the night level because of his talent, but rather, he was stuck at the night level because he hadn't been able to unlock his true potential yet. He took the salt from his bag and asked Zenon to tell him how many salt grains he held. Zenon happily affirmed, telling him he could and uttering that he had 136 salt grains in his hand. He wondered why he was suddenly asking him to hunt and count grains of salt. He asked if he minded if he went and prepared the meat because it's important to do that while it's still fresh. The protagonist realizes that he shouldn't be learning explosive aura or eruption aura right now, but should learn how to use the Emperor's ability. Zenon's mouth opened wide upon hearing this, and he inquired if he wanted him to learn his 4 unique aura skills. The protagonist clarified that, technically, those are Elder Barak's unique skills. Zenon is honored, but he wonders if Si-han thinks he can learn them. Since the Emperor's ability uses a very sophisticated flow of aura, it's impossible for anyone who isn't talented to learn. However, from what Si-han can see, Zenon's talent is on par with the Revolution's heroes. He couldn't believe he completely missed it, and he thought Zenon was the type to use brute force based on his large physique. However, considering how he usually acts, he uses sophisticated techniques that require technical skills more than anyone else, like cooking and cleaning. So now that he thinks about it, he is sure that Zenon is wasting his tremendous talent on things like cleaning and cooking, and Zenon assures him that he will do his best. The next day, when they left, Dina saw them sleeping in the carriage and wondered what they were doing last night as they looked exhausted. After traveling for a while, Dina could see the capital city of Ignatius, Lyceterium, so she informed everyone that they were there. In the capital city of Ignatius, the old man welcomed his longtime allies and lifelong friends. The nobleman greeted him and appreciated his warm welcome. The protagonist looked around, saw a few familiar faces, and supposed they must have stayed with Karen since the day of the Revolution Army. He doubts anyone will recognize him since he is now using the Thousand Faces technique. While he is pondering, the old man informs them that the Queen of Ignatius, Her Holiness, has arrived. This captured their attention, so they looked ahead and saw Karen approaching the throne. They were amazed at her breathtaking beauty and couldn't look away. Alishia is stunned to see that she is Karen Ignatius, one of the 7 heroes of the Revolution. She heard she is in her 30s, but she thinks she and Zenon must have swapped their ages. Zenon gets infuriated when she hears this and inquires why she would say something like that. While conversing, she noticed Si-han's strange expression, who wondered who she was, which stunned Zenon and Alishia. Alishia inquired what he was talking about and if he was saying that the person they just saw wasn't Karen. The protagonist doesn't know what is going on, but one thing she is certain about is that she is not Karen. Alishia inquired if she looked different from the Karen he knew. The protagonist refused to explain that she looked exactly like Karen, as they could be two peas in a pod, but it felt like she was a completely different person on the inside. He doesn't know how to explain it, but it's kind of like that feeling a person gets when they know something is off the moment they notice it, but they don't have any evidence to back it up. Alishia supposed that maybe her personality and demeanor had changed after she became queen, because it would be strange if she hadn't changed after 10 years had passed. Zenon suggested that if he is unsure, he should take another look because they will get to see it up close the following day. Since they are hosting a party to welcome the Rettenberg delegation, he is sure they will see her again. While they were conversing, Dina entered the room, telling her master happily that she had prepared her dress for the party the following day and that she also got some clothes for the remaining two. She pushed Zenon away, telling him that this attire was unique to the Karen people, so they prepared it specifically for their delegation. She needed to retake their measurements to ensure they fit correctly, so she requested Zenon hurry up and try his outfit. After all of them tried their attire, Dina kept praising Alishia because that attire looked amazing on her. The protagonist looked at his attire, wondering if these clothes had always been like this because he had never seen this style before. Zenon clarified that all the local cultures were neglected during the emperor's reign, but after the empire was divided into 6 kingdoms, it looks like they are being revived. While the protagonist looks at Alishia, she notices it and inquires if she seems strange. She is concerned because it has been a long time since she wore a formal dress. The protagonist refused to tell her it looked strange, but she looked good in that attire, and he thanked him. Sihan could feel chilly because Dina was furiously glaring at him, thinking that that was all he had to say when she was wearing a dress. He wondered why she was making a fuss and asked if he could take this off if she had taken their measurement. He dislikes how this material flaps around and doesn't think he can wear it for long. Dina urged that it might be better for him to keep wearing it until he feels comfortable. The welcome party wouldn't just be a banquet, but there would also be a ball to promote friendly relations. Therefore, Sihan would find dancing difficult if he found the clothes uncomfortable. The protagonist is concerned about the ball and is dumbfounded when Alishia clarifies that she hasn't attended a ball in a while. Dina explained that she also hasn't attended one for a long time and thinks the last time was around 6 months ago. The protagonist looked at Zenon as he was his last resort, and Zenon uttered that he hadn't been to a ball in a while as well. The protagonist couldn't believe that he also didn't attend for a long time and inquired if he knew how to dance. Zenon clarified that ballroom dancing is a knight's virtue, and Dina thought for a while, then asked if he couldn't dance, which mortified Sihan. Even though he couldn't dance, he looked at them confidently, telling them that if they were talking about wielding a sword and facing their opponent, he could. Dina clarified that they were talking about a sword dance, not a ball dance. The protagonist gets flustered, wondering what he should do as he didn't think he had to attend a ball, and he had to dance if he wanted to get closer to Karen, but he can't dance to save his life. Alishia smirked, realizing that there were things that Sihan couldn't do, and she countered to teach him. They started practicing dancing at the ball, and she instructed him to focus on her breathing and follow her lead. The protagonist did as she instructed him, but as soon as he turned her around, he used an arm lock, which harmed Alishia and worried Zenon and Dina. Dina furiously asked Sihan what he was doing to her master. Sihan clarified what was on purpose as he has gotten so used to fighting that his body reacted instinctively, and he supposed he has picked up some weird habits. His current situation makes him ponder if he would be all right at the ball the following day. The following evening, at the Lyciterium Central Tower, in the Obsidian Eye Outer area, the Primrose Royal Villa was prepared exclusively for them for the banquet, featuring delicious food and musicians. Zenon is amazed to see the menu as he has never seen this kind of food, which tastes unique, so he wonders what it is. The noble explained that it is one of their country's traditional dishes called grus. The protagonist eats the dish and is astounded to know that the taste is like japki for his country. He excitedly started eating it, as he never thought he had been able to eat Korean food in Terranner. Zenon realized that he liked it so much that he decided to try to make it later for himself. While eating, the protagonist looked around, wondering if Karen wasn't still there, and decided to wait a little longer. On the other hand, Alishia and Dina were enjoying their time alone, and Dina was astounded to see so many people gathering there. She knew it had been a long time since Alishia had attended a party, but she was quite nervous there. Alishia is flustered because this place is full of people she doesn't know, so she is flustered. Abruptly, a man approached them and recognized Dina Crumble. Dina was startled and wondered who that man was. The man heard she would be coming but never thought he would meet her. But she looked just like her mother, so he recognized her straight away. He introduced himself, telling him that he was Bright from the Amos family and that her mother was his little sister. Dina is stunned to learn about Amos family as she has heard of them before and supposed her aunt got married in the Ignatius kingdom. She greeted him, introduced herself, and said she was pleased to meet him. Bright laughed, telling his cousin he was also pleased to meet her. His comrade Durin abruptly asked him if something was wrong, but Bright clarified that he was thrilled to meet his cousin finally. Then he introduced Durin to them and said he was a guardian knight of the Amos family. Sihan noticed that, so he approached Dina, asking her what all the fuss was about and if everything was all right. Dina explained that she had happened to run into her cousin, who was from the Amos family. After explaining everything, she told Bright that these two gentlemen were Marquis Kelterin, knight escorts, and told their names. After that, Alishia introduced herself, and Bright was thrilled to meet her. She remarked that she had a lovely name for such a beautiful lady. He immediately turned toward her, asking her if she would grant him the honor of dancing with her, and she agreed. Dina is infuriated to see that her cousin shows a completely different reaction than he gave to her, and she supposes he might be aiming for her master from the beginning. Xenon laughed as he realized that her cousin had gotten closer to Alishia. While she is infuriated, Durin approaches her and wants her to grant him the honor of dancing with her. Dina is thrilled and gladly accepts his offer, which stuns Sihan and Xenon, who guess that all is well and that the end is well. Shortly after, Sihan noticed that Karen had arrived, and everyone was informed that the divine light that relays Kronlissart would form heaven, the protector of the moon, and that night, Queen Ignatius had finally arrived. The protagonist grinned as she had finally arrived and his wait was over. Everyone is dumbfounded to see that the queen looks as beautiful as ever. Some people wondered if she was going to dance, but some doubted it because no one would dare to ask her for a dance. They don't think anyone there is brave enough to ask one of the legendary heroes of the revolution to dance because people like them are not good enough for her. While everyone was gossiping, the protagonist approached her, telling her that he was Marquis Kelterin's knight escort and his name was Rilstein, and asked if she would grant him the honor of dancing with the incarnation of the goddess. His daring attitude left everyone in awe, as they never thought anyone would dare to ask the queen for a dance. The protagonist swore at his fortune as he ended up having to stand out, but he didn't have a choice if he wanted to find out who she was. Karen smiled, accepted the request of the Knight of Rettenberg to dance with her, and they started dancing. Everyone is surprised to think that Sihan is quite bold, and he can't believe he asked her for a dance. While the protagonist dances with her, he thinks it's time to show the fruits of his labor, as the moment has finally arrived. He recalled that Alishia told him that his body was too used to fighting, and that was why he was struggling to learn how to dance, so she wanted him to think of dancing as another form of fighting. She wanted him to imagine that he was slowly drawing them into a trap to capture them. So he kept dancing while thinking about what Alishia said, and everyone was astounded to see how elegantly and incredibly they were dancing. Dina is stunned, wondering what is happening because she can't stop trembling while watching them, and wonders if she is trembling because of excitement. Xenon is speechless because he knows she is probably afraid, as he can feel a murderous aura even though they are dancing. Karen found it interesting and remarked that he has a unique way of dancing. The protagonist remarked that she is gorgeous, so it's like he is dancing with a princess from the palace on the moon. He is sure that the radiance of her beauty would blind even the rabbit living on the moon. Karen is stunned to hear about the rabbit living on the moon and recalls the past. In the past, she also asked Sihan if there was a moon on Earth. They have affirmed telling him there is and explained there is even a story about a rabbit living on the moon. The folktale came about because the shadow on the moon's surface looks a bit like a rabbit. Karen realized that people living on the Earth are quite amusing. The protagonist agreed because there are a lot of other myths related to the moon as well, and he kept telling her all the myths, which pleased her. Presently, Karen said it was a unique story about a rabbit that lives on the moon and inquired where he heard it. Soon, their dance ended. She stepped away without answering and clarified that she was honored to dance with her. Before leaving, Karen looked at him, telling him it was most enjoyable, and left. He looked at her leaving and was confident that she was not Karen. Later, at the outskirts of the religious kingdom of Ignatius, a Briel Angel Plateau, Sable Tower Mage Hallen confirmed that he had found someone who possessed Rusklin's blood. Mage Brundle appreciated him and uttered that it took him longer than expected. Mage Hallen explained that she had hidden her true identity very well, and he never thought she had been disguising herself as a sword hire. She is currently working as a knight on behalf of a nobleman. Mage Brundle is stunned to hear about the sword being hire and finally realizes why it was so hard for him to track her down. No one thought she had been living as a sword hire despite inheriting the Emperor's summoning magic. She instructed Mage Hallen to contact the Temple of the Moon because she was sure Freya Romant would be willing to help them. Mage Hallen gets worried, asking if she needs the heretical Inquisitor Roman and wondering if she needs their help. Mage Brundle worriedly clarified that if that girl managed to summon a magical creature from another world, their magic wouldn't work against it. Since the work was so hard to find someone who possessed Rusklin's blood, they couldn't let her get away. So she thought they should be ready to do anything, and Mage Hallen understood and affirmed her command. On the other hand, the protagonist informs them that he is certain that the Karen he met is fake. He wondered how the person pretended to be Karen and what had happened to the real Karen. He doesn't even know if she is in this kingdom, leading to more unanswered questions. Xenon is worried because it wouldn't be easy to find the truth, as it is not like they can go around to where the real queen is. The protagonist uttered that Kelterin assigned them to the delegation as knight escorts so they could speak to the people in a higher position under the pretense of carrying out their duties. But now that the situation has changed, getting the necessary information will be tough. The protagonist supposed they need to dig deeper to find out where the real Karen is, so he asked if they should try getting closer to the nobles and acquaintances in this country. Now that he thinks about it, those noblemen they met at the welcoming party are Dina's cousin, who lives there, so he thought they could try to get in touch with them. Later, Durin arrived there, greeted Dina, was pleased to meet her again, and clarified that he had come to escort her on behalf of the Amos family. Dina was thrilled to discover that she thanked him for inviting them. Durin explained that the Count couldn't help but invite his cousin, who had traveled all the way from a distant foreign country. The protagonist is glad because he wonders how to approach him, but Bright sends him an invitation first. He realized that this family seemed to be quite influential among the nobles, so there was a high chance they would have information on the papal court. He is certain that it is the perfect chance to find out more about where Karen is. After they got inside the carriage, the man informed them that they were setting off now. While on their way, Durin Grant introduced himself again and explained that he became a sword hire when he was 18 years old, and he has been serving the Amos family for 6 years now. He heard that sword hire Sihan and Xenon have both reached knight level, so he was pretty confident in his abilities, but now he feels a bit embarrassed. He is sure he will become an incredible knight one day if he travels with such influential people. Dina blushed, telling him she is not talented because she still doesn't understand how to use aura to strengthen her body. Durin remarked that a knight does not wield a sword to become stronger, but wields it for honor and to protect those precious to them. Even though he is sure that she might be weak right now, that doesn't make her less worthy of wielding a sword, and he clarified that it's not like he always follows these teachings either. He assured her that she still has a lot of time, so he is confident that she will grow stronger, and Dina gets excited when hearing such remarks. The protagonist is annoyed, even though he is not wrong, but wonders why it sounds so crazy, as that is not his style. Xenon felt proud because Durin had spoken like a true knight. After a while, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Amos family, and Durin welcomed them to their residence. After they went inside, Bright was already waiting for them, and he warmly welcomed everyone, telling them to come inside, as it was an honor to have such esteemed guests. Since he didn't get a chance to catch up with Dina last time, he inquired about his aunt well. Dina clarified that she has been busy since a new king has claimed the throne, but she is doing well otherwise. Bright isn't surprised, and he is sure the kingdom of Rettenberg will be busy for the time being, which must be hard for her. The protagonist is uneasy because this conversation isn't beneficial to him. He tagged along because he wanted to learn more about Karen, the kingdom's current ruler. but it's not like he could ask as soon as he met him. Since it's not the kind of subject that he can discuss very well, he wanted to get closer to Bright first. After covering with Dina for a while, he recalled that Alishia told her he hadn't been able to sleep properly since he first saw her. He knelt before her, offering flowers to her, and requested the chance to get to know her better. This stunned all of them, who were wondering what he was doing, and Alishia was also dumbfounded. Dina couldn't believe him as he only met her once, and he had already been her follower, so she wondered what he was doing, and if they had missed something, as he seemed very confident. Duran couldn't believe he was doing that again and clarified that he tends to confess when he sees a woman he likes. Without giving Alishia time to think, Bright told her that he wanted to go on a date with her sometime and inquired if she would like to become his lover. Alishia is speechless by this sudden confession. Then she thinks for a while and clarifies that she is honored but hopes he will forgive her for turning down his advances. She grabbed Sihan and clarified that her heart already belonged to him, which stunned everyone. Alishia clarified that she had already decided to spend the rest of her life with him and squeezed his arm firmly. Sihan affirmed, telling him it was embarrassing and apologetic for not telling him sooner. Bright becomes gloomy, but he understands everything and apologizes to Alishia. Alishia knew that he seemed quietly disappointed and saw him sadly leaving the room with the flower. Sihan felt bad for him, and Duran requested that he accept his apologies. He knew he had done something like that, but didn't think he had to do it so soon. Since it was already getting quite late, Duran requested everyone to turn in for that night so they could speak more the following day. Later, the protagonist goes to his room to rest, but is astounded to see a fully decorated room. He worriedly asked the maid what that was, and she clarified that this was the room prepared for the two of them by the Count. She heard that the Count had prepared her with flowers without realizing that her lover was standing beside him. So, he has to apologize for being rude without knowing their situation, and the protagonist realizes he is a bit too nice now. After explaining everything, the maid wanted to take her leave now and hoped that the moonlight would fulfill their dream. The protagonist is a bit embarrassed but asks Alishia what they should do now. Alishia knew it couldn't be helped since it was getting pretty late, so she thought they should sleep now. The protagonist is amazed to see that she is quite calm, considering their situation. Alishia clarified that it was nothing compared to the time when she had to see his naked body. The protagonist inquired if she had to say it like that because if anyone had heard that, they would have gotten the wrong idea. However, he knew this wasn't the first time this had happened because they shared a room in Kargan City as well, so he knew there was no need to be dramatic. While pondering, he saw Alishia taking away the blanket to sleep on the floor while wishing him good night. Sihan is stunned as he realizes it bothers her, so he wonders why she was acting so calm earlier. He instructs her to move as he will sleep on the floor. Alishia clarified that she was comfortable there, but Sihan was reluctant because that would make him uncomfortable. However, in the end, they both got into bed. The protagonist is mortified, wondering what's wrong with him as he could sleep fine the last time they shared a room. He doesn't know if that is because of his mood, but he doesn't feel sleepy at all. While he was pondering, Alishia accosted him and asked if he had come there because he wanted to get closer to the Amos family and learn more about Queen Karen, and he supposed she had messed up his plan. Sihan thought it would be fine because he didn't think Bright was the type of person to get upset about something like that, and he even prepared this room for them. Alishia laughed because she guessed it was correct, and there was complete silence afterward. After some time, Alishia sits, telling him she can't take this anymore, so she wants to read a book before sleeping. The protagonist is concerned because reading in the dark is bad for her eyes. She clarified that she would be fine as she could see fine with the dawn light and started looking for the book of her interest. The protagonist used magic to create light, thinking it would be better if she could have some actual light. Alishia is amazed as she realizes that magic is surely helpful and asks if it is okay if she reads it out loud. The protagonist insists she go for it because he is going to sleep. Alishia started reading the book that tears shed as a result of the Emperor's action have become the lifeblood that flows through the veins of all people, so they cannot believe that Droton is asking for forgiveness. This dumbfounded Sihan, so he sat in shock and wondered what she was reading. Alishia clarified that this is a collection of famous otherworldly savior quotes, and she didn't know he said so many amazing lines. The protagonist is annoyed, asking if she thinks he would say something like that, and clarifies they have all been completely exaggerated. Alida kept reading the quote, One of which is that if the emperor commits a crime in the name of loyalty, he declares loyalty itself to be a sin. The protagonist thinks he remembered saying that one, and he is infuriated by seeing that she is enjoying it. He couldn't believe they dared to record other people's childish remarks and publish them in a book, and he supposed this was a new form of torture for something. However, he is relieved because it is no longer so awkward. Alishia flips the pages and realizes they will even publish books like this if they have something to do with the otherworldly savior. But she doesn't understand why they don't talk about the days he first came here. Alishia saw his expression becoming cold and supposed she shouldn't have asked about that. The protagonist lies down, telling her it's not that, but it's just not a very fun story, and he recalls his past when he was tortured in the cell. At the start, when he arrived at this unknown world, he was tortured by several people who conducted experiments on him. After a while, Prin realized there was no point in carrying out more experiments on him because he was completely worthless. Sparkant instructed him to heal Sihan's injuries and thought it would appear that people from other worlds and magical beasts share the same properties. Due to those differences, the technical issues can affect them, but magic has no effect on them apart from that. Sihan is no different from any other person. Prin started healing. Sihan immediately asked the man what they should do now. Sparkant furiously grabbed his hand collar, wondering how he could be so useless, as he should have been short of a unique ability if he came from another world. Prince worriedly stopped him, telling him that they were still in the process of healing Sihan. Sparkant instructed him not to bother because he was nothing special, so they would use him as a test subject for their drugs. Then he accosted Rilstein, telling him it would be his responsibility to keep Sihan alive, and Rilstein affirmed his master's command. Rilstein was 12 years old when he became a Sparkant student. At that time, Sparkant was looking for talented young children, and Rilstein was a commoner who was sold to Sparkant by his employer. By the time he was 20 years old, Rilstein had only learned second-floor magic, but it wasn't because he lacked talent. It was because his so-called teacher never taught him a single thing about magic. He was a genius who had learned second-floor magic by himself, so proper teaching would have helped him nurture his talent. After Sparkant found Rilstein, he was pleased as he had finally got his hands on a good test subject. Sparkant only saw Rilstein as a test subject for his research from the start and treated him that way. Therefore, instead of teaching him magic, Sparkant fed him strange chemicals every day, which made Rilstein suffer from stomachaches, nausea, and fever. Rilstein had nowhere to go, forcing him to adapt to this reality. It was hell for both of them, so he felt a sense of kinship towards Sihan. Therefore, he asked Sihan if he was the boy who came from another world, introduced himself, and clarified that his master had ordered him to look after him. Sihan is confused, wondering what he is saying as he doesn't understand a single word. Rilstein soon realized he might not understand Arstinian because he came from another world. Even though Sihan doesn't understand what he is saying, it was the first time he encountered someone from this world who showed him kindness. Rilstein kept telling him his name, and Sihan supposed he wanted to know his name, so he told him his name. After that, Rilstein taught him the language and customs of Terranner, and it didn't take long for them to become friends, since it was a relief to know they had at least one person on their side. After getting to know each other, the protege realized that Rilstein was in a pretty tough situation, and that he was the same as him, apart from the shackles on his legs. Rilstein clarified that the weak suffer the same fate everywhere, so he didn't want him to die today, and he affirmed. 3 months after Sihan was summoned to Terranner, on that fateful day, everything changed for Rilstein and Sihan. The protagonist starts releasing tremendous amounts of magic energy, which concerns everyone, wondering what is going on and how he has so much magic already. Sparkant is surprised to learn that Sihan has the ability to gather magic significantly faster than the average person because he is from another world. He smirked wickedly as he realized that he had finally done it, and he had finally made a breakthrough with his research. However, Prin is worried because this storm is a serious problem, so they could lose their test subject if they aren't careful. Sparkant is confident, telling him that he has a plan, as he finally managed to find a use for that useless person, so he doesn't want to allow him to die there. Shortly, Rilstein arrived there, telling his master that he had brought the long sword he had asked for and inquired if they could use this to save Sihan. Sparkant is pleased because it is perfect timing for his arrival and instructs Rilstein to use that sword to cut off Si-han's arms and legs. This dumbfounded Rilstein, and his master clarified that cutting them off would stop the magic from running wild. They can use that opportunity to knock him out because all that magic is coming from his arms and legs, so he can't continue his experiments, even if he is missing his limbs. Rilstein is concerned because he has to obey his master's command, but he can't raise a sword against his one and only friend. Sparkant saw him hesitant and asked what he was doing, as he shouldn't stand there. He clarified that Si-han was a test subject, so he wouldn't die as long as his head and body were intact. Rilstein is worried, and Sparkant remarked that he is weak, so he wants him to give him the sword as he would do it himself. However, before he could do that, Rilstein stabbed him, and he couldn't believe that his disciple dared to stab at his back. After his master knelt, Rilstein accosted Si-han, telling him to stop trying to control his magic and gather it all up and release it, and Si-han did as he was instructed. Alishia observed Si-han as he slept peacefully and reflected on the difficult and tragic experiences he had faced in the past. It made her appreciate his strength and resilience even more. Back then, she could see how something as simple as their friendship would have served as a beacon of hope for all of them. Despite all that, she wondered how they could betray Si-han and felt she better understood why he struggled to accept their betrayal. She gets infuriated as she sees him snoring and wonders how he could sleep so soundly right now. Since she is still a woman, she wondered how he can be so relaxed around her. Abruptly, she gets embarrassed when she realizes what she is thinking. She thinks it would be worse if he looked at her differently, so she decides to stop worrying about pointless things and get some sleep. However, Si-han woke up before she could sleep, telling her this wasn't the time to sleep. Alishia is startled, wondering what he is talking about, and it's late, so they should get some sleep. The protagonist clarified that he can sense one Freya, 2 swords, higher, and 4 mages nearby. She gets worried as Si-han tells her that this mansion is completely surrounded. They peeked outside the window, and Si-han supposed they were getting ready to attack, but wondered what they were after. Alishia supposed they should get ready for a fight, so she decided to change into her combat dress. This mortified Si-han, wondering why she was suddenly doing this. She clarified that she couldn't fight in her pajamas and told him to change quickly. He is at a loss for words because she was too embarrassed to sleep in the same bed as him a moment ago, and he doesn't understand her at all. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, the man asked Rilstein if they needed to gather so many soldiers. Since the bloodline of the Rusklin line has become weaker because there aren't many descendants left that know how to summon beings from other worlds, he doesn't think they needed to go this far. Rilstein asked what he would do if their enemy managed to summon an otherworldly being, so he thought there was no harm in being ready for every eventuality. Mage Helen gets infuriated, wondering what he is talking about. The towers must pay for all this, but they can do nothing about it now. He supposed they had nothing to worry about now, even if another worldly being does appear. Abruptly, Bright came out asking them what the meaning of this is, as this is the Amos estate, and they serve the Temple of the Moon and the authority of Kron Lissart. He asked Rilstein what he thought he was doing, bringing so many soldiers there at this hour. Rilstein is annoyed, asking how he dared to speak of the Temple of the Moon when he has been hiding a descendant of Rusklin, and clarifies that it lacks respect and knows no bounds. Bright gets stunned upon hearing this, wondering what he means, and Xenon is worried. Dina is also concerned after hearing that there is a Rusklin between them. Alishia is flustered, wondering if they have caught on, and if they are there for him. Rilstein unsheathed his sword and wanted them to look at that despicable platinum blonde hair, so there was no doubt about it. He pointed his sword at Durin, telling him that he had nowhere to run with that sinful blood of his. Alishia is startled to see this, looks behind, and wonders where he is pointing it. Si-han is also confused, wondering why he is looking in the other direction, and is stunned to see that he is referring to Durin. Rilstein wanted Durin to surrender peacefully, and called his full name Dugrant del Rustenard Rusklin. Alishia is dumbfounded as they haven't discovered her true identity, but they are after Durin and wonder if Durin is also a descendant of Rusklin. Durin is confused, wondering what he is talking about, as he might be a Burian like the Emperor, but he thinks he is a descendant of Rusklin. Bright worriedly informed them that there must be a misunderstanding because he knew that most of the descendants of Rusklin had platinum blonde hair. But it is not like everyone with platinum blonde hair is a descendant of Rusklin, because if they go by that logic, then Alishia would also be a descendant of Rusklin. Alishia gets worried as they suddenly drag her into this mess, and Lumen can't believe he will still deny it. Mage Hallen suggested he should surrender now if he wanted to prove his innocence because the heretic inquisitors would reveal the truth. Dino worriedly looked toward the sword hire Durin, who captured Bright, put his sword at his neck and instructed them not to move. Bright couldn't believe this, and Durin instructed them not to move unless they wanted Count Amos's successor's blood on their hands. He cursed his fortune as he was able to deceive this foolish noble, but he couldn't afford to get caught there. Lument is pleased because he is finally showing his true colors as he is the cursed descendant of the Emperor and asks if he thinks he would hesitate because he has a hostage. Mage Hallen tried to stop him because Count Amos was a high-ranking noble in this kingdom. Durin apologized to Bright, but told him they had no reason to suspect Count Amos anymore. Then he pushed Bright away, looked back toward him with no regret, and thanked him for everything. Since he released Bright, Freya Lument commanded his knights to charge because this was their chance. Durin jumped out of the mansion while the knights were charging at him. Lument gets infuriated as he slips out of his hand and commands his men to follow him as they shouldn't let him escape. After they left, Dina was dumbfounded as she couldn't believe that such a gentle person like Sword Hire Durin had the cursed blood of Rusklin flowing through his veins. While she indulges in her thoughts, she gets worried when she sees Alishia rushing away. The protagonist gets worried, so he follows her and instructs Xenon to look after Dina for him. Xenon affirmed, so he grabbed her and rushed the other way while Bright worried about Durin. On the other hand, Durin fights with the knight, who attacks him, and gets exhausted after a while. Lumens instructed him to cease his meaningless struggle, because there was no way he could escape from his grasp since they knew his true identity. Durin clarified that he already told him he hadn't done anything wrong. Lumen quickly slammed him to the wall substantially, which inflicted strong injuries. He glared at him furiously, telling him that they would hand him over to the heretics inquisitors as he might possess the cursed blood of Rusklin, but he still had the right to stand trial, since the commandments of the goddess will decide whether he, a descendant of Rusklin, is truly innocent. Durin annoyingly asked if he could call that a fair trial because it was clear that he was going to be sentenced to death. Since there is nothing else he can do, and he has no choice, he raises his hand and clarifies that he doesn't want to do that, which concerns Lumens. On the contrary, Sihan asked Alishia what was wrong and why she was suddenly running after him. Alishia apologized for acting without thinking, but she felt like she had heard Durin's real name, Dugrin, before. She doesn't remember him but feels like she met him when he was younger. Soon, they arrived where Durin was. Sihan is concerned about seeing the dimensional gate open in the sky. Mage Hallen is worried about seeing that he is summoning an otherworldly being. Lument is shocked to see that Durin has summoned an otherworldly being and is mounted on its back. Durin gets worried and curses his fortune as he doesn't want to do this, but he doesn't have a choice if he wants to survive. He commanded the monster to go, and it started attacking all those knights. The knights got worried about seeing this and started rushing away and wanted someone to help them. Lument wanted them to stop, not to panic, because they are the mighty blade of the goddess, so there is nothing to fear as they are under the protection of Kron Lissart. One of the knights agreed with him, thinking that the monster would destroy this city if they backed down now. They didn't want to see their people endure that suffering again, so they all rushed toward the beast again, hoping never to give in again. Lument furiously rushed toward the monster and tried to attack that disgusting creature to kill it. They started attacking the beast simultaneously, thinking it couldn't do anything against the three knights' attacks, and other knights also volunteered to join them again. Mage Hallen gets worried as he never thought Durin could summon an otherworldly creature. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought along more swords, Hire or Freya's, with them. The mage beside him wanted him to save his regret for later, because their magic might not affect it, but they could still fight back, and he raised the Terra Pillars. Lument realized that the mages had cut off its escape route, so it was time to finish it. The protagonist and Alishia saw them fighting the beast. Alishia is stunned to see that beast power because the opponent's Templar is on par with a master-level sword higher. They also have knight-level and fighter-level swords higher, along with 100 elite soldiers and a mage from the Sable Tower. So she can't believe the best they can do is stop that monster from moving. She supposed that was what it was like to fight an otherworldly being and wondered if all the creatures the Emperor summoned were also this strong. The protagonist refuses, and Alishia thinks it is understandable because no one can fight that strong creature. The protagonist clarified that they wouldn't have to struggle if all of them were as pathetic as this creature because Sech Sengard could take that down by himself, and Alishia gets worried about hearing this. Shortly after, Zenon arrived there carrying Dina and apologized to them for being late. Sihan is stunned by seeing him, wondering what he's doing there, and he can't understand why he brought Dina with him. Zenon reminded him that he told him to look after her. The protagonist elucidated that he told him to look after her but not to bring her there. Meanwhile, Durin requested the knights to stop attacking because he didn't want to hurt them. He kept requesting them to stop because he couldn't hold that monster back any longer. He clarified that he just wanted to get out of there, so he requested them to get out of his way. Zenon wondered if that meant there hadn't been any casualties. The protagonist realizes Durin doesn't want to kill them, so he's probably limiting the creature's power. Alishia wondered why they had to fight because neither the soldier nor Durin held animosity toward each other. She knew Durin's father might be the Emperor, but that was not a grave sin. Momentarily, Durin gets worried, seeing that the monster has started killing the knights, and realizes it has started breaking free from the restrictions he has placed on it. Raofin gets angry when he sees that the cursed spawn of Rusklin has decided to show his true colors. His comrade Japilos saw the monster aiming for him, so he wanted him to watch out, but he was soon struck by the monster and killed. Japilos get worried when they see that the monster has killed Raofin, so they furiously start attacking it to kill it. Shortly, the strange blood oozed out of its wound and fell on Japilos' face, and he started creating foam out of his mouth and killed him. The knights get worried, wondering if that is poison, but they don't know it could do that and can't believe it killed Japilos. Lumit gets stunned on seeing this, wondering what is going on, as the creature has suddenly grown stronger and realized it might be holding back until now. The monster kept attacking those knights and killed several of them simultaneously. Lumit gets worried, thinking this is all his fault because he should have mobilized a more significant military force. He furiously grinned his teeth as he didn't expect it to be this powerful, and he cursed the evil spawn of Rusklin. Meanwhile, Durin is crying, wanting the monster to stop attacking this brutality immediately. However, the monster didn't listen to him. It grabbed Lumit and was about to kill him. However, the protagonist intervened as he rushed there and sliced its tentacle into several pieces, surprising both Durin and Lumit. The protagonist clarified that he would help him but wanted him to tell his men to fall back. Since that is the case, Zenon wanted to escort Dina to a safe place and then return, so he wanted him to stay safe. The protagonist wanted him to get a move on as he can't just stand by and watch any longer. Alishia stopped him, asking if they couldn't let Durin escape. The protagonist understood how she felt, but too many people were watching, and they would only be putting her in danger if they protected him. Alishia inquired what he would do if no one were watching because she thought she could make that happen because she knew how to obscure everyone's vision for a brief moment. While the protagonist is fighting with the beats, Cumant is stunned to see his aura, which is the ability of the otherworldly savior emperor. The protagonist worriedly told the monster that he was Sihan, the successor to the mercenary king Barak, who would be its opponent. Lumit is stunned to know that he is Barak's successor, as he didn't know about that. The protagonist looked back and wanted him to leave him, and requested him to take his men and fall back because it was dangerous there. Lumit clarified that they can't do that because this battle is their duty, so as a servant of the goddess, they can't just retreat. The protagonist uttered that no matter how important his honor is to him, his comrades' lives are just as important. Lumit thinks for a while, though he is right, because it wouldn't be honorable to insist on fighting in this condition, and he requests him to buy them some time. After he left, the protagonist excitedly looked at the monster since it had been 10 years since he last fought against a monster summoned by the Rusklin bloodline. While the monster is about to attack, Sihan Durin worriedly tells him it's dangerous because the monster has its guard up against him. He further stated that it had already broken free from the restrictions he placed on it, so he wanted the protagonist to leave. Soon, the monster tried to attack him with its tentacle, but Sihan easily evaded its attack. Then using the Emperor's ability, Wolf Fang, he sliced its tentacles swiftly. Durin is stunned by how skilled Sihan is, but he thinks he is a knight-level sword master. The protagonist is concerned because there is no end to this, And those tentacles keep coming, no matter how many he cuts off. He is confident that he would have been able to take it down using a Sky Piercer or Deadly Dragon Blade, but he can't do much with just the Emperor's ability. It is tough for him to fight the monster while hiding his true identity at a time like this. Momentarily, Xenon arrived, wanting to help Si-Han fight that monster. The protagonist is relieved that he is finally there and tells him that he has come at the perfect time because he needs to keep those tentacles busy. Xenon got it and was thrilled because he finally had the chance to try out the Emperor's ability, so he rushed to attack the monster. The protagonist is at a loss for words to see his overenthusiasm over this task. Xenon immediately sliced the tentacles of those monsters quickly, and he felt like he was getting the hang of it. The protagonist realizes he is using the Emperor's ability but wonders why he isn't using an explosive aura. He realized that Xenon was charging in like a boar and stinging like a bee, so he wondered if the combination of aura techniques somehow transformed his swordsmanship into something unusual. However, he guessed that how he used the Emperor's ability didn't suit Xenon, and this Xenon version of the Emperor's ability is amazing. The protagonist rushed away, assuming it was not a problem as long as he could stand on his own. Since Xenon is keeping that monster there and focusing on Xenon, Durin is also safe, and any unnecessary lookers have finally retreated to a safe distance, so he is sure that is his chance. Si-Han finally arrived at the blind spot, started accumulating his aura, and knew that first, he needed to do something about that soft flesh, so he froze it using the Deadly Dragon Blade, 8-Horn Strike. Durin is startled to see the protagonist behind him and wonders when he arrives. While the protagonist has completely stopped it in its tracks, he tells Alishia this is their chance. Alishia knew this was her chance, so she used magic to create a light to obscure everyone's vision. Durin is stunned to see that there is magic in the ground, and soon there is an explosion. After the dust subsided, the knights arrived at the site, wondering what was happening, but they couldn't see anything through all this dust. After a while, they were startled to see that the monster was dead and were pleased as they finally took down the otherworldly monster. The protagonist sighed and hoped Durin had managed to escape. On the other hand, Alishia helps Durin escape, but she can't go any further as she is tired after using magic. Durin wondered why she was helping him because he was sure that she had heard what they said, that he was a descendant of Rusklin. He is worried that she is putting herself in danger by helping him. Alishia is exhausted, wanted him to hurry up and get out of there before his pursuers find him. Durin looked at her, suddenly recalled Alishia as a child, and asked if she was Seraphina's daughter. Alishia nodded in affirmation, and Durin was pleased to discover she had survived. However, he supposes this isn't the time to celebrate their reunion, and he clarifies that there is something that he has to tell her before he leaves this place. He whispered something in her ear, which stunned her, and she wondered what he was saying. Durin clarified that he was counting on her, for that matter, and before he could say another word, he was struck by the knight. Durin coughed out blood as he got pierced through his chest and fell on the ground with astonishment, and Alishia also couldn't believe what happened. Lumint was relieved to find him as he almost managed to escape like a slippery person, and Alishia was surprised to see him there. Lumint worriedly asked her if she was all right because she looked exhausted. He is glad that she is safe and realizes that Durin is trying to get away by taking her hostage. He is glad that Durin didn't hurt her and asked Durin if he knew how many people suffered because of him. He furiously stopped at Durin's head, wondering how he dared to think he could get away when he is cursed, spawn of Rusklin. Lumint knew this would have ended badly if it hadn't been for her help. He clarified that she had done them an excellent service and didn't know how they could ever repay him. Alishia gets concerned, telling him that he doesn't have to worry about that because she almost let that guy slip away because he was too weak. Even though she is gloomy, she clarifies that it is their duty to eliminate all the cursed descendants of Rusklin. On the other hand, the knights think that Si-Han is amazing as they have defeated an otherworldly monster. The knight heard that the mercenary King Barak had a successor, but didn't know there were two. Xenon is a bit confused, wondering what the knights are talking about, and the protagonist reminds him that he also used the Emperor's ability. Momentarily, Lumint arrived and told Si-Han he was in debt because they would have suffered countless casualties without his help. He wished he could thank him properly, but unfortunately, they didn't have the time, as it would take a while to clear away a monster that size. The protagonist understood their situation, so they didn't want Lumint to worry about them. While leaving, Lumint clarified that he would send him a messenger later, and he is sure the Temple of the Moon is also extremely grateful for what he did there today. The protagonist is startled, wondering why he is concerned about clearing away that monster's corpse. Since the corpse of an otherworldly monster will disappear once they burn the summoner's heart, and he is sure they should be well aware of that fact. The protagonist wonders if that is because they don't want to desecrate the corpse, even if it belongs to a descendant of Rusklin, and he doubts they care about something like that. Zenon inquired if he was curious about what happened to Durin's corpse. He overheard some of the soldiers earlier, and it seemed like the mages had already frozen it and transported it to one of the towers. The protagonist finds it suspicious, wondering why they would do that. Zenon isn't sure, but he just happened to overhear what they were saying. The protagonist found it strange as he couldn't understand why they would go through all that effort to preserve his corpse. Now that he thinks about it, mages from the towers were also involved in the incident with the Earth Dragon. They have now turned monsters with otherworldly abilities, along with the corpse of someone who could control otherworldly monsters. First, they took the Ignis Wolf, then the Earth Dragon, and now they have taken Durin, so he feels that these incidents are connected to each other somehow. The protagonist recalls Tiorent mentioning this before the first time something unexpected opens can be viewed as an isolated incident. The second time may be coincidental, but the third time is not an accident. This makes the protagonist wonder if it could be a coincidence that all of these incidents were connected to other worlds, so he wants to look into this when they return. Meanwhile, at the mansion, Bright couldn't believe that Durin was a descendant of Rusklin. The protagonist saw him completely remorseful, but informed him they would also be going. Bright is apologetic to him as his invitation got all of them involved in the first place, and he wanted to make the arrangements for a carriage. The protagonist assured him that they would be fine because this is not the time to worry about formalities, as they don't have a long journey ahead of them either. Bright is apologetic to them and clarifies that he will send word to Dina later, which makes her concerned. The protagonist looked around, but he couldn't find Alishia, so he wondered where she was. Dina explained that her master said she wouldn't be there long and went upstairs to collect something she had left behind. Meanwhile, Alishia arrived at Durin's room, remembering what he had told her before getting killed. Durin instructed her to go to his room in the mansion and look inside the third drawer of his closet. She started looking at the third drawer of the closet and realized there was nothing special, but these were just regular clothes, so she supposed he might be lying to her. Alishia soon realized this drawer was not the case because it felt too small considering its height, so she wondered if it had a division after taking out the drawer. Alishia is pleased to know that she is right, as there is a hidden compartment at the bottom. She found a book in the hidden compartment of the drawer, opened it, and started reading it. She is surprised that it represents the culmination of all the knowledge from the Rusklin bloodline and even contains research on how to summon otherworldly beings. She gets annoyed when she sees this and wants to eliminate this cursed item immediately. However, she remembered that Durin said he would be counting on her, so she halted and slid the book down. She recalled her childhood with Durin and guessed she can't do that. On the contrary, Mage Brundle explained to the king that they had finally managed to find it. She explained that the descendant had the ability to open a dimensional gate that was 30 meters wide. While they failed to capture him alive, they were able to preserve the body, so there should be no problem with the heart. Rilstein praised her for an excellent job and instructed her to bring it to the Crimson Tower immediately. Since this is no small contribution, Rilstein wanted to grant her what she desired and made Brundle thank him, since the Rusklin royal family's summoning technique does not simply possess the power to control different dimensions. But what is truly terrifying about this summoning technique is that they can completely control any monster they summon. Rilstein has managed to extract these properties from the Rusklin bloodline. He has also discovered a clue about how mind control works now. Since Terranner's magic does not affect otherworldly beings, he hasn't been able to test this power until now. However, he found a loophole, and the solution was right before him all this time. Since the Rusklin family summoning technique is the only magic that can affect otherworldly beings. Rilstein laughed wickedly because, in other words, that meant that the Rusklin bloodline possessed the essential magical power required to target otherworldly beings. Therefore, by studying their blood, he can devise a method to harness magic that will work on creatures from other worlds. All this time, the descendant Rilstein captured did not have enough of Rusklin blood flowing through their veins for him to experiment on them. But now, he has finally managed to get his hand on one of Emperor Rustenard's direct descendants. Rilstein is sure that with this, he can finally achieve what he has wanted to accomplish for a long time. After some time, they were before Liement, who, through the authority granted to him by Kron Lissart, wanted to commend their bravery and righteous actions on behalf of the countless citizens of Terranner. So he wished the blessing of the full moon to shine down upon all of them. Everyone enthusiastically cheered them, and was amazed to see that the protagonist, who was standing there, was the one who defeated the otherworldly creature. They knew that he was the mercenary king's successor, so they couldn't believe someone as young as him had already managed to reach master level. One of the nobles is amazed because he has such an incredible talent, but he already serves a lord in Rettenberg, so they feel bad. One of the nobles heard that Sihan was serving Marquess Kelterin as a knight, which left all of them speechless. They couldn't believe that Sihan served a man known for having the body of a sage and the mind of a wild beast. They worriedly wondered why a talented individual would serve someone like Kelterin. However, the nobles were pleased at the same time because that just meant that Sihan would come and work for him if he played his card. They supposed they were much better than that fool Kelterin. They all rushed toward Sihan, swarming around him, and wanted him to spare some time for them. One of the nobles suggested that he should come with him, as he had some expensive alcohol back at his mansion. After some time, the protagonist managed to get out of their grasp and return to his room. He sighed tiredly and was glad they managed to get closer to the nobles, but meeting them daily was a pain. Xenon is worried, wondering if it is all right to leave things as they are, because the rumors about Si-Han being the student of the mercenary king spread too far. The protagonist pondered as he was a little bit concerned about how much attention he was getting as Sean, but he didn't have a choice. He needed to gain status and wield enough power to approach the queen of this country, and he had already used the thousand-face technique to disguise himself in public. So, he is confident that no one has noticed so far. Even though it might not be obvious, he has been using it the whole time, and Xenon saw him mumbling, so he wondered who he was talking to. Abruptly, Alishia entered the room, telling him he was not the only one who had become famous. She is gloomy because there is a rumor that she is a 7th floor mage just because she was an arcane blaster once. Xenon supposed that so many people wanted to recruit her now. Alishia explained that Xenon has already become well known as the 2nd student of the mercenary king. So she inquired what he would do if he heard his rumors and came looking for them to challenge their validity. The protagonist said that they don't need to worry about him, but it is a bit worrying that Xenon has become so famous. Unlike them, Xenon is already well known, so people will find it hard to believe that a knight from the Rilstein kingdom is a mercenary king student. Suddenly, the protege had an idea, telling him that he would be Xenon Stain, his twin brother from then on. Alishia is dumbfounded, wondering how that is going to work, so wanted him to try and think of something plausible. Xenon thought there was no need to make things more complicated than they already were. He thought they should stick to the fact that he has always wanted to learn how to use the Emperor's ability. Since people know that he is a fan of the otherworldly savior, the Emperor's ability was one of his aura techniques, so they could say that Xenon happened to run into the mercenary king's student during a mission, and was unable to return to the Rilstein kingdom, because he was learning to use the Emperor's ability. The protagonist thought his idea was great, so he agreed to say that he taught Xenon. Xenon enthusiastically agreed with him because if they say that, they are not lying, and lies are most believable when they are based on the truth. Sihan is certain he didn't come up with that line alone. Xenon is mortified, telling him that is what Marquess Kelterin said. As for Alishia, they wanted to say that her background was that she possessed a huge amount of magic at a young age, which she struggled to control, until she crossed paths with a mysterious elder who guided her in mastering the art of optical magic. Alishia is annoyed as he knows Sihan is going with a wandering elder again, and he tells her that it's fine, so he doesn't want her to worry. Since they had already decided on their answer, the protagonists felt that this was the time to deal with the main issue, which was the real Karen Ignatius. The protagonist inquired if either of them had been able to find out anything new. Alishia refused to tell him that she had spent the last couple of weeks talking to the nobles, but most of them had never even suspected that their queen was not an imposter. The protagonist isn't surprised to learn that because they did broach the topic with them briefly. He recalled when he was with the nobles, who were amazed to learn that such a talented guy like him was working under Kelterin. The protagonist smiled and told them Kelterin was a good person once they got to know him better. After a while, he tried to discuss the queen, telling them he had noticed the queen looked very young. From what he has heard, she looks exactly the same as she did 10 years ago. The noble affirmed that thinking was impressive and thought she might be known as the Immortal Witch, but it was not like she was immortal. The protagonist uttered that it is so intriguing that it has led him to speculate wildly if the queen isn't the real Karen Ignatius, one of the heroes of the revolution. The nobles laughed on hearing this, thinking he was funny, but they were sure there was no way that could be true. In the religious kingdom of Ignatius, a sacred ceremony known as the Glory of the Silver Moon takes place once a year to pay homage to the goddess Kron Lissart. The power she demonstrated during this event is truly awe-inspiring, unmatched by anyone else except Queen Karen herself. Since they face such overwhelming evidence, the protagonist thinks it is unsurprising that no one doubts her identity. Zenon thought it could be that the real Karen Ignatius was dead, and they had arranged for a substitute who possessed as much divine power as her to take her place. Alishia thought that if they had as much divine power as her, they would be on par with the other revolution heroes, which makes her wonder if such a powerful Prin needed to conceal their identity. She thought they could become the new leader by revealing themselves as Karen's successor. The protagonist thought it was unnecessary because Karen's true merits don't lie in her divine power, but in the fact that she has the ability of a Prin and the power of a Freya. While people might be convinced if someone were to impersonate Karen's success, it's doubtful that there would ever be another person as influential as Karen. After discussing this for a while, they were all speechless, and the protagonist uttered that if they think through all the information that is currently available to them, then there are 3 potential scenarios to consider. Scenario number 1 is that Karen herself personally arranged for a substitute to take her place. This would allow her to live a quiet life since she has no desire for power. In scenario number 2, there is a chance that Karen was betrayed by someone and imprisoned somewhere. They then installed a puppet on the throne who looked just like her. And the final scenario, Karen is already dead, and the religious order has established a fake to hide that truth. Alishia finds the final scenario unlikely, which makes the protagonist wonder why. Alishia explained that it's because the individual pretending to be Karen is too young. Zenon is startled, and Si-Han inquires if that is strange because they may appear younger than their actual age. Alishia thought that if they intended to conceal their identity, it would be odd to draw attention to themselves by not showing signs of aging, since it has even caught the attention of the nobles in this country. So the reason why the imposter would persist in maintaining a youthful appearance is rather straightforward. She thought they maintained a facade resembling the real Karen face yearly. The protagonist thought that if the fake acts like a proxy and the real Karen only emerges when she is conscious, then there's a strong possibility that the real Karen is alive and in good health. This makes the protagonist gloomy as he wonders where the real Karen is, and they are getting nowhere with their current information. Since it has come to this, the protagonist thought they would have to take extreme measures. He enthusiastically suggested they should kidnap a high-ranking official and interrogate them himself. Alishia is dumbfounded, supposed he can't be serious because they might be running out of options, but taking it too far in kidnapping and torturing them on top of that is far too dangerous and morally questionable. The protagonist clarified the misunderstanding, telling her he would question them, not torture them, and he wanted to use confession magic, since there is a foolproof method to ensure this magic will work if the target is a priest. Zenon wondered if the confession magic would truly be effective without resorting to torture. He heard that it's difficult to use magic that affects the mind, no matter how talented the mage is. The protagonist is sure that they will understand since they've seen it. However, this method will only work once or twice, so they must ensure the person they use it on knows the truth about Karen. Alishia uttered that they knew that at least one person knew the truth about Karen, which was the fake Karen herself. The wildness of her thoughts dumbfounds both Zenon and Si-Han. The protagonist remembers that she told him off earlier for asking about kidnapping someone, but now she is taking things further by suggesting that he abduct the queen of the most powerful country in Terranner. Alishia gets worried as she knows what they might be thinking and clarifies that she is stating the obvious. Zenon suggested they might have a chance of success if it were just a noble mansion, but infiltrating the royal palace is out of the question. The protagonist clarified that he might be able to pull it off since he has picked up some skills as a thief. Zenon gets thrilled as he discovers that nothing is impossible for the otherworldly savior. The protagonist clarified that it should be possible as long as he uses the stealth skill, and if he uses that skill, even if they were to apprehend him, they wouldn't be able to uncover his true identity. He is sure they might suspect Levina if he uses that skill, but that is not a big deal to him. Zenon inquired about his decision, and Si-Han clarified that it might be worth trying. Since they don't have any other option right now, Si-Han wants to try it and kidnap the fake Karen. After some time, they were in Ignatius, the religious kingdom, the royal castle, and the Obsidian Eye. While the other royal castles in Terranner typically consist of a grand main palace accompanied by a royal villa, the structure of the Obsidian Eye royal castle is somewhat unconventional, as it is an enormous tower. The protagonist is peeking at the tower, thinking that if this were in Korea, it would be comparable to a high-rise apartment complex. The protagonist is amazed because it's incredibly tall, much taller, and more majestic than the royal castle Sech Sengard was building. He can't help but wonder how much blood, sweat, and tears the kingdom citizen has to shed to build something like this. The protagonist thought that of all people, Karen would be different from the others. He started shaking his head, wondering what he was talking about and why she should be any different, and wondered why he was not coming to his senses despite her betrayal. However, the protagonist doubts that she designed this tall tower for no reason. In Terranner, the religious order believes that teaching for the sky is a form of communion with the goddess, so a tall building represents the authority and majesty of the religious order. However, their lofty ideals don't change the fact that they built this place by subjecting their people to oppressive labor. However, this has made it easier for them to determine the impostor's whereabouts. Only the one who the moon god holds in the highest regard has the privilege of residing somewhere that is so close to the moon. So, the protagonist thought this would suggest that the impostor must be located on the tower's highest floor. He is glad they managed to figure it out so quickly because he made several failed attempts to assassinate the emperor since he constantly changed the location of his bedchamber, which made it hard to predict where he would be, so he had to give up because he had increased his security too much. Alishia is starting to discover that Si-Han made multiple attempts and suspected it might be him back then. She explained that the imperial peace was constantly in chaos due to the relentless assassination attempts. As a result, she was confined to her room for an entire month while everyone remained on high alert, and she couldn't believe that it was all his fault. The protagonist apologizes for discovering that she was in the imperial palace then and clarifies that she didn't mean to make life difficult. Suddenly, it became dark as the moon was covered and Alishia noticed that. Si-Han supposed that the cloud had obscured the moon, so he stretched his body because that was his chance. He decided to get going because it was dark enough to provide sufficient cover. Alishia worriedly asked him if he would do this and wanted him to be careful. Abruptly, the protagonist activated the stealth mode, making him invisible, so he rushed away and told her he would see her later. Soon he arrived close to the guard at the entrance, passed them, started climbing the tower, and finally arrived at the top floor. He stood outside the window, pleased because everything was all right till now, and he was glad because when it came to moving around without being detected, nothing beat this stealth skill. He tried to peek inside the window and was stunned to see that these bars were made of radiant steel. He knew the royal palace would have a measure in place to prevent intruders, but he wasn't expecting that. Radiant is still a magical metal emitting a bright light and a deafening roar, and it comes into contact with aura magic and divine technique. It has been installed to prevent a sword capable of cutting through steel from entering. However, that is not the problem for the protagonist because it is no match for his stealth skill, so he immediately cuts those steel bars. Since the darkness produced by this stealth skill not only hides the user, but also completely conceals any light and sound. After that, he went inside, started looking around, and thought it might be his imagination because he felt like he had been there before, even though he knew this was his first visit. After looking around, he realized it was not his imagination because he was sure he had been there before. There's no doubt about it because it looks so different at first glance that he almost didn't recognize it. However, upon closer inspection, it has the same layout as the central palace in East Clanium, the former capital of the Rusklin Empire. Si-Han supposed they might have built an extension into what was already there instead of constructing a new building, since that would have been a lesser burden on the citizen. He wondered if Karen wasn't interested in luxuries and idle pleasures. While searching for her, he wondered if that was true and why she betrayed him. Meanwhile, Karen was sleeping in her room. She sensed something, so she woke up and asked who was there. Shortly, she sensed a sword at her neck and was startled to see an intruder beside her. The protagonist instructed her not to move unless she wanted them to slice her neck open. Karen inquired who he was, and the protagonist clarified that this was what he wanted to ask her. He wanted to know who she was because he knew that she was not the real Karen Ignatius. Fake Karen gets worried, still doesn't admit it, and inquires what he is talking about, which is ridiculous. The protege supposed that she might not go to drop the act, but he wondered if she could ignore this blade. He clarified that if she was Karen, this would barely threaten her. He is sure the immortal witch would have no trouble healing a severed carotid artery. Karen is a bit worried and Sihan is sure that an imposter wouldn't possess that ability. Therefore, he will not waste more time on her if she does not talk because he is a bit busy and uses the Soul Piercer. Soul Piercer is one of the unique skills of the otherworldly savior, the ability to suppress divine power. Since a priest's divine power is closely tied to their mental strength, any priest affected by this skill will feel God has abandoned them. He clarified that he developed this aura technique specifically for Prince and Freya, as his magic does not affect them. He has been saving this technique as overusing his unique skill may reveal his identity, but he knows how effective this technique can be against priests. Therefore, he can use confession magic once this skill has weakened their minds. After he used the confession magic, she fell, and Sihan was startled to see she had passed out already. He wondered what he was supposed to do if she passed out this easily, and he couldn't believe that she went around pretending to be Karen when she only had this much divine power and tried to wake her up. Abruptly, Karen woke up and asked if Sihan had finally returned. The protagonist is shocked to learn that she is talking in Korean and asks if that is Karen. He wondered what was happening because he was sure she spoke in Korean unless he misheard her. Since she knows how to speak Korean, Sihan wondered if she was the real Karen. The fake Karen uttered at Sihan, the otherworldly savior, is the only person who can use a soul piercer in Terranner. So Karen assumes the person listening to this message must be Sihan. The protagonist is sure that this Karen is undoubtedly an imposter. He supposed that the honest Karen must have left a message embedded in the imposter's subconscious using a divine technique that would only be activated upon coming into contact with a soul piercer. The protagonist is annoyed because not only does she prove that it's her by speaking Korean at the beginning of the message. However, he asked her if she knew that he would come back. Karen told him to leave this child alone because she wouldn't remember anything. The protagonist realizes she didn't answer his question, which means she can only use the imposter to pass on a message, so he can't communicate with her directly. Karen assumed that Sihan was looking for her since that was the case, and she wanted him to make his way to a rural village on the outskirts of Lysaterium called Gulam. After saying her final words, she clarified that she would be waiting for him, and the fake Karen would be unconscious. The protagonist recalled the past when the civilians were glad because they finally captured North Clanium. The civilians wished for the long life of the revolution and the 7 heroes of the revolution. The protagonist looked at the citizens from the building and was pleased to see that everyone was happy. Karen explained that the people of the North Clanium also suffered under the Emperor's violent rule, so they needed to capture the capital, Kledil. The protagonist looked at her, smiled, and agreed they were approaching the final shutdown. Therefore, he uttered that they have to win because if they win and bring an end to the war, Karen can become the religious leader of Kron Lissart. Karen annoyingly pouted, which startled Sihan, wondering why she was giving that look. Karen clarified that she has no choice but to become the religious leader for the sake of her followers, but she doesn't have much interest in taking up the mantle as their leader. The protagonist wondered why that was because it was the highest honor for a priest. Karen clarified that if she became queen of the order, then she wouldn't be able to get married. The protagonist is astounded by her answer, and Karen inquires why he is so shocked. Sihan clarified that he was not shocked, but she had never shown signs of wanting something like that. Karen answered him honestly, saying she wanted children and to have a child with the man she loved. She wanted to have many children who looked like him and thought that around a dozen of them would be enough. The protagonist is startled when she hears she wants 12 children and asks if she wants to make a soccer team. Karen inquired what soccer is, and Sihan explained that it is popular. He mentioned that it's a game where people use their feet to kick a ball around, and the winning team scores the most goals. Karen wondered if they were imitating cats, as the cast likes to play games. Sihan is confident that Socrates would be appalled if they heard that. He told her not to mind it because it was unimportant and he didn't know who her future husband would be, but he had better be up to the task. Karen clarified that it is given if he is someone that she has chosen. The protagonist enthusiastically clarified that he has to be someone who will make her happy, otherwise he wouldn't approve of anyone who isn't good enough for her. Karen smiled, telling him he didn't need to worry because something like that would never happen, since she has to become the religious leader for the sake of the religious order and all the citizens. She knows that her dream won't ever come true, but she is sure that a girl can dream. At the moment, at the Lyceterium outskirts, a rural village Gulam, they finally arrived there. Alishia looked around, realized it was a quiet village, and wondered if the queen of an entire nation was hiding there. The protagonist claims that, in some ways, this sort of place is ideal for Karen. He saw the children playing in front and clarified that it was because Karen loves children. While the kids were playing with the ball, one of the kids started chasing the ball, and wanted the other kids to watch where he was kicking the ball. While picking up the ball, he looks ahead and sees Zinon, so he gets terrified. He rushed away while instructing the other kids to run because that man was suspicious. Alishia instructed him to be careful because he was saving the children, and Zinon got worried and wondered what he should do. Soon, the kids entered the temple, telling Karen that a scary person was standing outside, and he was tall. Karen gently patted his head, wanted him to calm down, and supposed they had guests. She went out while telling the kids that she would be right back. The protagonist sees her coming there, and Karen smirks at seeing Sihan. The protagonist looked at her and furiously accosted Karen with his agonizing expression, and Alishia tried to calm him down. The protagonist looks at the kid who gets scared of seeing him and starts trembling. Karen politely instructed the kid to listen to her and said they were her old friends, so she didn't want him to worry about it. She instructed all the kids to stop playing and go inside for now. While heading inside, Karen is sure that he doesn't want to make a scene either, and she clarifies that she has doubts about when the spell she cast on that child was suddenly activated. But she looked back and smiled as she realized that Sihan had finally returned to Terranner. Later, she took them far away from the village and clarified that it should be fine even if they caused a ruckus there. She looked at him, smiled, and remarked that he had become a fine man. Then, he looked at Zinon and Alishia, asking if they were his new companions. He supposed that they also knew who he was. Considering how calm she is, the protagonist realizes that she expects him to return. Karen rambled that Rilstein and Safarin may have said it was impossible, but she didn't believe them. Since he is the miracle child who surpassed everything considered impossible, she knew he wouldn't give up. The protagonist is stunned because he didn't expect her to be so calm after seeing him, and he realizes that she has completely taken the initiative. He thinks for a while, then asks her about the girl whom she is sitting on the throne. Karen didn't know that Sihan would be interested in her and asked if he remembered the girl called Sidia. She was one of her attendants, and she is a black-haired apprentice, Pern, who resembles her a lot. Using the Sihan thousand face technique as a reference, she altered her facial features using divine techniques and arranged for her to be her body double. She knew it must have been tough for her, but she didn't know whether it was a side effect of her ability. But she stopped aging a few years ago, so she is sure that it can't have been easy for her to maintain the same appearance as her. The protagonist recalled what Alishia said about aging and realized that Alishia's deduction was spot on. He realized that she had stopped aging because Karen looked exactly the same as she did 10 years ago, and yet she had changed so much on the inside because she was nothing like the past. Karen smiled on hearing thus, asking if that was all he had to say to her after he finally made it back there. The protagonist smiled, telling her it was a good point, so they should get down to business, and asked why she betrayed him. Karen smiled as she realized that he had come back to get revenge, so it was only natural that he wanted to know why he had been betrayed, but that didn't matter. She emits a tremendous aura that Sihan tries to block with his sword. Karen looked at him wickedly and said that only one of them would leave there alive. She used her Crimson Moon chain to capture Sihan, which led to an explosion. The protagonist manages to evade the attack, realizes that there was killing intent in that attack just now, and realizes that Karen is finally showing her true colors. After meeting her, he wondered what he was expecting, and if he thought Karen would be any different. Si-han was a good friend of Sech Sengard 10 years ago, and things wouldn't be any different just because it's Karen. While he indulges in his thoughts, Karen uses her lunar chains to bind him again. However, Si-han quickly used the Emperor's ability Vortex to get rid of those chains and rushed toward her. As soon as he approached her, Karen evaded his attacks, leaped away, then tried to attack him again. The protagonist hardly evades his attack as he realizes that she is fast. Without giving him time to think, Karen used the Temple of the Moon bare-handed techniques, Liciterin, to strike him. While attacking, she clarified that nothing would change if he closed the gap between them because she specialized in close-quarters combat, and shortly after, she struck him again. The protagonist evades her attack, rushes back, and remarks that Karen is as skilled as ever, and he feels like she has improved. Karen also stated that his movements are much better now, so she guesses he wasn't just lazing around when he returned to Earth. The protagonist looked at her, wanting to ask her one more time why she betrayed him. Karen wondered if that wasn't obvious because she had gained control of an entire country and had been crowned queen for betraying him. She wondered what sort of answer she wanted to hear, and if he was hoping that there was a deeper reason behind her betrayal. Karen summoned her chains, telling him she doesn't always need a grand justification to betray someone. She threw her chains at him to capture him and asked if he came all this way to talk about their past friendship. The protagonist clarified that it was not the case, but he just wanted to know why they all chose to betray him. He also wanted to see if he was just her enemy now. He knew Karen always spoke politely to everyone and only talked down to the people she considered her enemies. He infused his mana in his sword, telling her that his friend betrayed him, so no matter what reason they may have had, that truth will never change. The protagonist emanated an overwhelming aura and clarified that he would make her pay for betraying him. Since Free masters a variety of fighting techniques, they aren't too different from sword fighting when it comes to armed combat. But Prinz are generally weaker and learn close-quarters combat, but that is mainly for self-defense and not actual combat. However, Karen chose to learn bare-handed close combat, and she didn't learn any other fighting skills. She chose to master Liciterin, the Temper of the Moon's only bare-handed combat technique, so she did not need weapons. She substantially struck the protagonist, which made his hand tremble, and he knew that at first glance, that might have seemed like an ordinary kick, but it was infused with an incredible amount of divine power, making it incredibly powerful. Therefore, the protagonist deduces that he can't let her attacks hit him and uses a deadly dragon blade to counterattack. Karen, remember that skill, and suppose it's trying to put some distance between them. The protagonist created a wave with his sword, and Karen rambled that it is a standard technique to create some distance. But unfortunately for Si-han, she is used to fighting at this range. She puts her hand on the ground to summon another chain to strike Si-han. The protagonist gets concerned about seeing the blue chains because they are electrified, so he immediately tries to eliminate them. While he was busy avoiding it, Karen reduced the distance and uttered that she knew that wouldn't hit him, then attacked him. The protagonist is thrown away, but he realizes that she used those chains to close, and as he expected, it wasn't easy for him to deal with her divine technique, the Radiant Lunar Chains. Since Karn used the power of Kronless art to create divine chains that rival the power of refined aura, not only can she move them freely like an extension of her body, but they can also be imbued with various attributes and even be equipped with the effects of mage spells. While Karen is striking Si-han, she is sure this isn't enough to defeat him, so she keeps attacking him. Xenon is dumbfounded to see them fight as he has never seen a revolution hero use their full power before, and he supposes this might be the true power of the 7 heroes of the revolution. He can only stand by and watch in awe of their incredible power and wonder if he will ever reach their level. Alishia is also amazed to see that impressive fight by Karen, but compared to Si-han's fight against Sech Sengard, this battle seems to be a lot smaller in scale and makes her wonder if Karen is still hiding her true strength. Karen remarked that Si-han's skills had improved because his aura was his only advantage back then, but she supposed that was all he needed. The protagonist clarified that he is no longer the same person because 10 years is not a short time. Karen smirked as she supposed her attire was entirely inappropriate when she was fighting against the otherworldly savior of the world, so she ripped her dress off to be in comfortable attire. Alishia gets concerned, wondering what she is doing because now she looks even more inappropriate. Xenon wondered why Alishia was getting so worked up with her attire. Alishia clarified that as a woman she thinks Karen is taking this too far, and Xenon supposed that might be the case, while the protagonist pointed his sword at her and realized he had finally decided to take this seriously. Karen enthusiastically clarified that she was fighting him and had to do this much. Momentarily, she rushed toward the protagonist and kicked him firmly, which led to an explosion. Alishia gets worried, wondering why Karen suddenly becomes more powerful. The protagonist is thrown back, and he knows that Karen's strength is on another level now. Since the revealing outfit of Karen Ignatius, one of the 7 heroes of the revolution, is the immortal witch's actual appearance, Xenon is startled as she finally understands how she suddenly got stronger. He explained that unlike Freya's, who rely on their powers to imbue their bodies and weapons with destructive energy, the divine power in a Prin's healing technique immediately affects their opponents. It is said that divine power is most effective and easily controlled when used barehanded, and on top of that, Karen has both the abilities of a Prin and a Freya. Xenon clarified that she is harnessing the destructive power of a Freya as if it were a Prin's healing energy. Alishia gets worried when hearing this because this means Karen's divine power doesn't just reinforce her body, it destroys her opponent. Karen rushed toward Sihan to strike him with her overwhelming power and tried to kick him. Sihan evaded her attack, uttering that he gets used to using her hands, but wondered how it works with her knees. He inquired if there are Prins who heal people with their knees. Karen clarified that the technique's essence is based on being prepared to make direct physical contact with her opponent. She is just an anomaly, so she doesn't think even Kron Lissart would have expected someone like her to be born. The protagonist tried to strike her, but she evaded it and annoyed him, wondering why he couldn't distance them. The distance isn't increasing, so his deadly dragon blade skill's range doesn't matter. But he guesses it doesn't matter how hard he tries to create such a distance, because Karen will use the lunar chains to close the gap again. Sihan knew Karen would be stronger now, but he didn't expect to be by this much. Karen saw him indulging in his thoughts, so she asked how long he would stand there without doing anything. While the protagonist firmly stomped on the ground, he used his aura to circle Aurora's beam and broke her chains. Karen is amazed that he used the Aurora beam and firmly clenched his fist, telling him she hasn't seen that in a while. The protagonist is worried because that skill drove Sech Sengard into a corner, but it doesn't affect her, and she rushes to attack him instead. The protagonist supposed it might be a joke because she destroyed his aura circle with her bare hand. While he is still comprehending the situation, Karen approaches him to strike first. The protagonist gets infuriated on seeing this, so he firmly stomps on the ground, creating significant energy which pushes her away. Karen is amazed as she never expected Sihan to use a sound barrier to reel her and remarked that he has mastery over the aura, which means he has improved. She realizes that he is no longer just good because of the amount of aura he possesses. Since it's already turned to this point, Karen supposed it was time for him to get serious because there was no way he was showing her his true strength. Sihan has already demonstrated how much effort he has put in over the past 10 years. The protagonist gets startled when hearing about this, wondering what she is saying. She asked him if he thought he could get him to tell him something by pretending to be weak, because the only person foolish enough to fall for that kind of trick was Sech Sengard. The protagonist is surprised because Sech Sengard fell for it. Karen smirked because she knew that he was behind his disappearance, and there was no way someone like him would suddenly give up the throne. The protagonist couldn't believe that she still heard all the news, even though she lived all the way out there. He told her she was right as he defeated him using the aura circle she just destroyed. Karen wondered how Sihan took Sech Sengard down with something like that, and supposed he must have not improved in the slightest over the past 10 years. The protagonist clarified that he just spent all that time fooling around. Karen furiously told him not to start thinking that she was anything like that fool Sech Sengard, because there was no way she could be so lazy when she knew the otherworldly savior would return after sharpening his fangs for revenge. Therefore, she wanted him to give her his best shot because she wanted to witness the incredible power of a warrior god's sword, which elevated him to the position of floor master. The protagonist gets mortified on hearing this and decides to explain everything. Karen is surprised that he lost all his aura and magic while crossing the dimension. The protagonist is mortified, but he wanted to clarify one thing, that it is not that he lost all of it. He looked at Karen, who was concerned about him, and clarified that he might not be as strong as before, but he had recovered a lot of aura and magic. He couldn't believe that he was trying to make excuses to her, and raked that he may not have recovered entirely yet. But he was strong enough to take her down. As he pointed his sword toward her, Karen enthusiastically fought back. Si-han is sure that she might have grown more substantial, but all of this is still within his calculation, so he can still win. As Karen saw him using the strong skill, she asked if he was finally going to use that skill. The protagonist fiercely looks at her and tells her she is finished now, then uses a soul piercer to attack her. Alishia is surprised to see one of the otherworldly savior's unique skills, which can be used to suppress divine technique. She couldn't believe that Si-han had that skill, and thought that no matter how strong Karen was, all divine techniques were powerless against the soul piercer, which he could use to gain the advantage in a fight against a priest. Karen looked at him and uttered that it was predictable because she knew what the soul piercer did, so that wouldn't be enough to kill her. She used lunar chains to protect herself, started approaching him, and was confident that as long as she didn't touch it, it was harmless, so now she just needed to redirect the energy before it hit her. However, she is surprised to see that her lunar chains turn dark as they come in contact with Si-han's skill, and she realizes that it is using her chains to get closer to her. She doesn't remember it being capable of that, so she releases the chain because this is dangerous. As soon as she gets back, she is surprised to see herself surrounded by the soul piercer, which is like a wall of fog, but she doesn't know when she got surrounded, and she had no idea it could be used like this. While she is indulged in her thoughts, Si-han bet that she didn't expect this and clarified that he didn't just spend the last decade sitting around. Even though this is less effective than making direct contact, but this way he is sure that Karen will start feeling the effects just by breathing it in. He wanted to slowly wear down Karen's divine power bit by bit, which startled Karen, wondering if that could be what she is thinking. They have affirmed telling her that she is right, as he used her divine technique as a reference, and he based this on the blessing of the sick, to be precise. He smiled gladly, asking her how it felt to be beaten by her skill, and he saw Karen continuously getting struck by his technique. He realized she was moving a lot more slowly now and didn't regenerate as quickly. The protagonist knew she might be powerful, but she was no match against Soul Piercer, so he was confident that he could win and rushed to attack her. Before he could strike her, Karen requested Korn Lissart to bless her enemy with her trial blessing of the Sick Plague Blessing. The protagonist thought she was foolish as she had forgotten what his special ability was or if she had just given up. He clarified that he is from Earth, so diseases from Terranner don't affect him, but he is surprised as he starts coughing blood. A plague blessing is the blessing of the sick, but usually, blessing and disease don't go together. Therefore, having a combination of the Prin holy power along with Freya's destructive power was no doubt a blessing. While humanity continued developing new ways to defy curses, no one had ever thought about resisting a blessing. In other words, Karen could infect anyone with a disease if she put her mind to it using her blessing. This ability allowed Karen to reign supreme and put her on an equal footing with the strongest fighters. However, there was one person who couldn't use this power: Si-han, a person from Earth who was unaffected by all the diseases and magic from Terranner. Furthermore, he even had the Soul Piercer skill that could suppress holy power. This made him confident that he could defeat Karen without ultimately regaining his original power, but he is currently coughing out blood, which makes him wonder what is happening. Since this is a disease from a Terranner, the blessing of the sick should not affect him, so that he couldn't comprehend the situation. He thought it was impossible because there was no way he would be affected by a disease from Terranner, and he hadn't gotten sick since he came back there. Karen smirked on hearing this, so she asked if he wanted to know why and showed him a pouch, telling him that the Sable Tower has been doing some underestimating research. Since they have been looking for a way to target otherworldly beings using magic, it seems that the research was somewhat successful. She rambled that when they used this black power as a catalyst, it could affect the otherworldly being. Si-han is surprised to see the black powder because it is the same one he saw back when he was dealing with the heretics. Karen doesn't want him to get her wrong because she still has doubts. For some reason, the Sable Tower is trying to keep this research top secret, and if she thinks about their objectives, she doesn't see why they have to go so far to hide this. She clarified that if she hadn't stolen some when she was spying on them, she wouldn't have known it existed. She is sure they are plotting something sinister behind the scenes, but she knows Si-han can see how effective this powder is. The protagonist is a bit huffy, telling her that many mages tried to carry out the same research during the revolution only to fail, so he wondered if that meant the Sable Tower had now managed to complete that research. Karen supposed it would be more accurate to say Rilstein was the one who had completed it, not the Sable Tower, because, aside from the Alabaster Tower, she knew that he had complete control over the other 3 towers. The protagonist gets infuriated as he realizes that he must have been the one behind it, as he has always been interested in researching other worlds. Suddenly, Si-han started coughing a lot of blood, and he got concerned because it hurt so much that it almost felt like his body belonged to someone else. While Karen rushed toward him, she was sure it might be painful for him because he had never fallen ill. So compared to Si-han, she is pretty used to being affected by Soul's Piercer after sparring with him in the past. She immediately punched Si-han, telling him it was time to bring out his warrior god aura technique because he would die if he didn't do that. The protagonist falls, coughs a lot of blood, and is surprised that she still thinks he is holding back. He hates disappointing her but wants her to know that this is his full strength, so he has nothing left in the tank. He cursed himself, thinking he should have waited until he fully recovered before coming over, even if it meant waiting a bit longer. Karen gets annoyed and asks him if he is not lying when he says that he has lost his aura and mana. She annoyingly grabbed his collar, asking him what he was thinking and how to say this to his opponent when he was about to lose because he should have more than enough experience to know better. The protagonist is startled, asking her what it looks like because there is no way she is showing concern for him like she did in the past. He wondered if she suddenly felt guilty for what she had done after all this time. Karen agreed, telling him that if Si-han was saying it was true, then there was no point dragging this out, so she wanted him to die. Zenon tried to sneakily attack her as she was about to launch a punch at him, but she blocked it with the chains. She looked at him and smirked as she supposed there was no way these kids would stand by and watch him die. She starts attacking Zenon with her lethal chain, and Zenon worriedly requests Alishia to save Si-han, so Alishia rushes to save him. Karen is annoyed because Zenon seems to be under the impression that he can buy some time because she has been weakened by Soul Piercer, but he is forgetting something. She immediately used the blessing of the sick plague blessing on both Zenon and Alishia, which made them cough blood, and then she attacked Zenon. Alishia gets worried when she sees that Zenon is injured, and Karen sees that she is still conscious, so she must have used aura to halt the progress of the disease to some extent. She supposes Karen must have grown up in a rough environment if she is used to dealing with illnesses like that. Karen is sure that trick would have been handy for Si-han, but he isn't getting up again, so she supposed that he was going to die a long and painful death after being unable to deal with the first illness he had ever contracted in his life. However, Karen doesn't intend to kill the 2 of them either, so she wants them to stay down. Alishia knows that she has no chance of beating her no matter what she does, but she does not give up, so she uses Arcane Blast on her. Karen hardly blocked her attack using the full moon chains and was shocked, wondering how she had so much mana. After attacking her, Alishia tells Si-han it's his chance to attack, and Karen gets startled when she hears this. She worriedly looked back, thinking it couldn't be that he was conscious, and wondered how he had gotten back up so quickly. The protagonist grabbed his sword, covered it with his stealth skill aura, and immediately attacked her with a more substantial version of the Soul Piercer Blade of Darkness. Karen gets struck by the Soul Piercer and is shocked, wondering what just happened, as he gets back up quickly. She is sure it is unlikely that Si-han had prepared countermeasures since he is immune to all diseases anyway. Abruptly, she noticed something and realized that since Si-han came from Earth, his body naturally made him sense aura. She supposed he might have used this to his advantage and learned how to neutralize the disease using aura after experiencing it just once. The protagonist is a bit exhausted due to injury but is thankful to Alishia as she saved him. Therefore, he gave her his full, telling Karen that this was truly the end of the line for her and again struck her. But instead of getting terrified, Karen smirked, which Alishia noticed. After a while, the protagonist is relieved because his pain has subsided. He wondered if Karen Divine's techniques stopped working because she was unconscious, but he feels so much better now. He heard Alishia moaning, so he went to her and inquired if she was all right. Alishia refused, telling him that the disease may have stopped spreading throughout her body, but it is not gone altogether, so it hurts her a lot. The protagonist grabbed her to help her, telling her that he was completely fine now, so he wondered why she wasn't alright. Alishia reminded him that he was originally resistant to disease, so it's highly likely that the effects of the black powder have worn off for him. The protagonist is thankful to her because Karen would have defeated him if it wasn't for her. Alishia laughed and wanted him to look at the state they were in. While Zenon was embedded in the ground, they supposed they had forgotten about him. Alishia worriedly asked him what they should do because she had used up all of her mana and couldn't transfer any mana to him, but she needed to help him get his revenge. The protagonist doesn't want her to worry about that right now, as they can take their time with that once Alishia has regained her magic. He patted her to calm her down, infused some mana into her body, and wanted her to focus on getting out of there. However, Alishia is surprised to see that Sihan still has some mana left, and the protagonist affirms that he has quite a substantial amount of it. Alishia is stunned, wondering what he is talking about as she can't gather any strength in her body, not even the magic. Sihan is not surprised, as he can tell that just by looking at her, but he wonders what this magic is with, as he is sure it is coming from her. Alishia wondered if that meant it was his magic, but he couldn't use it, and Sihan didn't understand why things like this kept happening, the way that they couldn't explain. While conversing, Karen gained consciousness and realized she was still alive. The protagonist realizes Keen is finally conscious, and Karen congratulates him for winning. She clarified that his soul piercer technique is potent and that she doesn't have the strength to lift a finger or heal herself anymore, so she wanted him to kill her. The protagonist approaches her, telling her that there is something that he wants to know before he does that, and asks why she betrayed him. Karen looked at him but didn't reply, so Sihan requested her to answer him, which is why she betrayed him back then. Karen clarified that she had nothing to say, so she wanted him to kill her. The protagonist clarified that he was not going to kill her because she didn't kill him. Karen annoyingly clarified that she didn't choose not to kill him, but she just didn't manage to do it, and she would have killed him if she had the chance. However, that doesn't matter to Sihan because he doesn't care why she chose to spare him, but thanks to that, he can survive and return. He raised his hand, telling her that was the reason he wouldn't kill her, but he would give her the same chance that she gave him. He opened the portal to another dimension, and Karen's eyes spread with shock. He saw that portal and asked if he would cast her into another dimension. The protege has no sympathy toward her, telling her it's time she paid for what she did to him 10 years ago. However, before sending her, he wanted to ask her one last time, and if the time they spent together meant anything to her, he wanted her to answer his question: why did she deceive him that day when he genuinely thought of her as his sister? Karen gets infuriated on hearing this, telling him that she has never thought of him as her younger brother. She clarified that she is not his sister because they are not siblings, and asked if he honestly thinks his sister would hold him in her arms whenever he is troubled or upset. She inquired what kind of siblings would do that and couldn't understand why he had to choose Levina when she was the one who met him first. All of them are stunned to hear this, and the protagonist wonders what she just said. After a while, Karen relaxed and clarified that she had gotten carried away for a moment. She supposed that he was going to have her sent to the same fate that she left him and agreed with him because she deserved to be sent to hell. However, she wanted to choose what kind of hell she ended up in, and she refused to die in a world where Kron Lissart didn't exist, so she slammed the ground with substantial power. Alishia gets concerned about seeing this and wants Sihan to watch out because she still has so much power left. Sihan gets startled by this because he understands what Karen will do. Karen looked at him happily, bidding her final farewell to Sihan. She stabbed herself, even though the protagonist tried to stop her. Later, Karen is inside some space. She feels so peaceful and wonders if she is dead. Since she stabbed herself in the heart after being defeated by Soul Piercer and using up her divine power, she assumed that even someone like her wouldn't be able to survive that, but she is fine with that. She guesses that it is for her, and she hears someone talking. Alishia is wondering something about Sihan, since he can open the other dimension's portal, so she wonders if they can't just ambush his enemies by opening a portal behind them. Sihan clarified that it is not likely that anyone would get sucked into the portal that easily. Alishia thought Sihan was powerless when they opened a portal behind him 10 years ago. Karen is surprised as there is a strange woman's voice along with a man's voice that sounds quite familiar. She heard Sihan say that the circumstances were a bit different back then, and in the Sech Sengard case, he chose him to be the main target of the dimensional portal. However, Alishia knew they still had to weaken him to force him through that portal. Karen hears their conversation, so they wonder if that is Si-Han and his female companion. Si-Han thought that if they had done that to him, he would have been able to resist to some extent. However, Rilstein wasn't responsible for opening the dimensional portal back then, so he still doesn't know exactly what he did. Karen realized they were talking about what happened to Si-Han 10 years ago. Si-Han clarified that he used the ashes of the Emperor's heart to erase the contract binding him to this world. As a result, the world responded by opening that portal to send him back. Since Si-Han wasn't originally from Terranner, he was forced to retire from his world in accordance with dimensional laws since he no longer had the right to exist in Terranner. He didn't know this then but discovered the truth after researching back on Earth. Karen realized that Si-Han had become more potent because, until now, he had merely copied others to use magic himself. But he never adequately understood the true essence behind each type of magic, and he finally had a much deeper understanding of magic. Karen is so happy for him because the more powerful he becomes and the more he understands about himself, the easier it will be to obtain what he truly desires. The protagonist wonders if Alishia is worried that someone might ambush him and send him back as they did 10 years ago, but he clarifies that she doesn't need to worry as they can't do that unless they burn her heart. Alishia is relieved to learn about that, and Karen is pleased because Si-Han has a companion who also cares about him. Suddenly, she is stunned, wondering how she can hear what they are talking about if she is dead, and wondering if she is unconscious. While conversing, Alishia noticed Karen was awake, so she informed Si-Han. After Karen awakens, she looks at her hands out of astonishment, as she never thought she would be alive, and wonders how that is possible. Si-Han said that he didn't do much, even though he might be the otherworldly savior, but he can't bring someone back to life, and clarified that her body is what saved her. A few moments ago, when Karen stabbed herself in the heart, Si-Han worriedly rushed toward her. He wanted her to stay with him and inquired what she meant by what she had just said. He couldn't understand the meaning of the looks she had on her face and furiously gritted his teeth, asking her who said she could die like this. He didn't want her to make him laugh since she was the immortal witch. He started emitting a strange aura and furiously shouted that he still needed to hear the truth from her. Alishia gets concerned about seeing how panicked he is, so wanted him to calm down first because Karen is already dead. However, she is startled to see the aura Si-Han is emitting, so she wonders if he is using a soul piercer to redirect her divine power toward her ruptured heart. He was agitated as he didn't want to let her die before she told him the truth and helped her repair her heart. At the present moment, Karen thinks that it is incredible because she has no idea that a soul piercer could be used like that. The protagonist calls it a massive pain that brings her all the way there after that, since the nun worriedly asked him what had happened to her and remembered that she said that she would step out for a moment to meet someone she knew. She wondered if these men were responsible for this. The protagonist is startled to hear that even though she was right, he wanted to explain that it is not like how it looked. He told Karen clearly that she hadn't completely recovered, so he wanted her to be careful. Karen already knew that her heart was not healed, but to be precise, her divine power had gathered in her chest and acted as a heart substitute. It takes all the divine power left in her body to do that, so she is now weaker than an apprentice. The protagonist thinks for a while and asks if that was her plan all along. He is sure she waited alone in this remote area, even though she believed he would return. He realized that she took her time during their fight and gave him some key information, and wondered if she was planning to let him kill her from the start. Karen is a bit gloomy as she knows she has no right to ask for his forgiveness, but Si-Han has every right to seek revenge against her. Therefore, her duty as a traitor is to help him get the revenge he desires so badly. However, as someone who serves Kron Lissart, she couldn't allow herself to die in a world without her. So he had no choice but to resort to such a sloppy way of ending her life, and clarified that she was never really good at lying. She knows that Si-Han wants to know why she betrayed him and says she will tell him everything. However, first, she wanted Alishia to leave the two of them alone and apologize to her for the inconvenience. Alishia is slightly startled to hear that, but she agrees to do that and leave them alone. After she left, Si-Han sat on the stool, agreeing to hear her reason for betraying him and why she chose death instead of seeking forgiveness. Furthermore, he also wanted to know what she meant by what she said near the end, that she never thought of him as her brother. He supposed she only said that because she lost her composure, but he no longer knew about it. Alishia looked at him, smiled at seeing how flustered he was, and clarified that she didn't expect him to understand her. She asked him if he remembered the battle at Mastal Plains and clarified that it's when they started to fall apart as a group. On the contrary, Xenon is surprised to know that the immortal witch intended to be killed by Sihan from the start, which is why she acted that way. Alishia affirmed that he was right, and she felt so apologetic for her. Xenon is infuriated, wanting her not to be ridiculous because Karen should not go on such a rampage if that were what she has decided, as he is still aching all over from that disease she gave him. Alishia wanted him to try to understand how she felt, so she supposed that she must have lost control because she was overcome with guilt. Xenon doesn't care even if she feels guilty because if that is the case, then she should have begged for forgiveness and shouldn't try to kill them. Alishia is annoyed, wondering why it matters because Karen couldn't think rationally when she was that upset. She is sure that they can talk about this as much as they want, but they will never really understand how they feel since this is about them. Meanwhile, Karen started explaining that it was a time when they couldn't be sure if they would live to fight another day. Compared to the formidable forces of the Rusklin Empire, the Revolutionary Army was incredibly underpowered. Every day was a struggle to survive, but they never gave up, and they gained more and more comrades despite their hardships. They extended their influence and grew in strength until, finally, the flames of freedom began to burn brightly. The revolution led by Sihan and Rilstein had just seized West Clanium, one of the 4 major imperial cities. The 7 heroes of the revolution finally had enough power to be considered significant to the empire. Over time, the revolution had become large enough to change the world, but that also meant that the burden on the 7 heroes had grown even heavier. In the West Clanium main palace, Crimson Horizon Rilstein inquired about the cleanup operation progress from Saffron. Saffron clarified that he has left Jarrett and Dupal in charge, so they are both doing a good job. Rilstein understood, though that was good thinking. He uttered that, unlike the Empire, they can't just do whatever they want to their prisoners of war. Since the senior commanding officers responsible for the war should be executed, they should either send the regular soldiers back home or integrate them into their army. However, the issue is how they should deal with the members of the imperial family living in West Clanium. Sech Sengard couldn't believe him asking what the problem was, as they might be a prisoner of war, but all otherworldly summoners must be killed. Saffron objected because not all of the Rusklin imperial family can summon otherworldly beings. The imperial family members they captured at this time were regular civilians, and most of them were women, children, and the elderly. Levina is a bit confused because they don't know how to differentiate the otherworldly summoners from them, as there is no way of knowing until they summon something. Karen explained that there is a bloodline detection method that the Empire has been using. But she is confident that among the prisoners, there are some individuals whose abilities have yet to awaken, and they have been isolated for now. Sech Sengard is worried, wondering if that is enough because if they manage to unlock their abilities, they can summon otherworldly beings. Tjornt explained that the level of their abilities will vary, but there is a good chance that this could happen. Rilstein worriedly wondered if they had no choice other than that. His comrade knew there were a lot of women and children among the prisoners, but there might be no choice but to execute them even if they didn't like it. While conversing, Sihan heard their arguments for a while, then wanted them to wait and ask what they were talking about. He couldn't believe they said they were going to execute them. The protagonist remembers something like that, and they end up arguing quite a bit because of their differing opinions. Karen is surprised to hear that he called it arguing and uttered that if he remembers that as a simple argument, then that shows how he still doesn't understand what happened that day. She explained how Sihan furiously asked them if they had lost their minds. He is dumbfounded as they are going to kill them when some of the isolated members of the Rusklin family are only 10 years old. Rilstein clarified that he is not happy about this either. But even if they are vulnerable children or elderly citizens, they will become formidable enemies if they manage to summon otherworldly beings, and they need to protect their future. The protagonist gets influenced because they were going to kill them, because there is a chance they might do something wrong, not because they have done something wrong. Since Rilstein is talking about people who could become their enemies, he wondered what he would do about the soldiers who joined them after fighting for the Empire. Saffron clarified that it is impossible to supervise those who can summon otherworldly beings. Unlike other prisoners of war, otherworldly beasts can't be suppressed with magic. That is a big difference that he wanted Si-Han to know. Furthermore, even if the magical countermeasure can be taken, a small number of soldiers can be overseen by a small number of people. But they would need thousands of men to keep an eye on these members of the imperial family. Since they don't have the men to spare for that right now, and even if they did, they still wouldn't be able to guarantee their safety. Torrent rambled that their priority is to keep their men safe, so if they aren't careful, they could lose thousands of men to otherworldly beasts. But they can't risk the lives of innocent people just for the sake of Si-Han's sense of justice. The protagonist gets annoyed when hearing this and wonders what Torrent is talking about. He couldn't understand his logic as he was saying that he was going to protect innocent people by killing innocent people. Rilstein gets annoyed, wondering why Si-Han feels sorry for the imperial family members. Even though they might be young, they still grow up by taking advantage of everyone around them. So he wondered why they should escape punishment when they also bear some responsibility, and thought this was nonsense. The protagonist still doesn't think that reason is justified because they are just children, so they can't blame them for their parents' actions. Rilstein furiously asked him what he was talking about right now and inquired who else was supposed to take the blame for their parents' crime if not them. Rilstein uses a tremendous aura and an arrogant tone to accost Si-Han, which surprises all of them, and the protagonist is also shocked. Rilstein agreed that it's a pity they must do it at such a young age, but he doesn't want Si-Han to say they are innocent. Even the prisoners of war themselves don't see this as unfair treatment as they bear the sins of their parents. The protagonist's eyes spread wide as he realizes their way of thinking is so different, and at times like this, he is forced to realize that this place is terrain, not earth. No matter what justification Rilstein gives, Si-Han still doesn't think it's right to kill children because if they do this, then they are not different from the Emperor. Rilstein gets infuriated, telling him that is enough, and asks if any of them wants to kill them. He inquired if they were supposed to risk the lives of all the warriors who trusted them and followed them to satisfy Si-Han's petty sense of justice. Since they are responsible for the lives of many others, they need to take appropriate countermeasures. That is why they can't wait and see what happens because it doesn't feel right. Karen added that when Prinz studied medicine, they sometimes used poison to treat their patients. Those patients might suffer from side effects, but it's better than letting them die. Therefore, she thought it might be wrong to kill them, but they must die to secure the Terranner's future. Torrent uttered that the difference between them and the Emperor is that they are committing crimes to save Terranner, and he knows the ends don't always justify the means. But he thought it was their responsibility as leaders to make difficult decisions if it meant they could save even more people. He thought it would be even worse if they opted to do nothing, avoiding the suffering while being fully aware of the potential consequences. Sech Sengard thought there was no need to overcomplicate this and told Si-Han that it was a war, and that in a war, there are times when he had to make difficult decisions, which is something as knuckle-headed as he knows. Karen asked Si-Han to understand that they didn't have a choice, and they knew that wasn't right. She knew that Si-Han's intentions were noble. Rilstein wanted him to know that unrealistic ideals don't belong in the real world, so he doesn't want Si-Han to try to force his standards on them. The protagonist is dumbfounded but reminds them that they come together to overcome that kind of unjust reality. Since that is what all of them think, the protagonist grabbed his sword and started emanating a tremendous aura to warn them. They all get concerned, wondering what he is doing and why he behaves that way. Si-Han uttered that since all of them are set on killing those innocent people no matter what, but then they will have to get past him first. He pushed the table away, causing everyone to worry. They asked if that was the soul piercer and what it meant. The protagonist is apologetic to everyone, but he has given this a great deal of thought, and he doesn't think he can ever justify killing innocent children, so he wouldn't let them do that. All of them get worried, and Karen is worried, seeing him wondering when he became this powerful, as she knew that he was that much stronger than them a couple of months ago. Rilstein gets annoyed by his intimidating aura, and all of them also start emanating a tremendous aura, telling Si-Han it's enough. Karen gets worried about seeing that everyone is ready to fight and wants them to stop because, at this rate, they will all end up killing each other. Momentarily, Levina came forward, raised her hand, and said Si-Han was right. She has changed her mind because she thinks Si-Han deserves that much. She is sure that they should already know this, but they would never have made it this far if it hadn't been for Sihan. She reminded them that all of them and the entire Terranner owe him a great deal, so he has the right to stick to his belief, and she agreed with his decision. Sihan is astounded to know that Levina is on his side, and they all ponder for a while. Tyorant put his sword back in the sheath, saying it was not like he was pleased with how they resolved the situation. Safaran smiled as he thought Levina was right, and Sech Sengard was surprised to see his response. Since that was what they all wanted, he also decided to retreat. Rilstein sighed to calm his anger and suppose they have no choice but to risk it, even though they might end up regretting this, but it can't be helped. He moved his hand forward to promise Sihan that he would treat all the innocent members of the imperial family with kindness. The protagonist is glad to hear this, and he is thankful to everyone for understanding and assures them that they won't regret this. Levina looked at him and smiled with pleasure as the situation was finally sorted out. The protagonist remembers that time, but even though all of them decided to hear him out, all of the imperial family members ended up committing suicide as they drank poisoned wine. He inquired of Karen why she thought the children chose to drink something that had been poisoned, and supposed they drank it because their parents handed it to them. He cursed those parents, as they should just die alone if they want to die, and couldn't believe that they killed their families as well. Karen clarified that it was not what happened as they didn't kill themselves, but Levina killed them. In the past, Levina wore a gorgeous dress and looked at herself in the mirror, thinking it was pretty, so she wondered if Sihan would like it. Suddenly, Karen entered her room in a hurry, and she wondered what the matter was. Karen worriedly asked her what she had done because she was sure the prisoners of war didn't willingly consume that poison. Faint traces indicated that their bodies had been paralyzed before they succumbed to the poison. Karen knew they were the same as the signs left behind after Levina used her unique skill, Conceal. Levina doesn't care about that much, but she couldn't believe it to leave any traces behind. She wondered what the problem was with that, and if anyone had figured out it was her. Karen clarified that she is the only person who knows and hasn't told anyone else yet. Levina wondered what the issue would be if that were the case, and Karen got flustered, wondering what she meant by this. Levina is sure that Karen knows very well that someone had to do it, but thanks to her, they eliminated any potential risks without turning them into a big deal. Karen thought she was not wrong, but they were having trouble assigning people to keep watch over the imperial family members in isolation. However, see if Levina lied to Sihan at the meeting. Levina clarified that she realized they wouldn't be able to change his mind, and they couldn't allow their group to fall apart over this. Furthermore, there is no one she loves more than Sihan in this world, and that's why she knows him better than anyone else. Therefore, if Sihan is forced to abandon his ideals, there will be hell to pay, even if they are his allies. It is not like they have never suffered because Sihan chose to do something without considering what they had gained or lost. She didn't want Karen to misunderstand because she would have persuaded him if that were possible. But Sihan is the type of person who will never change his mind. Karen couldn't believe her and wondered how she could lie to her loved one. Levina laughed on hearing this, thinking Karen was so innocent. She hugged her and said it was completely normal for lovers to keep a few secrets between them. She whispered in Karen's ear, telling her that the reality is that a relationship will last longer if a person chooses not to reveal everything. In the end, Karen couldn't say anything to her, and she thought there wasn't anything she could do about it. No one thought Sihan was wrong, but that was the moment they all realized how Sihan could react when he disagreed. From then on, Sihan was no longer a reliable yet stubborn comrade. Instead, they began to see him as a tyrant who couldn't be stopped once his mind was made up. Therefore, they held a meeting, and Safaran was worried as well because they could no longer control him and couldn't afford to allow another emperor to rise to power. Rilstein thought Sihan seemed to think that Terranner was a world he needed to fix, since they wouldn't be able to change their belief that Terranner is an inferior world compared to Earth. He clarified that the fact that they had all gathered there showed him that they had all come to the same conclusion, so he asked if everyone agreed with him. Karen calmly hears all of them and knows this all started when Sihan grew far more powerful than them. She wonders whether anyone there is truly willing to sacrifice their life for Terranner's future. Therefore, she uttered that all she saw was a group of rats bonding over their stories, but she wondered who would wrap the bell around the cat's neck. Karen knew she was no different, and they could not do anything to Sihan. Rilstein clarified that he had a plan and did not ask anyone to prepare for a fight to the death. But he had found a way to send Si-Han back to Earth. Karen's eyes widened in shock as she realized Rilstein was about to send Si-Han back to where he belonged. She thought that if he returned, he wouldn't be with Levina anymore, and their relationship with him was already ruined, so in that case, if they sent him back, they would be doing him a favor. Si-Han has already decided to stay in Terranner, so she is sure that he would be absolutely devastated if his friend betrayed him. She is sure he would feel betrayed if they forced him to return to Earth. However, she looks at Si-Han as happy with Levina, which makes her jealous. Karen knew that nothing she said would justify her actions, so that she wouldn't say anything. That is also the reason why she was prepared to fight him to the death to atone for betraying him. She clarified that she is not asking him to forgive him, but she is just laying it all out there because Si-Han was so eager to uncover the truth that he even rescued her from the brink of death. However, she is sure that nothing will change the fact that they betrayed him. While the protagonist indulges in his thoughts, Karen looks at him and explains that she has been having nightmares since that day. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't forget the sound of his scream, and in the end, she ran away from her responsibility as queen. But she was ready to accept her fate now, so she wanted him to take his revenge. After some time, Karen happily plays with the children outside the house. The protagonist was sitting on the tree branch, staring at her, and was a bit annoyed because it was so peaceful. He feels a lot better now that he finally knows the reason behind his betrayal after agonizing over it for the last 10 years, and he was worried that he had done something wrong. But it is not as straightforward as one side being completely in the wrong. He realized that the real reason they betrayed him was because they couldn't tolerate behaviors that didn't align with their standards. On the surface, their logic might seem reasonable, but ultimately, they are all people who joined the revolution because they also felt that the world needed fixing. Not only did they drive him out because they thought no one would be able to stop him, but they went on to become the absolute rulers of their respective countries. Furthermore, they even used Si-Han to justify their betrayal, and Karen is no different. He is sure that she might have believed that his determination would waver once he learned the truth. Still, she has only reinforced his belief that he hasn't done anything wrong. He is confident because no matter how different their cultures and frames of reference may be, there are certain things that humans should never condone, and killing innocent people is never acceptable. However, he is relieved because all the memories, friendship, and trust between them weren't a lie until he grew stronger than them, and then they were the ones that changed. He wanted Rilstein, Levina, Tiorant, and Saffron to wait, because he was no longer under any delusion about any of them. While pondering, he heard the noise down, and the nun worriedly asked Karen what was wrong and if she was feeling unwell. Karen was in a lot of pain, but she looked at them, smiled, and thought she was just a little tired. He looked at her, recalled that she wanted him to take his revenge, and thought that he had opted to take his revenge on those who betrayed him by banishing them to another dimension. He wanted them to experience what he had been through by taking everything from them and casting them into a living hell. After that, if they managed to survive and return to Terranner, he would forgive them, but he knew the chances of that happening were slim. However, the situation has become a bit confusing now because Karen is no longer the immortal witch or the saint of the moon, so it would feel like he is bullying the weak if he did that now. Because Karen used her divine powers to manifest a heart that didn't exist, she can no longer access those abilities. But if she tries to use her powers, then her heart will disappear, and she will die. The protagonist knew that not only did she voluntarily abdicate the throne, but she had also lost her abilities, status, and authority. The protagonist knew that if he hadn't known any better, he would have taken his revenge against her, but now he knows the truth. He recalled Karen's last word before piercing her heart when she asked him why he chose Levina over her. He gets flustered, and he doesn't know what he should do anymore. Abruptly, Alishia appeared and asked him what he was doing there. The protagonist is surprised to see Alishia there and asks why she is there. Alishia leaped on the tree branch and told him that she had recovered all of her mana, and she came to ask when he would open the portal to another dimension. However, she clarified that it is if he still has any intention of doing that. Si-Han clarified that he hasn't decided yet and doesn't want to forgive anyone or seek revenge unless there is a valid reason. Alishia looked at him and inquired about the reason he wanted to take revenge. The protagonist is useful as she asks him why he wants revenge. Alishia refused, so he wanted to rephrase that and asked what he hoped to achieve through his revenge. She inquired if he wanted them to express remorse in front of him or if he wanted them to regret their action and beg for forgiveness. The protagonist thinks for a while, telling her that feeling remorse and seeking forgiveness are byproducts of revenge. But he wants to get his revenge because he wants them to pay the price for betraying him. After some time inside the house, Karen told him she was ready, so it was time for him to take revenge. The protagonist looks at her and clarifies that he will not open a portal to another dimension. Karen is shocked to learn that and wonders if he will forgive her. The protagonist refuses, telling her that he is not noble enough to forgive her, but it's just that he wants to take everything away from the people who betrayed him. The quickest way to accomplish that was to open a portal and force them onto it. However, Karen has already paid the price because not only has she lost access to her divine power, but she has no power or authority anymore, so the hero of the revolution, the immortal witch, no longer exists. Therefore, in her current state, Karen likely couldn't even hold her own against an ordinary citizen. Karen smirked as she realized he only forgave her because she had been reduced to this state. For a moment, she thought Sihan had gone soft, but she supposed it was just the opposite, and she thought it might be more merciful to cast into another dimension. The protagonist turned and told her he had nothing else to say to her, so he wanted to leave now. While leaving, he halted, telling her that he may not know how she felt in the past or how she feels now, but he is apologetic as he doesn't think he has a response to what she told him before, since he doesn't have the luxury of thinking about anything else at the moment. After he left, Karen became gloomy as she recalled the past she spent with Sihan, started crying, and was apologetic to him. Later, they were on their way when Alishia was startled, and she suddenly recalled that she had forgotten about Dina. She thought this wouldn't take too long, so she didn't tell her much before they left, but they had been away for quite some time, and she hadn't spoken to her in a while. The protagonist remembered how Dina would react, and Alishia asked him how he would explain this to her. The protagonist clarified that it's up to her to persuade Dina because she has something against him for some reason. Alishia is surprised to learn that and wonders why that is, but Xenon is relieved, thinking they shouldn't know. The protagonist is apologetic because he thinks this isn't the time to be worrying about what Dina thinks because he needs to consider all the new information that Karen gave him. Since Karen decided to attack him right from the beginning, so he wouldn't hesitate to seek his revenge. On the surface, it might have looked like she was trying to kill him, but in reality, she was trying to pass on information about things he wouldn't be aware of. Among the things that she shared with him, what caught his attention was the black powder that Rilstein had been studying. Since Karen used that black powder as the catalyst to infect him with a disease from Terranner successfully. In other words, by using that powder, Rilstein will be able to target Sihan with all his spells. He is sure that it would have ended badly for him if he had continued without this knowledge because this information is crucial, and he is glad that he found it out before that happened. Suddenly, he remembered that Karen also gave him another important piece of information: the name of the 3 hypocrites who didn't want to kill him. He recalled his time with Karen, who knew that she said that he was only alive because she couldn't kill him during their fight, but she also didn't want to kill him. She explained that the other 2 who felt that way were Teorant and Rilstein. The protagonist sighed as he understood that that was entirely unexpected, even though he understood why she and Teorant took that stance, given her loyalty and his stubbornness. However, he thought that Rilstein would have wanted him dead. Karen knew he was not entirely wrong, so she wanted to be honest and say that she thought his rationale differed somewhat from theirs. They all believed that Sihan couldn't be killed, while Rilstein said that his death would put him in a difficult position. On the contrary, Rilstein arrived at the building, amazed because no matter how many times he came down, he was amazed by how vast it was. All the buildings in the capital, known as Claddle, which had been around for over 1,000 years and had once served as a symbol of the Rusclan Empire, were completely razed to their foundations, distinguishing Claddle from other imperial cities. Since then, the world has deemed it a cursed place and forsaken. However, even Emperor Rilstein, the previous lord of this capital, was unaware that such a cavernous expanse was beneath his very feet, stretching over a mile underground, and it was called the Rusclan Legacy. After arriving at his destination, Rilstein placed his hand on the ground, then poured his mana into it, opening a vast dimensional portal. He is amazed to see another dimension and realizes nothing has changed. He took off his robe, showing the tattoos on his entire body, and uttered that he etched these tattoos into his arm, using the ashes from burning the hearts of the descendants of the House of Rusklin. Therefore, he cannot finally move on to the next step, and he requests the Great Spirit to open a portal to another world by singing the spell of power to pierce countless worlds and bring forth a radiant light. Abruptly, the portal started showing the other world, which astounded Rilstein, and he started laughing wickedly because it worked, and he had finally done it. He finally managed to connect this otherworldly portal to Earth. However, he knew it was too early to get excited because he needed to find Sihan first. He looked around, startled because he couldn't find him there, and wondered where he went and if he was dead. On the contrary, they finally return, and the protagonist is surprised to see Dina excitedly welcoming everyone and praising them for doing an excellent job. The three of them were a bit confused, wondering what was wrong with him. The protagonist worried as she asked Alishia what was happening, as Dina didn't seem worried at all, and she was even giving them a warm welcome. Alishia doesn't want to ask her because she doesn't think Dina will be so relaxed. Dina clarified that Baron Gransel told her they were conducting a secret mission for the Marquess Kelterin. He told her not to worry because they might be delayed during his mission. Sihan is dumbfounded as he realizes it is Kelterin. He wonders if he thinks this far ahead and realizes he is pretty impressive. After explaining everything, she wanted them to move on to the formalities as it was time for the Rettenberg delegation to go home. After completing everything, they were on their way home, and Sihan realized he had become too complacent. He is sure that he might as well have lost in his fight against Karen. But he relied on his modified soul piercer technique as his hidden trump card, thinking he could defeat Karen no matter how much stronger she had become. However, Karen had some tricks up her sleeve that he hadn't anticipated, so there was no guarantee that the others wouldn't have their own secrets either. The protagonist realizes he has become too big-headed just because he trounces Sech Sengard. He is sure that he will be in big trouble if he assumes that they will still be at the same level they were back then. He didn't want to worry about wasting time right now, as he couldn't afford to mess up his revenge by getting impatient. He became certain that he needed to get strong enough to overpower his opponent no matter what happened. Therefore, he needs to find a place to train and stay focused until he has completely regained his true power when he returns. But in order to do that, he needs Kelterin's help. Therefore, after arriving at the Rettenberg Empire, he immediately summoned Keltiorn, who was pleased to be called by him. Later, at the Rettenberg Kingdom Kelterin Mansion, the protagonist clarified that he needed a new hideout since this was the prime location for eliminating Sech Sengard. However, now that he is gone, it has lost its main advantage, so he wanted a new location that would be somewhere secret and allow him to go all in on training. The protagonist also needs medicine to boost his aura, so he wants Kelterin to prepare as much as possible. Kelterin clarified that he had already taken care of that and had chosen a new location, but wondered if he would like to see it for himself. The protagonist agreed that it is understandable that Kelterin would need some time, but he clarified that 2 months might be too long. Suddenly, he is startled when he realizes that Kelterin just said he has already taken care of it, but this is the first time he has told him about it. Kelterin figured that Sihan might want a more discreet hideout now that Sech Sengard was out of the picture. He has already selected some locations that he might be suitable for, so it's just taking longer than expected to find some trustworthy servants. He had to secure these locations in preparation for a war, so he took care of this simultaneously. He was going to tell him all the preparations were complete, so he still hasn't found a chef who can satisfy his palate. The protagonist worries as he doesn't think he needs to go that far. Kelterin winked as he didn't want Sihan to worry about finding aura-enhancing medicine. That is because he has already gathered plenty of that during his stay in the religious kingdom of Ignatius. The protagonist is dumbfounded by learning this and inquires if he is some genius. Kelterin smirked wickedly, knowing Sihan would take over all 6 kingdoms soon. Therefore, he suspects that this will lead to a civil war or an all-out war. Consequently, the demand for medicine and drugs will also skyrocket because the demand for swords hire will be high. The protagonist realizes that Kelterin only does things that will profit him, and he can see how Sech Sengard has led astray now. He is sure that anyone would become lazy with someone this capable by their side. The protagonist is sure it is convenient, but it also makes them uncomfortable. Later, the protagonist is training at his hideout. and he likes this new place that Kelterin prepared for them, as it is great not to have to worry about who is watching. Xenon is also training, but he feels a bit bad for Dina as it feels like they keep excluding her. The protagonist clarified that their new training grounds are at the top of a steep cliff, and Dina is not skilled enough to get there. Alishia thought it was the right time, and they told her who he was because she thought Dina would believe them as she found it uncomfortable to keep lying to her. The protagonist clarified that he was also thinking along the same lines, but wanted to focus on recovering his true strength right now. Furthermore, he doesn't think there was any need to rush things as he thought he only needed to reach a certain level, which would be good enough. After his battle with Karen, he realized how arrogant that way of thinking was. So, from now on, he doesn't want to slack off and wants to ensure that he is thoroughly prepared and will emulate Kelterin, the king of preparation. Alishia thinks that since they were speaking of Kelterin, she wanted him to pay close attention to all the preparations he made in advance. Regardless of whether the outcome is good or bad, being taken by surprise is no different than being blind. She agrees that Kelterin is very competent, but he also never reveals his true intentions. Therefore, she thought it was not good that he took care of everything independently because communication is. She thought it was best for both sides to see things from the other point of view. The protagonist is surprised to hear such a remark and agrees with her as he has always felt pleased, but is a little uneasy whenever she speaks to Kelterin, and now he knows why. He realized that Alishia was well versed in things like this. Alishia clarified that she had countless aunts who always hid their ulterior motives around her. So, the belief that there is no shortcut to success is wrong when it comes to getting stronger than there is actually a shortcut. And that is to train consistently every day, so this method, which appears to take the longest, is the quickest. Sihan's party continued to train hard while they stayed cooped up in the castle. They spent every day outside on their training, so the days turned into weeks, and the season changed. The first to experience any changes was Xenon. Xenon started emanating a golden aura and was startled to see this, wondering if it was what he was thinking. The protagonist smiled, telling him it was right and congratulating Xenon on reaching the master level. Xenon blushed and thanked Sihan because it was all thanks to him. He is amazed to sense such a strange sensation and feel the aura spreading through his whole body. The protagonist smiled, telling him that he would like to say that his hard work and earnest attitude had finally paid off, but he supposed that was all thanks to him. He wanted Xenon to know that it is also thanks to the medicine and drugs he consumed, since it is another shortcut to success, which is by providing enough nutrients. Xenon thought it was a luxury he wouldn't have been able to afford before. The protagonist is annoyed because, unfortunately, they do not affect the Grandmaster level sword higher since they are almost completely unaffected by external energy sources. He only realized that after he had consumed all these expensive pills. He remembered that Xenon said there was something he wanted to show him and asked about it. Xenon affirmed, telling him that he wanted him to take a look at his swordsmanship. While he has no problem incorporating the Emperor's ability into his swordsmanship now, if he learns shoddy technique that lacks the proper fundamentals, that would negatively impact his growth. This is why he has been working on a fighting style that uses the Emperor's ability better during his training. So, rather than using traditional two-handed swordsmanship, he chose a one-handed style tailored to one-on-one combat. The protagonist is surprised to hear this and looks at Xenon with astonishment. Xenon wanted him to feast his eyes on the swordsmanship that the mercenary King Barak used, who was the one who created the Emperor's ability Fetterfector. The protagonist is impressed by his demonstrations and realizes it is not a bad attempt because using Fetterfector, a fencing style with the Emperor's ability, is a match made in heaven. However, he couldn't understand why Xenon was still using a two-handed sword and wondered if that was even possible, since having the ability to wield a two-handed sword with one hand during battle is a more significant advantage than most people think. That is because the user's reach, timing, and speed all change so much that it is almost like they are using a new sword style. The protagonist is sure that the weight of Xenon's sword is enough to throw him off balance, and he is not just waving it around but also using the Emperor's ability simultaneously, so he is sure that he might be a genius. After that, Alishia was the next to break through to the next level after Xenon, becoming a knight-level sword higher. The protagonist clarified that is what he was expecting from her since she is a genius, which embarrassed her. He praised them as they are clearly the result of focusing on their training. Si-Han also finally has enough aura to rival the likes of Commander Londark or mercenary King Barak. However, the problem is that his mana hasn't increased, which makes him gloomy. Alishia clarified that she now had more mana, and Si-Han wondered why she kept gaining more mana when he meditated. Alishia worriedly asked him if he was sure that his mana wasn't somehow flowing into her because no matter how she looked at it, it seemed that way. The protagonist disagrees with the idea that it is not that way, as she has gained the amount of mana he would have gained from meditating, so he doesn't think so, but he also has his doubts at this point. He wonders if his summoning technique is the issue, but he is no longer the same person he was the last time he was Terranner, which might affect the otherworldly summoning technique. Alishia pondered for a while, asking him if it would help if he had more clues or information on the otherworldly summoning technique of the Rusklin bloodline. The protagonist is sure that could help, but he knows how to use them, as that is how he opened portals to another dimension. He captured a lot of otherworldly summoners in the past, but even if they only knew how to use the technique, they didn't know the fundamental principles or theories behind them. Since that is how closely guarded those secrets are, he supposed that was most likely intentional. Even if other people discovered those summoning techniques, they would be useless unless they were members of the Imperial family. So the protagonist thought that, just like Alishia said, it would be great if he had more information. But then he would need to get his hands on an introduction to the otherworldly summoning technique that contains the fundamentals. So it is no longer possible now that the Rusklin Imperial family doesn't exist anymore, and he wondered if there is nothing he could do. Alishia is surprised to hear about this, so she leaves to fetch the book she acquired through Durin. While the protagonist ponders what to do, Alishia calls him and hands him a book. Si-Han is startled, wondering why she is giving him a book, and starts looking at it out of curiosity, wondering what it is. After reading it, his eyes spread with shock, and he wondered where he had gotten this. The protagonist started reading the book because he needed a quick look, because he knew what was written there. He is shocked to learn this is secret knowledge only passed down through the Imperial family, a direct bloodline among the Rusklin descendants. This is genuine research on the otherworldly summoning technique, so he is stunned and wonders where she found this. He remembers that Rilstein did everything possible in the past to find it, but he couldn't get his hands on it. Alishia clarified that Durin gave it to her before he died, which startled him. However, he couldn't believe that she had never mentioned this before, so he wondered if she had hidden it on purpose, and he inquired why he hadn't told her about it before. Alishia worriedly explained that she thought he would destroy it the moment he found out about it, especially since it's a book the Emperor left behind. So she glared at him, asking what he thought, and if that book could help him restore his mana. The protagonist is a bit confused because this book was written in ancient Estinian, a language that has not been used for over 1,000 years. He can tell it has something to do with otherworldly summoning spells, but he bets only the Imperial family can understand this language. Alishia understood, but she thought he could read it if it were Si-Han. She is worried as she was taught the language because she was too young at that time. The protagonist is mortified to hear this, telling her that he needs to be able to read it to understand it properly. He never thought the language would become an issue and is sure that Rilstein or Safarin would be able to read it. But it is not like he can ask them now. He wondered if he should tell Kelterin to find an expert on ancient languages. Alishia gets worried, asking if he plans to reveal the secrets of the Rusklin bloodline to a complete stranger. The protagonist thinks for a while and knows that nothing can change the fact that this is extremely valuable information. He never thought he would understand the theories behind the otherworldly summoning spells. Since some spells from the tower are still documented in ancient Estinian, he supposed he could figure something out by comparing the two. He told them that was enough for training today, as he needed to look appropriately through this book first. A few days later, Xinon is worried, as it has been a few days since Si-Han started training alone, and he wonders why he called them out there that day. Alishia looked at Si-Han, wondering if the reason could be that he had already figured out how to read the book. The protagonist is glad to see that Alishia and Xinon are already there. Alishia gladly asked him if he had finally figured out what was causing the bizarre issue with his mana. The protagonist bluntly refuses to tell her that he doesn't get it all, and he has only managed to read a small part of it, and he still has no idea why he hasn't recovered any mana yet. However, there was something else that he wanted to show them, so he raised his hand and emanated tremendous energy, which shocked both of them. Alishia realized that this incredible energy was identical to the energy produced by Arcane Blaze. The protagonist starts casting the spell, which can remove all traces of heat and uses his skill, Absolute Zero. Xenon and Alishia are shocked, and she recognizes that it is a 9th floor spell that reduces the temperature of anything it touches to Absolute Zero. Alishia wondered what was happening and inquired how Sihan managed to recover his mana. The protagonist smirked, telling her that he still doesn't know why he can't either. He couldn't unravel the secrets of the otherworldly summoning, but he picked up some other techniques instead: power amplification and battle meditation. He explained that apart from Alishia's unique situation where she can't control how much mana she releases, it's typically impossible to unleash all her mana simultaneously. He tried to elaborate by giving an example, telling her that if she has a total of 100 mana, she should only be able to release about 20% of it. However, in the introduction to otherworldly summoning, a secret method allows her to unleash 80 to 90% of her total capacity in one go: power amplification. After explaining that, the protagonist again demonstrated his skill, which astounded Alishia because he had already used so much mana, so she wondered how he did that. The protagonist explained that using a fixed formula can forcibly gather energy from the world around him to replenish the mana used in battle immediately. That's how battle meditation works. Alishia inquired if he was saying that he could use that skill to replenish his mana. The protagonist clarified that it is limited to otherworldly summoning spells and is not a standalone spell. Instead, it's part of another world summoning spell. Sihan explained that is how members of the Imperial family who were only at the apprentice mage level could use the incredible otherworldly summoning spell. He rambled that if a regular mage tried to apply this to one of their spells, they had a risk of running out of mana or overusing their mana. Both would ultimately lead to their death, and a shortage or excess mana puts stress on the body. However, Sihan is delighted because that is not a problem since he is skilled as a floor master. He laughed cunningly because with this skill, he could gather far more mana than he originally possessed, and in some way, they could say this made him even stronger than he was before. He is so delighted that he welcomed himself back as the floor master, and Alishia is glad for him. However, Xenon raised his hand as he had a question and asked if that meant he couldn't use mana like before. This worried Alishia and Sihan as they forgot that they kept this a secret from Xenon. After some time, they explained everything to Xenon, who didn't believe that something like that happened. He gets so upset that he starts crying and asks why he kept this a secret. The protagonist is surprised to see that he is about that and apologizes to him, telling him that he didn't want to tell anyone at first. He thought he had already told him since he told him everything. Hearing this relieved Xenon, the protagonist, is glad he no longer looks upset. Xenon gets concerned about Sihan's health since the weather has been getting colder lately, so he wants him to head inside, and the protagonist agrees. After that, several seasons passed as Sihan continued training, and finally, he started using the warrior god aura technique, the 12 radiant swords, which split his swords into 12. The protagonist is pleased to see the 12 swords, which account for the skill, and it's the same number he had when he faced the Emperor. After that, he used the warrior god aura technique, the ultimate divine light that makes his sword glow and pierce through the mountain. The protagonist grins on seeing this tremendous strength, thinking this is excellent because he has finally reclaimed his true power. He has regained his full strength as the otherworldly savior, so he thinks it's time to start making his way to the Terranner kingdom. After a while, Xenon realized that their next destination was the northernmost part of Terranner, Terranner kingdom. The protagonist explained that the Terranner kingdom is situated much farther north than the Sapphire kingdom. Not only is the country a vast expanse of desolate land due to the harsh cold climate, but it is also infested with powerful magical beasts. It is a tough place to live, so it has the lowest population among the 6 kingdoms of Terranner. However, he wanted them to know that doesn't mean it is a weak nation by any means. The Terranner kingdom has been home to famous northern warriors since the days of the Empire. Even though the warrior might be a few in number, they possess enough military strength to hold their own. Xenon worriedly clarified that he knew they had a rough road ahead, but he thought this would be especially tough. The protagonist clarified that it doesn't matter where they go first now that he has regained his full strength. But he chose the Terranner kingdom as their next destination because the Radiant One is there. Xenon is surprised, asking if he meant the Temple of the Sun Worshippers. The protagonist affirmed, telling him that, according to Karen's information, that place has the item he has been searching for. He wanted to get his hand on, no matter what, since he needed to completely remaster the warrior god aura technique, the magical sword disaster. On the contrary, Kelterin is writing the report and sighs sadly because he has so much to do. He is annoyed at Sihan and hopes he won't make so much noise while training. He remembers that Sihan said he wanted to train in secret, but then he goes ahead and cleaves a mountain in two, which isn't something that he can cover up, so he is crying. Furthermore, only scumbags would try to keep people's mouths shut by using their money or authority. So, he is certain that no matter what he does, word is bound to get out, and he can't stop the rumors from spreading. Therefore, he supposed he just had to spread his rumors as well, and decided to spread false rumors everywhere so that no one could tell what was true or not. Kelterin is sure that if he spreads rumors that other mountains were also split into two, he is sure the current rumors circulating will be treated as nonsense. He wanted to hide the truth among countless groundless rumors, but he supposed Sihan must be incredibly powerful if he managed to split a mountain in half. He started smiling cunningly as he realized that he had chosen the right side. Kelterin is pleased because every move that Sihan makes has the power to determine Terranner's fate. Therefore, if he decided to become the new emperor of Terranner, it would be a dream come true for someone like him who is in his good books. It is not a problem even if Sihan decides to go back to Earth, but simply knowing in advance that the leaders of the Six Kingdoms will disappear puts him in a very advantageous position. However, Kelterin worries that if Sihan fails, he might end up in a tight spot. However, it is not possible to live a completely risk-free life if he takes into account how powerful Sihan is, and it can't even be considered that big of a risk. He is thinking of changing his side if he finds himself in a tight spot, but he thinks it would be nice if Sihan managed to succeed. While he was pondering, the maid knocked at the door and informed him that Sword Higher Sihan is requesting an audience with him. Kelterin is glad he is there and instructs the maid to send him in. After Sihan entered the room, Kelterin asked if he could complete his mission successfully. The protagonist annoyingly stared at him, telling him to drop his act because no servants were nearby. Kelterin happily asked him if he was pleased with the hideout that he prepared for him. The protagonist can't help but admire Kelterin's acting skills and remarked that there is no doubt he would be voted Best Actor in the Blue Dragon Film Award if he were in Korea. Kelterin is confused when hearing this, wondering what it is and if dragons give people awards in Korea. The protagonist wanted him to forget about it, telling him that he didn't come there to chit-chat and asked if he gathered any information on the sun worshipper. Kelterin clarified that it was all right there, as not only did he have the latest information on the sun worshippers, but he has also compiled details on the Radiant One's interior structure, military strength, security layout, and even his travel arrangements. Kelterin shuddered to think how powerful Sihan would become once he was reunited with the 3 legendary pieces of equipment. He wondered if the protagonist would be strong enough to utterly wipe out the mountain instead of cleaving through it. The protagonist grabbed the documents, telling him they wouldn't strengthen his skills or increase his power, but wielding disaster again would give him more attack options. He looked at the information and clarified that he has to prepare for anything if he will hunt down all the people who betrayed him. After checking all the information, he praised Kelterin for his great work, as he was quick and thorough. Kelterin happily thanked him, and Sihan asked if he had prepared multiple sets of these documents for all the potential destinations he could have chosen. Kelterin affirmed, telling him that he did, and the protagonist supposed those documents had been rendered useless now that he had chosen to go to the sun worshippers. Kelterin affirmed that that was true, but wondered what the matter was. Sihan wanted him not to bother with those extra preparations from that moment onward, because he didn't always expect him to be perfect. Kelterin happily clarified that he is his faithful servant, so it would not be a waste if those preparations were for him. The protagonist reminds him that he swore his allegiance to him, so he has the right to give him orders to do things he needs. It also means that it is his duty to ensure he does nothing unnecessary. Since those with a right must also carry out their duty, he has not upheld this duty until now. He was unaware of this until Alishia told him so he apologized to Kelterin. Kelterin is surprised to learn this, telling him that he is doing all of this for his sake. Sihan assures him that he will not punish him for not giving him exactly what he wants because it is not a crime and wouldn't be his fault. Furthermore, he wouldn't blame him for anything as long as Kelterin didn't betray him, and Kelterin was speechless on hearing this all. After telling him everything, the protagonist wanted to leave first as he needed to get ready to leave. While the protagonist is about to leave, Kelterin accosts him and wants to tell him the truth that there is something he needs to tell him. He clarified that he had not mentioned it because he could not confirm its authenticity. However, he planned to inform him once he had verified the information. If this is what he wants from him, he should be honest about it. The protagonist grabbed the document that Kelterin handed him, wondering what he wanted to say, and after reading it, he was shocked. He started sweating worriedly, asking if that was true, and kept reading the documents. Kelterin worriedly clarified that he was unsure, which is why he kept it from him, but it is the kind of information he can't simply ignore. He assured Sihan that he would send him a report as soon as he gathered more information and validated it. The protagonist agreed, so he told him he was counting on him. Kelterin thinks for a while, accosted him, and uttered that he swore to pledge his loyalty to him. The protagonist smirked at hearing this, thinking Kelterin had always been loyal to him. Kelterin thinks for a while and clarifies that he feels he needs to make that clear again. Meanwhile, Dina is fighting with a boar, giving her all to defeat it and improve her skills. Alishia instructed her not to let her guard down as she could beat it now, and Dina affirmed her master's command. After that, they make all the necessary preparations that are required before their departure, and they begin making their way to the Torrent Kingdom. After the struggle for a while, Dina finally defeated the boar and is pleased that she did it. The protagonist praised her as she had finally improved and assured her that no one her age would stand a chance against her. Dina couldn't believe it as she barely managed to take one down. Alishia thought it was a shame they didn't encounter any bandits on the way there because killing people is much better for training than defeating magical beasts. Xenon agreed because Dina needs more experience in one-on-one combat if she wants to enhance her swordsmanship. The protagonist gets annoyed as they say such disturbing things, as if they are nothing, and know it's savage. But he supposes the people of Terranner have always been like this because their thinking is brutal. Alishia couldn't believe that he said that, but he was the youngest among all of them to gain real-life combat experience. The protagonist realizes that Alishia gained her experience at 17 years old and Xenon at 18 years old, but he did so at the age of 16, leaving him with nothing to argue about. He gets mortified, so he wants to change the subject and clarifies that it's time to go as they must cross the border before the sun sets. He told them that the border city Ropal lies beyond this mountain, so they are about to enter the Torrent Kingdom. Later at night, they are at the inn when the protagonist sees Alishia and asks about Dina's whereabouts. Alishia clarified that she fell asleep the moment she got into bed. The protagonist supposed she might be exhausted, so he wanted to let her rest. She would be fine once she had a proper breakfast, so he wanted Alishia to have dinner. After looking at the dinner, Sihan was slightly disappointed, but it was quite late, so he guessed he couldn't complain about the food. He happily looked at Xenon as he wanted to borrow some of his special sauce, Xenon's sauce. Xenon took out the sauce, but was astounded to hear the name, and asked what he had just called it. The protagonist wondered what was wrong, as there were all kinds of sauces out there, and now they have Xenon's sauce, so he couldn't understand what the matter was. Xenon gets annoyed as he doesn't understand what Sihan is trying to say, but sticking his name in front of the word sauce makes it sound like he only has one special type of sauce. The protagonist started pouring his sauce on the food, thinking it was delicious. Xenon is still pissed as he can make plenty of other tasty sauce, not just Xenon's sauce, and cursed himself as he couldn't believe he called it that as well, and the protagonist agreed. Alishia asked the protagonist if he wanted to retrieve the otherworldly savior's 3 legendary items, but wondered what was so special about those magical items. The protagonist supposed she might not know, and he thought some books explained their abilities. Alishia knew there were books about it, but she couldn't grasp the exact details just by reading them. Sihan explained that the sword is known to be the most powerful magical sword in all of Terranner, and if capable of changing its shape and size from a dagger to a 2-meter-long sword, the magical sword, Disaster. Even though Alishia knew it was impressive, she didn't understand why it is known as the strongest magical sword. She wondered what about a magical sword that strikes fear in the hearts of those it cuts, or one that can cause the smallest wound to fester. She is sure there are a lot of other swords that better embody the essence of a magical sword. The protagonist smiled as he was sure it might not be useful to her at her current level. But the true worth of disaster is only revealed when wielded by a warrior god, sword higher. Since most of the abilities that the magical sword possesses can be unlocked once a person reaches the warrior god level. So, if she looks at it like that, the magical sword disaster is the unique weapon that can grant the user a combat advantage in a battle between two warrior gods, sword higher. Only a warrior god, sword higher, will need a magical sword like disaster. So if a warrior god sword higher decides to unleash their full power, they can destroy their surrounding using the sword alone. He explained that is why the sword is called disaster, which is not simply a sword that changes its shape. Whenever its shape changes, its weight and density change accordingly. This alone grants the wielder an overwhelming advantage in battle from the opponent's perspective. It's like having to contend against a different sword every time it changes. Furthermore, its shape changes so freely that it is impossible to break since it can be restored the moment it is damaged, and Si-Han told her that she has to wield it herself to understand. Zenon thinks he gets it, and it sounds quite convenient to him now that he has heard the explanation. Alishia then asked about Rubresk and the magical cape Crimson Dragon. The protagonist elucidated that Rubresk is the toughest armor in the world. Not only does it boast high defensive stats, but it can also be equipped automatically. Its size can be adjusted, and it has the ability to repair itself. Since metal armor is the most difficult and tedious to maintain, that is what makes Rubresk the best magical armor in the world. After that, he started stating the benefit of the magical cape, Crimson Dragon, which is said to block a dragging flame and has the damage dealt by magical attacks. However, what truly makes it impressive is its ability to block half the damage dealt by the flames of the otherworldly beings, and the truth is it wasn't created from a crimson dragon, but from the hide of an otherworldly being. But it can only reduce the flames of a crimson dragon by half. Therefore, both of those pieces of equipment would be nice to have, but he can live without them. But he can't say the same about disaster. Therefore, Si-Han wanted to get them back, even if it was to stop those who betrayed him from getting their hands on it. The following day, the Si-Han party crossed over the border and continued to head north. It was technically too early for winter, but the weather there was so cold that the lake had already frozen over, which made Alishia freeze because of her cold armor. They toughed it out through temperatures that kept dropping and eventually they made it to Eek City. After entering the city, Alishia is amazed to see many more people than she expected, as she thinks people wouldn't want to live somewhere so cold. Eek City is a bustling metropolis that serves as a hub for high-ranking princes and pilgrims traveling to the sun worshipper Radiant One. It is a city comprised of merchants transporting various goods used by the worshipper, and due to its significant mobile population, it also functions as a bustling trade hub. The protagonist is amazed to see the city as he thought it would be a cold, gloomy, snow-covered city, but it is quite busy. Dina affirmed, telling him this is where her mother's side of the family and the Salet noble settled down. She has already let them know that she is coming, so she wanted to head over to the Eek's office building. After a while, Alishia asks the protagonist when he will tell Dina the truth. Si-Han can't seem to find the right time to mention it, but he wonders whether he should have told her from the start. He supposed it would be far too sudden if he told her that he was the otherworldly savior after everything they had been through, and Zenon agreed with him that that was true. Si-Han placed the map on the table, urging them to concentrate on the current task. He explained that he received a map of the temple interior layout from Karen. Alishia inquired if he could use the stealth skill to sneak in like he did last time. The protagonist clarified that it is impossible because the barrier there is a lot stronger, so there is no way to slip past undetected and infiltrate the temple using that stealth skill. Alishia is surprised, wondering how their barrier could be even stronger than the one of the Obsidian Eye. He explained this barrier was initially set up by one of the 6 Revolution heroes, specifically designed to ward off the other heroes of the Revolution, the strongest people in Terranner. So being familiar with each other also means understanding which countermeasure would be effective against their skills. Zenon gets concerned because if he can't use the Thief Queen's stealth skill to sneak it, then it means that it's impossible to infiltrate. The protagonist thinks for a while and guesses he has no choice, as he will have to destroy it, which astounds both of his comrades. Si-Han explained that after he eliminates the barrier, he will follow the path he has already mapped out, grab the 3 legendary pieces of equipment, and then slip out because this is the only way. Xenon is concerned that if he does that, he will leave traces of his aura behind when he destroys the barrier. The protagonist laughed, wanting him not to worry because he would use his unique skill, the Ethereal Thunder Strike, to destroy it. He is sure that way, even if he leaves traces of aura behind, they will think Torrent is to blame. Xenon gets excited, thinking that it's a great idea, and is sure he will recover his magical items and deal a blow to one of the people who betrayed him. Since everything is decided, he wants to get going as he thinks they should be ready just in case he fails, and Alishia wonders what they should be ready for. The protagonist explained that he aims to minimize the damage to the surrounding area. So, if they see a sudden column of fire erupting in the temple and a massive explosion, they will know he has failed, since that is one of the defensive systems that is triggered when the barrier is forcibly broken, and if that happens, they should be alert. While he is still planning, he gets startled as there is an explosion at the temple and wonders what is happening when he hasn't done anything yet. The protagonist wondered what was happening as he couldn't understand what triggered the barrier. He cursed his fortune, rushed there, and wanted them to extinguish the fire. He started accumulating his energy and wanted the heavy rain to descend upon this land and summon a squall. After the rain began, Alishia was relieved because the flames were getting weaker. Xenon gets worried as he looks at the entrance and realizes the people are inside. He rushed there to evacuate everyone inside and help them. One of the priests came out. Alishia helped him and asked if he was all right. The priest clarified that he is not concerned about himself, but a wicked thief has come to steal the Order's sacred artifacts. Soon, there was another explosion that concerned Aisha, so she covered the priest to prevent any harm to him. Shortly after, a knight came out, which startled Si-Han as he rushed toward him to strike. Xenon worriedly lifted his sword, wanted the knight to stop, and inquired if that was all his doing. The knight stared at them, filled the sword with disaster's mana, and was fully prepared to strike him. Xenon gets worried when he sees his opponent using the refined aura, and Si-Han is also concerned. Shortly after, an explosion occurred, causing the protagonist to worry about Xenon's safety. He immediately rushed toward him and inquired about his well-being. Xenon worriedly replied that he didn't expect them to be Grandmaster-level swordsmen. After that, the attackers started rushing away, which worried the priest, as that thief was getting away, and he didn't want to let him escape. The protagonist's eyes spread in shock as he realized the person had stolen the magical cape Crimson Dragon, Rubresk, and even Disaster. After a while, the protagonist continues to follow the thief, and he thinks that person might not be that skilled, but their aura is undoubtedly at the Grandmaster level. He wondered who that thief was and was sure he would be quite well known if he were at the Grandmaster level. But he supposed it wouldn't be strange if he didn't recognize a Grandmaster's level sword higher after the years passed. He is confident that he will discover who he is once he catches him and removes his helmet. Meanwhile, this commotion captured the civilians' attention, wondering what that sound was and if there was a fire somewhere. Meanwhile, the thief furiously stared down and attacked the civilians with his sword. The protagonist managed to protect the civilians and got infuriated at him as he was attacking innocent bystanders to get away. He kept following the thief and wanted him to run as much as he wanted. It seemed like his goal was to escape, so he was sure he would head outside the city wall. After a while, the thief jumps out of the city wall, and the protagonist follows him. He wanted to wait until he reached a deserted area to strike. After a while, they finally arrive at the deserted area. So the protagonist strikes him and clarifies that this is as far as he can go. The thief furiously glared at him, and Si-Han smirked, telling him that no one was left around to attack anymore, so it was time to find out who he was. The thief started emanating tremendous aura as he charged at the protagonist with all his might. The protagonist doesn't know who might be watching, so he wanted to keep his unique aura skill to a minimum and wanted to defend using explosive aura for now. The thief attacked him with his sword, and he realized it was electricity. That aura is the same aura that is used in Torrent's unique aura skill, Ethereal Thunder Strike. Shortly, the thief covered his sword with the flames and tried to attack him again. The protagonist's eyes spread with shock as he realized that not only did that thief use Ethereal Thunder Strike, but he also knew how to use Inferno Dragon Slash, which is both of Terranner's unique aura skills. This makes him conclude that the thief is Torrent's disciple, but that wouldn't be surprising given his age. Si-Han is impressed because it is not an easy task to master both techniques, and he is supposed to be highly talented at manipulating aura, but he wonders why it feels like something doesn't add up. The protagonist felt like he was witnessing the strength from back in the day because their aura use is flawless. Abruptly, the thief struck him again, but Sihan knew he posed no threat. However, he could sense that something was a bit off earlier. He knew it was because his attacks were just too basic, but he wondered why his swordsmanship was so poor compared to his skillful use of aura. It was just sloppy. Abruptly, he started attacking the thief, and with just a few strikes, he threw him away. The protagonist is astounded to know that the thief is just a weakling, and he doesn't think he's faking it either, so he wonders if that is the best he can do. He gets annoyed because even if he wasn't that bad in the past when he could rely on his overwhelming aura, he wondered why his skill was so one-sided. He put his sword back in the sheath because he is worried that he will end up destroying Rubresk at this rate. As soon as he put his sword back, the thief lunged at him to strike again, but the protagonist attacked him with bare-handed technique Lycidarin and managed to inflict severe damage. He grabbed there uttered that his bare-handed technique might be a bit unrefined compared to Karen's, but it was good enough to show him how outmatched they were, so he wanted him to give up. Suddenly, the thief released overwhelming flames that astounded Sihan, and he got out of his grasp and rushed away. The protagonist brushed off the dust from his cape, telling the thief he is tough, and asked if he just broke his arm to get himself out of that bind. He gets on his fighting stance, telling the thief that doesn't change anything because picking up that sword wouldn't make him any stronger because he needs the right skill to use it properly. He clarified that he would have already been defeated if it weren't for Rubresk. Suddenly, he saw the thief planning something, so he was shocked. Immediately, the thief threw away the sword. The protagonist worries about the disaster getting away, so he rushes to grab it and inquires about what he is doing. He immediately grabbed the sword, looked back, and was annoyed because he never thought the thief would do something like this to escape. This took him by surprise, so the thief managed to escape with Rubresk and the magical cape Crimson Dragon, but he didn't expect him to use disaster as a decoy. However, he was so relieved because he still managed to retrieve the most important piece of equipment and is glad to see his sword after a while. Later, Zenon is surprised to see Sihan as he realized that he went back to the inn. The protagonist is wiping his sword and asks him how things are at the temple. Zenon explained that they had put out the fire and would start looking for survivors. Alishia worriedly asked what happened to the thief, and Sihan clarified that he had escaped as he couldn't find out who he was. He got away with Rubresk and the magical cape, Crimson Dragon, but he managed to recover disaster, so although it is disappointing, it is not a problem. Zenon's eyes sparkled with excitement as he realized he had finally seen one of the 3 legendary items in real life and wanted to look at it. The protagonist certified that he is looking at it right now. Zenon is surprised because that is the same sword Sihan has been carrying until now. Then he looked back, saw the identical sword there, and wondered what it was. The protagonist smiled, reminding him that he had told him he could change its shape and appearance and even disguise it as a common sword like this. However, there is something that Sihan doesn't understand. That mysterious thief used Tiorant's aura skills, so there is no doubt that they are affiliated with Tiorant somehow. However, Tiorant knows the true value of disaster better than anyone else, so he wonders why the thief abandoned the sword without a second thought. Zenon thought that it could be that the thief wasn't a Tiorant student because Sihan mentioned that the 7 heroes of the revolution shared their skills. After all, he taught Zenon how to use eruption aura and trained Alishia in stealth. The protagonist knows that other people may know how to use Ethereal Thunderstrike and Inferno Dragon Slash, but there is a difference between knowing how to use a skill and truly mastering it. Once a person reaches Grandmaster level as a sword higher, the aura flowing through their body becomes tailored to their own unique skills. So, a person can use the same skill and end up with completely different results, unless they come from Earth and can clearly feel the flow of aura. However, the skill that the intruder used was the Ethereal Thunderstrike, and he is sure that the thief who destroyed the Radiant One must have been someone from the Tiorant group. Meanwhile, Rilstein is looking out the window, sure that everyone might think the Tiorant student did that. He laughed wickedly as he was sure that no one would believe that an entire nation's king would venture out to another distant kingdom himself. He is sure that Tiorant would be furious if he found out, but the risk is worth it. So he instructed his man to remove his armor, and the man removed his armor as he was instructed. Rilstein clarified that he might be a test subject that he threw together quickly with no free will, but he is still a Grandmaster level sword higher, so he wondered how he beat so ably. He supposed that might be because that place was the home to the Northern warriors, and he guessed that they had no shortage of powerful warriors. He supposed there would be much room for improvement and is glad he told his man to use disaster as a decoy if he found himself in a pinch. He grabbed the cape and couldn't believe that he nearly lost his chance to get his hands on the magical cape Crimson Dragon. He is sure that should be enough to replace it, so he appreciates his man for his great work and wants him to get some rest, and his man affirms that, after some time, the tribe headed somewhere, and the noble thought he had gotten a dozen elite soldiers from the Torrent Kingdom with him. That carriage had a steel frame reinforced with protective magic. 18 sword hire also accompanies him, so he supposed this should be enough to deter people like them from considering an attack. A bald man named Woodrow was watching them from above, and the man at the carriage thought they were a bunch of fools because their actions were only causing the people more suffering. Woodrow pointed his arrow at them, while the knight laughed and wanted his lord not to fear. The knights thought they were just thieves at the end of the day, so they are powerless against the true might of knights like them, so he wanted him to rely on them. Before the knight could even complete his sentence, his head got pierced through with the arrow, which concerned the noble. All the sword hire get startled as they realize it is an ambush, so they want to get into defensive formation and find out where the attackers are. After a while, the sword hire finally found the attacker's position, so he immediately blocked the arrow with his shield, informed everyone, and clarified that it wouldn't work again. However, as soon as the arrow strikes their shield, it causes an explosion, which astonished them as they never thought their shields were useless, so they wondered how a single arrow can do so much damage. The sword hire wanted his comrade to stand their ground because there is no way they can keep launching such powerful attacks at them. After some time, they saw several men wearing the masks rushing at them to strike. They were startled to see that mask as they recognized that they are the spirits of the snowfield and started attacking them. Flag gets concerned on seeing that the No Guard is a match for them and wonders why they would resort to acts of thievery when they are this skilled. While pondering the thief's identity, he gets struck and thrown back. The golden-haired girl rushed there, asking where he thought he was going, and she took off the mask because she was pleased to see Flag after a while. Flag gets startled after seeing that the attacker is sword hire Beretta and supposed that she leads the spirit of the snowfield. While he is about to ask about that, she immediately strikes him and kills him. Soon she told them they had dealt with everyone there, and her comrade thought it was time to take the carriage. She looked at Woodrow, telling him he did a great job, and he affirmed. While her comrade supposed this should be enough supplies to keep them going for a while. On the contrary, Torrent is pissed on learning that they were robbed again. The man requested the king to forgive him because the mysterious group of thieves had already attacked their tax-filled carriages for the 4th time. Torrent sighed, asking the man if it was the doing of the spirit of the snowfield again. The man worriedly rambled that due to the losses they had incurred, this had begun to have an impact on state affairs, so he was afraid that they would have no choice but to start collecting. Torrent is annoyed by hearing this and tells him that collecting additional tax is unacceptable, since the royal family bears the responsibility for failing to prevent the theft of these carriages. The citizens have already fulfilled their duties, so it would be unreasonable to raise their taxes when they aren't to blame. However, he wanted to establish a special army instead because if the royal family had to apprehend the thieves, then it would have been the duty of the citizens to bear that burden. Since they need additional military resources, Torrent said it is their duty to raise the taxes. Everyone is startled to hear that Torrent is obsessed with his duty, but in the end, he will still take more money from the citizens. The noble is sure that from the citizen perspective, the king's talk of duty is unlikely to matter a great deal. However, he couldn't say anything to the king, so he informed him that he made a great choice and assured him they would follow his orders. After some time, Torrent returned to his room and communicated with Levina through the magical mirror, who was pleased to see him after a while. Torrent was delighted to see her after a while and inquired why she had contacted him using such expensive communication magic. He clarified that he is busy dealing with state affairs, so wanted her to get to the point. Levina smirked, telling him that she heard about what happened at the Radiant One, and asked if that was his doing. Torrent gets infuriated on hearing this, and wants her not to be ridiculous as he did not do that. Levina smiled, telling him that all the signs indicated that he was the one who was responsible, so she didn't want him to tell her that he had never thought about claiming disaster. Tiorent furiously told her not to compare herself to him and reminded her that her greed knows no limit, and she dared to accuse him on top of that. Levina smirked on hearing this, telling her that there is no need to be like that, especially since they are both the nation's leaders there. Furthermore, they are not the same people they were 10 years ago, but putting that matter to one side for a moment, she realized that they didn't seem flustered by her asking. Tiorent furiously explained that she was the third person asking him this question, aside from Rilstein and Safarin, who had already asked him the same thing. Levina understood, so Tiorent clarified that his answer would not change and that he had no interest in the otherworldly savior legacy. After telling her he disconnected the communication, Levina wondered if he was telling the truth. She asked Jordan if he was sure the intruder used Tiorent Ethereal Thunderstrike. Jordan affirmed, explaining to her that according to the witnesses, it was like watching Tiorent use it in the past. However, he is sure that all the heroes of the revolution know what to use that technique, because that is how some of them, among the Queen Knights, have mastered it. Levina explained that it might be the same technique, but a single glance is enough to distinguish it from the original. The only person capable of using Tiorent Ethereal Thunderstrike is Tiorent himself or his follower. Furthermore, she recalled that Sihan could also use that skill, but he is not there anymore, so that is not the case. After recalling about Sihan, her eyes spread with shock, and she wondered if he had returned. While she is pondering her night, leaned forward telling her that she has no more state affairs to deal with, so wanted her to rest. Levina knew it was a tempting offer, but she pushed him away, telling him it was time for her to go to the training ground. Jordan thought she was amazing because she kept training despite knowing how powerful she is. Furthermore, not only is she a warrior god sword higher, but she also possesses the highest authority and countless treasures. So, he is sure she already has everything anyone could ever want. Levina looked back, telling him he didn't know her well, and asked if he thought that was enough to satisfy her. On the contrary, the man informed Sihan that he had heard the rumors about the spirit of the snowfield, but no one had seen them in this area. The protagonist understood, so he decided to ask the next person and left. Despite facing an unexpected hurdle, they could retrieve the magical sword disaster as planned. However, the Sihan party didn't return to the Rettenberg kingdom immediately because they still had some business left in the north. Later, they were eating lunch when Xenon asked if they had heard about the group of thieves who call themselves the Spirit of the Snowfield. He wondered if Sihan thought they could find any clues because he heard they were proving so elusive that even soldiers from the Tiorent kingdom still hadn't been able to find them. However, that doesn't surprise the protagonist because he wasn't expecting anything, but he wanted to try, at least since they were in the area. Alishia wondered why he was interested in a group of thieves like them. Sihan clarified that he heard something from Kelterin and doesn't know if it's true, but he doesn't think this is getting them anywhere, so he told them they are leaving early the following morning. Meanwhile, Dina enjoys her food because it's the students' duty not to ask or pay attention to their master's secret missions. Xenon enjoyed the food and admits that the fish from the North Sea are delicious as they are packed with oil because they live in the ocean's cold depth. However, they couldn't completely eliminate the pungent odor, so he thought they should have used Clental vinegar instead of smoking it. Everyone's mouth filled with water as they realized that Xenon had learned something new, so they got to try a new dish. While eating, the protagonist heard the sword higher trying to surround someone, so he went toward the window to see what was happening. He heard two people gossiping about what all that fuss was about. The protagonist looked ahead, surprised to see two men surrounded by several knights, telling them that they had nowhere left to hide, so he wanted them to drop their weapons and surrender. The sword higher didn't want them to think about making a getaway and assured them that if they surrendered quietly, he promised they would be treated well. The man smirked, asking him if he was supposed to believe that, and inquired how many people had survived their hospitality. The sword higher gets infuriated, thinking that he is a fool. He asked for the citizens' attention, telling them things would get a little rowdy, but it was dangerous, so he wanted them to keep their distance. He explained that these people were part of an underhand group of thieves known as the Spirit of the Snowfield, so he wanted them to be cautious. The people started gossiping after learning about their identity. The protagonist grins as he hears the sword higher calls them the members of the Spirits of the Snowfield, but he can't believe his luck because they were there. After informing the citizens, the sword hire pointed his sword at those thieves, wanting them to prepare to die because they were traitors. Therefore, he wanted them to face punishment in the name of His Majesty, the great hero of the revolution, Terranner. The thief furiously grits his teeth and then points his sword toward the knight. But suddenly, he gets startled as he senses the cool breeze near himself. Suddenly, there was torrential weather as the heavy snow started pouring there, and the soldiers wondered what was wrong with the weather all of a sudden. Suddenly, they realized it was a spell, which they supposed was a blizzard spell. The sword hire gets infuriated as he can't see anything before himself because of the snow, and soon, he realizes those thieves have escaped their grasp. All the soldiers get worried, as they don't think they have a magic item, and are sure they couldn't have gone far, so they decide to search for them. On the contrary, the protagonist took away those thieves, and the thieves got annoyed, but asked if he was the one who did this. The protagonist affirmed that he was telling the thief that he was the one who had done this. However, he wondered if he could say that, and if that makes sense, so he supposed Estinian is such a difficult language, as he doesn't know what to say. The thief inquired how he was and wanted to know why he saved them. The protagonist sighed, telling him that he could say that he was someone who had been searching for the spirits of the snowfield, but even if he told them who he was sure they wouldn't believe him, so he wondered what he should do. Suddenly, he got an idea, so he told them he could prove he was someone they could trust. He is sure they must have some secret code they use to recognize other members of their group. The thief is surprised to learn about this and wonders how Si-han knows about it. Alishia is surprised to learn about this. She is not entirely sure, but she thinks Si-han has been looking for them because they are somehow connected to his past. However, she is sure that Si-han would struggle to remember a secret code that was used 10 years ago. The thief sighed, telling him that would be good for them, and asked him if he was ready. Then he stood, posed, uttering that as fast as and wanted Si-han to complete the sentence. The protagonist uttered it as fast as a train, but he wondered why he was posing like that. Then the thieves uttered that as high as a and Si-han uttered airplane, and he asked how their pride was, so he explained it's their nation. Alishia's eyes spread with shock because she couldn't believe that Si-han had managed to remember a combination of unrelated words without any context for 10 years, and thought he was incredible. However, the protagonist is sure that any Korean would have been able to get this. He wasn't certain at first, but if they were using the secret code, then it meant they must be the group he was thinking about. The thieves are surprised to learn that Si-han is speaking confidently without hesitating and become sure he is undoubtedly one of them. The thief apologized to Si-han for doubting him when he saved their lives. The protagonist gets embarrassed, telling him he doesn't have to go that far, and asks if he could take him to his other members. The thief affirmed, telling him that he had a request, so he wondered what they had to do to help them escape this village. He wanted to be honest with Si-han and say their secret hideout had been discovered. Since the White Wolf Knight was dispatched 3 days ago, if he doesn't tell his comrades soon, then they will be caught, which startled the protagonist. Later, the White Wolf Knight is at their hideout, where the other members can't believe it and ask what they are doing there. Woodrow gets worried about seeing them and wonders how they found out, and they are truly determined to wipe them out. He cursed those White Wolf Knights who were Terranner royal knights. The sword hire Kite smirked, knowing he had to find the sword hire Woodrow and his comrade there. Woodrow gets infuriated when he sees Kite is still alive and pities him. Sword hire Kite smirked as he realized that Woodrow lived in this pigsty. While the knights were rushing to strike them, Kite explained that the otherworldly savior wasn't around to save them, the former members of the Blue Sky Knights now. Despite being in unfavorable conditions, Woodrow didn't lose hope and kept attacking his opponents unstoppably. His comrades also rushed to fight, even though they knew they might not be as impressive as they once were. But they were still the Blue Sky Knights, so they couldn't surrender. However, before they could strike even a single one of their opponent, Kite attacked them and injured them severely. Beretta is worried because both sides are veterans who have experienced many battles, and they are not evenly matched when it comes to skill and experience. However, she knows that their opponent has an overwhelming advantage in terms of numbers. While she is pondering, Sword Hire Reciphon charges at her to attack. After looking at her, he smirked, telling her he had never liked the idea of a woman running around with a sword. He thought this was the perfect chance for him to teach her what a woman's duty is. Beretta blocked his attack and could see that he hadn't been able to change that backward mentality of his. Woodrow gets worried about seeing Beretta fighting Rilstein ferociously, so he strikes him with a divine lightning bolt chain reaction. Kite interrupted, so he managed to block his attack, but had to admit that he had such power, even though he stopped them halfway and remarked that he was as powerful as ever. However, he wanted him to know that he couldn't handle 2 master-level swords. The 2 sword higher attack him simultaneously, which causes him to have a hard time dealing with them. Woodrow couldn't believe they were ganging up on him and asked if they had also forsaken their chivalry as knights. Kite smirked as he was sure it didn't matter when facing a traitor guilty of high treason. On the contrary, Beretta is concerned as she is having difficulty dealing with Rilstein. Rilstein smirked wickedly as he was attacking her and clarified that this was the end, telling her that she fought well for a woman, but this was time for her to die. Beretta gets concerned as he is about to strike her, but before he can do that, he is beheaded by Si-Han. Beretta gets startled on seeing this, and all the other members are stunned, wondering who that is. Woodrow is shocked to see his skill, wondering if he is an ally, and is impressed because he took down a master-level sword higher with 1 swing. The protagonist went ahead, looked back, and was pleased to see Beretta after a while. Beretta is surprised to learn that the man knows who she is, so she looks closer at his face, wondering if it is Si-Han. However, she is surprised to see the unfamiliar face. She is dumbfounded upon seeing him and wonders who that guy is, but she doesn't know that Si-Han is using the 1000-face technique. Sword higher Kite approached him, asking who he was, and clarified that these people were the notorious thieves known as the Spirit of the Snowfield. His Majesty Tiorant, the great hero of the revolution, ordered them to wipe out and asked if he would get involved in this fight. While knowing this, he inquired if Si-Han was one of their accomplices regardless of his reason, and he wanted him to see that he wouldn't get away with this. The protagonist looked at him, recognized that he was Kite, and wondered why he was still alive. He wondered why someone who should be dead was completely unharmed and working for Tiorant, so he wondered if he had completely lost his mind. Kite gets infuriated at his insolent behavior, points his sword at him, and inquires how he dared to speak ill of the king. He immediately attacks the protagonist, wanting him to pay for being rude with his life. The protagonist smirked as he heard him saying insolent and wanted him not to worry because he had the right to say what he liked. Then he stopped using the 1000-face technique, blocked Kite's sword, and asked if he recognized him now. Kite is surprised to see that his face has just changed and is shocked to see his face. He is shocked to the extent that he starts sweating and immediately falls to the ground. The protagonist approached him, telling him this was unforgivable, and stomped the sword on his armor. He is infuriated because the beast that should have been exterminated a long time ago is still roaming free, and he pierces his chest. All others were terrified on seeing this, and the protagonist shortly released the sword as he realized that Kite died too quickly considering the sins he committed. All the knights were scared to see this and started running away to save themselves, while Beretta looked at him and supposed she might be right about his identity. The protagonist gets annoyed when he sees the knights running away because he has never really pursued enemies who decided to make a run for it for as long as he can remember. This makes it clear that they were Imperial soldiers but were also part of a family and victims of the time. However, Crimson Moon Knights are a whole different story because they are a bunch of informants from the Empire going around committing unspeakable crimes. Therefore, he didn't want to let anyone escape because they should have all died 10 years ago. He stomped on the ground, using the Aura Circle Aurora Beam, which struck all the knights running away. Si-Han is worried because some might get away at this rate. He looked at Woodrow, asking how long he would stand there and watch. Woodrow looked at him and smiled in relief as he realized it was him, and was pleased because he had returned. He commanded the unit to attack, as it was time to make the White Wolf Knight pay. The two thieves who led Si-Han were peeking at the situation from high and wondering what had just happened. He thought all his squad members would have been wiped out after being ambushed by the White Wolf Knights, but Si-Han managed to turn the situation around by himself. He knew they brought that guy there, but was unaware of his true identity. After looking closely at his face, he realized that Si-Han also looked different. His comrade isn't sure because Si-Han is too far away to see correctly, while Alishia is a bit annoyed because they didn't get a chance to do anything. Xenon agreed as he realized they had wrapped things up down there, so he also wanted to head down. After some time, they got rid of all those white wolf knights, and everyone gathered around Sihan. Everyone is shocked, thinking there is no way because that's impossible. However, there is no issue because that face is the one of their captain, Sihan, and Woodrow accosted him. The protagonist smirked at being called captain, and was glad to see everyone after 10 years, but he clarified that it had taken him a while to make his way back there. Beretta couldn't believe her eyes and thought she might be dreaming, wondering if he was Captain Sihan. She tried to reach out, immediately slapped him on the face, and inquired what had taken him so long. The protagonist is shocked as he wasn't expecting such a harsh welcome. Beretta started crying, telling him that he was irresponsible and wondering why her hand hurt when she was the one who hit him, telling him he should never stand there and take a hit. The protagonist smiled as he realized Beretta hadn't changed and supposed her hand might be painful. All other knights excitedly gathered around him, asking if he was their captain, Sihan. Dina is surprised to hear that everyone is calling him Sihan and that they keep getting his name wrong. She is astonished to see all the knights joyfully tossing Sihan into the air while cheering. Dina accosted everyone who wanted them to know that his name is Sean, not Sihan. She smiled because she knew they sounded familiar, but wondered how they got the two mixed up. She is sure that everyone in Terranner knows who Sihan is, so she wonders why they are mixing it. She is aware that he might have used the Emperor's ability, which is one of the otherworldly savior's unique aura skills, just now, but the mercenary King Barak was the original founder of that skill. Xenon and Alishia were both guilty and couldn't explain anything to Dina. While Dina rambled that she knew there were times when Sihan felt like a completely different person when they traveled together. But she only had eyes for her master, so she thought she was seeing things. After looking at how Xenon and Alishia weren't clarifying this misunderstanding, she supposed he might be the otherworldly savior. Xenon is relieved that Dina has finally figured it out, and he feels so refreshed now. Alishia sighed with relief because she could finally relax and told Dina she was right because he was Sihan Seong, the otherworldly savior in the flesh. On the contrary, Torrent looked at the metal arm turning dark and realized that the kite was dead. His man inquired about the metal arm warmer, and Torrent explained it's a magical item that goes black when its owner dies. He is sure the Blue Sky Knight might be responsible for Kite's death. His man is confident that Kite might have let his guard down, but is sure that even if he had, Woodrow is extremely dangerous. He is sure that Woodrow might be strong enough to kill Kite, but there is no way the White Wolf Knights could lose. The Blue Sky Knights were once considered the strongest 10 years ago, but there is no way they could defeat the White Wolf Knights after losing half of their members, including Est, Conrad, and Sylphis. Torrent agreed with his man, but he had a bad feeling about this for some reason and wanted him to send some riders there to check on their status. On the other hand, Saffron communicates with Levina and smirks upon seeing that she is still as beautiful as ever. Levina smiled, wanted him not to make her laugh, and knew he was considered the most beautiful man in the entire continent. Saffron asked her what the matter was that she called him about, and wanted her to know that the devices for sending these magical messages are expensive. She wondered why he became king if he wanted to save money and wanted him to drop the Good King Act. She is sure he could buy a dozen devices with the money he spends on his beautician. This pissed Saffron, but he wanted to put that aside and asked why did she call him. Levina asked him if he thought that Torrent was behind the incident at the Radiant One. Saffron sits on the stool, telling her Torrent denied it, and that he doesn't think he is lying. Levina knew he was not like Sech Sengard, who wasn't smart enough to lie, but it was unlikely that someone as uptight as him would lie. Saffron wanted to be honest and said that he thought Levina was behind it because it is possible to completely mimic aura skills once she has reached warrior god level. Levina gets infuriated, telling him that the warrior god sword hire can't do everything, and is sure that he is only saying that after seeing what Sihan could do. But that was because he came from Earth. Saffron was sure about that, but he knew that the warrior god sword hire was made up of monstrous beings who acted unpredictably. Levina sighed as she could see why he thought it could have been her, as she would have suspicions as well if their situation had been reversed. However, she wanted him to hear her out and told him it wasn't her. She is sure that anyone could have the motive for trying to divide the 6 kingdoms. Regardless of the motives, it's the important method. She uttered that among the people who can use Ethereal Thunder Strike, only Maluf, Samud, and Lapel can use Refined Aura, and whoever manages to bribe them could be the culprit. However, Safarin and Karen don't have a way to bribe any of them. But if Levina or Rilstein were plotting something, then he would have framed her as the culprit, not Tiorent, who can't tell a lie. Safarin realized that she was well informed and uttered that if they had used stealth or invisibility, then there would be no doubt that she was the one who was responsible. Levina laughed, telling him that was so mean, and judging by the evidence presented to them, everything pointed to Tiorent being the culprit. But it was suspicious how obvious it was. Safarin gets annoyed, asking if she can contact him using this magic communication to say that she wants her to go and play detective on her own. Levina uttered that there was one other possibility. If it was Sihan, then it would explain everything. Safarin thinks for a while sure that would be the case, but he knows no way it could happen. He is confident that Sihan can't return to Terranner, and it might be possible if someone summoned him. But there is no way Rilstein, or he wouldn't have found out about it. He explained that even the Emperor had to sacrifice his own bloodline and barely managed to open a dimensional gate to Earth. Therefore, there is no way such a powerful descendant of Rusklin would still be alive to this day. So, he asked her if she was sure she hadn't done it, and now she is trying to confuse them. Levina wants him to think what he wants, but she is sure he would not believe her no matter what she says. Safarin stood, telling her that he wouldn't because he is not a moron like Sihan, who will blindly go along with everything she said. After the call ended, Levina sighed as she was sure Safarin might have said that to emphasize his belief that Sihan wouldn't be able to come back. But it also implies that either he or Rilstein would be able to hide any traces of otherworldly summoning. She wanted to be honest because it's doubtful that Sihan is responsible, and he is not the type of person who sacrifices innocent people for his own gain. There is also no reason for Rilstein or Safarin to take the risk of summoning him again either. But something about that still doesn't add up. Meanwhile, at Burbolt Canyon, the protagonist entered the cave and was surprised to see that the place was amazing. He praised Woodrow as he and his comrades have done this place nicely because it looks pretty comfortable. He is sure they don't have to worry about getting discovered, considering how rough the terrain is, and he wonders why they moved to a forest like Gwalord instead of staying there. Beretta clarified that they initially got set up in this spot, but it got damp and started leaking water because it is a cave. Woodrow explained that the important point is that staying there was riskier than their hideout in the forest because it might be well hidden, but there was no way out if they got caught. Sihan still thinks it is a nice place to stay and wants him to take a look, as even Xenon isn't making a fuss for once and is at peace. While progressing, he looked at Woodrow and asked what happened over the last 10 years. He also wanted to know how the Crimson Moon Knights ended up serving Tiorent. There is no surety that joy will return to the world when evil is vanquished because it is not straightforward. Woodrow explained that a new order and different governance structures had been established for the nations formed after the revolution, and that there was a need to manage and control people. There was a severe shortage of personnel compared to the days of the revolution. Therefore, it was inevitable that some of the previous administrations of the former empire were accepted, and among them were those who played key roles in the tyranny of the past emperor. The strongest sword hire of the Rusklin Empire and loyal followers of the tyrant, known as the 6 barbarian leaders, were real in them. Woodrow clarified that 2 of the 6 families perished at their hands, but not Droton, Centron, Triast, and Carnivan. These 4 families survived the empire's downfall and maintained a considerable degree of influence despite their losses. By contrast, the Rilstein kingdom dealt strictly with the sins of the past empire, leaving no room for the survivors among the 6 barbarian leaders to interfere. The religious kingdom of Ignatius also took the same approach as the Sech Sengard kingdom. Sech Sengard furiously clarified that he hates them the most and doesn't want them anywhere near his kingdom. So, he uses this simple reason to reject them, and the protagonist is relieved to know that he did something right. Woodrow uttered that. Consequently, the knights of the remaining 4 families ended up in Safarin, Follows, and Tiorent kingdoms under the pretext that they would redeem themselves by serving the people rather than facing punishment. The protagonist understood the entire situation, but thought it was a load of rubbish and supposed they might have thought it was too much of a waste to eliminate them. He could see that Safarin and Levina were doing that, but he didn't expect someone as uptight as Tiorent to go along with it. Woodrow annoyingly explained that his personality became a curse when trying to strike a compromise between the various trade-offs needed, and his stubbornness became conceit. After Sihan returned to Earth, The Blue Sky Knights had no option but to defend him with a sword like himself. That inevitably led to a clash with the remnants of the Empire, the White Wolf Knights who also served the Tyrant. However, Tyrant viewed them as a thorn in his side and resorted to extreme measures under the pretext that they had committed treason, and he gave the order to purge the Blue Sky Kingdom. The protagonist is startled on learning this, so supposed that the Blue Sky Knights must have been an even bigger eyesore from Tyrant's perspective. Woodrow's gaze started burning with the fumes of anguish as he told Sihan that day they lost almost half of their companion to avenge their fallen comrades, so they had no choice but to stay in this country. The protagonist could sense how resentful he was, but he was apologetic to hear that and realized that they went through a lot after he left. Beretta wanted to ask Sihan something about the day he disappeared and inquired what happened. The protagonist is astounded by this question, becomes gloomy, and explains everything to them. Woodrow gets infuriated by learning about the truth and clarifies that he heard a similar rumor circulating through Terranner, but he never thought it was true, so he curses them. However, he is pleased now that Sihan has returned because they can bring down the iron hammer of justice on them. Beretta smirked as she realized Sihan must have orchestrated Sech Sengard's fall. She knew that there was no way Kelterin would have been able to pull something like that off. The protagonist told her she was wrong because Kelterin carried out that coup alone, and all he did was finish off Sech Sengard. They were dumbfounded by learning this, and Woodrow asked if he was talking about the same person known for having the body of a sage and the mind of a wild beast. The protagonist affirms by telling him that he is talking about him because he does not like what the rumors say. Beretta is shocked because Kelterin is the man who bolts at the first sign of danger, just looking out for his safety, and pathetically tries to suck up to the people around him, so he wonders how he did do that. The protagonist is startled, wondering how their impression of Kelterin is so spot on, even though they last met him 10 years ago, and thought it was quite impressive. Sihan explained that by steering clear of danger, Kelterin mapped out a comprehensive set of routes, gathered intel, and generously supplied the mercenaries with all the food and drinks they desired to boost their morale. Now that he thinks about it, Kelterin has proven to be a highly capable commander. He guesses a person's true value becomes evident when they take the right role. Since Kelterin's collaborations are proving invaluable to him at the moment, he needs them to put aside any preconceived notions they might have and accept him for who he is. Woodrow thinks for a while and agrees with Sihan since that is what he said, and he has no choice but to accept it. Beretta is a bit confused, wondering if they could trust him even if that is true. The protagonist affirmed excitedly, telling her that he used his destination skill on him. Therefore, with Kelterin's assistance, they should be able to reconnect with their scattered companions across the continent. Beretta is excited because once they hear that Sihan is back, she bet the people who went back to their hometown, Est, Conrad, and Sylphis, will come running back. Woodrow excitedly stood as it was the rebirth of the Blue Sky Knights, which pleased Sihan. After that, he wanted them to get some rest for the day since it would get busier from that moment onward. He clarified that they have made arrangements to make him stay there more comfortably. The protagonist looked around the books and inquired if they had brought all kinds of things into this cave. However, Woodrow mentioned that it was humid there, so he couldn't understand why he had brought books there. Xenon looked at the book excitedly as he realized that it was the memories of a hero, the story of Si Hanxiang. He uttered that the book felt like it was written by someone who witnessed these events firsthand, which created a vivid sense of realism, and he owns a copy as well. The protagonist looked at the book embarrassingly, asking Woodrow if he was serious and if he had been reading this sort of stuff because he left. He is sure Woodrow already knows what happened since they experienced it together. Woodrow wanted to be honest with him and say that he wrote that book, which thrilled Xenon. Xenon excitedly asked him if that meant that he was the mysterious author Agrius. Woodrow is a bit embarrassed to tell him that he has just written down some of his experiences with Sihan in his spare time. Xenon excitedly approached him as he wanted his autograph and asked for it. Woodrow becomes happy, telling him he would be honored to do that and giving him an autograph. Sihan shivers down his body at the thought of witnessing something like that. He grabbed his head as he supposed he should have expected this from Xenon and wanted Alishia to do something about him. However, he is dumbfounded on seeing that Alishia also went to Woodrow, asking to have his autograph. The protagonist couldn't believe that she was behaving that way and wondered when she had been a fan of the books. Alishia explained that she bought all of his books as well. The protagonist wondered when she did that, and Alishia annoyingly explained that when she lived in a little cabin before her home was burned down due to a couple of people she knew. The protagonist and Xenon remembered the time when Alishia's house got burned because of them, leaving them mortified. As it turned out, most of the books containing Si-han's childish remarks and movie liner were published by Woodrow as well, and the protagonist gets pissed off. After some time, while having dinner, the protagonist wants to thank all of them for following him and believing in him when he was younger. He is glad that they all remembered him and stuck around until now. He told them they were no longer spirits wandering the snowfield because now that he had returned, it was time to revive the blue sky night. On his firm resolve, all of the knights that were banished from the kingdom became enthusiastic. Alishia looked at all of them being cheery and smiled. She remembers that Si-han always goes on about how the lines from the book are embarrassing, but that was well said. Woodrow explained that Torrent and the White Wolf Knight owe the Blue Sky Knights an unpayable debt. He is sure that Si-han might have annihilated the White Wolf Knight captain, but they cannot leave before making Torrent pay for what he has done. The protagonist thinks for a while and asks about the current heir to the throne in the kingdom of Torrent. Woodrow explained that it was Prince Claude, but he had only just turned 8 years old, and Queen Cersine would most likely take over. The protagonist is surprised to learn about the prince's age, who just turned 8 years old, and supposes he might be joking because Sech Sengard's son looked like he was only a few years younger than him. Woodrow knew about that but reminded Si-han that Sech Sengard was a person who was loved by giving in to his desires. By contrast, Torrent is an inflexible man seeking to follow the path of a warrior. He did not start a family until he became king and has never looked at another woman apart from the queen. Furthermore, Torrent has sired 5 children, 2 sons and 3 daughters with Queen Cersine. The protagonist sighed as he realized Torrent was a faithful husband and a good father. He supposed that Woodrow is saying that even bad people can have redeeming qualities. Woodrow furiously reminded him that that does not wash away his sins. Therefore, he did not want him to let that affect his resolve. And if they followed that logic, they could even say the emperor was a faithful husband and a good father to someone. The protagonist looks at Alishia, asking if he is like that, but she refuses, as that is not the case. Woodrow uttered that they have to dispose of them once they kill Torrent. However, Si-han wondered if they would do that, and then he wondered who would manage the country. Even though getting their revenge is all good, he wanted to avoid dragging innocent civilians into this. Beretta thought there would always be Grand Duke Errant if he were worried about that. Woodrow agreed with her, telling him he almost forgot about him, unlike Torrent, his younger brother, whose strength lies in administration. He is not as inflexible as Torrent and takes care of them when they are outcasts in Torrent's kingdom. Even though Duke Errant shares the same blood as Torrent, they could say he is well qualified to rule this country. The protagonist inquired where he was right now and if he was inside the kingdom. Woodrow explained that the Duke was not on good terms to start with, but their relationship had completely broken down due to how Torrent handled the White Wolf Knights. Duke Errant argues with his brother, telling him that if they do not right the wrong of the past, there will be future consequences. Woodrow disagrees, telling him that they need to make sure they have a future before they start worrying about the potential consequences. He is sure talented people will not suddenly appear out of nowhere, and he asks his brother how long he will hold on to that unrealistic ideal. Woodrow rambles that after Torrent became king, Errant became prime minister to help him, but he is relieved of his position after Torrent grows angry with him. He heard that Duke Errant had been confined to a small residence in the capital. The protagonist concluded after hearing him that Errant certainly has the motive and the ability to take the reins. He will not do anything to his nephew and ensure his daughter is looked after. Woodrow could not believe that he was not going to kill them because they did not know what would happen when they grew up in the future. However, Si-han does not think that means he can just go and kill a child who is only 8 years old. The protagonist reminds him that they have not done anything wrong, so he will not punish them for something that has not happened or that might happen. Just like he has the right to get his revenge on those who betrayed him, the children have the right to seek revenge against those who took away their father. Woodrow is surprised to hear this, and Beretta laughs because she knows her captain is the kind of person they all follow. Alishia is surprised to hear Si-han saying that because it sounds very grand, but she is sure he is only saying that because he is returning to Earth. The protagonist gets worried as he understands the meaning behind her gaze and wants her to stay quiet. Meanwhile, Beretta noticed this while drinking the beer and said they could not overlook the fact that the captain had brought a girl back with him. Everyone agreed with her, so they rushed toward Alishia, asking for her name and wanting to know how she met the captain. Alishia introduced herself and clarified that she had just discovered Sihan's true identity and had traveled with him. Beretta blushed at seeing how Alishia was flustered and did not know what to do. While Alishia is annoyed, she has her guard up as she does not know when this friendly and kind woman might suddenly attack her. The protagonist stared at Alishia as if he was enjoying it, as it was so easy to tell what she was thinking. Then he looked out and told everyone that the wine tasted so good as it had been a long time since he had such a good wine. On the contrary, some of Woodrow's companions were captured, but told Mage Augustine that it was useless because he would never betray his companion no matter what they did to him. Mage Augustine laughed, wanting him not to laugh because he did not know he had betrayed them. The captured knight asked Mage Augustine what he was talking about, and Mage Augustine furiously stared at him. He uttered that aside from Gwalord Forest, which he mentioned last time, and wondered if the spirit of the snowfield has any other hideouts. He wanted to know everything from the captured member of the Spirit of Snowfield, that he knew where they would be, how they could find them, and also the traps they had prepared in advance as well. Mage Augustine used the dark powder so that he could speak the truth, and the captured knights started explaining about their hideouts. It was like the defiance he just showed was a lie as he slowly started telling Mage Augustine everything he knew, which is impossible using ordinary confession magic. Mage Augustine is shocked upon hearing this confession, so he wonders what this powder King Rilstein gave him is and thinks it is amazing. After telling the man everything, the captured knight lost consciousness and fell. After a while, Tiorant told Sword Higher Maluf that he received a report from Mage Augustine. After interrogating the prisoners using confession magic, Augustine extracted details of several new hideouts used by the spirits of the snowfield. Sword Higher Maluf is worried as he never thought they could wipe out the White Wolf Knights and wonders how they did that with such a small number. Tiorant uttered that they just needed to see for themselves, so he wanted his man to assemble the Royal White Knights because he would deal with this himself. He wanted to annihilate the ghosts of the past for sure this time so that he would lead the knights. Meanwhile, Kelterin communicated with Sihan using a magical device, asking if he could hear him. Since this is his first time using a one-way communication magic circle, he is not used to just talking to himself. Kelterin gave him the report that there was no doubt that the group of thieves called the Spirits of the Snowfield were members of the Blue Sky Knights. He further explained that eyewitnesses say that Woodrow is currently leading them. He uttered that judging by the amount of damage done to the upper class of the Tiorant Kingdom, he wanted to say they currently consist of around 30 to 40 sword higher. They also contain 200 lower-ranking members, but there is a problem as it looks like the Tiorant Kingdom is getting ready to subjugate the Blue Sky Knights. Kelterin explained that their forces seem to consist of Tiorant himself, the Sword, Higher Maluf, captain of the Royal White Knights, and Tiorant student Samid, along with the 60 Royal White Knights, 10 members of the Magical Corps, and around 1,000 soldiers from the army. Considering how little food and supplies they have prepared, Kelterin supposed they must know where the Blue Sky Knight's hideout is. He is sure that within the 5-day march from the royal capital Glacier, and if he considers the places with the best terrain for hiding. Keltron believes their hideout should be in the Burbolt Canyon Paramin Woods or the Rappel Lake. He told Sihan he did not have much time, so he advised him to find them quickly and wished him the best of luck. The protagonist smirked upon hearing Kelterin say that and clarified that he had already found them. But he was sure there was no way of letting him know about that since it was one-way communication. Alishia is surprised to discover they can use communication magic without a mage. The protagonist thought it was convenient, but he could only receive messages and could not respond to them. Beretta is shocked when hearing the message, wondering how someone in the Rettenberg Kingdom knows better what is happening there than they do. Woodrow finally acknowledged Kelterin's ability to do this. Beretta is sure they would not have been able to escape since they are in a canyon as well, and they are lucky he warned them and thought they had to move out of their hideout immediately. The protagonist wanted her to wait and asked about the strength of the sword heralds in the Tiorant army. Woodrow explained that it has not been long since Sword Higher Maluf reached Grandmaster level and Sword Higher Samid is at Master level. The protagonist guessed that the others might be either knight or fighter rank. He is sure they might be outnumbered regarding general soldiers, but they are evenly matched concerning high-ranking members. Si-han could not understand why Tiorent joined the expedition himself, and wondered if that was because they wiped out the White Wolf Knight. But he never thought he had gotten an opportunity to take his revenge like this. Woodrow knew that the enemy was so numerous that they could make preparations and were too much of an advantage to give up and run away. However, most importantly, the tyrant Tiorent has voluntarily left his kingdom, and they would not get another chance like this, so he does not want to run away. On the other side, all the soldiers of Tiorent were ready, so he asked everyone if they were prepared for the battle. Maluf is surprised to see an incredible aura and supposes that it might be the true power of the conqueror of the North Sea and one of the heroes of the revolution, Tiorent, Lord of Lightning. Maluf does not have any idea what tricks the Blue Sky Knights pulled. However, he is sure they are in for a world of pain if they think they are anything like the White Wolf Knights. He cursed those filthy people of the Empire as he wished they had never taken them in, but he accepted that it was necessary at the time. However, if they had welcomed the Blue Sky Knights instead, they could have enjoyed a friendly rivalry as the two major orders of knights in the kingdom. He still cannot believe they were led astray by the rumors that the heroes of the revolution betrayed the otherworldly savior. He wondered how they could believe a scandal like that after witnessing the friendship and trust they have for him, Si-han, firsthand. Regardless of the past, Sword-Hire Maluf knew there was no denying that the Blue Sky Knights were currently enemies of the king, and a knight had to cut down any of the king's enemies. Therefore, he did not want his former comrades to hold that against him. On the contrary, Woodrow uttered that, as Kelterin suspected, they only had 30 swords left, leaving them with a total of 180 members, including their regular soldiers. However, they do not have enough time to gather everyone there right now. Also, there is no guarantee that they will be useful even if they manage to bring them there. The protagonist agrees with him because regular members do not have any experience in battle, which means they have to face the Tiorent army with the few swords they have left. Alishia could not understand the reason why Terranner brought such a large number of troops to deal with such a small group in the first place. Beretta explained that it was because they wiped out the White Wolf Knights. Regardless of how many people the Spirit of the Snowfield has, they have proven that they can defeat 3 master-level Sword-Hire, along with around 100 knights. The protagonist smiled, raised his hand, and told them that, in other words, this was all his fault. Beretta sighed as she guessed this meant they had no choice but to fight in Burbolt Canyon, since they have to take advantage of this terrain to make up for the difference in numbers. Woodrow added that if they fought outside Burbolt Canyon, they would not be able to keep up with the speed and mobility of the Royal White Knights. The protagonist finds the situation ironic as they have the highest chance of winning this battle if they allow the enemy to surround them and back them into a corner. Alishia asked if Si-han could wipe them out with his aura circle. The protagonist clarified that he has to deal with Tiorent, so he cannot do that. Woodrow is sure they would have been in big trouble if they had not known they were coming, but now they can make preparations thanks to Kelterin's warning, as it is clear what they are planning. He is sure that anyone would choose this strategy if they have an overwhelming advantage in numbers. They will use their regular foot soldiers to surround them and reinforce their front line. The regular soldiers will be a barrier to prevent them from escaping, but only the Sword-Hire will enter the canyon. The protagonist thinks that, against these many enemies, they will have no choice but to try to divide and conquer them. Nevertheless, the master-level warriors are the real problem. He would surely have taken them out one by one back in the day. Woodrow is worried because if Si-han did that, Tiorent would pick them off one at a time. The protagonist smiled and wanted him to leave Tiorent to him, and he assumed there were no objections. Woodrow affirmed, telling him that he and Beretta would deal with the Sword-Hire Maluf. Zinan volunteered as he wanted them to leave the Tiorent student Sword-Hire Samid to him and Alishia. The protagonist informs everyone that they are risking a lot there, and he cannot guarantee that he will be able to win against Tiorent if it turns out he has reached the warrior god level. Woodrow clarified that it does not matter if his captain fails because he no longer has any regret. The protagonist felt burdened after hearing this and thanked him for thinking that way. On the other hand, the entire army finally arrived near the mountains, and Tiorent remarked that it was a dangerous terrain and that it was supposed to be the perfect place to hide. Samid gladly told his master that their preparation was complete and their scouts had confirmed their location. Furthermore, they have completely surrounded them. and their only option is to break through the front. Tyorant praised him for doing a great job, and Samad wondered if he needed to come all this way in person. Judging by the tracks they left behind in Gwalord Forest, he is sure the Blue Sky Knights would appear to be on their last legs. Tyorant thought they might have manipulated the tracks they left behind. He finds it hard to believe that they did not do that, and the Revolutionary Army always modified any traces of battle to deceive their enemies. Just by how they have changed their tracks, there is a higher chance they have not suffered many losses and still possess a considerable fighting force. Samad is shocked, wondering if it is even possible for them to have swelled their ranks to that extent in just one day. He is sure there is no way reinforcement can fall from the sky. Tyorant smirked on hearing this and told Samad that 10 years ago, the otherworldly monsters roamed freely, so it would not be too strange if enemies occasionally fell from the sky. Naturally, that is not possible anywhere, but they could receive reinforcements from their neighboring kingdom. He wanted to be honest and say that the Follows Kingdom was the only country to help them. There is also a high chance that Levina is providing support to the Blue Sky Knights to keep him in check. By considering the potential opportunity that could arise from this, he had to come here personally. After arriving at the cliff, Maluf uttered that his perilous path is the one they could only take on foot, stretches on for quite a while, and is sure they might have noticed their presence by now. While they were discussing, Tyorant noticed they were being attacked, and Maluf managed to block the attack. Maluf is surprised by the range and accuracy of the attack, and is sure that it might mean that Woodrow was behind that attack just now. Tyorant inquired what he thought Woodrow was trying to achieve just now by attacking like this. Maluf thinks that since he did not show himself during the attack, he thinks he is trying to lure them in. It is also possible that he is trying to keep them there by pretending to attack the sword higher while his main force escapes the canyon. He is sure he could be pretending to draw them in and trying to divide and conquer them. Tyorant looked at him, thinking that the solution was simple if that was the case, and he unsheathed his sword, telling him that whatever the reason was, they would have to overwhelm them with brute force. Samad excitedly requested his master to leave Woodrow to him. Tyorant instructed Maluf to take 15 knight-level sword hires and 5 fighter-level sword hires with him to eliminate Woodrow. After he has figured out what Woodrow is after, he wants him to rejoin the main force they have figured out. Samad gets infuriated when he hears this, and he wants his master to know that he is strong enough to defeat Woodrow. Tyorant did not heed any attention, telling him to take 20 Royal White Knights with him and find out who supports them. Samad wondered what his master meant, and then he looked at the cliff above and saw Zenon standing there. He is surprised he did not recognize them, wondering who they are, and finds them suspicious as they are just standing out in the open like that. So he asks his master if he does not think it could be a trap. Tyorant clarified that it does not matter, but if they are going to challenge them without trying to lead them into a trap, there is no reason they should not accept their challenge. Samad gets enthusiastic about hearing this, telling his master he understands and is prepared. Meanwhile, the protagonist is pleased because they react exactly as he predicted. He knew it would not take much for them to respond like that since they were so confident in their strength. Even though that is not exactly how Sihan planned it, it is time to make Tyorant pay for his betrayal. Maluf looked at them, standing at the cliff, telling him that it had been long since he had last seen Woodrow, and that he was in quite an advantageous position. Woodrow is amazed to see that his opponent is sword higher Maluf and utters that he hasn't seen him since the Blue Sky Knights were purged. Maluf apologizes for what happened that day, clarifies that it was His Majesty's decision, and assures him that he would have tried to intervene if he had known what he was planning. Woodrow is sure Tyorant knew that, so he kept it from him. However, since Maluf still follows his order, he must pay for what happened that day. He grabbed his bow and arrow, targeting Maluf, and clarified that he would get his revenge for his fallen comrades. On the other hand, Samad is chasing after Zenon and Alishia, and is concerned as he thinks they will have stopped and faced them by now. But that is not happening, so he wondered if they were trying to separate them from the main army. But they have nothing to gain if he stopped pursuing them and headed back. After covering some distance, Zenon decided to stop, and Samad was surprised, as he knew it would happen. He accosted Zenon, telling him he didn't recognize their faces, but they were too young to be members of the Blue Sky Knights. He is sure that Zenon might be at master level, and Alishia seems at knight level. They are too skilled to be recruited, and they pick up while running away, which means they might be with the Follow Kingdom. Samid confidently uttered that just as he thought, his master was correct, as they were the members of the Queen Knights, and asked if he was right. Xenon is annoyed at hearing that he is correlating them with that group of knights in the Follow's Kingdom and asks what he is talking about. Samid laughed while summoning his flames. He supposed Xenon might be surprised, so he thought he guessed correctly. He told him there was no point in denying it because he would know for sure once he made him kneel before him. Xenon lifted his sword, but he wasn't sure what Samid was talking about, as he was the one who was going to kneel before them. Samid smirked as he had never seen that aura skill before, so he wondered if the Queen Knights knew how to use that kind of aura skill. However, he guessed that didn't matter because, judging by Xenon's appearance, he looks like he prioritizes strength above everything else. Samid is most confident when facing an opponent who relies on their strength and charges in. On the other side, Teorant arrived at the cave entrance but couldn't sense anything there and thought it was empty. He doesn't understand the Blue Sky Knight as he thought they wanted him, but he still hasn't received a signal from Maluf or Samid yet. He supposed that meant they were confident they could handle the situation by themselves, so he wondered where the people responsible for wiping out the White Wolf Knights were. Abruptly, the protagonist emerges from the cave, startling the knight and telling their king that someone is there. Teorant is startled to see someone coming out, so he wonders if he is there this whole time, and he can't believe that he doesn't sense his presence despite being close enough to see him. He wondered if the Queen Knights had a sword higher than skilled, but wondered why he was alone. He lifted his sword, wondering if that person thought he could face him without anyone's help. He thought he was foolish but was shocked to see his face. The knights were also shocked to see Si-Han's face and recognized that he was the captain of the revolution, but they couldn't believe their eyes, thinking it wasn't possible. The protagonist looked at Teorant, smirked, and told him they hadn't seen each other for a long time, as it had already been 10 years. Teorant inquired if that was Si-Han because it was impossible for him to come and asked if someone had summoned him there again. As he returned by himself, the protagonist wondered what he was talking about to make them pay for betraying him 10 years ago. The knights are surprised to learn that Si-Han was betrayed and wonder if that meant the rumors were true about how the heroes of the revolution conspired against him and then betrayed him. Teorant felt awkward after hearing this and could see why Si-Han might have misunderstood their intentions. The protagonist is startled upon hearing this, asking what was there to misunderstand. Teorant wanted him to talk about this somewhere alone as he tried to explain once they were alone. The protagonist gets startled on hearing this. He saw Teorant vanishing before his eyes and wondered with astonishment if he had lost his mind. He couldn't believe Teorant left his men behind and wondered what he would do if he didn't follow him. He supposed that Teorant didn't care about what happened to his knights even now. The knight worriedly accosted Si-Han, asking if he had returned and what they should do now. The protagonist is startled to hear that, remembering that Teorant is the only one who betrayed him, so these knights aren't his enemies. He furiously grits his teeth because if he stays there, Teorant will get away, and he is sure he is just trying to avoid spilling secrets in front of other people. He immediately rushed away to chase Teorant, thinking that it was a shrewd move on his part. He was surprised to see him running away like a coward. He recalled the past when he was sitting outside alone at night. Teorant came to him, asking what he was doing all by himself in this place. The protagonist clarified that he couldn't shake off these thoughts about the soldiers he killed that day. He is feeling guilty because they might have been a father or son, so he wonders if he has the right to end their lives. So he couldn't sleep once he started having those thoughts about killing those people. Teorant sat beside him, telling him he had the right mindset, but those who spilled the blood had to bear the weight of that responsibility. However, it would be foolish to be crushed by it, so he tells the protagonist there is nothing wrong with using a sword to survive. He wanted Si-Han to be mindful of the weight of the sword he carried and act according to its will because only people can judge other people's sins. Si-Han smiled upon hearing this because, despite Teorant's stubbornness, he was undeniably the eldest brother among the 7 heroes of the revolution. They could only overcome the challenges they faced because they kept their spirits up. That is why Si-Han couldn't understand that not only did he forgive the dogs of the Empire, but he even tried to purge the Blue Sky Knights completely. Teorant that Si-Han knew would never do something like that, so he wondered how far he had fallen. After some time, they arrived at a secluded place. Teorant looked around and supposed this should be far enough. The protagonist asks him if this is where he wishes to die. Torrent stared at him, asking what was happening because both Safarin and Rilstein said he couldn't return. He inquired if someone summoned him there and wondered what he meant by when he said they betrayed him. He wondered if the remnants of the Rusklin family summoned him and tried to manipulate him. The protagonist is startled on hearing this, gets infuriated, curses him, and asks what he is trying to pull there. He inquired if Torrent thought he had returned to reminisce about old times and remarked that he was truly shameful, even for someone who betrayed him. Torrent is startled when he hears that Si-Han thinks he betrayed him and asks if he still holds a grudge about what happened that day. Before the rise of the 7 heroes of the revolution, numerous resistance movements scattered across Terranner opposed the Rusklin Empire. One group that stood out was the Royal White Knights, who were active in the western region of Terranner. Si-Han first encountered Torrent in a small town in the west. Torrent is surprised to learn that Si-Han is suggesting they should join forces and wonders why he should agree to ally with him. Although he values him and sees his men as important comrades opposing the Empire, he wants the protagonist to prove his worth if he wants him to get alongside him. Torrent Lancid, leader of the Royal White Knights, was genuinely thoughtful and honest. To prove his worth, the protagonist had a duel with him and trounced him. Torrent thought it was impossible because Si-Han should be a Grandmaster level sword higher with the ability to cast the same spells as a high-level mage. He found that impossible to believe and was startled as he had no idea someone like Si-Han would be fighting against the Emperor. He guesses the heavens haven't abandoned Terranner just yet, and it seems like he was the one who had to prove his worth. The protagonist is glad things are going his way, and Torrent finally agrees to join his team. Torrent was a genuine man who could acknowledge his opponent, and it was the first time Si-Han had met someone he felt he could truly respect. He was someone with more life experience, whom he trusted and looked up to, but he ended up betraying him. At this very moment, Torrent never thought he would see him in Terranner again. He furiously tells the protagonist that he doesn't think he has the right to complain to them, especially considering they sent him back to the people who loved him. The protagonist's eyes spread with astonishment as he realizes that Torrent is saying he expects him to be grateful for sending him back to his world. Torrent said that he could understand why Si-Han thought they betrayed him, considering how young he was back then. But it has already been 10 years since then, so he is sure he is old enough to understand why they sent him back. The protagonist furiously stares at him, finally knowing why Karen told him everything. Torrent is surprised to learn about Karen and inquires if he is also responsible for Sech Singard's disappearance. He gets infuriated at him, telling him it is even more unforgivable, and asks how he could still act like this after hearing the truth. It's clear what would have happened if Si-Han had stayed behind in Terranner, as he possesses immense power but lacks maturity. Therefore, handling the weight of his reputation and status would have proven challenging. All those factors would have turned into nothing but daggers on his side, and they would have ruined his future and led him to destroy Terranner. Torrent furiously asked him if he denied that they didn't solve all these problems by sending him back to Earth. The protagonist furiously clenched his fist on hearing this and asked if he was suggesting that lying and manipulating him before sending him back to Earth was all for his sake. Torrent affirmed, telling him that it was right without even any guilt. The protagonist sighed as he couldn't believe that Torrent was being so brazen. Since all of them criticized him for ignoring the norms in Terranner, none of them ever tried to understand his perspective. He wondered why they didn't say anything to him if they did it for his sake. Torrent is sure that Si-Han wouldn't have achieved much, and he is a lot older and more experienced than him, so he knows exactly how he would have reacted. As time passed, the protagonist's anger increased, and Torrent asked Torrent why he had taken in the Crimson Moon Knights. Torrent explained that they were a necessary evil. Though they may have committed grave crimes, they were also very skilled. The protagonist wanted to know the justification for his attempts to purge the Blue Sky Knights. Torrent gets annoyed and wonders what he is talking about, as he has no reason to justify that, since they tried to spread false rumors and sow discord throughout the kingdom. He made an example out of them to show what happens to those who dare to challenge the king's authority. The protagonist starts laughing when hearing this, which makes Torrent wonder what is so funny about that. The protagonist uttered something about how he talked, felt familiar to him, and then realized that he reminded him of someone he knew. The way Torrent only sees things from his point of view is just like his father's. He started releasing a tremendous aura, which intimidated Tiorent. So he started using his flames as well, and thought he was a fool because he still didn't understand. The protagonist clarified that he was right about one thing. He was truly a fool forever, thinking he was worth trusting and looking up to. Tiorent furiously charges at him, telling him he is just as arrogant as ever. But he is not the same person he once knew. Therefore, he shows the protagonist that his title as the otherworldly savior is worth nothing now. On the contrary, Maluf used an ethereal thunder strike lightning cascade to attack Woodrow, but he managed to evade the attack. Then he rushed away, using a divine lightning bolt and radiant burst to strike him. Even though he managed to block that arrow, he was startled as Beretta immediately struck him and pushed back. Woodrow looked at him and thought he had let his guard down a bit too much. Even though these are 2 against 1, they are not strong enough to fight on equal footing against Maluf. Maluf clarified that he is doing his best to take him alive right now, and he doesn't believe this battle is necessary, and he doesn't need any unnecessary bloodshed either. He is sure that it is clear who will win, so he tells Woodrow that it is not too late to surrender. Furthermore, he reminded Woodrow that the Blue Sky Knights were destroyed for disrupting order in the kingdom. He supposed he didn't understand that he was betrayed by the otherworldly savior, not the 6 heroes of the revolution. Woodrow is not surprised that Maluf believes that, but he doesn't think he can convince him with words alone, so he wants to knock some sense into him, so he wants him to fight. Maluf is startled to see how confident he is and wonders where he is getting this form, as it is almost like he believes they can still win. On the other side, Zenon struck Samid with his sword and threw him away. Samid hardly managed to stop being dragged away and wondered why he was so strong. He furiously swore at him, telling him that anyone can swing a sword around like that, so it's time he showed him what true swordsmanship looks like. Samid rushed toward Zenon, telling him that even the 6 heroes of the revolution recognized his skills. Zenon swung his sword in the air, asking if that was the case, and told him that was good for him because he would also get serious. He immediately struck Samid, which shocked him as Zenon used to thrust with his 2-handed sword, as he had never seen someone wield a sword like this before. Zenon kept attacking Samid with his thrusts without giving him time to counterattack. Samid is worried as he has been cornered, and that reminds him of Fetterfechter, a sighting style used in the western region of Terranner. He has undoubtedly come across this fighting style before, but he had no idea it could be executed with a great sword. It felt like he had steel girders coming at him from all directions, and Zenon was changing it into a completely different fighting style. After being pushed back for a while, he tried to strike Zenon with his lightning bolt but failed. Zenon smirked, asking him what the matter was as he said the greatest swordsman on the continent had taught him, and he was sure that he might be ashamed of himself for using aura. Samid gets infuriated by such a harsh remark, asking how he dared insult him and wondering if he knows who he is. While conversing, he didn't pay much attention to Alishia, but he was soon startled when he noticed her presence behind her. Alishia tried to attack him, but Samid managed to evade it in time, but he wondered how she just jumped out of a shadow, as that is Levina's stealth skills. Alishia is a bit disappointed that she missed it, and Samid knows they might be Queen Knights members. Since that is the case, he is sure there is no pushover, and he grins, telling them they are pretty skilled. However, he wanted them to know that they still had no chance of winning because he had His Majesty Tiorent, one of the heroes of the revolution, backing him up. So all he had to do was buy some time, and then they would have to deal with him. Samid wanted to know how they would feel now and was sure they might be worried, which would help him as they would lose focus. Alishia stared at him and uttered that she guessed he was right. Samid is flustered because that is not the reaction he was expecting, and he wonders why she wasn't worried. He wondered how she was so calm after hearing Tiorent's name, and if she had something up her sleeve that was even greater than that of the heroes of the revolution. Abruptly, the knights rushed towards Samid, accosting him and wanting him to look at the other side. Samid looked the other way, and his eyes spread with shock as he saw a bright light on that side and wondered what that was. Meanwhile, Maluf is also stunned to see that tremendous energy, and he can sense the familiar energy, but he doesn't want to believe that it could be what he is thinking, but wonders if that is the energy of Captain of the Revolution Sihan. Since Tiorent is known as the strongest swordsman on the continent, but he possesses the unique ability to master any swordsmanship and understand its core principles. However, he wasn't as talented as others in aura technique, so it took him much longer than Levina and even Sech Sengard to become a Grand Master level sword higher. Naturally, that was only possible due to their tremendous talent, but Tiorant was still considered a rare genius, until a young man from another world came along and reached warrior god level after mastering aura techniques in just 3 years. Tiorant's talent paled compared to him. Tiorant is sure he can't keep up with them, so he can only do one thing. He collected and learned various types of swordsmanship and went on to perfect them by completely mastering these techniques and gaining complete control over his body. He obtained a new kind of strength that was par with the others. Tiorant was convinced he was on the right path and strove to train even harder upon becoming king. He invited any skilled swordsmen he came across and learned from them. After training like that for 10 years, he finally achieved the power he had dreamed of his entire life. He emanated a tremendous aura, instructed the protagonist to begin the fight, and immediately tried to strike him. Si-Han quickly evaded his attack, and Tiorant arrived close to him, attacked him, and threw him away. The protagonist is annoyed as he realizes Tiorant has no opening, as always, but more importantly, he is on another level compared to before. However, he told Tiorant that it was nothing like his fight against Sech Sengard, and that he supposed he might have spent his last 10 years doing nothing but training. Tiorant smirked wickedly, telling Si-Han that he hadn't changed a bit because he still had more aura than him, but there was no overwhelming difference anymore. The protagonist infuses his aura in the sword, charges at him, and asks if that is the case. Tiorant is fully prepared to block his attack, and the protagonist uses the Emperor's ability, a hammer strike, which is opposed by the Inferno Dragon / Flame Charge. This creates tremendous energy and pushes them back. The protagonist realizes that Tiorant has surpassed his limits and reached the warrior god level. Tiorant asked the protagonist if he remembered when they first met. At that time, not only was he a sword higher, but he possessed outstanding mage ability. He may have lost back then because his magic overwhelmed him, but that will not happen now. He is overconfident in his skill, so he wants to bring it on and try using magic like he did then. The protagonist chuckled and told him he didn't need to use magic because his sword was more than enough to deal with people like him. Tiorant laughed, asking if he was serious and if he would face him without his precious magic. He charges at Si-Han, thinking that he might have forgotten something important after returning to Earth, that he never defeated him once without using his magic or aura. Furthermore, his greatest strength was the endless amount of aura he possessed. But now that it does not affect him, then their sword skills will determine this fight. He attacked the protagonist head-on but managed to evade the attack, but got injured. Tiorant smirked, asking him if he thought he dodged it, but wanted him to know that it was too soon to be surprised. He wanted to see if he could handle all of the skills he had mastered from the best swordsman in the country. After that, he kept attacking Si-Han repeatedly without giving him time to counterattack, which concerned him. Tiorant laughed wickedly, telling the protagonist that he has to knock sense into him for being so ungrateful and failing to see the kindness they showed him, so wanted him to prepare himself. Abruptly, he attacked the protagonist, but was surprised to see that he deflected his sword, and he wondered if that was a fluke. However, he is sure this is not a fluke because Si-Han has slowly started to block more of his swings and is getting used to his attacks, but he wonders who could do that. While he was indulged in his thoughts, Si-Han uttered that he thought a lot about what he might say, but he never expected him to call him ungrateful. He furiously charged at him and asked how he dared to act all high and mighty when he was wrong. In Terranner, numerous clans are devoted to the sword, so the deep knowledge and refined style of swordsmanship passed down within these clans have all been absorbed by one man. Due to the countless sword techniques Tiorant has mastered, the flow and momentum of his sword are constantly changing. Therefore, unless Tiorant's opponent is as skilled with a blade as he is, they cannot keep up with these constant changes. Since that is how things should have been planned out, Tiorant is shocked to see Si-Han deflecting his strikes, so he wonders how he is adapting to his techniques so quickly. The protagonist smiled, asking him why he looked so surprised because he did not slack on his training back on Earth. He is sure that, ultimately, swordsmanship is about using a blade to defeat other people. However, if they are talking about the principles and ideas behind the art of swordsmanship, then those skills also exist on Earth. The protagonist quickly pushed him back, and Tiorant inquired if he was saying that he could find these techniques on Earth. He could not believe that something like that was possible when his world didn't even have an aura. The protagonist agrees since he is right because people from Earth cannot rely on their sword skills. They have to be even more advanced. However, he is sure that fighting on the battlefield and sports are very different. So it took him some time to get used to the Terranner style of fighting. Terranner gets infuriated, thinking it is impossible because these are the finest secret techniques passed down from the very best swordsmen in Terranner. So he wondered if Si-Han had told him anyone could acquire this knowledge on Earth. The protagonist affirmed that since he is right because anyone can learn these techniques on Earth, he recalled the digital technology that made it easier. He wanted to take the technique from earlier as an example, where he rotated his shoulder and hip while stepping forward to mess with his sense of distance. That kind of technique can often be seen in boxing or kendo these days. He explained that the one-handed upper body kendo technique was once a family secret, but now it is easy to find video tutorials online. The protagonist explained that countless martial arts masters on Earth are happy to show off their skills. Terranner gets flustered and wants him not to be ridiculous as he finds it hard to believe that there is a world where martial arts knowledge is treated with so little respect. The protagonist grins, wondering why it is so hard to believe because there are worlds that do not seem to place much value on human life. So he asks why Terranner cannot imagine a world like that. He wanted to be honest that mastering martial arts is not that simple, and he cannot pick them up just by watching videos. He is sure that his knowledge might be superficial compared to Terranner, but the difference between a skill he has never seen before and one he has witnessed is like night and day. Terranner gets pissed after hearing all this, so he charges at him to strike, but Si-Han again deflects his sword. This added more flames to Terranner's anguish, so he attacked more vigorously. In the past, Terranner did not stand a chance against the otherworldly savior when using aura. However, he has narrowed the gap between them by refining his skills. On the flip side, Si-Han's skills were no match for Terranner's, but he has closed the gap to take advantage of his mastery of aura. Terranner furiously grits his teeth as he used to think Levina was his only rival, but now Si-Han has suddenly shown up and is getting in his way, making him wonder if Levina summoned him. The protagonist is dumbfounded by learning this, wondering suddenly what he is talking about. By seeing how Si-Han froze at his place after learning this, Terranner supposed that might be true, and that was the only way to explain why this was happening to him. He cannot believe that the protagonist has sided with her and gone up against him. He thinks he is a fool as he succumbs to her temptations again. The protagonist sighed because he could not believe him and asked if it had never occurred to him that this could be a consequence of his actions. Terranner agreed to admit that he did not expect this, but it does not mean he lost. He started releasing a tremendous aura, which shook the ground and startled Si-Han as he sensed his aura. The protagonist gets worried because this is not good, as Terranner could use the warrior god aura technique. Terranner instructed him to surrender his sword because he would forgive him. The protagonist smirked as he thought all the flattery he had gotten used to after becoming king had gone to his head, so he wanted him to know that he did not scare him. Terranner supposed that might be his answer, so he infused his aura into the sword and wrapped himself in it as well. The protagonist is stunned to see that he has wrapped himself in a shining aura, and he wants to be ready for anything because he does not know anything about his warrior god's aura technique. Suddenly, he saw several aura daggers aiming at him. Terranner clarified that he did not want to do this, but it was time for him to die. The protagonist is concerned about seeing so many swords charging at him simultaneously, so it is supposed that might be his technique. The warrior god aura technique, embodied by the sword, creates several aura swords. The protagonist is worried because, unlike his technique, where the sword reflects his power, Terranner becomes the sword itself. He must admit that Terranner has reached a new height as a swordsman. Therefore, the protagonist decided to use his warrior god aura technique, 12 blades of light, and he started breaking the Terranner aura blade. The protagonist is relieved to see that, so he thinks Terranner might have many swords, but they are so weak, so he asks if that is the best he can do. Terranner clarified that he was testing it out as he prepared this skill to use against Levina. Therefore, it is not a good match against someone like him with a ridiculous amount of aura. So, if his sword could not face him directly, he wanted to avoid them altogether. The protagonist does not believe him, thinking he is all talk, so he wants to break them again. He tried to break them, but he was startled to see that Terranner dodged them, wondering how he did that, and he did not know he could move like that. Shortly, the protagonist got struck by Torrent, and before he could prepare, he saw another strike from behind. The protagonist gets concerned because it feels like each sword has a mind of its own. He realized he was not being overpowered, but could not find an opening to take advantage of. Torrent kept attacking him, asking why he was defending, as he thought Si-Han had seen through all of his technique. While defending himself, the protagonist supposed that might be swordsmanship at its finest, and is concerned because, at this rate, he will barely be able to protect himself without counterattacking. He had to admit that Torrent's technique is incredible, as it is like multiple masters are attacking him simultaneously. He could not believe that he could not win against him, and Torrent was pleased, telling him it was over. But suddenly his sword started cracking. Si-Han smirked, telling him he would resort to brute force if he were not skilled enough to beat him using his swordsmanship alone. Torrent is unable to land any other strike on Si-Han. Soon, his sword starts breaking, and he wonders what is going on as he is the one taking damage when he is the one attacking him. He asked if Si-Han would overpower the technique which he had honed to the highest level using brute force, and how he dared to do that. Shortly, all the swords shattered and transformed back into Torrent. The protagonist looked at him, asking if that was all he had to show him. Torrent furiously uttered that he should be ashamed of himself, as he could not believe that he was resorting to such petty tricks. Since reaching the warrior god level is the pinnacle that all sword hiders on the continent regard with reverence, as a respected warrior, Si-Han should carry himself in a manner befitting his status. The protagonist thought he might think of him as a moron because he knew that he could not defeat him if he relied solely on his skills. Furthermore, Torrent is so fixated on that belief that he does not even know what to say. He smirked, asking if that was what he wanted so badly, and then he would do just that and use his warrior god aura technique. However, he told Torrent that if he wanted to survive this technique, he would have to gather all his remaining aura to use his warrior god aura technique again, but that was his problem. While Torrent is concerned, Si-Han uses the warrior god aura technique, Solar Flare Blast, telling him it is time to end this fight. Solar Flare Blast is a basic skill Si-Han uses to bend his 12 blades of light and fuse them together. Its destructive power is unparalleled since it is essentially just a giant aura ball. However, it takes an equally long time to execute, and its trajectory is evident as it is easy to disrupt or dodge this technique. However, Torrent had used up all his aura and could not stop it. Therefore, he gets infuriated by asking if he is looking down on him because that skill has so many flaws that it only works on magical creatures. He shouted that it was not over yet as he still had some fight left in him and started releasing his aura. The protagonist is shocked to see Torrent forcefully drawing out the aura from within himself. After forcefully drawing out his aura, Torrent again used his warrior god technique, embodiment of the sword, to attack him. The protagonist could not believe that he managed to execute that technique multiple times in a row, and remarked that it was an incredible level of focus. Even though Torrent was having a hard time, he kept attacking the Si-Han Solar Flare Blast and managed to get rid of it. Torrent started laughing wickedly after seeing that he was victorious and got rid of it. The protagonist's eyes spread with shock as he realized Torrent shattered his technique. Torrent laughed wickedly, telling him he was a fool, as he could have finished him off quickly with his 12 blades of light earlier.